Pirates I Can Reject Everything Chapter 301 to 320. 301. Doflamingo vs Going Emperor Tesoro. Come on, Chris finally shows up. At this time, on the island of Coco Sido, Doflamingo is confronting Tesolo and others. Tesolo and his party, they would rather die than give in. However, this stubborn resistance made Doflamingo sneer again and again. Tesolo, you are so naive. Who do you think you are? Die with me. Are you qualified for this? Foo 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 foo. Cruel look gradually appeared on Doflamingo's face, and there was a bit of ruthlessness in his eyes. I saw his fingers move, as if manipulating a puppet. Hey, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Bastard, put the knife down. Of Tesolo's subordinates suddenly shouted loudly. Opposite him, his companion suddenly picked up the knife and held it high. In a gesture of slashing at yourself. The man with the knife had a painful expression, his eyes were full of shock, and he said something trembling. I don't know what's going on, my body seems totally out of control. You run away, run away. He shouted loudly, but the companion opposite him was completely immobile. My body is out of control. Gotcha. Pooh. With a knife, a deep ravine was cut out of the man's chest. Blood poured out, immediately. Lost its vitality. At the same time, the same scene was playing out all around. In just a minute, tragedies continued to happen. Companions cannibalize each other. Tesolo's subordinates are suddenly lost in half. Doflamingo, you bastard. Hideous, as if he was going to eat Doflamingo. He naturally knew that this was the ability of the Doflamingo line fruit. But he couldn't do anything about the scene in front of him. Could only watch his subordinates helplessly, killing each other, but he couldn't do anything. Very proud smile appeared on Doflamingo's face. Grin, Isho defiantly said, how about Tesolo, what do you think you can do FFFFFF? Tesolo was bloodless, unable to stand, leaning against the rock beside him. A sense of powerlessness rose in my heart. Doflamingo took 8 character steps and stepped forward with a smile. I'll give you another chance. Join my family, I can make you a family cadre. Follow me, let's enjoy the glory and riches of the world together, isn't it good? Tesolo snorted coldly and scolded, shit. You think I don't know what you're up to, Doflamingo? You are just coveting my ability and want me to create wealth for you. What kind of shit cadre is just one of your slaves, do you think I don't know? Knows Doflamingo too well, this guy only has interests in mind. Once they lose their use value, they will be completely abandoned. Tanaka-sama came to Tesolo's side, his eyes were firm. If you have the ability, kill us. If you want us to be your money-making tool, there is no door. Doflamingo shook his head slightly, frowned, and said with a blue vein on his forehead. Foo 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 foo, one by one, really tough. It seems that you still don't know me well enough, do you really think I won't kill you? Tesolo, I will ask you one last time if you would like to join my family. Saying that, Doflamingo's tone suddenly changed, sharp. Tesolo and the others could feel the chilling killing intent in his eyes. It seemed that Doflamingo had already been pushed. If you can't get it, you must destroy it yourself. It's already at this point, and Tesolo has no reason to retreat. A man is only dead. If he surrendered at this time, wouldn't he have failed those brothers who died for themselves? Listen, Doflamingo. If you want to fight, I will fight. I, Tesolo, will never submit to anyone again. And, don't underestimate me too much. The golden fruit is not only capable of producing going. You haven't seen the true power of this devil fruit. Said, Tesolo officially entered the state of battle, and a layer of faint golden light gradually emerged from his entire body. Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo raised his head and laughed loudly, and said with a very arrogant expression, I really don't know, why do you dare to talk to me like this? It's just a piece of golden fruit. Just by your current development of it, you are also worthy of mentioning the battle with me. You're just courting death, Tezzolo. 5 color lines. 5 fingers of Doflamingo's right hand, Vivi, are bent, and 5 long, almost transparent lines appear quietly in the void. These 5 thin lines, under the control of Doflamingo, cut directly towards Tezzolo. Going armor. Tezzolo snorted coldly, and a dazzling golden light gradually lit up on the spot. After the golden light dissipated, his whole body was covered with a layer of extremely dazzling going armor. The going armor almost covered Tezzolo's entire body and looked indestructible. Luo stood on the spot and did not choose to hide. Head against the Doflamingo line. 5 colored lines were cut, and Tezzolo's arms made a gesture of blocking. Transparent thin wire and going stalemate in place, rubbing against each other, making a squeaking sound. Foo, your going armor, is that enough? Raised his head in shock and looked at Doflamingo, who was indifferent. A lot of fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Was surprised to find that there was a slight crack on his going armor. Doflamingo's 5 color thread could actually cut going. This situation was something Tezzolo never expected. Fang is a little too big for himself. Seeing the 5 color line, he was destroying Going's armor bit by bit, and he was about to break in. Mr. Tanaka looked anxious, and said worriedly, "What should I do? It seems that Lord Tezzoro can't stop that guy. Doflamingo is too strong, his ability is so strong, Going is so hard that he can be cut open." Deus looked at the battlefield with a look of panic. Damn, is the gap so obvious? The little fellows below were very worried one by one, and they started talking about it. Damn it, you haven't really shot yet, is Tessero-sama about to lose? 2 adults, if Lord Tezzolo loses, will we die here too? I don't want to die Tezzoro, do you see, your men are shaken, FFU. Doflamingo does not miss any opportunity to psychologically attack Tezzolo. Tezzolo naturally wouldn't be fooled, and snorted softly, "Don't be too arrogant." Saying that, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Tezzolo's face. Doflamingo immediately frowned upon capturing this subtle expression. He seemed to sense something was wrong. Immediately put away the 5 color line, and quickly retreated. "Have you reacted now? It's too late." Tezzolo shouted and chased away. At this time, Doflamingo's arms suddenly turned into a going. "Arrows by my going powder, you have already lost, Doflamingo." Tezzolo looked like he was winning. Just now, Doflamingo produced a lot of going powder while cutting the going armor. These powders attached to Doflamingo's arms, and Tezzolo is able to manipulate these. Going. Once Doflamingo becomes a going, it's not far from death. I really underestimate you, Tezzoro. Foo. Doflamingo let out a long breath and looked at Tezzolo with sharp eyes. Then, the going on his arm was instantly cut by countless invisible threads, and the gold powder fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Tezzolo was very distressed and couldn't help sighing. It's a pity. The gold powder has not yet penetrated into your body, otherwise, even the most powerful enemy will fall. Tezzolo's face was full of disappointment. Today, his control over the golden fruit is still lacking. Doflamingo, on the other hand, is battle-hardened, experienced in combat, and responds quite quickly. Doflamingo is also wise, and he is no longer approaching Tezzolo easily. He kept a safe distance from Tezzolo at all times, and controlled the 5 color line to fight Tezzolo in the distance. The tough and sharp silk thread is almost invincible. Rao is Tezzolo's going armor, and it can't be completely defended at all. Foo, how long can you last with your turtle shell? Doflamingo sneered. His face did not hide his pride. That's all you can do, Tezzolo. It looks like you really don't even deserve to be a cadre. Said that, Doflamingo shot again, and the attack thread has doubled. And the attack speed has increased significantly, and every collision can bring out a lot of gold dust and sparks. The rocks around the two of them have been cut into pieces by silk threads. Mr. Tanaka frowned tightly, his face full of tension. "Lord Tazzolo, I'm afraid it won't last too long. This going armor is not absolutely tough. With Doflamingo's methods, it will break open sooner or later." Deus, who was on the side, also nodded, with a worried look on his face. "It can't go on like this." Tezzolo's face was covered with sweat at this time, and he could feel that the going armor was about to be penetrated. "Damn, since you can't prevent it, you might as well let it go." Suddenly, Tezzolo suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily, "Going tomahawk!" Everyone saw that Tezzolo's arms suddenly turned and became extremely huge. And at the same time, two giant battle axes appeared in his hands. They were extremely sharp. "Oh, can't help but shoot. In this way, your flaws will be more, foo-foo-foo-foo-foo." Doflamingo smiled disdainfully. If Tezzolo is just defensive, Doflamingo really doesn't have a good way. Can only keep attacking until his defense is penetrated. But if Tezzolo intends to make a move, then he can't take into account the defense level of the going armor. At the same time, his speed will become the biggest flaw. For Doflamingo, the slightest flaw is the best opportunity. "Don't be too proud, let's talk about blocking my attack this time." Tezzolo didn't know this, but this is the case now. He had no choice. Said that, in front of everyone's eyes, his pair of extremely huge going arms suddenly stretched forward. Two going battle axes came to Doflamingo's body in an instant. Under Tezzolo's control, Going's battle axe was facing Doflamingo, just a meal, slashing. Mr. Tanaka was amazed when he saw this. Sure enough, it's Master Tezzolo, and he can already control it like this. This shows that he is one step closer to the development of the golden fruit. Deus's face was also full of joy. To soften Lord Tezzolo seems to have succeeded. This time, look at that. How arrogant Doflamingo is. Of the golden fruit is the hard attribute of going. And Going's soft and ductile properties are just its advanced properties. Only by mastering this, Tezzolo can truly manipulate Going at will. His attack methods can also become diversified. This pair of Going tomahawks are huge and extremely sharp. Even Doflamingo has to be taken seriously. He will never do anything about being careless and capsize in the gutter. With the advantage of speed, Doflamingo can easily dodge the attack of Going's tomahawk every time. At the same time, he was constantly looking for the flaws in Tezzolo. Bounce. Suddenly, Doflamingo, a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I saw a flick of his right index finger, and a thin transparent line quietly emerged from the fingertip. This thin line, as fast as lightning, floated towards Tezzolo's abdomen. Immediately afterwards, Doflamingo snorted again, foot shaving. Doflamingo's right foot, along with his entire calf, became pitch black. Armament attached his toes instantly. 8 transparent silk threads emerged, heading towards Tezzolo's head. Silk thread popped out, and the sound of splitting through the space could be heard faintly. It shows how fast the speed is and the sharpness of the line. Tezzolo secretly said that it was not good, and immediately put away the Going tomahawk and quickly protected his arms in front of him. However, at this time he has fallen into passive, and can only choose to focus on protecting his head. 8 transparent thin lines hit Going's arms one by one, leaving deep imprints. A thin transparent line hit Tezzolo's abdomen quietly. It stopped in its abdomen for a while, and then directly penetrated Tezzolo's Going armor and passed through it. Finally, it landed on a giant rock, penetrated again, and a long small hole appeared. A faint trace of blood was faintly visible. Ah! Tezzolo cried out in pain, covering his stomach with his hands. Although it was only passed through a thin thread, that kind of piercing pain was even more severe than being passed through by a knife. Broken everywhere, broken everywhere. Going armor started from Tezzolo's abdomen, and the fine lines stretched out one after another, and the entire Going armor shattered. Tezzolo's proud defense was easily shattered by Doflamingo. Foo 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 foo. How, do you see the gap between us, Tezzolo? Doflamingo opened his arms and laughed arrogantly. It was too easy for him to deal with Tezzolo. Tezzolo knew that he was no match for Doflamingo at all. At this moment, a bold laughter came from a distance. No, is it over? That's no fun. Way ha 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 ha. 302. Tezzolo asks Chris for help. Doflamingo is furious and the atmosphere is extremely tense. The voice fell, a large group of people walked over. Everyone, all looked over. Bartolomeo looked at Tezzolo with a puzzled face. Hee Isho, don't look at us, we are just passing by. You hit you, you're welcome. Poison Gia Isho said embarrassingly. Boy, you are not bad, this big gold brick is very valuable. Hawkins had a deadpan expression on his face, looked at Tezzolo with his eyes blank, and said something. Your luck is good today, don't give up easily. Maybe if you don't pay attention, you will win. Tezzolo thought that Hawkins was deliberately humiliating himself, and clenched his fists secretly. He cautiously looked at the squad leaders who were approaching. Who are you also with Doflamingo? Facing Tezzolo's questioning, the squad leader Isho ignored it. Lafitte carried a salute, straightened his shirt lightly, and said politely, don't worry, we have no ill will towards you. In other words, we are likely to be your saviors, but not necessarily. The remarks of the squad leaders, Tezzolo said in a cloudy and foggy way. Betty spit out the smoke in her mouth lightly, and looked at the traces of the battlefield casually. She immediately, having made a preliminary judgment on the entire battle situation, he said lightly, it's already very good to be able to persist until now. Looks like you forced Doflamingo to think hard too. Reiju looked at the ground, ravines, gravel and debris everywhere, and said something. The battle is still quite fierce. It seems that our new partner is quite capable. Nami's eyes stared straight at the golden wall in front of Tezzolo. Almost drooling. Let's not say anything else, just his devil fruit ability, I must let him on board. Karina and Nami have the same look with the same expression. Seeing such a big piece of gold, she couldn't move her feet and said a word. There is no hesitation at all, this person must be our partner. In this case, we will have endless going, just think about it and be happy. Corona happily circled in the air, and said with a smile, golden fruit ability. You can transform such a big going into a playful look, ha 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 ha. The moment they saw Doflamingo, everyone has been very clear. When Baccarat speaks of good luck, he means Tezzolo. Today, they are destined to cut off Doflamingo again. Luo Y hugged the ghost and cried, looking at Doflamingo with a gloomy expression, HMPH, dogs can't stop eating shit. That guy, Doflamingo, must be trying to coerce this guy to do something again. Kuro pushed on his glasses and chuckled, I've heard everything before. Looking now, the Chris Pirates and Doflamingo are really destined. Alvida was very attentive and could see at a glance that Tezzolo was injured. She frowned slightly, and said lightly, that guy Doflamingo is really killing him. It seems that today, he is going to kill these guys. Burgess Hee Isho, looking strangely, did we delay his good things again? Baccarat folded his crimson hair, his eyes were curved, and he said generously, the person the captain likes must be obtained. Even if it was Doflamingo, he could only break his teeth and swallow. That said, the group has come to Tezzolo and Doflamingo. Doflamingo also noticed Chris and his group for a long time, and his complexion changed slightly. However, when he saw the figure of Chris appear, his face immediately full of smiles. Foo, long time no see, Chris. I didn't expect you to enter the new world so quickly, it's a bit unexpected. Chris stepped forward slowly, still wearing black clothes and black pants. He put his hands in his pockets, glanced at Doflamingo, and said calmly, no surprises, it's just a new world. It's not as terrifying as outside legends say. Doflamingo couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Myself. This Chris is still the same as before, arrogant and arrogant. But on the bright side, Doflamingo was still smiling. Nowadays, you Chris pirates are amazing. It seems to have become the hottest pirate group on the sea today. I'm afraid it won't be long before you will become another big force in the new world. 4. Doflamingo. Such unintentional flattery, Chris dismisses it. He just nodded lightly and said coldly, "It's just step by step, I didn't think about it that much." Doflamingo gritted his teeth and felt a deep feeling of being left out. He could only keep smiling. "You are in such a hurry to come to the New World because of the Shichibukai alliance. I heard that you are going to attack the kingdom of Kudola." Doflamingo's eyes flashed joy and misfortune. Chris was not surprised by this. With Doflamingo's status and means, these news are not surprising. Kingdom of Kudora, that's a tough stubble, dear Chris, you have to be more careful, FFUFUFUFU. Facing Doflamingo's schadenfreude, Chris' expression was indifferent, born your words. As soon as I capture the kingdom of Kudora, the Shichibukai alliance will officially start. When the time comes, I don't want anyone to hold me back. Saying that, Chris looked at Doflamingo sharply. Of warning in his tone. If someone dares to break or betray the previous agreement, Chris will do whatever it takes to make that person disappear completely. Doflamingo found a stone at random and sat down, and asked playfully, "I don't know how many people have joined the Shichibukai alliance now." Chris gave Doflamingo a cold look, and it seemed that he was not very optimistic about his ability. "Besides you and me, there are also Empress Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria and Seaman Jinbei." Doflamingo can be considered to be very clear. Sure enough, as he had guessed, except Seaman Jinbei, all of them were Shichibukai's minor characters. The King Shichibukai, the only person he cares about is Mihawk, the Eagle Eye. If Hawkeye Mihawk did not join the Shichibukai alliance, then the so-called Shichibukai alliance would not live up to its name. So many people present, Doflamingo temporarily dropped his attack on Tezzolo. The first thing he has to do now is to quickly get rid of Chris and his party. Thinking of this, he rolled his eyes. Hee Isho, speaking of you and I are really destined. Not long after you entered the new world, we met again. Just by fate, dear Chris, if you need anything in the future, just open your mouth and I will do my best to help you, foo. Chris replied blankly, "Thank you. The Shichibukai alliance should help each other, if any of you are in trouble. I'll go there as soon as possible." Doflamingo was a little impatient at this time, and it seemed that Chris had no intention of leaving. Other side, Tezzolo, who was temporarily left out, heard it clearly. About Chris's name during this time. And from the conversation with the squad leaders just now, he probably guessed the intention of Chris and his party. After much deliberation, Tezzolo felt that instead of being consumed by Doflamingo, is better to follow the wishes of the Chris pirates and join such a potential pirate group, which is not a bad thing. Better than being driven by Doflamingo like a slave. As soon as he thought of this, Tezzolo made a decisive decision. He looked at Mr. Tanaka and Deus, then turned his head and said loudly, "Captain Chris, save me. If you are willing to take action and save me, I will voluntarily join the Chris pirates." Before he finished speaking, Doflamingo gave Tezzolo a vicious look. The last thing he wanted to see happen just like this. I saw that his face was gloomy and his teeth could be clenched. When Mr. Tanaka and the others heard the words, their eyes lit up. Seeing Tezzolo's affirmative look, Deus was the first to speak. "Captain Chris, we are all useful people. Let's join, it will definitely work for you." Mr. Tanaka also nodded quickly, with a firm expression. "As long as you can save us, Captain Chris, we will be loyal to you. From now on, our life is, Captain Chris yours." The rest of the little gangsters also nodded their heads, and their eyes flashed immediately. Full of hope. They seemed to have seen hope again. Hearing the cries for help, Burgess burst out laughing. These guys seem sincere enough. And those two seem to have good strength. Way ha 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 ha. Cavendish chuckled and said proudly, it's still because they have the eyesight to ask for help. This little brother, this young master likes it very much. Luo was crying with the demon knife in his arms, staring at Tezzolo, and said plainly, that guy is very similar to me back then. It can be seen that he is a guy who values love and righteousness. I think it can be accepted. Enel tilted his head, dug his ears, and looked nonchalant. This god is quite optimistic about his fruit ability. A little tweaking, but it's promising. Hearing such a high evaluation from Enel, everyone couldn't help but be surprised and glanced at Tezzolo. Bellamy couldn't help but tut his tongue. After he joins, the competition for the squad leader will be even more intense. Van Auger's face, all right, only competition can lead to progress. I really hope that someone can challenge my position as the captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division. The poison on the side heard this, and gave Van Auger a roll of eyes, coughed and said something. It's cheap and good, just wait, you, the captain of the 2nd Division, won't be long. When the time comes, I will personally pull you off the horse, hee hee. Speaking of this, other people naturally reacted violently. Man-Demon Jin had a cold expression and sneered, poison, that position is not yours. If anyone dares to rob me, I will make him regret it. Caribou had a relaxed face and said with a smile, I said what are you fighting for, what do you have for the captain of the 2nd Division? If you want to challenge, of course, you have to challenge Luo. I've been greedy for his position for a long time. Vice Captain Lafayette's competition for the squad leaders, Isho dismissed. He stepped forward quite a gentleman, and politely confirmed, Tezzoro, are you sure you want to join us? Let me tell you in advance that not everyone can get on our ship. If you don't have hard power, you will soon be eliminated. Kuro also pushed his glasses, with a wise look in his eyes. You heard it just now, the competition for squad leaders is fierce. Even if you are fortunate enough to become an official squad leader, you will be targeted at any time. If you are challenged by others and succeed, not only will your status not be guaranteed, but you will not be able to hold your head up in front of everyone. Tezzolo felt a little new to the culture of the Chris Pirates. But he likes this, a place so wild but not mixed with intrigue. His taste. Tezzolo was very excited and nodded heavily. It's so good, I like this kind of competition. What's the point of living a lifetime if it's too easy? Seeing Tezzolo and the squad leaders coming and going, Lang Yuking and Concubine are interested. Doflamingo's expression became very ugly, it's completely pretending that he doesn't exist. No wait, Chris opened his mouth, Doflamingo's right hand jumped with 5 fingers, and said in a deep voice, Chris. This matter, you better not intervene. I don't want you to get involved in the grudge between me and him. Doflamingo's tone became colder, with a hint of warning. He immediately turned to look at Tezzolo. Tezzolo, no one can save you today. You don't have to do unnecessary struggles anymore. You've been reduced to today's end, and you're all self-inflicted. If you surrendered to me early, why would you be here? Luo, who was on the side, looked at this scene coldly, and seemed familiar. This fellow Doflamingo is always so disgusting. Tezzolo put away the golden wall in front of him and met Doflamingo's eyes. He said sternly, what you fancy is only my golden fruit. If you join you, won't you become your slave completely? A person like you is not worthy of a loyal subordinate. Sooner or later, one day, you will betray your family. Doflamingo laughed angrily and looked at Tezzolo with pity. Where did you get the confidence to talk to me like that? Do you really think that if you show your loyalty, Chris will rescue you? Foo. Something happened during the day. It's still 4 at night, and it will continue to be updated later. Please wait a moment. The author has been working hard to code words, and the automatic subscription does not rise, crying. 303. NO versus. Doflamingo. Guro Guro no mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, versus Line Line Fruit, which is stronger? At this point, Doflamingo couldn't help but sigh. Tezzolo is so old, his thoughts are still so naive. Tell you, Chris and I are allies, we are a community of interests. Do you think Chris will fight for you and me? Doflamingo suddenly burst out laughing, quite arrogant. Just now, he didn't just say it to Tezzolo. It was also talking to Chris at the same time. He's insinuating Chris, don't shoot at random and destroy their Shichibukai alliance. Not worth it for someone as small as Tezzolo. However, things are often unexpected. Doflamingo still, doesn't know much about Chris. Chris is typically domineering and never indulges anyone. Only other people will accommodate him. Chris looked at Tezzolo and said softly, I don't want to do anything to you either, Doflamingo. But I very much hope that he can join my team. As for how to choose, it's up to you. Chris's words were short, but powerful. Doflamingo's laughter also stopped abruptly. His expression became very exciting, with surprise, anger, and embarrassment. He never imagined that Chris would actually slap himself in the face in public. Completely disregarding the relationship of the Shichibukai alliance. Hearing Chris' words, Tezzolo and the others were overjoyed and immediately go to the Chris pirates. Tezzolo immediately bowed to Chris and said gratefully, Captain Chris, thank you very much. From now on, I'm yours, you can do anything you want me to do. I, Tezzolo, will repay my kindness, even if it costs my life for you, I am willing to do so. Mr. Tanaka also bent over and over again, and kept saying, Captain Chris's great kindness, we must remember it in our hearts. Thanks to your help today, otherwise I'll be waiting for everyone, I'm afraid it will be more bad luck than good luck. With a grateful expression on his face, Deus patted his heart and said, Captain Chris, if you have anything, feel free to explain it. Deus, I don't have any other skills, let me charge and never refuse. Lafitte smiled and waved his hand, and said modestly, okay, no need to say more polite words. The captain's strength is very strong, it's not your turn to sacrifice your life for him. If you really appreciate him, just do your part well. Burgess put his hands on his hips and laughed at Deus. Your name is Deus, right? You, not small. Cultivation well, there is a chance we have a good fight. It's no fun to fight with other people, I still like the most primitive fighting, way ha ha ha. When Deus heard this, he nodded again and again, his face filled with joy. Fighting or something, he also likes it very much. Don't have any other specialties, but resisting beatings, ordinary people can't move at all. Foxy looked at Chris with admiration. The captain is. The captain, when he does things, he is always like this hockey. Wayapa nodded and said in agreement, it goes without saying that Captain Chris has always been bold, and he never hesitates in doing things. Mandemon Jin was also full of admiration and surprise at this time, and Chris just slapped Doflamingo in the face. So simple and straightforward, it's amazing. But this thing is really cool to watch. I admire the captain's character very much, go straight. That's what a real man should do what he wants to do, and be timid, what kind of man is he? Yoroge carried his giant pencil and said with a smile on his face all the time. The captain is daring to do what others don't, that's why I adore him. Pansfree also burst out laughing and slammed the ground with his big spoon. The captain is willing to save lives and heal the wounded, and he also has this strength. Sure enough, if your strength reaches a certain level, you can save all the people you want to save. Poisonous smoking Doflamingo, Gia Isho, Doflamingo, don't be so angry. Anyway, this is not the first time, you should get used to it. Saying that, he glanced at Luo who was on the side. Bartolomeo smiled and walked in front of Doflamingo. Don't slump your face like this, it's not good looking. Don't you know our captain, You can't beat him, you might as well fulfill us. Cavendish put his left hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and sneered, some people just said that no one can save Tezzolo. Isn't this not keeping our Captain Chris in the eye? We are really saved. Kuro stood aside, chuckled and pushed his glasses. What the captain wants to do, who else dares to stop them? There is really a person who doesn't have long eyes. If he dares to stop him, he will definitely regret it. As Doflamingo's nemesis, Luo glanced at him lightly, with a bit of sarcasm in his eyes, and said something. Doflamingo, this time is different. Should learn to bow your head. Last time you did very well, this time, you should too. The captain has left a step for you, and at the bottom, you can weigh it yourself. Van Augur carried the spear and said expressionlessly, I just like the look of Captain Hockey. Hockey is also a manifestation of strength. Since we happen to be here, it means that Tezzolo's life should not end, fate is. So. You should still respect the arrangement of fate and not fight for a moment, what do you think? Hawkins said with an expressionless face and a wooden look, since the captain has agreed. Then Tezzolo has become a member of our Chris Pirates. As long as Captain Chris is here, no one can move our men. The corner of Caribou's mouth evoked a playful smile, and said with a smile, yes, if someone dares to move, Chris will not give up. Enel sat cross-legged, yawned, and said casually, do you need to trouble the captain for this kind of thing? Since it's our partner, we don't need the captain to take action, we can settle it. The squad leaders expressed their positions one by one, unanimously to the outside world. Lafitte held a cane and looked at Doflamingo with a smile. You saw it too, now Tezzolo is our man. Are you sure you want to continue to fight him? Since the captain let you figure it out, I think you should be very clear about what you should do. After being ridiculed by the squad leaders for a while, Doflamingo's face was extremely ugly. His face was as gloomy as water, completely darkened. Doflamingo suddenly became furious and said sharply, Chris, are you so disrespectful to me? If you still treat me as your ally, don't interfere in this matter. Leave Tezzolo and the others at my disposal, I can pretend that nothing happened just now. Saying that, Doflamingo slowly got up and walked forward step by step, grinning Isho. As I said, no one can save Tezzolo today. If you insist on blocking me, beat me back again if you have the ability. I don't believe it anymore. I, Doflamingo, who is determined to kill, can let him run away. Doflamingo thinks about it. The more angry he gets, every time Chris comes out to hurt himself. This time, he won't retire. He doesn't believe it. Chris really wants to get serious with himself. Chris, hand over Tezzolo, let me kill him, and this is the end of today's affairs. Do you really think it's right to destroy our Shichibukai alliance for an outsider? You give me face today, and I will give you face in the future, foo. Doflamingo walked slowly, the momentum on his body became heavier and heavier, bringing a sense of oppression to everyone. This is his attitude, and he wants to express his anger with this. Use your own strength to shock everyone, and tell Chris at the same time. Doflamingo is also a strong man, not a soft persimmon to be needed. Do anything, it is best not to overdo it, just close it when you see it. Enel felt the pressure Doflamingo deliberately radiated. He finally stood up straight, a pair of dead fish eyes, and looked at Doflamingo who was approaching. On him, Enel felt the breath of a strong man. Of breath was the first time Enel felt after leaving Sky Island. What Gecko Moria met before, and Jinbei, the sea man, although they are also very powerful. But not like Doflamingo, with a strong sense of oppression. Enel can be sure that Doflamingo's strength must be higher than the other two. At this moment, his eyes are full of excitement, and the blood is tumbling all over his body. He was all excited, showing a state of excitement. Wait, Chris responded to Doflamingo, who was the first to say, Captain, let me meet him. Today's situation cannot be resolved without a fight. I can feel that this guy is the opponent I have been looking forward to for a long time, and it is just for me to bring fire to him. Chris glanced at him, then nodded slightly. Enel has been looking forward to a strong man for a long time, and since this is the case, he has simply fulfilled it. After getting Chris' approval, Enel rushed towards Doflamingo. Seeing Enel's actions, everyone was surprised. Lafitte seemed to have guessed it a long time ago. His face was indifferent. He turned his cane and said, "As expected, I can't help it. Also, for today's matter, there really needs to be a battle." Cavendish's eyes were hot, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. These two people will fight. It will be very exciting. Enel's strength is not weak. It should be worthy of a fight with Doflamingo. Luo, who was on the side, shook his head slightly. A worried look flashed in his eyes, and said, "Doflamingo, unlike Gecko Moria and the others, this guy's strength is the top among the Shichibukai kings. The battle of their level, we can't touch it yet." Who has always been defiant, nodded his head at this time, expressing his approval. "We've seen it with our own eyes, Doflamingo fighting the captain. Although he is not the captain's opponent, he is equally terrifying and must not be taken lightly." Burgess said angrily, "It's a pity that Lao Su's strength is not good, otherwise I would have been there already. I still don't live up to my expectations. If you want to achieve Doflamingo's strength, you have to practice for many years." The rest of the squad leaders were a little surprised when they heard what they said. It turns out that this Doflamingo is not just arrogant. People also have their own arrogant capital. Kuro looked at Enel's back with confidence in his eyes. Enel's strength is obvious to all, and it won't be much worse. The two of them should be evenly matched. Van Auger nodded lightly and tapped his shoulder with the gun. Enel hasn't been idle lately. His practice on the two-color hockey has gone a step further. If you fight Doflamingo, you should still have a certain degree of confidence. Hawkins said in a low voice. Since Chris nodded in agreement, it means that Enel and Doflamingo are not far behind. This battle should still have a lot to watch. Man-Demon Jin had a crazy look on his face. He had been looking forward to such a battle of the strong for a long time and said, "Hey, what do you think about, just enjoy the whole battle? We have several chances to see this level of battle." Bellamy laughed, showing his big white teeth. Jin is right, the most important thing is enjoy the process. I don't know if Enel can beat Doflamingo, but I can guarantee it will be a good fight. Also, even if Enel loses, it's no big deal. Where can there be a victorious general? If you lose, your skills are not as good as others, just go back and practice hard. Yoroge carried a huge pencil, smiled, and folded his hands together and said, "Enel is here to find a master to fight. Don't worry about him. It's not that you don't know how powerful that guy is. I think it's Doflamingo who has the headache. After all, Enel's speed is really fast." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Enel is his speed, his lightning-like movement, which is elusive. Betty gently spit out a few smoke rings, and said indifferently, "Enel's damage should not be underestimated, being hit by lightning with tens of millions of volts. That's no joke." It was a huge challenge for Doflamingo. Carrying a giant mace, Alvita said generously. Chris said that the battle at this level is very complicated. The requirements for hockey and fruit abilities are quite high. I heard that Doflamingo's devil fruit has awakened. I wonder if Enel can stop it. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and Isho said with a smile, "Enel's Logia Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, is not a vegetarian." With the help of Chris, his development of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, has taken it a step further. Nami suddenly turned her head, blinked her big eyes, and looked at Chris. She asked curiously, "Chris, do you think Enel can win this battle?" The second update, if the automatic subscription increases by 3, it will be updated immediately. If it doesn't go up, it will be updated, but it will be later. Gentlemen, I am crying. 304. Doflamingo, s shock. Enel, s guro guro no mi, rumble rumble fruit, is awesome. Others are also more interested in Nami's question. Chris has played against Doflamingo and Enel, and his answers are more valuable. Chris put his hands in his trouser pockets and shook his head lightly. Enel is not hot enough. The understatement made the squad leader and others feel quite surprised. Everyone is optimistic about Enel, but Chris doesn't agree. Namilu frowned slightly, and there was a little doubt in her big eyes. How is it possible? Enel is already so strong, and during this time, he is also improving. Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead, and his eyes were as clear as water. Enel's logia fruit, shouldn't it be better? That, Doflamingo, is really that strong. Chris took issue indifferent and said, devil fruits don't decide everything. Besides, Doflamingo's thread fruit has awakened. Enel's current armament is still too tender. Chris directly pointed out Enel's Achilles heel. In this level of combat, the level of armament hockey is particularly important. Enel practiced observation hockey to a very high level during his time at Sky Island. But armament is ignored, even if his talent is strong enough. Under Chris's guidance, armament mastered it quite quickly. Pity that in the face of the old rivers and lakes of Doflamingo, it is still not enough to watch. Cavendish held the hilt with his left hand, his eyes resolute and said, this young master is more and more aware of the importance of armament. If I can attach my blade to armament hockey, it will be more effective against the enemy. At that time, even if the poison is logia, I can cut it like this young master. Poisonous words, with a cold sigh, he said angrily, boy, my armament can be mastered earlier than you. You are already one step behind me, do you need me to wait for you? Since the last battle of the squad leader, these two people have not liked each other and often fight each other. Everyone has long been surprised by this, and Isho dismissed it. Enel and Doflamingo have met during Cavendish's battle with Venom. The two looked at each other, fighting intent. At this time, Doflamingo was so full of anger that he had nowhere to put it. Also in the Shichibukai alliance, Chris didn't give himself face so much, he cut himself off for the second time. Even the best-tempered person must explode at this time. Not to mention a proud and arrogant man like Doflamingo. At this time, Enel suddenly jumped out again, actually wanting to fight with himself. I really can't be made of mud. What kind of small characters want to step on my feet, and are not afraid of being pricked? Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo's forehead bulged, and he glanced at Enel disdainfully, but didn't take him seriously. Instead, he stared at Chris in the distance, with a bit of coldness in his eyes, and said something. Since you don't give me face so much, I don't have to take care of your face anymore. Look at me taking care of your subordinates. If the tiger doesn't show his power, you really think that I, Doflamingo, is a sick cat. Doflamingo immediately made up his mind to use the most ruthless means to teach Enel a lesson. He has to show his attitude and let Chris see his anger. Hey, dead fisheye, are you in such a hurry to come out and die? Doflamingo looked at Enel coldly. Your captain never told you to keep a low profile, you'll die easily if you, so impulsive. Doflamingo's tone gradually became cold, and the surrounding air instantly solidified. Enel smiled nonchalantly. Fighting against the strong is his pursuit, life and death are not important at all. At this time, he was extremely excited, licked his lips lightly, and smiled wildly. You are a very strong opponent. I can feel that there is infinite power in your body. If you want to kill me, do your best to let me see the real powerhouse of Blue Sea. Doflamingo's face was gloomy, he could hear it. Enel is obviously using his own as a sparring coach, and he is able to pass the test. As proud as him, when has he been so despised by others? Very good, very good. Sure enough, the people of the Chris Pirates, like your captain, are all so arrogant. Chris has arrogant capital, but what about you? You're just a little bastard, how dare you talk to me like that? Foo 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 foo. Enel was indifferent to Isho, and said calmly, I hope you won't be surprised when you wait for a while to fight. If I were a little scoundrel, you should be able to defeat me soon. Enel's voluminous robes rattled in the wind. Under the calm expression, there is a surging power. Bellamy couldn't help but exclaimed, I have to say, Enel is really enough hockey. I believe he will make that, the arrogant Doflamingo, pay a terrible price. Caribou looked at the arrogant Doflamingo and said unhappily, what is so arrogant in that guy? Enel, use all your strength and blow him up for me. Lafitte turned his cane and said with a smile, Bai is the Shichibukai under the king, and he can be regarded as the pinnacle of the pirates. Besides, Enel is nothing now, and it's normal to be despised. Perona flew in the air, looking puffed up, not very happy, and said, That pink guy is still so annoying. A look of aloofness, what's so great? Baccarat folded his crimson hair together, smiled Isho, and said softly, Doflamingo is also a Tenryubito. Nature has some arrogant genes, which is understandable. Nami snorted softly and clenched her two small fists. No wonder, I said why I hate this guy when I see it. Just right, let Enel teach him a good lesson. Chris remained silent, although he had already seen the end of the battle. But this didn't affect his expectations for Enel, so long practiced. It should also be worth a little bit of achievement. Even if he can't beat Doflamingo, he won't be able to win too easily. Enel, right, I'll cut you on the knife today. 5 color lines. Without any hesitation, Doflamingo swung his right hand and launched a violent attack. His only good point is, when the real fight begins, he'll be fully focused. There won't be any bullshit. Enel stood there, looking calm, without the slightest panic. When the 5 color line approached Enel's body, Enel disappeared in a blink of an eye. Of a sudden, Enel seemed to have evaporated from the world. Disappeared without a trace. Doflamingo was also shocked by this, and said in shock, what's going on? Suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, Doflamingo secretly said something bad. Then, a faint voice came from behind him. Sorry, I'm here. Doflamingo turned back suddenly, and saw a pair of dead fish eyes staring at him tightly. He quickly took a few steps back and stabilized his body. Enel didn't take the opportunity to make a move, just calmed down Isho and behaved very calmly. Okay, I still underestimate you, I didn't expect you to be so fast. Vivi's cheeks twitched, and Doflamingo's eyes suddenly changed, cautious. Until now, he hadn't reacted, just how did Enel move behind him? The ghostly speed made Doflamingo have to be careful. Even escaped his own observation hockey, one can imagine how fast Enel is. Seeing this, Van Augur exclaimed, Enel's speed is really his greatest advantage. Simply elusive. Luo stood aside holding the ghost crying, and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. It's really not easy to be able to play Doflamingo. Luo knew very well how powerful Doflamingo was. It is not easy to escape his eyes. Perona laughed complacently. Hey, it's a shame. The speed directly crushed that guy, Haley. You didn't do anything to me just now, but you won't have such a chance in the future. Doflamingo grins Isho. Now that Enel's speed is known, he will pay more attention to it later. Won't give it to Enel again, revealing such obvious flaws. Enel didn't take it seriously, and shrugged casually. It's unrealistic to be able to fight with a master like you and win with speed. Even if I shot you just now, you can react quickly, and I can't take advantage of it either. Enel is very clear about this, he just took it by surprise. Also, Doflamingo has clearly reacted. Doflamingo nodded again and again, with a smile on his face. You're a pretty sensible boy. If you don't want to be crushed by me, you'd better show some hard power, foo. Said that, Doflamingo's men did not slack off, and once again offered 5 color threads. The transparent silk thread attacked at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Doflamingo moved his left hand at the same time. The same silk thread was sacrificed, one left and one right, sealing Enel in the middle. Look what you do. Facing Doflamingo's strong attack, Enel's eyes were full of excitement. Electric light. I saw Enel's whole body, gradually flickering fine arcs. These arcs vivid glow, enveloped Enel. At this time, Enel seemed to be surrounded by a layer of white light. Doflamingo's 5-color thread, as soon as it came into contact with the white light, instantly collapsed. Immediately, it burned and made a squeaking sound. This scene also puzzled Doflamingo. His 5-color line has always been invincible, how could he appear paralyzed? He looked at the white light shrouded in Enel's body, and Vivi narrowed his eyes. Is it a devil fruit person? What ability is this? Enel's face and did not answer Doflamingo. Want to know? Then let you take a good look. Rice wife. Finished speaking, a huge lightning bolt formed on Enel's wrist. Immediately, like a laser, it attacked Doflamingo straightly. Lightning was so fast that Doflamingo didn't have time to dodge. The cobweb wall. Soon, Doflamingo waved his arm, and hundreds of threads came together. Forms a huge shield and blocks it in front of him. The wife of Rice came in response, and slammed into the cobweb wall violently. After a brief collision, Anami disappears. The cobweb wall was already crumbling at this time, and the outside was completely scorched. After removing the cobweb wall, Doflamingo looked at Enel in shock and said something. How is it possible? Is it Logia's Guro Guro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit? Doflamingo shook his head gradually, unable to believe that he actually saw Guro Guro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit. You guy, you are so lucky, you can actually get this devil fruit. It is known as one of the invincible abilities among the devil fruits. Doflamingo couldn't believe it. This fruit is too rare. He also has a devil fruit illustration, and he has coveted Guro Guro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit for a long time. Such a powerful fruit will surely achieve an extremely powerful fighting force. Now it seems that the strength of Guro Guro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit is indeed very powerful. No wonder your speed is so fast. It turns out to be thunder speed. In this world, the only person who can surpass you is Borsalino's glint glint fruit. Doflamingo seemed to remember something again, and turned to look at Chris. No, and your enchanting captain. Distance. The squad leaders were extremely excited. In the 2 consecutive fights, Enel has the upper hand, and his morale is very high. Looked at Doflamingo with a strange expression, and said disdainfully, what the hell is Shichibukai? It's not being suppressed by Enel yet. Bartolomeo's face was full of excitement, and he said, I'll just say, Enel is still very strong. With his Guro Guro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit, there are very few people who can suppress him. Carrying the giant mace, Alvida smiled and nodded. It seems that Doflamingo is very uncomfortable. His devil fruit ability was completely suppressed by Enel. Kaya blinked her big clear eyes and said with a sweet smile, as expected, Enel is stronger. But, why did Chris just say that Enel can't beat Doflamingo? Her small head was full of big doubts. Reality tells her that Enel does seem to be the stronger party. Seeing Doflamingo, Betty and others fighting Chris, they didn't look so happy. Betty took a deep breath of cigarettes, the smoke lingered around him, and said calmly as always. It's not as simple as you think. Doflamingo, you haven't exerted your strength yet. 305. Doflamingo awakens again. Enel's big moves are repeated, and the battle is quite terrifying. The battle between Chris and Doflamingo, Betty and others, were deeply shocked. For the first time, they felt the gap in strength between themselves and high-level people. Betty said calmly, Enel just took the lead in these 2 shots. Doflamingo, I don't know about Enel's fruit ability, so it's natural to be overwhelmed for a while. But now, it shouldn't be. Baccarat nodded lightly, and said generously, after getting to know each other well, it is the embodiment of true strength. It's not that Chris admires Doflamingo, it's that he does have a lot of strength. Poison Gia Isho swept the crowd with disdain. Look at it carefully, the wonderful battle has just begun. Chris remained calm and said nothing. Doflamingo is still in shock at Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, have to say, you managed to get my attention. You Chris pirates, you have a lot of weird devil fruit abilities, foo 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 foo. Enel licked his lips lightly, hee hee Isho, since you know the power of this god, then please go all out. Otherwise, it will capsize in the gutter. Doflamingo laughed outright, full of disdain, grinned Isho and said something. Don't think that if you eat Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, you are really invincible. Whether it is strong or not depends on your development. Better not let me down. Next second, the two disappeared directly from the spot. Cavendish frowned suddenly and said in surprise, where are the people? Why did it suddenly disappear? The sound of J. The two of them appeared in another place at the same time. At this time, the two were in a stalemate. In Doflamingo's palm, dozens of transparent silk threads were released, and these threads were tightly intertwined. It forms a line as thick as a long whip. A long whip, he met Enel's rice wife. The two do not give in to each other, and they are at a stalemate. Doflamingo's blue veins burst out, and he snorted coldly, foot shaved. A transparent sharp silk thread, created from Doflamingo's right foot, quickly ran towards Enel's chest. Seeing this, Enel made a decisive decision and wanted to exchange with the other party. God's punishment. At Enel's left wrist, thunder burst into the sky. Then, the situation in the sky changed suddenly, and a thick thunder appeared, crashed down, and went straight to Doflamingo. Seeing this, Doflamingo frowned. He could feel the aura of destruction in this thunder. If he resisted hard, it would definitely be worth the loss. He immediately stepped on the ground and quickly left his original position. And Enel was also freed, turning to one side to avoid the attack of the foot-shaven line. The two began to separate, and then walked towards each other again. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Enel lightly tapped the taiko drum on his left shoulder, and a Thunderbird shaped like a phoenix immediately appeared. Thunderbird is huge, and the light of thunder and lightning flashes all over its body, which is extremely terrifying. Enel took the ptarmigan and swooped away. Burgess raised his arms high, excited, appeared. Enel used the Thunderbird, way ha 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 ha. Cavendish couldn't help smacking his tongue. It's incredible, to be able to create such a miraculous thing. The wind and clouds are changing color, it is the power of gods. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, it's just a show. Wild waves and white lines. Just listen to Doflamingo with a light drink, fingers flicking quickly. In front of him, tens of thousands of transparent silk threads were arranged horizontally and neatly. With Doflamingo's control, the tens of thousands of silk threads immediately. Like a raging wave, it goes up and down. The white line of the barren waves rises from bottom to top, constantly surging, welcoming the arrival of Thunderbirds. Two collided, like a petrel fighting the rough sea in a storm. Thunderbirds swam between the white lines of the wild waves, flapping their wings from time to time, cutting countless silk threads. And this turbulent wave gradually wrapped the Thunderbird inside, trying to smash it. Two sides fought each other fiercely, and one traded off the other. The end, the Thunderbird was successfully minced by Doflamingo. However, the barren waves and white lines were also exhausted, making it impossible to attack further. This result surprised Doflamingo and ended up in a draw. He removed all the thin lines and laughed loudly. You are really strong enough to have contact with me. Looks like your development of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, is pretty good. Enel stands in the air, looking down at Doflamingo, to each other. How strong I thought you were, is it just that? That would be a little too disappointing. Enel deliberately used words to provoke him. He had to force out Doflamingo's true strength. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Hearing this, Doflamingo smiled strangely. His fingers kept jumping. He grinned, and said, "It seems that if you don't move a little, I really can't teach you a lesson. Since I said I will teach you a lesson, I must do what I say." His feet stomped heavily, the ground turtle, With a sound, the figure came into the air. Foot shave. Doflamingo's right foot is armed with aura, and 8 transparent silk threads emerge from the toes. Turned black, and it was completely revealed in everyone's sight. Speed was astonishing, and the air vibrated faintly, as if even the space had been cut. Man-Demon Jin exclaimed, "It's all attached to armament. What a terrifying strength. Same practice armament hockey, everyone knows that it is too difficult to do this." Cavendish shook his head and said worriedly, "Can Enel stop it?" Attached to armament, foot-shaving wire, it can completely cut Logia's ability. Facing such a fierce attack, Enel couldn't help frowning. He finally felt a little danger. White light. Enel was enveloped in white light again, and he quickly raised his arms to block in front of him. At the wrist, it gradually turned black, and it was also attached to armament. Just hearing a bang, an explosion occurred on the spot, and the smoke was flying. Dust settled. Enel retreated a full tens of meters before barely stabilizing her figure. At this time, blood stains appeared on his forearm. Doflamingo's foot-shaving line just now hurt him after all. In this armament matchup, Enel was clearly losing out. A successful strike, Doflamingo was even more confident and pursued it directly. Leaping into the air, 5 colored lines shot out from his hand, also attached to armament hockey. Enel, who has suffered a loss, no longer chooses hard resistance at this time. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Enel struck the taiko drum on both shoulders, and thunder and lightning overflowed from it. A huge brontosaurus formed in an instant. The Thunder Dragon roared, and the space seemed to be deformed. Go! Under the control of Enel, Thunder Dragon attacked the 5-color line. 5-color thread is like 5 small snakes, intertwined with the Thunder Dragon in the air, biting each other. Meanwhile, Doflamingo once again resorted to shaving. One after another, thin lines split the space away. Facing Doflamingo's fierce attack, Enel gradually felt a little bit exhausted. Although I can barely cope with it now, it has clearly fallen behind and has been suppressed. On the other hand, Doflamingo is getting better and better. Battle, the more violent the offensive. In desperation, Enel can only continue to create thunder and lightning to defend against each other's attacks. In the battlefield, lightning flashes and thunders, like a dance of gods and demons. The black and white silk thread and the dark blue thunder eroded each other, looking for a gap between each other to attack each other's body. Enel and Doflamingo's bodies have gradually appeared some scars. The battle below opened their mouths and stared at this scene in a stunned manner. Tezzolo couldn't help swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, his eyes full of shock. This is no longer a battle between mortals. I didn't expect Enel, so strong, to be able to fight with you and me with Doflamingo. Mr. Tanaka couldn't help but glanced at Chris in front of him. Although Enel is at a disadvantage, his strength is not weak. I'm afraid there is only a thin line between Doflamingo and Doflamingo. He is so strong that he is willing to follow Captain Chris's side. Captain Chris, how strong is it? Deus was already dumbfounded at this time. He had never seen this level of battle. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as a fairy fight. It's terrifying. It's just a subordinate of the Chris pirates, and he can actually fight against Shichibukai. Then Captain Chris himself must have the strength of Marine Admiral. Tezzolo shook his head lightly and clicked his tongue. I'm afraid it won't stop. Even Marine Admiral may not be able to make a character like Enel obedient. Unless, Captain Chris has the strength to crush Enel. In that case, wouldn't Captain Chris? Tezzolo's eyes Vivi trembled, full of shock. He didn't dare to continue to guess, because the answer was too terrifying. Tezzolo and others couldn't imagine that Chris looked so young. The strength is even more terrifying than they imagined. Looks like they got the right person this time, quack. Yeah, with Captain Chris, we must be able to do something great. The strength of the Chris pirates is too powerful. I think anyone who pulls out is a ruthless person. Tezzolo's subordinates praised one after another, and their faces were full of joy. Poisoned looking at the Tezzolo, he smiled proudly. Hee, this is nothing. Enel and Doflamingo fought back and forth, and it was exciting. It's a pity, it doesn't look so enjoyable. To be more addicted, it has to be the last fight at West Blue. Spoke, a strange light gradually flashed in the poisonous god. Burgess, who was beside him, couldn't hold it in any more. He laughed and said, at that time, there was no you. Not long after we went to sea with Chris, we met Doflamingo. Every time I recalled this incident, Burgess and Du were full of emotions and extremely proud. Because I was able to experience and see that battle with my own eyes. Burgess said with a big smile, that battle between Captain Chris and Doflamingo, that was a lot of fun. Guess what? Doflamingo didn't take advantage of it for half a day. I was pressed and beaten by the captain throughout the whole process. It's so cool to watch it. Tezzolo and others secretly glanced at Chris. The latter's expression was flat, quietly watching the fight between Enel and Doflamingo. At this time, he seems to have become a myth in the hearts of everyone. Tezzolo and the others couldn't even imagine how Chris' strength was able to press down and beat a character as powerful as Doflamingo. It was incredible. Luo Y hugged the ghost crying, nodded, and said calmly, Burgess does not have any exaggeration. I watched Doflamingo do everything he could without hurting Chris. That kind of gap is visible to the naked eye. Lafitte smiled and turned his cane to himself. I remember, at that time, Doflamingo, the fruit power had already awakened. But even if he used his awakened thread fruit ability, it would be in vain. Chris's ability to reject fruit is too powerful, and in the end Doflamingo couldn't find a way to crack it. Van Augur and the others waited, but they all got on board late and missed the battle. Cavendish spread his hands regretfully. It's a pity, I couldn't see Chris do it with his own eyes. Van Augur shook his head helplessly and chuckled, everything is fate. That battle should be the strongest opponent Chris has ever met. It's a pity. Since they got on the ship, Chris has fought a few battles, but it's just people like Onagumo Vice Admiral. Opponent's strength is not very good, so there is no need to say much about the fighting level. Kuro pushed his glasses slightly, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and said, Is Pluto really better than Doflamingo? I still remember that battle to this day. Chris was too strong, and he fought all the way. Man-Demon Jin retorted, It's just a discussion with Rayleigh, nothing real. It's real with Doflamingo, that battle must be more enjoyable to watch. Squad leaders couldn't help but envy the Burgess, who were fortunate enough to watch that battle. Compared with the current situation on the battlefield, the squad leaders can better understand how powerful Chris is. In their consciousness, Enel is already perverted enough. At this moment, the battle between Enel and Doflamingo continues. Both were forced into housekeeping skills. Among them, Doflamingo has already used the ability of Devil Fruit Awakening. The rocks around them turned into threads one by one, besieging Enel. The current battlefield is like a vast white desert, with white threads everywhere. Enel, as I said, I will teach you a good lesson. Since it has reached this point, let you taste it, my nirvana. Foo. That, some readers said that the number of words in Battle Water is too much dialogue. So, the author made revisions to try to write less dialogue and more battles. The battle will end in the next chapter, don't worry. That, the automatic subscription didn't go up, what's going on? Open black lens bracket cans close black lens bracket. 306. Dober's ultimate move, 16 sacred bullets, God's killing. Enel lost. The two have been in a stalemate until now, although Doflamingo has always had the upper hand. But it didn't actually take much advantage, but created a feeling of comparability. This is something Doflamingo can't stand. He suddenly grinned Isho and said in a low voice, "Next, let's end this fight. Don't you want me to do my best to fight you? That will satisfy you." Before he finished speaking, with Doflamingo as the center, the white silk thread quickly spread out. The ground beneath their feet, the rocks and trees beside them, all turned into white threads. The entire battlefield instantly became a white world of silk threads. Enel raised his eyebrows at will, a move he had only seen before. He still knows a thing or two about the awakening ability of the Paramesha Devil Fruit. "Doflamingo, are you so poor?" Doflamingo sneered at Isho, and said something with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. "Enel, just now you have seen the fruit of the thread after awakening. It's just the most common attack." Vivi twitched at the corner of Enel's mouth. Just now Doflamingo attacked with a huge wave of white lines. Everything around them turned into white lines, like a tumbling turbulent ocean, extremely dangerous. There are hardly any hiding places in the entire battlefield. Enel can only survive in the cracks. In order to deal with the huge waves and white lines, he has even released all his lightning. 200 million volts, Thor. Become a giant Thor and fight against the turbulent waves of the white line. If the so-called white lines of huge waves are just the most common attacks, what would happen to a stronger attack method? Enel can't imagine. Dominance of the general. He gradually burst into laughter, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Foo, Enel, you have to be careful. If there is a chance to kill you, I will never show mercy, even if your captain is Chris. Who called your captain, and also don't give me face. Saying that, Doflamingo glanced at Chris with some mockery and pride. Perona sighed and flew up and down in the air with her hips on her back. She said something in her mouth. This Doflamingo is so annoying, a big man, so vengeful. We Captain Chris won't give you face, what's the matter? Nami also expressed her dissatisfaction, clenching her fists and waving. Just because of his heart, he wants to kill Enel. Just a daydream. Luo, who was watching the game, was always very calm. At this time, his expression showed some concern. Doflamingo is really serious. This move looks familiar. Hearing this, everyone looked carefully. I saw Doflamingo's arms slammed open, a feeling of dominating the world. On the ground behind him, there seemed to be several lines, surging upwards continuously. As if something was about to burst out of the ground. Lafitte put his stick on the ground with a solemn expression. It was the trick against Captain Chris when he was at West Blue. 16 holy bullets, God slaying. Lafitte and Luo spoke almost simultaneously. They recalled the scene at that time. The scene was extremely grand and terrifying. Even if they were far away, they could feel that strong oppression. The end, though, Doflamingo abruptly withdrew without actually attacking. But this slaughter by the gods left a very deep impression in the hearts of everyone. That day, Doflamingo was afraid of Chris and did not dare to shoot. But now, his opponent is Enel, and it is not an exaggeration to vent his anger. He didn't expect Chris to actually try to stop it. True, even Enel was actually killed by Doflamingo in the end. Chris is also indifferent and will never help. It's Enel's own battle, and one he's longed for. No matter what the outcome is, it should be borne by him. If Chris shot, he would be humiliating him. Doflamingo's eyes were cold and his voice was low. Enel, this trick was not used on Chris last time. Today, it's up to you to suffer. 16 holy bullets, God slaying. With a light drink from Doflamingo, there was only a bang. Behind him, 16 huge white lines suddenly rose up, swimming as fast as white snakes. This scene appeared in Enel's eyes, which seemed a little strange. Doflamingo seems to be the incarnation of the Snake King, and there is a bit of evil in his face. Enel noticed that, suddenly, the heads of the 16 white snakes turned pitch black. And this pitch black is still spreading downwards at an extremely fast speed. And, the 16 white snakes all turned into pitch black snakes, shiny with oil. This is an ultra-high-strength armament tyrant. Cavendish couldn't help frowning. It is indeed the top combat power in the sea. Doflamingo's armament pa. To be able to reach such a level. Compared to him, my armament is nothing. Cavendish's expression looked a little dejected. Bellamy, on the contrary, looked excited and said with a smile, "This is the real armament hockey. When will I be able to cultivate to this level and be able to look down on the heroes?" Mandemon Jin looked indifferent and said indifferently, "I seem to have only seen armament like this in Captain and Rayleigh. Armament is quite powerful at their level of power. Any defense, in the face of this armament, I am afraid that it will be greatly reduced." Lafitte pressed his hat and said solemnly, "Doflamingo's ultimate killer move is indeed extraordinary. I don't know if Enel can handle it." Burgess also put away the smile on his face and couldn't help sweating for Enel. "When I was at West Blue, I didn't understand armament enough. At that time, I didn't realize the horror of this god's killing. Looking at it now, it is indeed worthy of the 4 words, ultimate killing." He couldn't help looking at Chris in front of him, and sighed to himself, at that time, the captain was able to kill this god and force him to retreat. Don't even dare to let Doflamingo let go. Looking at it now, the captain at that time was already quite a terrifying existence. Luo embraced the ghost crying and nodded lightly. In front of Chris, Doflamingo really didn't dare to make trouble. However, he also transferred all this grievance to Enel. Now, it's up to Enel to prepare to respond. Squad leaders are very aware that this is also a great challenge for Enel. The game of the strongest offense and defense, the real one move determines the winner. Van Auger suddenly pointed at Enel and said in surprise, "Look, what is Enel doing?" When everyone saw it, Enel looked up into the air with a thoughtful look on his face. But he didn't see any movement. Makino was very surprised, and said doubtfully, "Is that distracted? What the hell is Enel doing in such an important battle?" Reiju's eyes were clear as water, and he looked at Enel carefully. His lips are moving, he seems to be muttering something. Kaya blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "What spell is it? Isn't Enel the self-proclaimed god of Sky Island? Is he negotiating with some kind of god?" Uroj, also from Sky Island, put his giant pencil aside. With his hands folded and a face on his face, he began to pray for Enel. Poisoned and pouted, he shook his head and said, "It's really all people from Sky Island, why are they so nervous? How can there really be gods in the world? It's all fake." Suddenly, Chris opened his mouth and said lightly, "In this world, nothing is impossible. The pirate world is very strange, and many things are unexplainable. Like the existence of Princess Shirahoshi, she can rule the Sea Kings. Isn't it really like a sea god?" When Chris speaks, everyone suddenly becomes a little bit expectant. "I want to see what Enel can summon." Doflamingo looked at Enel with disdain, and mocked, "Is this giving up resistance? Pray for the gods to come to the rescue. Don't waste your energy." Enel suddenly opened his eyes, with a weird smile on his face. "I am Thor, why do I need the help of the gods?" There was a sudden lightning and thunder in the sky, and the clouds turned into black thunderclouds. The surrounding sky is full of thunderclouds, making people feel a little depressed. Enel's whole body began to continuously release his own electric current, complementing the thundercloud. Lei Ying. The two touch and merge with each other. Soon, a spherical thundercloud with huge physical strength came into being. Inside the spherical thundercloud, arcs are constantly flashing, and the airflow is tumbling. Kuro pushed his glasses and said in shock, "The creation of the world, with the help of the power of heaven and earth, condensed into a ball." combining its own thunder and lightning with the dark clouds that happen to appear in the sky to create a thunderstorm. This spherical thundercloud contains powerful airflow fluctuations and amazing currents. Caribou couldn't help but exclaimed, "The strongest defense is the best defense. This is probably the only way to face God's execution. Enel can do this, it's not easy." Chris didn't speak, but there was some certainty in his eyes. Enel's choice, in his opinion, is the most correct. Doflamingo's face darkened. He could feel the force in the spherical thundercloud, and Isho grinned. Foo, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to have such a means. Hopefully it's not just for nothing. Enel is indifferent to Isho, and said coldly, "See the real chapter under your hand." Said, the 16 black snakes rushed towards the giant thunderball. The black snake is about to cut through this thunderball. 16 black snakes quickly stabbed at the thunderball from different directions. The moment the two collided, a terrifying shock wave spread out. Even if they were far away from the battlefield, the squad leaders could feel a powerful force. Mirror repulsion. Chris supported it casually, directly repelling this powerful force for everyone. Alvida carried the giant mace and smiled softly. "Follow Chris, don't worry about anything." Baccarat folded his crimson hair and said with a sweet smile, "That's natural, Chris is our most reliable person. With him there, we will not be in any danger." Nami smiled like a flower, with 2 dimples on her face. Chris was able to easily dissipate such a powerful force just now. As expected of Chris. Chris looked at the distant battlefield calmly, and said calmly, "It's over." The distant battlefield, 16 black snakes opened their mouths one by one, biting the giant thunder ball fiercely. Under the impact of powerful airflow and thunder, several black snakes slumped and finally collapsed. However, Enel's giant thunderball is not very pleasant, and it is gradually fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Doflamingo's smile became more and more arrogant, and he looked like he was winning. His fingers twitched quickly, and the black snake accelerated his attack. Soon, the giant thunderball collapsed and a shock wave erupted. At this time, there were still 4 black snakes left, and under the manipulation of Doflamingo, they quickly ran towards Enel. Seeing this, Enel quickly stepped back and snorted, "Electric light." Immediately, a layer of white light enveloped Enel. It was too late and then too fast, and 4 black snakes came one after another. Summoning Lei Ying took a huge toll on Enel, and he was already exhausted by now. Facing the attacking black snake, he was unable to make more effective moves. Only by relying on the electric light and armament hockey, he can continue. But Doflamingo will not stop at will, and the 4 black snakes slammed on Enel's body violently. After a crash, the 4 black snakes dispersed. When dismantling Lei Ying, Black Snake was also weakened a lot. The dust settled, and everyone quickly looked away. I saw Enel holding a going stick and standing straight on the spot. But it can be seen that he was injured at this time. The thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. After all, it resisted the attack of 4 black snakes. Doflamingo looked at Enel in amazement. The result was somewhat unexpected. Enel suddenly smiled and said, "I am indeed not your opponent, Doflamingo. You are indeed a very formidable opponent." This, Doflamingo said with a bit of pride, "You've been pretty good for sticking with me until now. The person who can continue to stand under the execution of my god is also a figure in this sea. I never imagined that under Chris, there are powerful men like you. Instead of following Chris, why don't you defect to me? I promise to make you a cadre of the Don Quixote family. How's it going, foo. 07. Doflamingo was slapped in the face again and left in a daze, not daring to say anything. Enel's expression turned startled. The guy in front of him tried his best to kill him in the last second. Now he invites himself to join him. This guy is such an elusive lunatic. Enel was indifferent to Isho and shook his head firmly. Captain Chris is my choice. I will always be by his side, so don't waste your time. Enel knew very well how much energy Chris had. By following Chris's side, I can make rapid progress and have the opportunity to meet all kinds of powerful opponents. As for Doflamingo, I really can't beat him. But this guy couldn't convince him. That day, Chris was able to easily kill him with one move. The difference in this is obvious. Doflamingo wasn't surprised by Enel's rejection. He didn't really want to accept Enel, he just wanted to disgust Chris. Unfortunately it didn't work out. For Enel's strength, he is very recognized. At the same time, I am very envious of Chris, who has such a helper by his side. Enel has already surpassed any cadre in the Don Quixote family. You can be considered a good man if you can take over my ultimate move, Shinju. However, this doesn't mean our battle is over. You haven't fallen, then I can't stop, foo. Doflamingo's eyes suddenly became fierce, and his face changed, unusually fast. At the same time, the white line on the ground has moved again. It seemed that Doflamingo really didn't intend to end the fight. Seeing this, Enel stepped back decisively and chuckled, Doflamingo, I'm not your opponent. I lost this battle. However, I swear, I will practice hard, and one day, I will come back to you for advice. At that time, we will compete again. But today, it's impossible for you to keep me. Speaking, Enel had already left the battlefield and quickly came towards Chris and the others. As a person with the ability of Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit, his speed is unimaginable. Once he really wants to go, few people can keep him. Doflamingo tried to chase, but in the end could only watch Enel's back. He shrugged helplessly, and said with a smirk, I really have the demeanor I used to have. Bend and stretch. Thinking that when he was in West Blue, he retreated so decisively, without tearing his face with Chris. Enel, I'm waiting for you to come find me again. I hope next time you're ready, I won't let you escape again, foo. Doflamingo ignored Enel and turned to look at Chris. Chris, Tezzolo and I have some personal grudges. I hope you can hand him over to me and stop meddling in this matter. Since I joined the Shichibukai Alliance, I hope you will take this into consideration too. Don't do this thing completely, it's not good for anyone. Chris frowned impatiently and said lightly, Doflamingo, I have made up my mind about this matter. Although we are the Shichibukai Alliance, we have many interests in each other. However, Tezzolo is quite a potential player, and I definitely won't miss it. Chris's attitude is very clear, Tezzolo definitely protects him. It is useless for anyone to come. Since he was his subordinate, there was no reason to give in. Doflamingo's face suddenly changed, extremely ugly and gloomy. He didn't expect that after a big battle, Chris still didn't give himself any face at all. 5 fingers jumped, the veins on his forehead burst out, and he said something with a big laugh. For the sake of a mere Tezzolo, you've left me as an ally. Could it be that, even if it affects our Shichibukai Alliance, you will stick to it? Chris took issue indifferent and heard the threat in Doflamingo's words. He looked at Doflamingo quite calmly, and said word by word, joining the Shichibukai Alliance is the general trend. You're a smart guy and don't go against the trend. What's more, you control a lot of resources in the underground world, and it is profitable for you to cooperate with me. Will you give up such a large amount of benefits? Chris stared at Doflamingo with sharp eyes, as if seeing through him. He knew Doflamingo very well and knew that this guy only cared about profit. This guy will never do anything against his interests. Sure enough, after Chris finished speaking, Doflamingo immediately speechless. A sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Chris continued, It's not impossible if you take Tezzolo. Doflamingo was refreshed and looked curiously at Tezzolo and the others beside him, feeling anxious and uneasy. Chris looked at Doflamingo mysteriously and sneered, It's very simple, fight me. If you win, Tezzolo is at your disposal, and I won't interfere. But if you lose, Tezzolo will be a member of my Chris Pirates from now on. Anyone who wants to touch him must get my permission. Tezzolo and the others quickly looked at Chris gratefully. They already know how powerful Chris is. No matter what, they will be successfully saved by Chris today. And Doflamingo's mood, but not so beautiful, but very bad. That was supposed to be 90% sure, but was intervened by Chris. Chris looked at Doflamingo quietly and asked coldly, how about it? Don't waste your time, Doflamingo. Doflamingo was silent for a moment. Bartolomeo looked at Doflamingo with a smile, and provocatively said, what's the matter, is this a coward? Isn't it pretty good back then? Why don't you dare to fight now? Poison is good at sneering and sneering. It turns out that the Doflamingo of Shichibukai, the dignified king, is nothing more than that. Just a guy who seeks fame, bullies the soft and fears the hard. How come the energy you used to mock Enel just now is gone now? Burgess raised his arms high and laughed. How dare this guy dare to fight? Last time at West Blue, this guy couldn't beat us Captain Chris and ran away. Now, the captain's strength has improved a little bit, he must be too scared to shoot, way ha 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 ha. Cavendish pursed his lips, but unfortunately said, how can this happen? This young master is looking forward to this battle. Doflamingo, don't be a coward, fight now. Maybe our captain will release the water, and you will win. Hearing this, everyone laughed, and the laughter was full of irony. Luo Weizhong was crying with the demon sword in his arms, and seeing Doflamingo deflated, he was very happy, and followed suit with ridicule. Doflamingo, when did you become so timid that you didn't dare to fight? Anyway, you are also the young master of the Don Quixote family, don't embarrass your family. Kuro also had a face, and gently adjusted his glasses. Yes, for your face and the family's face. And for Tezzolo, you should fight. Let's appreciate it again, your true strength. Enel yawned to himself, with a persuasive look, and said, Doflamingo, don't refuse. I just saw your strength, you are very strong. Why don't you fight with Captain Chris again? Let us see what a real master duel looks like. Bellamy hayed Isho and waved his hand. I said everyone, since Doflamingo doesn't want to fight, don't force him. Anyway, the challenge is, it's just self-inflicted humiliation, and I can't beat it and run away. Hawkins was expressionless, still dead as usual. At this time, he was holding several tarot cards in his hand. Hawkins looked calm and said in a low voice, I gave Doflamingo a calculation. The possibility of his defeat today 100%. Probability of fleeing 100%. The possibility of losing face 100%. Possibility of being angry 100%. Hawkins put away the tarot cards gently, and deliberately joked, but Doflamingo, you are a descendant of Tenryubito. Tenryubito is the creator of the world, and naturally he will not believe in fate, nor will he succumb to fate. Although these possibilities are 100%, you still have to have the courage to break these possibilities. After finishing speaking, Hawkins' face that had been dead all the year round showed a hint of provocation. Caribou sighed softly, with a look of disappointment on his face. I thought the King Shichibukai was some kind of big man. It turns out that the dignified Doflamingo is just a coward. If it were me, I would definitely be ready to fight. Yoroge picked up the giant hexagonal pencil, smiled and said, Doflamingo, if you're going to fight, I will definitely pray for you. I hope you don't die too miserably. Weipa patted Yoroge's shoulder lightly, and pouted, it's your fault for talking like that. Doflamingo didn't die badly because he didn't even want to fight. Squad leaders sneered at Doflamingo one by one. They are all trying to provoke Doflamingo into taking the gamble in a fit of rage. This way, the squad leaders will be able to watch the battle again and with a higher quality. At this time, Doflamingo's complexion was ashen, and his teeth were almost crushed by himself. Tezzolo and the others, who were gambling chips, seemed to have nothing to worry about. Tezzolo refuted the squad leaders and said with reason, "Every squad leader, you must have misunderstood Doflamingo. He's not a timid person at all, otherwise he wouldn't be the King Shichibukai." Tezzolo paused and continued, "Doflamingo has a characteristic, that is, he has a very good face. I refused his invitation, which is tantamount to refuting his face, which is why he is chasing after us." Mr. Tanaka nodded in agreement. Doflamingo, who has such a good face, will definitely accept this gamble. Otherwise, he will never be able to lift his head up in front of us in the future. Deus straightened up, waved his fist, and said, "Hey, with what we know about Doflamingo, he must have a fight with Captain Chris. We have a good time today." Lafitte turned the cane in his hand, smiled, and said very gently, "Indeed, it's just like this, it's not like Doflamingo's style. Today's battle should be unavoidable." Burgess bumped his fists together, laughed and said, "It would be great if that was the case. I'm really looking forward to this fight anyway. The second fight between the captain and Doflamingo should be a surprise." Poisonously echoed Bass once. "The captain's practice day and night is not a joke. He's improving all the time, and it's been a long time since the West Blue battle. The current Captain Chris, it is estimated that Doflamingo can be suppressed with one hand." Bartolomeo quickly reprimanded softly, "Poison, don't scare Doflamingo, or he won't dare to fight." Chris looked at Doflamingo flatly, waiting for his final choice. Although the squad leaders continued to use the aggressive method, this did not affect Doflamingo's thinking. Doflamingo was really angry at the taunts of Burgess and others. His face has not been better since just now. The whole person has a black face, and the anger value is bursting. Just when everyone thought he was going to have a seizure, Doflamingo burst into laughter. "Foo foo 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 foo, what fun. Chris, you're still such an interesting person. It's just for a Tezzolo, and you don't hesitate to end the game yourself. You can do it." Squad leaders could hear Doflamingo's anger and smirk. His words were filled with anger. Doflamingo continued, "Since you're a must for Tezzolo today, so good. I just let go, it's just a Tezzolo, so why not give it to you?" Tezzolo was a little surprised. "How? Did you just let me go? Is this the one I know? Doflamingo?" But no matter. In any case, Doflamingo has clearly expressed his attitude. He will definitely not accept this gamble. Doflamingo glanced at Chris and said gloomily, "I'm waiting for the news that you have captured the kingdom of Kudora. Don't forget our alliance." Saying that, Doflamingo turned and left immediately. Nt looked back, leaving only a handsome back. The squad leaders felt a bit stunned and disappointed at the same time. A long-awaited battle of the world has yet to be fought today. By this time, Doflamingo was far away from the island. His mouth, he seemed to be muttering something. 308. Doflamingo's comments on the squad leaders. The golden fruit is developed to awakening, which is terrifying. Doflamingo chose to retreat strategically, leaving Kokosido Island at great speed. Goodbye to the Chris pirates today. He is still full of anger just like last time. Although he wanted to vent, but reason told him that it was best not to. Somehow, in the face of Chris, Doflamingo always felt an inexplicable danger. This subtle feeling made Doflamingo really dare not have too much entanglement with Chris. Today, without this level of relationship of the Shichibukai alliance, Doflamingo actually didn't dare to say anything. It's just that he did not expect that, in Chris's eyes, he was one of the important members of the King Shichibukai. There is no presence at all. This made Doflamingo more or less frustrated. Angry is one thing, but seeing the Chris pirates again today, Doflamingo felt a lot in his heart. I can't believe that a small group of Chris pirates could actually crouch as a tiger and hide a dragon. In less than a year, Chris has recruited so many elite soldiers. Doflamingo was a little surprised when he saw the squad leaders. Among these people, there are some that he has heard of. such as Vice Captain Lafitte, Law, Cavendish, and of course Pensfrey. These people can become a newcomer in the sea alone. But at this time, they all gathered in the Chris Pirates. Kind of talent scene makes Doflamingo envious. Speaking of which, that Enel is indeed a talent and has a promising future. It's incredible to have Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, that's one of the scourge fruits. Looking back now, Doflamingo was surprised that Enel got Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. The so-called natural disaster fruit is actually the most lethal elemental fruit in nature. Such as Marine 3 Admiral, Kuzan, S ice fruit, Akainu, S magma fruit, and Borsalino, S light fruit. These devil fruits are powerful enough in their own right and extremely destructive. Either one can cause huge damage to the outside world. The same goes for Enel, S Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. Its power even surpasses Marine 3 Admiral, S devil fruit. Thinking of this, Doflamingo couldn't help licking his lips greedily. If they can manage to get Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, the Don Quixote family could possibly go further. It's a pity that Enel won't leave Chris. A trace of loss and regret in Doflamingo's eyes. This Enel's strength has actually reached this level. After a few years of cultivation, I'm afraid I'm no longer an opponent. What an amazing character. Today's battle, although Doflamingo won. But he is also very clear that he wins in experience and age. If you give Enel enough time, let him develop Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit better. Let him cultivate armament hockey to a certain level. He may not really be his opponent. This is the horror of natural disaster fruit. Suddenly, Doflamingo's mouth evoked a strange smile. He smiled unconsciously in the air. Foo, today's fortune is still on me. If you encounter thunderstorms and confront Enel, you will be killing yourself. At that time, his Lei Ying will probably be even more terrifying. In Doflamingo's heart, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of luck. Thunderstorm weather, using the conductive properties of rain, Doflamingo will have nowhere to hide, but let the lightning strike. And Enel's ultimate move, Lei Ying, to put it bluntly, also needs the help of the weather. Today's thunderclouds are basically made by Enel forcibly, and the bonus effect is really not very good. If it's a real thunderstorm, that's the home of the Enel fight. Whoever, in that case, has to shed a layer of skin. More Doflamingo thought about it, the more regretful he felt in his heart. Such a powerful fruit ability is actually someone else's. And that, Lafitte, who is also a figure not to be underestimated. I didn't notice it when I was at West Blue last time. Looking back at it today, the power in him is also not simple. Although Lafitte didn't make a move today, he could feel from his every move and aura that this was a tough one. It sounds like he's still the deputy captain of the Chris Pirates, so it's definitely not that simple. Doflamingo thought of Luo again and couldn't help gnashing his teeth at him, fist BB clenched in his hand. HMPH, that kid Luo, it's really pleasant to be by Chris's side. It feels like the strength has improved. His surgical fruit ability, I will never let it go easily. What Doflamingo cares about most is the power that Luo possesses that can make people live forever. This is also the reason why he chased and killed Luo that day. Now Doflamingo is afraid of the existence of Chris, but it does not mean that he has given up this idea. Cavendish, Caribou, these are all well-known newcomers, with unlimited potential. Now it seems that the Chris Pirates already have a strong strength. The relationship with them still needs to be handled carefully. As a shrewd businessman, Doflamingo knows how to avoid disadvantages. Facing the Chris Pirates who are on the rise, he will stand on a front with them no matter what. Experience tells him that this can maximize his interests. Doflamingo went faster and faster, never looking back for a moment. He looked down at the new world below and muttered to himself, it's a little surprising that Chris entered the new world so quickly. His arrival, I'm afraid it will really cause a big change in the whole new world. The times are smiling, foo 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 foo. Doflamingo grinned Isho, his eyes seemed to see through a lot. He couldn't help but have some hope, looking forward to what changes would happen in the new world with Chris. With the retreat of Doflamingo, the island of Kokosido has regained its former tranquility. In this world, who can force Doflamingo back without fighting? Perona looked at the back of Doflamingo fleeing, and was in a good mood. I thought he was so good, seeing Captain Chris. I haven't run away yet, Haley Haley Haley. Saying that, Perona happily circled in the air. Nami showed 2 small dimples on her little face, and said with a smile, it's because of Chris's own strength, which is strong enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to deter Doflamingo, a lunatic. Bakaravivi nodded, a gentle smile appeared on his delicate face. Chris is indeed too powerful. Now he has made Doflamingo a little scared. Look, just now, the squad leaders kept provoking Doflamingo, but he was unmoved. That's not because of Doflamingo's patience, it's all because he's afraid of us, Chris. Alvida carried the giant mace with a proud expression on his face. It seems that Doflamingo knows Chris's power well. He knew very well in his own heart that if he dared to take the gamble, what awaits him may well be death. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Chris has always been decisive, even though Doflamingo is one of the Shichibukai alliance. It doesn't affect Chris' decision either. Once Doflamingo and Chris get their hands on it, it means the alliance between them is over. At that time, Chris wants to kill him without any worries. Betty spit out the smoke from her mouth, and Vivi laughed. Doflamingo is still very self-aware. After all, the difference in strength between him and Chris is not 1.5 stars. At West Blue, Chris was able to push him back without much effort. Not to mention now. Makino looked at Doflamingo's back and couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, strength in this world decides everything. Chris's strength can crush Doflamingo, and he can make the opponent throw the rat. Doflamingo's face is so good, he can only choose to survive and give up face. The scene just now made Makino feel a lot. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, carefully looking at the figure of Chris stalwart, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited, and said something. He naturally knew that if he did something to Captain Chris, he would surely die. The current Captain Chris, I'm afraid he can really suppress Doflamingo with one hand. That's what scares Doflamingo so much. The little giant Lily witnessed the whole incident with her own eyes, and she could not calm down for a long time at this time. She looked at Chris with a strange look. The sweetheart queen on the side gently patted the little giant Lily on the shoulder, and Isho said with a smile, "Why, I am stunned." "Are you overwhelmed by Chris' strength?" The little giant Lily Mumu nodded with complicated eyes, "Although I know that Chris is very strong. But he never made a shot, and I'm not sure how strong he is." Saying that, the little giant Lily glanced at Chris. "I still know about Doflamingo. I have heard about his strength in the New World. It is said to be comparable to Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. I really can't imagine that his evil character is so afraid of Reese. I don't even have the courage to do it." Charlie's cold face was slightly Isho, and she said generously, "Chris's strength is beyond your imagination. This matter is actually not worth making a fuss about." Mrs. Charlie, who had seen Chris attack with her own eyes, knew very well how powerful the man in front of her was. Dust has settled, and the most excited people at this time are Tezzolo and the others. It would have been on the verge of death, if Chris had not brought people here. And with a very tough stance, he pushed back Doflamingo. Otherwise, Tezzolo and the others will be corpses on the island of Kokosido today. Immediately after seeing Doflamingo leave, with Tanaka-sama and others, they came to Chris. They respectfully bowed deeply to Chris and expressed their gratitude. Tezzolo couldn't hide his excitement and said happily, "Captain Chris, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tezzolo, the one with the golden fruit ability. I was a slave to Tenryubito. I am fortunate to be able to get rid of their claws, and today is also thanks to you, Captain Chris. Otherwise, I might be Doflamingo's slave again. Saying that, Tezulo pointed to his side. This is Mr. Tanaka, this is Deus, they are my good friends. Thank you Captain Chris for taking us in. It's my honor to join the Chris Pirates. We must be loyal to you, Captain Chris. Tezulo's words were sincere and touching. Squad leader, Nami, and the others were all surprised that he was a Tenryubito slave. Chris, on the other hand, was quite calm. He looked at Tezulo and the others lightly, and said blankly, I don't need your allegiance. My ship needs like-minded partners and crew, not slaves, you know. Perhaps you were once a slave, but now, you have stood up. Tezulo was stunned, then nodded heavily. Chris's understated words touched Tezulo's heart deeply. So long, Chris is the first person who doesn't care about his past. He was the first to treat him as a partner. Lafitte next to him patted Tezulo on the shoulder and said politely, from now on, we are people on a boat. We are all your partners. Get to know me, I'm the vice captain of the Chris Pirates, Lafitte. Seeing Lafitte's sincere smile, Tezulo immediately. I feel that my choice today is indeed the most correct one. Perhaps the Chris Pirates are destined to be their best destination. Burgess burst into laughter, gave a heroic laugh, and said something. Tesoro, so you should hate Tenryubito too. We Chris Pirates don't like those guys. Cavendish smiled and nodded lightly. Yes, since you joined the Chris Pirates, it is necessary to know. Our goal has never been Roger's great treasure, nor the title of One Piece King of Pirates. Our common goal, to overthrow Tenryubito. Tezulo and the others were astonished and dumbfounded. Can be seen that the news greatly shocked them. They never thought that there would be such a group of pirates gathered to overthrow Tenryubito. You know, overthrowing Tenryubito means fighting against the entire world government. Chris said lightly, don't be surprised, this is my original intention to go to sea. It is not impossible to overthrow Tenryubito. Chris behaved very calmly, step by step to the present. He became more and more confident about overthrowing the idea of Tenryubito. On the one hand, he is satisfied with the strength of himself and the pirate group. Other hand, he was well aware that more and more people and nations were dissatisfied with Tenryubito's rule. Public opinion is like this will naturally be the general trend. What the Chris Pirates are doing now is, let this trend come as soon as possible. Then, Chris gave an order, and everyone returned to the Chris. The Chris Pirates set sail again. After the Chris set sail, Chris naturally returned to the training room and continued to practice. As the vice captain of the Chris Pirates, Lafitte naturally has a duty to care for newcomers. In detail for Tezulo and others. Tezulo, in the Chris Pirates, you must know a boat rule. Chris Pirates, strength comes first. To be clear, that is, on this boat, if you have the strength, you have the right to speak. Strength represents your status. As long as your strength is strong enough, you can challenge anyone on board. As long as the challenge is successful, you can get his position, such as Luo's 1st Division commander. Another example is the position of my co-captain. Saying that, Lafayette glanced at Enel, who was yawning casually. Enel is an exception on our ship. He's not interested in these things, otherwise he should have been the co-captain. Enel digs his ears as if he didn't hear what Lafitte said. Some details of the fight with Doflamingo. See if you can gain insight, so that you can practice in the future. Lafitte shrugged and continued, if one day your strength can surpass Captain Chris, then you can become the new captain of this pirate group. Kuro pushed his glasses, gently Isho, and advised, as for this one, I advise you better not to think about it. Captain Chris's strength, you must have some understanding of it. It is more difficult to defeat him than to ascend to the sky. You have to be clear, once you choose to challenge Captain Chris, you are challenging the authority of the captain. He will never show mercy. Cavendish, Bartolomeo and others nodded, which was a consensus of the squad leaders. Although Chris encourages the crew to compete with each other and can even challenge the captain. Of challenging the captain is very simple. Win, you are the captain. Lose, I'm sorry, you must be doomed. For those who dare to challenge authority, if there is no real strength, there is only a dead end. Tezzolo smiled awkwardly, and said quickly, I still have self-knowledge about this. The difference between me and Captain Chris is worlds apart. Even if you give me 30 or 40 years, I may not be able to reach the height of Captain Chris now. Kuro and the others gave Tezzolo an approving look. It seems that a sensible guy has come. Luo Y hugged the ghost and cried, and said calmly, as for other positions, you can have ideas. There are many people now coveting my position with Lafitte. Everyone is full of energy, and the competition is still quite fierce. Tezzolo heard the words, a smile appeared on his face. I like the environment of the Chris Pirates. Unrestrained, everything is based on strength. But I'm new here, and I'm not too interested in power status or anything. Now, I still focus on improving my strength. Poison Gia Isho, Jiyu looked at Tezzolo and said. Tezzolo, it seems that you are also an ambitious person. Secretly improve your strength, slowly figure it out, I like it. Although Tezzolo was very humble, he couldn't hide the rebelliousness in his bones. Always good at observing the mind, and he has already seen Tezzolo clearly. This guy will definitely become a great hero in the Chris Pirates in the future. Burgess Hey Isho, fists slamming hard, you don't underestimate us guys. If you want to stand out in the battle for the deputy captain and the battle for the squad leader, it's not enough if you don't have any hard power. Wayapa sat alone and glanced at Tezzolo. Everyone on this boat is still very scheming. So hiding strength or something is a common thing. No one is a fool, so if you have time to care about others, it is better to practice hard and improve your own strength. Waipa can be regarded as a direct point to Tezzolo, the cruel reality of the Chris Pirates. This is not a happy nursing home. Chris Pirates are a real wolf's den. Tezzolo nodded slightly. He can survive from Tenryubito's hands and grow to this point. It's not just about luck. Step-by-step planning is essential. Lafitte turned the staff in his hand and pointed to the training room on the ship. That's Chris' exclusive training room. He is a cultivator. He usually has nothing to do and basically stays inside. Under his influence, everyone will practice silently every day. Tezzolo looked at Chris, who was wielding his knife hard at this time, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Chris is already so strong, but he never gives up on practicing hard. This self-discipline has made him a real strong man. Bellamy looked at Tezzolo curiously, and finally couldn't help asking, Tezzolo, how did you get your golden fruit? In fact, this is what other people are more curious about, such a powerful devil fruit as the golden fruit. To get it, I am afraid you need a lot of luck. Tezzolo waved his hand casually, and said lightly, as the golden fruit stolen from Doflamingo. The words fell, the squad leaders were stunned for a moment. You're brave enough to grab something from that guy, way ha ha ha. Burgess patted Tessero on the shoulder, complimenting him. Luo remained expressionless as always, and said lightly, no wonder Doflamingo wants to hunt you down, so it is. Jin said indifferently, Doflamingo was so angry just now, that's why. The captain will be very annoyed if he directly interferes with this matter without his consent. Kuro pushed his glasses and said calmly, the captain said that anger without strength is meaningless. Matter how angry Doflamingo is, he doesn't dare to do anything to the captain, he can only hold back. Cavendish sneered, Doflamingo is in front of the captain, that is, how dare a mouse meet a cat? Hearing this, the squad leaders laughed in unison. At this time, Eno yawned casually and asked, your golden fruit, is it awakened? 309. Here we go. Mahak finally catches up with Chris. Two great swordsmen, test swordsmanship. Nami and Karina, both of whom looked longing at this moment. They are all looking forward to capturing the kingdom of Putuola as soon as possible. This way, they can start the treasure hunt they longed for earlier. Baccarat took a sip of coffee, suddenly looked at the sky, and said in a flat tone, "Speaking of which, we have one more thing. I'm afraid it will take a long time for this to be done." Kaya's beautiful eyes were bright and she asked curiously, "What's the matter, Miss Baccarat?" Betty casually snuffed out the cigarette butt in her hand, glanced at the sky, and said calmly, "You mean Golden Lion?" "Indeed, we left him in East Blue." At this time, Reiju also looked up at the sky and remembered this. He was in East Blue. Baccarat discovered the abnormality of the sky with the ability of the Fruit of Luck. Chris clearly informed that Golden Lion and his group were hiding in the air. It's just that Golden Lion has been eliminated from the era and belongs to the remnants of the Roger era. Chris had no interest in him, so he didn't bother. Originally, Chris' plan was to let Lafayette and the others train their hands with Golden Lion after their strength improved. "I don't want this to be delayed, it's now." Reiju held her delicate face, her beautiful eyes flowed, and she smiled sweetly. "Nowadays, Lafayette and the others are not weak. There should still be a good chance of winning against the Golden Lion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, let Golden Lion be a sparring partner. This can be considered to drain the last bit of value of Golden Lion. Not many strong men like Golden Lion who have been eliminated by the times. Saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Golden Lion lost both feet, its strength is not as strong as it used to be. To compete with Roger, and there was still some gas in the gas tank. It is not easy to find such a high-level sparring partner. Sweetheart Queen Vivi sighed, felt a little pity, and said something. This Golden Lion is also a generation of powerhouses in the past, but it's a pity that it can't keep up with this era at all. Alvita got up, carried a giant mace, and looked into the distance. This is probably one of the reasons why Chris is practicing hard. As long as the strength is still strong enough, it will never be eliminated by the times. Look at Whitebeard, Garp, and Sengoku the Buddha, all the old men of that era. Nowadays, they are still big names, and no one dares to underestimate them. Makino agreed, looking at Chris in the training room and couldn't help showing a gentle smile. Chris has a long-term vision. No matter what. In the future, I always believe that Chris will become the protagonist of this era. And, he will be forever remembered by the whole world. In this regard, all the girls nodded lightly, they never doubted this matter. Along the way, Chris is always showing his extraordinary. A person like him is a person chosen by the times. Alvita suddenly remembered something, turned to look at the crowd, and said, "Rocks and Golden Lion are too long. We all overlooked one thing, the Shichibukai Alliance. This is an important part of Chris's plan, and it's very urgent." Nami shrugged her shoulders and said generously, "Eagle-Eyed Mahak and Tyrant Bear are both the top fighting forces in the Shichibukai of the king. These two big men have always been uncertain whereabouts, and the dragon can't see the end. We're going to have to work hard to find them." Perona was in a good mood at this time, flying around in the air, and said with a smile, "We don't need to worry about those things at all. With Miss Baccarat here, are you afraid that you won't be able to find the two of them?" Ha 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 ha. Reiju also smiled. Isho nodded and said, "This is true, with the blessing of good luck, it should not be a problem to meet them. With Chris's skill, I'm pretty sure that I succeeded in persuading those two to join the Shichibukai Alliance." Bumble, 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 bumble. Everyone was talking. The phone bug on Reiju suddenly rang. Needless to say, it must be a call from the Vinsmoke family. The phone bug on Reiju's body is specially used to contact them. Betty looked at Reiju's helpless expression, and teased sympathetically, "Your annoying dad is here again." However, He hasn't called you for a long time. Baccarat folded his crimson hair, and Vivi smiled lightly. It's good that he can always remember to make a phone call. After all, Reju's father is notoriously cold-blooded. Nami looked rather envious. Anyway, Reju still has the care of her parents. No matter what. For what purpose, it's good to have a father who thinks of himself. Reju shrugged helplessly and sighed, "Excuse me." In fact, she was already a little relieved about it. Chris's comfort had played a big role, and she didn't mind it at all. Just take it as normal. She stepped aside gracefully and answered the phone. She didn't need to ask to know that Judge's purpose for calling was nothing more than to find out what's going on with the Chris pirates. This is the original intention of Judge sending Reju to the Chris pirates. What he didn't know was that Reju, now, had already become one of Chris' most loyal partners. So-called regular reporting of news is nothing but normal things. This Reju has already discussed it with Chris, and there is nothing that can't be said except the secrets of the Chris pirates. Reju, I haven't contacted you for a long time. In the past 2 days, we have just attacked another country, ha 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 ha. The phone bug imitated Judge's smile and laughed very happily. Seems that the Vinsmoke family has been doing quite well recently. And since Chris personally warned Judge last time, his attitude has been much better than before. Niji sneered and in turn asked, Reju, why haven't you contacted us for so long? Could it be that you were in the Chris pirates, you were so comfortable, and you forgot your mission? Yuji sat on the sofa, crossed Erlang's legs, and said with a blank face, Reju, don't forget your mission. You belong to the Vinsmoke family all your life, belong to Germa 66. Don't think you can betray the Vinsmoke family with Chris on your side. At this time, IG seemed quite peaceful, and waved his hand to stop Niji and Yuji. Afterwards, he chuckled and asked, Reju, tell us about the Chris pirates, the latest situation. For his 3 brothers, Reju has long been cold-hearted. As a technological product of Germa 66, the Yuji brothers have no feelings at all. There is no family, friendship, some are just selfish, aiming to dominate North Blue. In their eyes, Reju has long since become an alternative like Sanji. In this regard, Reju has also calmly accepted. Be serious with people like them. Judge took over the conversation and said with a smile on his face, Yeah Reju, what have you been doing during this time? Why haven't I seen you in the newspaper? Youngji pouted and said sarcastically, Hee, it's not because he provoked some powerful enemy, he's hiding on purpose. Reju said with no expression on his face, We have passed Fishman Island and successfully entered the New World. Nothing major happened during this time, so naturally there will be no news reports. The Chris pirates will not be afraid of anyone, you can rest assured about this. Somehow, a hint of pity suddenly rose in Reju's heart. She felt pity for the 3 Yuji brothers, for their arrogance and ignorance. Even people like Doflamingo respected Chris, but they still looked disapproving. Judge heard that the Chris pirates had entered the New World, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This progress was really beyond his expectations. Reju, based on your observations, how is the overall strength of the Chris pirates now? Reju sneered in his heart, his father was still authentic. That's what he cared about all the time. Reju brushed her pink hair, and forced a smile on her delicate white face. She replied sweetly, I don't need to say more about Chris' strength, I have already explained it to you. As for the squad leaders, their strength has been improved recently. Especially Enel and Lafitte, their strength may have completely surpassed Marine Vice Admiral. Hearing this, Yuji snorted coldly and said in a suspicious tone, Beyond Marine Vice Admiral. According to you, do they also have the strength of Marine Admiral? Niji also sneered, Hee, what kind of person is now, he has the strength of Admiral of Marine Headquarters. If you want me to say, this Marine Headquarters Admiral is worthless. Judge snorted softly, shut up. Listen to Reiju. Now, Judge treats Reiju like a baby. This is his most important piece right now. He has always wanted Reiju to marry Chris, to completely solidify the relationship between the Vinsmoke family and Chris. This way, their Vinsmoke family will unite North Blue, and they will have great confidence. Reiju always kept a shallow smile on his face, and said softly, beyond Marine Vice Admiral, it doesn't mean Admiral's strength. In strength between Marine Vice Admiral and Admiral is not 1.5 stars. Reiju paused for a while and continued, his squad leaders are slowly improving in strength, and basically they can master the two-color hockey. Now their overall level should be able to reach Marine's mid-level. This is also Reiju's own estimation. After all, the squad leaders have not yet played against Marine Vice Admiral. She wasn't entirely sure either. Hearing this, Judge's face was obviously a little surprised. However, this surprise soon turned into joy. The stronger the strength of the Chris pirates, the better for their Vinsmoke family. Chris has a really good eye for people, and those squad leaders are actually so powerful. Looking at this, their potential is quite good. The strength of the Marine Vice Admiral at the average level, which is a level that is difficult to achieve. Marine Vice Admiral is the mainstay of Marine, the most capable group. There are many people and they are very powerful. Ordinary pirates cannot be their opponents at all. Any Marine Vice Admiral, if he becomes a pirate and becomes a pirate, can become a strong one. This is the real Marine Vice Admiral. If unifying North Blue is not a dream at all. Was also a smug smile on Niji's face. A dozen squad leaders are equivalent to a dozen Marine Vice Admirals. The size of Buster Call is no more than that. Under this scale of encirclement and suppression, no country can resist. Yuji said a little indignantly at this time, that guy Chris, does he actually have so many warriors under his command? I really underestimate this guy. Smile on Reiju's alluring face, and his eyebrows and eyes were particularly moving. That man is just so good. Even the three Yuji brothers, who have always been defiant, had to be impressed. She continued, we are now on our way to the kingdom of Kudora, and the next goal is it. Chris decided to capture the kingdom of Kudora as the base of the Chris pirates. And the world government has agreed to recognize him as a king, and they will send troops to help. The news really shocked Judge and the other three. They couldn't help but stand up with a squeak, with shocked expressions on their faces. The kingdom of Kudola is very famous, and they, Germa 66, naturally know it well. Face was solemn, and he said solemnly, Chris is actually going to attack the kingdom of Kudora, how courageous. That's a tough stubble, stronger than any country in North Blue. Judge couldn't help but exclaimed, as expected of Chris, he has a very bold spirit. I believe that if he wins this battle, he will definitely become famous in the New World. Judge's face was full of anticipation, and he was more and more satisfied and admired for Chris. Yuji, with a face full of astonishment, he murmured, this Chris can actually alarm the world government to take action for him. And recognize his kingship. I think that the Vinsmoke family was recognized by the world government, but it took a lot of effort. Niji echoed, what kind of magic does he have? For the energy of Chris, today's three Niji brothers, have a new understanding. They seemed to suddenly realize that the current Chris was already the King Shichibukai. And now Chris, the strength has become unfathomable. There was a bit of surprise in Niji's tone. I really didn't expect that the world government would give him such face. So, my father's choice was right. Joining with Chris is indeed the best way to help our Vinsmoke family unite North Blue. Judge hurriedly continued to ask, how about the Shichibukai alliance initiated by Chris? Reiju took a few steps to the side gracefully, and smiled softly, with Chris, 5 Shichibukai have joined in total. There are only Hakai Mahawk and Tyrant Bear, and they should not be too long to join. Hearing this, Yuji seized the opportunity and said coldly, do you sound confident? It is rumored that Hawkeye, can stand against the 4 emperors. You are sure that he can join the Shichibukai alliance. Besides, Tyrant Bear is not a small character, and his actions are elusive. With Chris' strength, I can convince these 2 big men. In this regard, Yuji has always remained skeptical. Iji also nodded lightly, and echoed, yes, these 2 are hard stubborn, not easy to mess with. Is Chris really sure to win over them? Reiju's mouth twitched into a smile, and he said generously, just 2 days ago, Chris scared Doflamingo away without taking a shot. Do you think that Chris like this is sure? Hearing this, the 3 brothers Yuji opened their eyes wide at the same time, stunned in place. Judge also sucked in a breath of cold air at this time, unable to hide his shock in his pupils. Chris had beaten Doflamingo before, something he didn't know. Reiju didn't say these things. And now, these things are no longer a secret. Judge couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, and pondered, frightened Doflamingo directly. How strong is Chris' strength now? And murmured, Doflamingo's strength ranks 2nd and 3rd among Shichibukai. It's not true that such a character is actually scared away by Chris. Yuji was a little embarrassed at this time, and he was skeptical of Chris just now. But now it seems that Chris really has his own strength. After all, Doflamingo isn't something that just a little scoundrel can scare away. Judge couldn't help but praise. I didn't see the wrong person, Chris is a real talent. He is still so young, and his strength has reached such a level, it is unimaginable. Niji curled his lips and said reluctantly, although I don't like that guy Chris, I have to admit that he is really too powerful. If it were me, in front of Doflamingo, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last even a quarter of an hour. Ig also shook his head again and again, with a look of frustration on his face. Damn. This guy Chris, the progress is so fast. I still want to compete with him, and now it seems that I may have lost that qualification. Yuji snorted coldly, and said with a gloomy expression, it's really a pity that we didn't suppress him earlier. Now, this guy Chris has grown to such a level, it's unimaginable. Niji brothers, who were arrogant, were obviously depressed at this time. They also acknowledged the strength of Chris from the bottom of their hearts. When Chris beat Crocodile, they didn't care. Although a little surprised, but not convinced. The 3 brothers even threatened to trample Chris under their feet. Also make the most of Chris and let him charge for the Vinsmoke family. Today, they finally realize how ridiculous they were at the beginning. It turns out that he and Chris are not at the same level at all. It is impossible for someone as powerful as him to be used. Looking at the expressions of the 3 Niji brothers, Judge's face was full of smiles. He hurriedly praised, Chris will definitely be a big man in the world in the future. Reiju, I think Chris is an excellent son-in-law, you have to fight for me. Take the opportunity to win his favor as soon as possible and make him my son-in-law. Once there is such a relationship between the Vinsmoke family and Chris, they can probably walk sideways. This is also a wish of Judge for a long time. Is definitely a very good deal to have a relationship with Chris. Yuji laughed and said with great excitement, yes, such a powerful character must be held in his hands. With him as our reliance, we, Germa 66, will act in the future, and we won't have to worry about it. Niji showed a weird smile and said hee. That's right, with his backing, it's not like you can do anything you want. Anyway, if anything goes wrong, just leave it to him. With his ability, it can be done easily. Moreover, acting in his name, it is estimated that no one dares to resist us. Ichi sneered and said, perhaps, we will not only unify North Blue. With Chris' help, I think we can ask East Blue, and West Blue, too. Ichi's ambition was also exposed at this time. Since they were supported by such a big man, they couldn't help but shook their heads lightly for Reiju, with disappointment in their eyes. Once upon a time, Yuji and these 3 guys were still talking about how to use Chris. How to squeeze the use value of Chris. How to treat him cruelly after using it. The ruthlessness and cruelty of several people were revealed in the words. And now, after knowing Chris's true strength, one by one, they are all chasing others, getting up. Put it bluntly, he is still using Chris. Only this time, they respected Chris a lot. Reiju felt a little helpless, and she just responded lightly. I know my father, and I will seize the opportunity. Chris, you don't have to worry. Judge was on the phone, still exhorting him. Pity that Reiju couldn't listen at all at this time. Originally answering the call was just for meaning. If this person hadn't been his biological father, Reiju wouldn't have any connection with them at all. Bumble, 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 bumble. At the same time, another phone bug rang on the ship. It's the phone bug on Kaya. Perona circled in the air and said with a smile, what day is today? Why are your family members calling? Makino took a sip of coffee, smiled Isho, and said softly, today is such a coincidence. Which of you still has a phone bug on you? It won't ring again later. Betty spit out a few smoke rings, and smiled faintly. We are left with 310. Hawkeye Mahawk invites Chris to fight. Shocked, this is a battle of the century surname. At this time, in front of the Chris, a small boat wandered freely. This boat is very small and can only accommodate one person. Alarm officer found that the boat was sitting alone in the center, with a large sword on his back. Any case, the appearance of this small boat in the New World always gives people a very strange feeling. That's what caught the policeman's attention. After careful observation, they discovered that this person was dressed like an eagle-eyed Mahawk. After hearing the voice of the alarm officer, everyone on board was very shocked. Especially Nami et al., who were still there just now, talking about Mahawk and Tyrant Bear. Unexpectedly, the main lord actually appeared nearby. Betty took a deep breath, then exhaled the smoke, frowning in surprise. Is it really Hawkeye Mahawk? The legendary world's greatest swordsman. Bakura's face was startled, and Vivi's beautiful eyes trembled. How could that man appear here? It's incredible that Mahawk, the eagle-eyed Mahawk, who has always seen the dragon but never sees the end, is actually met by us like this. Alvida had already stood up at this time, carrying a giant mace on his shoulders, and looked at the sea with sharp eyes. Suddenly, Alvida's pupils suddenly dilated, the small mouth was surprised, and Vivi opened and said, it seems that it is Mahawk, the big sword, which is very similar to the portrait. Chris also once said that Hawkeye Mahawk likes to be alone, and a boat is enough to go out to sea. And the person in front of him, basically, completely conforms to this characteristic. Now everyone can basically be sure that the eagle-eyed Mahawk is indeed ahead. Reiju, who has just finished talking, has returned to the training room at this time, just in time for this scene. She looked at the eagle-eyed Mahawk in the distance, and Vivi was a little moved and echoed. It's really him, the strongest among the Shichibukai under the king. According to Chris, Mahawk has the strength of 4 emperors. He suddenly appeared near us. Is it a coincidence, or is it something else? Reiju touched his delicate chin lightly, and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Perona was already flying happily in the air at this time, and said with a smile, it's great to have Miss Bakura here. A mysterious person like Mahawk, Hawkeye, was found so easily by us. Perona flew to Reiju's side, patted her on the shoulder, and said heartlessly, what purpose does he come here for? Since appearing here, it means that there is a relationship between us. And with Chris here, if this guy has any bad ideas, he will definitely not be able to eat and walk around, ha 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 ha. Makino shook his head slightly, his face slightly worried. It's not as simple as you think. Chris mentions Mahawk more than once, between the lines, with admiration for him. That guy is an existence that can rival the 4 emperors, and his strength should not be underestimated. Although we all know that Chris's strength is very powerful, it is still unknown whether it can reach the level of the 4 emperors. Doflamingo can be said to be the strongest opponent the Chris pirates have encountered so far. 4. Chris's strength reference. That's all. As for Chris's strength, has it reached the height of the 4 emperors? Makino et al. Did not dare to jump to conclusions. Namilu frowned slightly, then smiled Isho, and said lightly, the soldiers will block, the water will cover. If he really came to make trouble, our Chris pirates wouldn't necessarily be afraid of him. But if it's just an accident, it's also a great opportunity for us. Right now, the Shichibukai alliance is only 2 away, so we have to win him no matter what. Charlie's face was cold, and her glamorous eyes glanced at the distance. As expected, he is the number 1 swordsman in the world. Just by looking at it, I can faintly feel the fierce aura emanating from him. I've only felt this special power in Chris. Charlie was extremely convinced that the strength of Hakai Mahak was absolutely top-notch. I'm afraid it's on par with Chris. At this time, Chris in the training room has also stopped practicing. 4. Hakai Mahak's arrival, he has just noticed. After cleaning up, Chris was still wearing black clothes and black pants, and walked out with Nami and the others. At this time, the deck was already lively. Squad leaders heard the siren, they appeared on the deck as quickly as possible. Everyone wants to see the style of the world's largest swordsman. Among them, the most positive performance is none other than Cavendish, who also uses swords. 4. Swordsman, Mahak is the idol they all worship. It is also the target they are chasing. Cavendish stood on the deck, stretched his neck vigorously, and exclaimed, "It's really Hakai Mahak. It's really him. Did you see the big black knife behind him? It's the work of the supreme swordsman, Knight. The strongest black knife in the world." It was obvious that Cavendish was extremely excited at this time. Even his voice was visibly trembling. Burgess raised his arms and laughed. I actually met the strongest swordsman in the world. The luck of our Chris pirates is too good, way ha ha ha. Bartolomeo nodded and said with a smile, I've been thinking about how to find him and Tyrant Bear during this time. In the end, this guy showed up on his own initiative, but it saved a lot of trouble. Du snorted and said coldly, it's hard to say whether it saves trouble or adds trouble. The other party is the world's largest swordsman, with strong strength and strange behavior. No one can really figure out what's on his mind. Lafitte pressed his hat, looked at the sea calmly, and said, the poison makes sense. Hakai Mahak has always been a loner, and I've never heard of any partners. That means he doesn't like to get involved in trouble. Lafitte paused, then Vivi frowned. So, it's hard to say whether he wants to join the Shichibukai alliance. Enel poked his ears out of boredom and said nonchalantly, if he doesn't agree, let's fight. I can feel this guy is way better than Doflamingo. Saying that, Enel's eyes became inexplicably excited. He is eager to try again. It is not easy to meet such a formidable opponent. Even if he knew that he might still fail, he was only able to discover his own deficiencies by playing with the masters. That kind of combat experience is very rare and precious. Hawkins was expressionless and looked dead, and said lightly, I advise you not to try it at will. I just calculated it for you, and against him, your odds of winning are 0. Moreover, the possibility of your death is as high as 90%. Saying that, Hawkins put away the tarot cards in his hand, and his face did not waver. Enel couldn't help smacking his lips. He didn't expect Hawkins' calculations to be so terrifying. Hawkins' calculations have always been fairly accurate. In this way, the gap between himself and Hakai Mahak is really 108,000 miles. This is a bit frustrating for him. But while frustrated, Enel felt more excited. Recognizing the gap between himself and the strong, he has the goal and motivation of going. Even if they are not their opponents now, it does not represent the future. As long as he practiced hard enough, he believed that with his own talent, he would definitely be able to catch up with these people. Luo Y hugged the demon knife and cried, and stood aside with a calm expression. It has eagle-like pupils, so it is called eagle eyes. I'm looking forward to a fight between him and Captain Chris. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. When Burgess heard the words, he suddenly came to the spirit and echoed, I agree with your idea. If the two of them fight, the scene must be quite exciting. Besides, I haven't seen a captain with a sword in battle. Kuro pushed his glasses. His eyes were sharp and wise. The captain swings his sword all day. His swordsmanship must not be low. Maybe the captain is also a great swordsman. In this way, we can enjoy the battle between the two great swordsmen. Van Augur gently issued, and said solemnly, it is said that Hawkeye Mahawk is a swordsman. Excellent on offense and defense. The pressure of the sword he swings can change the trajectory of the bullet, and I don't know if it's true or not. I really want to try it myself. Said, Van Augur touched his spear lightly. Lafitte, indifferent to issue, waved his hand lightly, and said, he is the captain's important target. The Shichibukai Alliance, he is absolutely indispensable. If, because of you, Mahawk the Hawkeye is angered and he refuses to join. What do you think the captain will do with you? This, Van Augur shrugged, embarrassing issue. He couldn't bear the consequences. Besides, if he was really given a chance, he might not dare to shoot. The opponent is a strong man with the strength of the four emperors, and Van Augur still has some self-knowledge. At this moment, Chris appeared on the deck with Nami and the others. The squad leaders came to Chris's side one after another. Mandamongan's expression was indifferent, and he said coldly, Captain, I think Mahawk has come prepared. What purpose he is holding, we can't know, we need to be more careful. Caribou heard the words, he sneered, Jin, it's time to become so timid. Even if the Hawkeye Mahawk has a purpose, so what? We Chris pirates have never been afraid of anything. Seeing the eagle-eyed Mahawk getting closer, Baccarat folded his crimson hair and smiled issue. Everyone, don't guess at random, just ask him directly. Chris said indifferently, there is no malice in his trip. For Chris, his observation hockey has been able to judge whether the other party has any hostility towards him. He didn't feel any murderous aura or other bad emotions from Hawkeye Mahawk. Contrary, he actually felt a bit of peace from the body of a big swordsman. If this is said, I am afraid no one will believe it. Enel was still eager to try, and asked softly, Captain, can I challenge Mahawk? Hearing this, Chris shook his head gently, now you are not the time. Hawkeye Mahawk and Doflamingo are not at the same level. Enel is no match for Doflamingo, let alone Mahawk. Chris's refusal of his request is also a kind of protection for Enel. Once Mahawk makes a move, it may seriously damage Enel's self-confidence. The gains outweigh the losses. Soon, the two ships met. Hawk-eyed Mahawk sat in his own boat and was indifferent to Chris issue. His eyes were as sharp as a falcon, which captured the heart. Although he was smiling at this time, everyone still felt that he was very dangerous. Mahawk's aura was so strong that everyone on Chris' boat couldn't relax. Chris didn't care about that. Such strong people will still be encountered frequently. Squad leaders also need to get used to it. Hawkeye Mahawk spoke first and said, you are Chris. I've heard a lot about you recently, and I'm very interested in you. But you are really not easy to find. I have been looking for you for a long time, and I finally met you today. Chris nodded slightly, but didn't say anything more. But for Hawkeye Mahawk's move, he was a little surprised. People like Mahawk actually take the initiative to come to find him, but it's interesting. Hawkeye Mahawk stared at Chris with a pair of eagle eyes, and said lightly, Chris, I don't know you, would you like to learn swordsmanship with me? As soon as these words came out, the squad leaders all looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. The world's greatest swordsman actually invited Captain Chris to learn swordsmanship with him. Cavendish couldn't help but cast envious and admiring glances at Chris. If only I could be as strong as the captain. In this way, I am also qualified to play against Hawkeye Mahawk. Bartolomeo chuckled lightly and said, the captain is amazing, even the world's #1 swordsman has to salute him for 3 points. I'm suddenly looking forward to a fight between the two of them. Reiju suddenly thought of something, and his eyes were full of doubts. The captain has never used swordsmanship in front of people. How does Hawkeye Mahawk know that the captain is proficient with swordsmanship? Nami also reacted, and Lu Mei frowned slightly. Yes, except we know about this matter, and it is impossible for outsiders to know. We ourselves will definitely not disclose such secrets to outsiders. Is it possible that the world's greatest swordsman is the best swordsman in the world? Have a different sense of. This is actually Chris's own doubts. His eyes were like swords, staring at Mahawk. I never use a sword in front of people, how do you know that I am a swordsman? Chris remembered clearly that no matter who he fought, he never used a sword. Even with Rayleigh, he just showed his devil fruit ability and fighting technique. And according to Momoshiki, even the intelligence agencies stronger than the world government didn't even notice it. Then that's pretty interesting. Hawk-eyed Mahawk know about it. Could it be that his pair of eagle-eyed eyes can also read people's hearts? 2. Chris's question. Hawk-eyed Mahawk whispered Isho and replied lightly, the eyes of a good swordsman, naturally I can tell the difference. I've noticed you from the moment you emerged on the sea. From your first reward order, I saw that you should be a swordsman. But it is strange that neither the newspapers nor the legends of others mention your swordsmanship. It makes me feel a little weird. It was with this doubt and curiosity that Hawkeye Mahawk got to know more about Chris. Eagle-eyed Mahawk continued. I know you, they played against Marine Vice Admiral Onagumo, and you've heard battle scenes described. Although you don't use swordsmanship. But some of your actions still betray you. Chris nodded with a smile, very amused. Indeed, some of his fighting techniques are similar to those of swordsmen. Such inadvertent little details are hard to hide. However, he was still very surprised. Hawkeye Mahawk did not see the battle scene with his own eyes, and could make such a judgment based on the descriptions of others. This ability is really terrifying. Chris couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Of course, based on this alone, I can't fully prove that you are a swordsman. Eagle-eyed Mahawk crossed Erlang's legs, a faint smile evoked at the corner of his mouth, and said something. I've read all the news about you and heard a lot of your deeds. You traveled around the world and dealt with a lot of people at will. Then beat Crocodile in Alabasta, and then Smoker in Onagumo. I've heard about Gecko Moria and you on Fishman Island. Listening to Hawkeye Mahawk's narrative one by one, everyone in the Chris Pirates was amazed. Many of these things are little-known secrets. To know so many things, Hawkeye Mahawk must have worked hard. Such attention from Hawkeye Mahawk shows how extraordinary Chris is. So in my impression, you are calm and decisive. When you put it in the sheath, you don't show your edge. When you come out of the sword, you will be a blockbuster. This is the basic quality of a good swordsman, and your style of behavior coincides with this. Based on these details, you want me to not believe you are a swordsman, it's hard. Hawk-eyed Mahawk looked into Chris's eyes with a half-smile, as if seeing Chris completely. But at this time, he found out unexpectedly. Not even a trace of fluctuation in Chris's eyes. Even though he analyzed him so thoroughly, Chris didn't show anything. Mahawk to imagine that such a young man, Chris, has such calmness and composure. Compared to Chris's calmness, the squad leaders were not at all calm. Burgess looked at Mahawk in astonishment and kept shaking his head. You sure this guy is just a sword guy? How do I feel like he's more of a scholar? Luo hugged the ghost crying and said with emotion, I really didn't expect that he would be able to make such a judgment just by relying on some clues. Kuro pushed his glasses slightly and smiled. The point is, his inferences are completely correct. The great swordsman is really different, as long as it is with swordsmanship. They can always detect it. Quote. Cavendish smiled in admiration. That's why he can become a great swordsman. Hawkeye Mahawk versus swordsmanship. Has an obsession that is unmatched by ordinary people. He was exposed to swordsmanship from a young age. Day after day of practice, we have today's strength. At this time, everyone has some admiration for Mahawk. Chris looked at the eagle-eyed Mahawk on the boat and said lightly, I accept your invitation. There is an island not far ahead, and we will compete there. Mahawk's face immediately showing a smile. There was some certainty in his eyes. Okay. Decisive enough. It's the character I like. I also hope that your swordsmanship can be like your character, not dragging its feet. Mahawk is very happy at this time. One of his wishes for so long has finally come true. He also didn't expect that Chris's promise would be so straightforward and choose the next island directly. Immediately afterwards, the Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk's boat headed towards the next island, going. At this time, on the Chris, it became a bit lively. Because of the upcoming battle, it has aroused great interest in the crowd. Nami held her small face and said shallowly, I can finally see Chris's swordsmanship. Do you know what level he has reached now? Looking at how confident Chris looks, his swordsmanship should be very good. Betty gently spit out a few smoke rings, and said lightly, it's natural, Chris swings the knife 10,000 times a day, it's not useless. Even though he hardly ever fights with people, it doesn't affect the improvement of his swordsmanship. Saying goes, water drops through the stone. One knows how to persevere, there will be gains. Baccarat stroked the dark red hair in front of his forehead, showing a gentle and dignified smile on his beautiful and delicate face, and said. Remember the blood red in Chris's neck. The knife on that day showed its evil spirit and wanted to control Chris, but was successfully suppressed and subdued by Chris. Such a spiritual knife is naturally not ordinary. And it recognizes Chris as the master, which shows Chris's swordsmanship. And at the same time it was recognized. Sweetheart Queen nodded lightly. Yes, blood red is a supreme knife. To be able to wield this knife, Chris's swordsmanship level, will surely surprise the eagle-eyed Mahawk. Carrying a giant mace, Alvita has been watching the boat below. This eagle-eyed Mahawk is known as the world's largest swordsman. He and Chris will definitely be able to collide with different sparks. Maybe we will see a great battle. Their swordplay against Chris level, there is no doubt at all, it is just unclear how far he has reached. Nami and the others were extremely sure that they would see a rare swordsmanship today. Battle. Perona happily danced in the air and said with a smile, swordsmanship. Most gorgeous move. The whole fight. Open black lens bracket slippers close black lens bracket. 311. Mahawk vs. Chris. The sword is vertical and horizontal, the battle of two superb swordsmen. Small island of Mosca, today is a little more restless. Two slender figures walked slowly towards an open area. On the edge of the small island of Mosca, the Chris was quietly docked near the coast. Except Chris, no one else got off the boat and stayed on the boat honestly. This is not Chris' request, but a consensus of everyone. They are very clear that this is a battle belonging to the strength of the four emperors, and the scope of its spread is unimaginable. Once they get too close, they are likely to be accidentally injured. That kind of level of damage is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Therefore, everyone also chose to stay on the boat and watch the battle from a distance. At this distance, they can still see clearly. Nami and the others all sat down at the railing. Taking a closer look, they actually held a plate of peanuts and melon seeds in their hands. Judging from this posture, they completely treated this competition as an exhibition match. But that's true, Hawkeye Mahawk and Chris don't have any deep hatred for each other. Besides, Mahawk admired Chris so much, so naturally the two of them stopped. Nami said expectantly while smashing the sunflower seeds, I see and imagine, I'm also fortunate enough to see such a battle. Wait a minute, this must be a visual feast. Baccarat tucked her crimson hair together, and said indifferently, "Isho. This is the first time, but it definitely won't be the last." In Chris's plan, he must win the throne of the 4 emperors. So this level of battle, we will still watch it in the future. Reiju gently grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and said generously, "I see Chris swinging a knife in the training room on weekdays, but I have never seen him make a real shot. I have some expectations, what kind of tricks Chris will have." After seeing Chris's fighting technique, such as facing the peacock, they have more expectations for Chris. In particular, this swordsmanship move will definitely be more exciting than the fighting technique. Betty took a breath of cigarette and said casually, "That eagle-eyed Mahawk is not easy, and can sit firmly in the position of the world's largest swordsman all year round. You can't do it without any real skills. These 2 people compete. I am afraid that a wonderful one is indescribable." Alvida also put down his mace at this time and sat down with Nami and the others. With a pair of beautiful eyes, she looked at Chris, who had stood still, and chuckled, "I hope Chris can win this competition. I'm very much looking forward to a new name on Chris's head. And the world's largest swordsman, just enough." Faint smile appeared on Mrs. Shiarly's cold face. "God rewards hard work. Chris's hard work will not be in vain. Look at how confident he is. This swordsmanship competition, he at least will not lose. Although I dare not guarantee, Chris will definitely be able to beat Mahawk." But Nami and the others were convinced in their hearts that Chris would not lose. At this moment, everyone in the Chris Pirates was even more nervous than Chris himself. On the other hand, looking at Chris, who has already entered the venue, at this time. A calm look with a calm face. He glanced at Mahawk lightly, and said softly, "You're right, I'm also a swordsman. Swordsmanship. Together, I myself attach great importance to it and have never slackened off for a moment. As a swordsman, challenging and surpassing the world's greatest swordsman is naturally my wish." Chris put his hands in his pockets, and his indifferent face showed a trace of excitement. "So, being able to fight with you is also my long-cherished wish. I also want to see what level my swordsmanship can reach. Can you really surpass, you, the world's number 1? Saying that, there was an inexplicable frenzy in Chris's eyes. Is somewhat different from his usual calmness. Not because of anything else, just because the opponent in front of him deserves his attention. In swordsmanship. 1. If Hawkeye Mahawk is second. In the world, who dares to claim to be number 1? Can learn swordsmanship with Mahawk. Is the dream of all swordsmen in the world. Chris is no exception, he has been looking forward to this day." Saying that, Chris gently untied the blood-red knife on his neck. Under the eyes of the public, the blood red instantly became bigger and turned into a sharp blade. After a long period of infiltration by Chris, the blood red at this time has completely become a black knife. The so-called black knife requires the user to temper it in constant battles. Integrate his own experience, strength, momentum and armament hockey into the blade. Such a black knife, with its owner, can reach a certain state of mind. And the biggest feature of the black knife is that it is sturdy. That have been forged to a certain extent are basically not broken. For example, Hawkeye's Black Blade Knight is the strongest black blade in the world. Although Chris has never experienced thousands of battles, his practice is even better than the battle. Besides, since I saw Caribou's clone fruit, Chris also successfully copied his own avatar by virtue of the copying fruit. During this time, every night in the middle of the night, he was performing swordsmanship with his clone. Fight. That kind of intensity is no less than fighting with outsiders. Therefore, his blood red, and under him, became a black knife. At this time, the blood was red, and the sword energy was restrained, but faintly, there was still a ruthless aura. As if to devour foreign objects. The moment he saw the blood red, the eagle-eyed Mahawk's eyes vivi trembled, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes, and he said something. Your knife, it's Very strange. It seems that he has some kind of spirituality, the forger. I am afraid that he has devoted his life to it. It's a really good knife. Chris Vivi nodded and said lightly, I also got it by accident, and happened to conquer it. Although I don't know where it came from, I can feel that this is also a great sword. Chris's eyes swept across the blood red lightly. The rank of this knife is definitely not low. Otherwise, it is impossible to want to attack Chris on that day. The blood is red now, and it has been submissive. Hawkeye Mahawk was indifferent to Isho, which also proved his conjecture. Chris is indeed a rare swordsman in 100 years. Genius, otherwise this kind of spiritual supreme sword will not easily recognize the master. It's the first time I've seen a sword that ate a devil fruit. It's kind of interesting. Mahawk praised, at your age, it is not easy to forge a knife into a black knife. If you were born more than 10 years earlier, the title of the world's greatest swordsman would be to describe you. Mahawk's eyes were somewhat sincere, and his compliments came from the heart. Mahawk himself knew very well that, at the age of 19, he was only a small success. Still far from where Chris is today. Not to mention, owning a black knife forged by himself. The face of Mahawk's admiration, Chris was not complacent, just fainted Isho. He asked nonchalantly, don't you care about the name of the world's largest swordsman? The answer is of course self-evident. The realm of Hawkeye Mahawk, the so-called false name has long been ignored. The same goes for Chris. Titles are useless. Only strength is what you really have, what you really have. Mahawk stretched out his hand and slowly drew out the big black knife behind him. Yi. His eyes like a falcon suddenly became extremely sharp. The momentum of the whole person also suddenly changed. There was a sense of oppression, and he said, I've noticed you since the first time you were offered a bounty. I also followed your every move after that. I'm very curious about where you will go. When I learned that you defeated Crocodile and became King Shichibukai, I decided to find you. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of person you are. Mahawk's voice is very deep and magnetic. Chris smiled lightly and asked, now, have I ever let you down? Mahawk shook his head, then chuckled, you are much more interesting than I thought. Now, I'm even more looking forward to this competition with you. After all, Mahawk took the initiative to attack without any hesitation. He held the black knife like a falcon chasing its prey, and suddenly went to Chris. Chris immediately snorted and focused. He also greeted him with a blood-red sword, without giving in half a cent. This time, he didn't use the power of devil fruit. Relying entirely on his own fighting technique and swordsmanship. He wants to really take advantage of this opportunity to test his cultivation achievements. Cow needle. Hearing a light drink from Chris, the blood red in his hand quickly charged forward. Every time he swings his sword, he can see a faint trace left in the void. When the two faced each other, Chris stabbed out quickly, swinging his sword more than 9 times in an instant. Mahawk's mouth evoked a smile, and Heidayi tilted at will and moved quickly. Easily blocked the 8 bull needles. After one blow, the two opened the distance again. This time, the two sides are just a simple test. Eagle-eyed Mahawk's smile, there was obviously a bit of surprise in it. A simple move, he had already seen that Chris was using swordsmanship. A level above. I didn't read you wrong, such a speed with a knife is rare in the world. He couldn't help but admire. At such a close distance, in a short period of less than a second, he can swing more than 9 times in a row. That kind of speed, even for Mahawk himself, is just that. Chris looked indifferent and shook his head, it's still not fast enough. Obviously, Chris wasn't happy with that. Mahawk can easily block the bull needle, which has represented everything. It might work for others, but for Mahawk, it's not worth mentioning. After this time, Chris also probably understood Mahawk's true abilities. The two sides looked at each other and then shot again. This time, Mahawk didn't mean to test. Knight, slash. Mahawk raised the black knife in his hand, yee, and then slashed towards Chris. This blow, although the move is not so gorgeous, but the sword energy gushing out from the knight of the black sword. Be underestimated. With a simple slash, Chris could clearly feel that the air pressure around him suddenly became much heavier. It was as if an invisible hand pressed itself to the ground. He unexpectedly discovered that under Mahawk's slash, his speed seemed to be artificially limited. It was like falling into a quagmire, with great resistance all around him. Chris frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Blood red in his hand swiped lightly against the void, the feeling of being suppressed immediately. Lightened a lot. Immediately, he put the blood red in front of him and lifted it up sharply. Clang! Just heard the sound of golden iron, and the place was dusty. Smoke cleared, and Chris and Mahawk had both dispersed. This time, Chris looked at Mahawk solemnly. He can also be regarded as a real experience, the swordsmanship of the world's largest swordsman. Strength. It's just a simple and ordinary slash, but it can bring such heavy pressure to people. Hawkeye Mahawk faintly isho. Yes, the response is fast enough. I didn't panic because I fell into the quagmire, I was calm, and I easily broke my suppression. Eagle-eyed Mahawk fights against people, and always likes to win with one move. The Dark Knight just now, slashing, is almost the move he is best at and loves the most. Simple and straightforward, but often effective. This is because many opponents will panic subconsciously when they feel that they are being held down. Once caught in a panic, it is easy to find flaws. In the face of the world's strongest swordsman, any flaw is enough to kill. Chris sighed softly, and said coldly, "This trick is straight to the heart, I learned it." Using its own powerful power and sword energy to create a field that makes the people in it unable to extricate themselves. The highest level of swordsmanship, back to basics. Of all battles is to return to the basics. Is enough to remove all kinds of gorgeous coats and only take the essence of the attack. Mahawk nodded with a smile, and cast an approving look at Chris. Good insight. Chris can easily understand his own kendo, which makes Mahawk a little surprised. After all, not everyone can understand what it means to truly return to the basics. Chris was able to point out the most important points of slashing in one sentence: power, sword chi and strength. Then this move, for Chris in the future, is already useless. Mahawk suddenly clenched the black knife yi, put the knife on the side of his body, and dragged it on the ground. He turned his head and smiled strangely. I don't know if you really understand it, go back to the basics. Then let me try again. See if you can take this knife. Mahawk suddenly shouted, then dragged his knife and went straight to Chris. Eagle Strike, Great Rift. 312. Earthshaking. The battle of the great swordsman destroyed the entire island in an instant. With a light drink from the eagle-eyed Mahawk, the place suddenly flew away. Mahawk dragged his knife forward, picking up the gravel on the ground. These sand and stones gradually surrounded Mahawk, forming a vortex faintly. Eagle Strike, Great Rift. Suddenly, the black knife in Mahawk's hand was suddenly lifted. Mahawk came with flying sand and stone in a posture of carrying a knife. As the distance got closer, the sand and gravel whirlpools around Mahawk became bigger and bigger. Like a sandstorm. On the Chris, Cavendish couldn't help but click his tongue and say something. Just relying on the sword energy, it brought such a powerful sandstorm. In the sandstorm, with the Mahawk's powerful force, it's like a double attack. Lafitte clenched the cane in his hand with a solemn expression. It is difficult to resist sandstorms, let alone be careful of his attacks at the same time. Hawkeye Mahawk's attack is always simple and effective. Luo Y hugged the demon knife and cried. Vivi narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, the captain cannot use the devil fruit ability, and the mirror rejection will not work. If you want to defend against sandstorm attacks, you also need to rely on his swordsmanship. This is really a great test. Squad leaders were amazed at Mahawk's attack. At the same time, they also sweated for Chris. Although they were far away from the battlefield, they could still feel the pressure of Mahawk's attack. Not to mention Chris, who was on the battlefield. Above the battlefield, a rolling sandstorm swept in. It would be fine if it was just a sandstorm, but Chris was surprised to find out. This sandstorm is not as simple as it looks on the surface. Chris is keenly aware that the sandstones rolling up and down in the sandstorm actually carry a sword energy. Although every sandstone, the sword energy around him is not too strong, but hundreds of sandstones gather together. Sword aura was no less than Mahawk's. Besides, Mahawk's Night Sword was not idle either. It is like a hunting eagle, it is hiding behind the sandstorm, ready to go. It is indeed a veritable eagle strike, the great cracking wind. Chris couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, as expected of Mahawk, every time the attack, without a single detail, is superfluous. Any detail can lead to the death of the enemy. Facing Mahawk's merciless blow, Chris' body weight slowly lowered. He clenched the blood red in his hands, and then slowly closed his eyes. Mahawk was not surprised by this. Swordsman duel, the heart is the most important. Closing your eyes can instead make all the feelings of the swordsman more sensitive and clear. But dare to face it, Chris is the first to do this in front of Mahawk. Mahawk can't help but look forward to how Chris will break 5 and make an eagle strike. The big crack wind is gradually approaching, and the momentum has not weakened over time. Instead, it was even more violent. Just as he was about to hit Chris's closed eyes finally suddenly opened at this moment. I saw Chris's feet one after the other, his body leaning forward, his center of gravity pressed down. Blood red in his hand has been raised high above his head, like a posture of soaring to the sky. Yi Dao Lu, Dachan shake. Chris snorted lightly, and then slashed down with the blood-red big knife. Seeing this, Nami and the others felt a little surprised. They look at each other, you look at me, and I look at you. Reiju's beautiful eyes trembled, and her red lips slightly opened. This action is Chris's daily training action. Just this one action, he will slash tens of thousands of times every day. Smile appeared on Alvida's delicate and fair face. This is what Chris understands, back to basics. With the most basic moves, crack the opponent's complex attacks. Nami couldn't help shaking her head and exclaimed, I finally understand why Chris is slashing blood red day after day. As long as you work hard enough, even the most basic moves can exert great power. Too late to say it, just when everyone expresses their amazement. Mahawk's Eagle Strike, the Great Rift Wind, and Chris's Dachan Shake, have already met. The sandstorm swept over and was about to devour Chris. However, Otatsu shakes Chris with a hard blow. Like a blade of immortal slaying, it cuts through the sky. Directly from the middle, it cuts the sandstorm in half. And majestic sword energy directly attacked the sandstorm. Destroy the sword she carried in the Great Rift Wind, making it completely a sandstorm with nothing but appearance, and flying away in the air. Dachanhen's sword energy collided with the eagle strike hidden behind the sandstorm. A violent shock wave spread rapidly with the battlefield as the center. In the plate of Nami and others were all shot down by this shock wave. Although it was only the aftermath, everyone could still feel the pain in their bodies at this time. This is their remaining sword energy. Burgess raised his arms high and said excitedly, Waiahaha, it really deserves to be the strongest battle. We're so far away, and we're still not completely immune. If it were in the center of the battlefield, I'm afraid it would have been torn apart by now. Enno brushed off the dust on his body and suppressed the excitement in his heart. This level of sword energy can chop anything. Even if I am a Logia-capable person, I can't stop this deadly one. Hawkeye Mahawk really is a first-class powerhouse, much stronger than Doflamingo. Bartolomeo Hey Isho, Captain or Captain, as strong as ever. Hawkeye Mahawk's full blow was easily taken by the captain. On the battlefield, there are already ravines. Different from how they looked when they first arrived. At this time, everything has returned to calm. Only a little bit of dust has yet to fall to the ground. This confrontation, neither Chris nor Mahawk got any advantage. Mahawk applauded and nodded. One forced to defeat 10 guilds, and use the most brutal means to crack the eagle strike, the great cracking wind. You are exactly the same as that guy Shanks. Among Mahawk's many opponents, these two were the only ones who broke 5 in this way. He has played against the red-haired Shanks many times, and he can be said to be all too familiar with him. Chris, it's amazing how young you are. Swordsmanship. It has reached the state of returning to its original state. It's no wonder that you can get to this day step by step. Chris looked indifferent and said softly, Kung Fu is a killing technique. The most simple, direct and effective attack is the true meaning of everything. I don't advocate all kinds of bells and whistles, so it's easier to understand this layer. Christopher paused and continued. Just now your eagle strike, the great cracking wind, looks fancy on the surface. But in fact, there is nothing superfluous. This trick is even more clever. Chris and Mahawk felt a little sympathetic to each other at this time. Both swordplay against each other is greatly appreciated. However, since it's a competition, it has to be divided into winners and losers. Eagle-eyed Mahawk's eyes narrowed and Vivi said lightly, Next, let's start a real battle. Chris has completely won the respect of Hawkeye Mahawk. He is regarded as a true opponent by the eagle-eyed Mahawk. After the previous test, Chris's swordsmanship successfully piqued the interest of the Hawkeye Mahawk. Since it's all swordsmanship, the leader of a team, naturally, unconsciously, wants to compete with one another. When Wu is the first, Wu is second. Since it is swordsmanship. In competition, there must be winners and losers. If it is said that the eagle-eyed Mahawk at the beginning was just a little curious about Chris. Want to see Chris' swordsmanship? Exactly how it is now, it is entirely because of him that he feels the joy of meeting opponents. This trip came out, and finally it didn't come in vain. Whatever he said, he couldn't easily let go of this good opportunity. Chris is also indifferent to Isho, twisting the blood-red Vivi in his hand. Then I'm welcome. Instant, Chris's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the whole person's aura changed suddenly. Can be seen that the two of them are very serious at this moment. One blade stream, flying dragon flame. Chris took a leap, jumped into the air, and placed the blood-red sword behind him. Ready to go. Mahawk went from bottom to top, drawing swords and facing each other. The huge black sword knight attacked directly, and the majestic sword energy rushed towards the face. Seeing this scene, the squad leaders were all surprised. Enel wrapped his arms around his chest, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Has it finally begun? A duel between true swordsmen. Burgess raised his arms high and laughed. Captain is finally serious. The whole aura is suddenly different from just now. Finally able to appreciate a fierce battle, way ha ha ha. For this moment, Burgess has been waiting for a long time. Poison Gia Isho. Once Captain Reese gets serious, Hawkeye Mahawk may not be able to withstand it. This, the world's greatest swordsman, today may be the first time to taste the taste of failure. Hawkins stared blankly at the tarot cards in front of him. Seeing his brows, Vivi suddenly frowned and murmured, This is... Luo, who was beside him, noticed his change and looked over. What's wrong, Hawkins? What did you find? Hawkins' eyes, there was a bit of doubt. This time, I didn't measure anything. It's an empty card. Said, Hawkins showed the empty card in his hand to everyone. Caribou looked at it and couldn't help but ask, what does an empty card mean? It just means no result. Hawkins nodded lightly and said lightly, this is the first time I have calculated an empty card. This competition, perhaps because the realm is too high, I can't calculate the final result. I can't even calculate the possibility. Looking at Chris and Mahak in the field, Hawkins shook his head helplessly. By this time, the two had already met. Chris's blood red slammed down and shot down at a very fast speed, bringing out a long flame. Like a flying dragon, it swoops away. Mahak's face was calm, and he went straight up without fear. Heidaoye carries a majestic sword chi, and this sword chi has a tendency to be substantive. The body of the blade exudes strands of black mist, which gather together to form, like a giant eagle, the eagle strikes the sky. One dragon and one eagle, they fight each other without fear. A burst of black and gold intersected in the air, extremely dazzling. From the center of their battle, strands of sword energy poured out. The surrounding ground and some rocks were cut away. One blade stream, 360 troubled winds. Chris stepped forward, bringing out a substantial tornado with the long knife in his hand. This tornado was completely composed of sword energy, and the sound of splitting the space could be heard. Seeing this, Hakai Mahak is not to be outdone. Aye, Ling Shi. I saw that he quickly slashed, and his majestic sword intent brought a black rhinoceros horn. The tornado and the black rhinoceros stalemate in the air, consuming each other. Should go upstairs, sand pattern. A hit, Chris didn't hesitate at all. Turn over in the air, jump to another direction, and slash horizontally with the knife from top to bottom. His knife was very fast, and he was in the air in an instant, slashing out a line of cassock lines. With his light drink, this sword chi cassock surrounded Mahak with the eagle eye. Facing Chris's sword air blocking, Hakai Mahak's expression remained unchanged. The sword energy cage, but it can't trap an eagle soaring in the sky. Black knife, sending eagle slash. I saw the eagle-eyed Mahak suddenly took a step forward and slashed vertically. Sword energy is overflowing. The black knife's stern blow, immediately like a steel eagle, spread its huge wings. Bravely fought towards the sword chi cassock. Chris and Hakai Mahak both tried their best to use swordsmanship. Compete together. With all kinds of intricate moves, everyone in the Chris Pirates was dazzled. Perona turned around in excitement and said with a smile, "Wow. This is really the most exciting battle this princess has ever seen. The competition between swordsmen is simply too interesting, their sword energy can actually change shape." Ha 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 ha. Bakura was also staring at the battlefield at this time, fascinated. This is swordsmanship. The top battle. The moves are sharp and concise, but without losing the gorgeous style. Even as a bystander, I can feel the danger of that trick. Reiju held her delicate face lightly and smiled. Isho, Chris is like a hunter, Mahak is like an eagle. These two people are fighting against each other, although neither of them has the upper hand. However, this fierce battle has made people feel hearty. With a slight smile on Makino's face, he said gently, "This is the first time someone has been able to fight Chris back and forth. This kind of Chris who is so absorbed in fighting is really fascinating. In the past battles, how much Chris was crushed by his strength, and he couldn't help but feel a little relaxed and careless. Swordsmanship today. Competition that I could see that he was really serious about fighting. The confrontation between the two has reached a white-hot stage. They attack and defend each other. I defend you and attack, back and forth. Chris, look at my style. Gentlemen, swordsmanship." 313. Shocked. Mahak was shocked by Chris's swordsmanship. Mahak joins the Shichibukai Alliance. New World, Mosca Island. The battle between Chris and Hakai Mahak has entered a heated stage. The two sides, you come and go, do not give in to each other. Both of them are trying to break the existing balance. Hakai Mahak suddenly took a leap, avoiding Chris, and came into the air. Opposite of Chris. Immediately, Chris saw hawk-eyed Mahak holding the black blade to his chest with his backhand, which was already pitch black and shiny, now reveals a bit more depth to the blade. At this moment, Mahak's eyes gradually disappeared. Chris looked at this scene in amazement. Looking at Mahawk's falcon-like eyes, his practice became pitch black and dull. This strange and mysterious change is something Chris has never seen before. The hell is this guy Mahawk doing? For this sudden change, Chris couldn't help but be full of doubts. Chris, I've only used this one-on-one person. And you will be the second. Hawkeye Mahawk was expressionless, but there was a hint of excitement in his tone. Chris didn't even have to think about it. The first person Mahawk said was the red-haired Shanks. This made Chris, immediately, aroused great interest. Hawkeye Mahawk is not used by outsiders. What is so unique about it? Chris stared at Hawkeye Mahawk and saw that his entire body was covered by armament. At this time, the eagle-eyed Mahawk looks like an Iron Man. Suddenly, the black knife in his hand suddenly changed shape, making a backhand lift. Hawkeye Mahawk's right foot also suddenly took a step forward. Suddenly, a huge black phantom appeared behind Hawkeye Mahawk. This phantom, like a great ape, stood with a long sword in hand. Hawkeye Mahawk murmured, "Asura realm, ape strike." As Mahawk stepped out, the great ape behind him seemed to be alive at the same time. Holding a black long knife, he quickly ran towards Chris. Of the great ape, there is an aura of destruction. Seeing this scene, Chris couldn't help but exclaim, "The sword energy is condensed, and it can actually transform into a great ape." Perhaps this scene is too dreamy to outsiders, and it looks more like an illusion. However, Chris knew very well that behind Hawkeye Mahawk, there was a real sword energy. It is the sword chi accumulated by Mahawk, who has cultivated for many years. If you want to condense such a scene, you can't be a great swordsman. The power of this blow should not be underestimated. Chris closed his eyes and said softly in his mouth, "9 mountains and 8 seas are one world, and 1,000 worlds are a small world. This world is multiplied by 3, and there is no self-stop." Chris suddenly opened his eyes, and a dark shadow appeared behind him. However, this shadow is nothing else. Just simple, 3 big knives. These 3 big knives, as if someone is manipulating them behind their backs. Great Thousand World. Chris gave a light drink, and a red eye suddenly appeared behind the 3 big knives. Then, Chris rushed forward with a big sword. A great ape and a ghost meet out of thin air. A burst of swords, lights and swords, gold and iron meet. The entire Mosca Island, at this time there was Vivi's trembling. Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk have become entangled. There was a constant buzzing sound. On the coast of Mosca Island, everyone on the Chris was stunned, watching this unpredictable scene. They never imagined that human battles could reach this level. As if 2 people possessed immortal power at the same time. Bartolomeo had set up a barrier at this time, and sheltered the entire Chris pirates within the barrier. The fighting power of Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk is too powerful, and it is difficult to ensure safety without protection. Bartolomeo gave a bitter face and said helplessly, "The attack of Captain Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk is really not a casual talk. Even the sword chi that was struck inadvertently is so powerful. I can feel the pressure on the barrier." Cavendish said, "This is the battle of the top swordsmanship. It's worth it to witness such a battle with my own eyes. I didn't expect that the captain was actually skilled in swordsmanship. You two has such terrifying strength and talent. You know, it took years for the Hawkeye Mahawk to get to where it is now." Burgess looked excited and said, "Captain is a genius born to fight. His talent in fighting is truly unmatched, haha." Man Demon Jin looked excited, his eyes Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk's fight, and moved away. The captain can have today's strength, in addition to talent, but also his hard work. I dare to say that no one in this world can compare to the captain of the captain. No one refuted this. Chris's cultivation efforts were all seen by everyone. Enel has risen to midair at this time, looking for a better place to watch the battle. There, he was not protected by Bartolomeo's barrier. Can really feel the pressure escaping from the battlefield and the fierce sword energy. He wanted to use this to understand what the competition between the world's top experts was all about. Tisk tisk, my skin is a little sore from such a distance. The sword energy of these two people is really scary. He, a Logia-capable user, can feel the cutting of sword energy, and one can imagine its true power. If it really hits people, there is absolutely no way to survive. Lafitte pressed his hat, smiled, and said very gentlemanly, I didn't expect that the battle would be so fierce. The captain is also very secretive. His swordsmanship level is no less than that of the Hawkeye Mahawk. Gia Isho. Hey, it's called hidden power. After all, Captain Chris is a big man on this sea. His plans are very big, and he will always be noticed by too many people, and he needs to leave some trump cards for himself. Kuro shrugged helplessly and pouted, I think today's battle will not be decided for a while. The two are fighting vigorously, and it will take a long time for them to be able to compete. At this time, Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk are really fighting. The knife in his hand swung quickly, tit for tat. Van Augur chuckled lightly, his face indifferent. I heard that there are many expert battles, and they can't tell the winner for 7 days and 7 nights. Captain Chris and the others have only been here for about half an hour. Luo hugged the ghost and cried, and was already sitting on the railing at this time. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He was very absorbed in admiring the fight of the gods. Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ghost Brigitte, it was a battle for 100 years, and in the end there was still no winner. It is sometimes a pleasure to meet an opponent. Caribou couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. No way, if this battle lasts for 100 years, wouldn't we be dying of old age here? Vapa is indifferent to Isho. Don't worry, Captain and Mahawk, both are clear-headed people. Now it's just a chess match, and I can't help but want to fight heartily. In my opinion, this battle is almost over. Wayapa's voice fell. Mahawk, the eagle-eyed in the battlefield, seemed to hear it. He deflected Chris's attack with one knife, then quickly backed away. After stabilizing his body, he quickly waved his hand to signal Chris to stop fighting. Seeing this, Chris also stopped the knife in time and slowly fell back to the ground. Even after such a hard fight, Chris and Mahawk, the eagle eye, still didn't change their faces. Of the two of them are absolutely incomparable. It's far from reaching the point where you need to take a deep breath. Hawkeye Mahawk put away the black knife knight and put it behind his back. He couldn't help but nodded. I have to admit that we can't tell the difference between the winner and the loser. Your swordsmanship level is completely on par with me. Every time I attack, you can find the corresponding solution, and it seems that you can do it at your fingertips. So I don't think we need to keep fighting. Hawkeye Mahawk paused, then continued. It's really hard to imagine what kind of monster you are. But at the age of 19, your strength has reached such a level. It is no exaggeration to say that you are unprecedented, and no one will come since. And your character is far beyond your age. You are not humiliated and open-minded. After this battle, Chris' image in Hawkeye Mahawk's heart has reached a very high level. This was one of the young people he had ever seen, and he was most amazed and even admired. Hawkeye Mahawk knows best in his heart, swordsmanship. Together, there are no shortcuts. By practicing hard can you gain more power. The understanding of swordsmanship requires more effort and talent. At this age, Chris was able to have such an achievement, and he had to be amazed by the eagle-eyed Mahawk. Especially after seeing the great world of Chris, he is more certain. In this era, Chris' name is destined to be famous all over the world. And it will be remembered by the whole era. Or, this era, it is likely to belong to the era of Chris. In any case, Chris has successfully conquered the world's largest swordsman today. Chris Vivi nodded at the compliments from Mahawk, the eagle-eyed. He was still flattered, and his face was indifferent. I have always wanted to fight with you once, and today I finally have this wish. It was only today that I really learned about the true strength of you. The world's largest swordsman. Sure enough, I want to be in swordsmanship. I have a long way to go to defeat you together. Hawkeye Mahawk has always been a character that Chris admires very much. His strength and character are first class. And today Mahawk has personally proved that he is worthy of the title of the world's greatest swordsman. He also gave Chris a heartfelt admiration. To put away their swords, the temperament of the whole person became a little more peaceful. Chris looked at Mahawk and said sincerely, Mahawk, I'm forming the Shichibukai Alliance. I sincerely invite you to join the Shichibukai Alliance. How about? Mahawk and Vivi frowned. He didn't know what the so-called Shichibukai Alliance was. Chris is indifferent to Isho, explaining, I have been working on forming the Shichibukai Alliance, so that our King Shichibukai will unite. In the Shichibukai Alliance, Shichibukai communicate with each other, share resources, and develop and progress together. That way, we don't just have a simple name. Shichibukai will really become a big power too. Hawkeye Mahawk nodded slightly, listening carefully. Chris continued, nowadays, everyone except you and Tyrant Bear has joined the Shichibukai Alliance. And everyone got their act together. When I establish my base in the New World, the Shichibukai Alliance will be able to officially operate. Chris patiently explained to Hawkeye Mahawk, explaining his plans for the Shichibukai Alliance. Let Hawkeye Mahawk really realize what kind of impact the Shichibukai Alliance will bring to him and the whole world. Hearing Chris's words one by one, Hawkeye Mahawk nodded again and again. Hawkeye Mahawk smiled immediately. There is such an alliance. Since you formed it, then I naturally agree to join it. No wonder the Empress Boa Hancock has made such a big noise recently. It all has a lot to do with you. And I've noticed recently that Jinbei has also made some moves in the New World. It's really not an easy thing to be able to bring these guys together. At present, Mahawk is very optimistic and trusts Chris. So without hesitation, I chose to join the Shichibukai Alliance. For a long time, there has been no connection between Shichibukai, the king, and they go their separate ways. So the so-called third largest force on the sea is just a name. If we can really unite the seven of us, I think it would be a very interesting thing. Resource sharing or something, I don't care. Saying that, a strange smile appeared on Mahawk's face. I chose to join because of you, Chris. I want to see with my own eyes how far you can go all the way. Chris raised his eyebrows and then gave a rare smile. Today's battle cannot help his wish. Also made a very reliable friend like Mahawk. Chris said lightly, next, I'm going to Pudora Kingdom. I'm going to take this country and make it my base in the New World. I don't know, you might want to go with us. Gentlemen, swordsmanship. 314. Mahawk is very interested in the Kingdom of Pudora, and goes with Chris. Kingdom of Pudora. Hearing the name, Hawkeye Mahawk couldn't help but be a little surprised. The Puduola Kingdom has a reputation for being a rather powerful place. Hawkeye Mahawk did not expect that Chris's ambitions were so big. Arrived in the New World, I was eyeing such a piece of fat. There, both in terms of resource economy and geographical location, are considered very advantageous. However, this piece of fat is extremely sticky. People in that place are not easy to mess with. Why did you choose such a place? Chris shrugged and said lightly, this is an offer from Sengoku. In exchange, the world government will recognize my kingship. Mahawk immediately understood. He has also experienced this little trick of the world government and the marine headquarters. Sengoku's move is nothing more than wanting to weaken Chris' strength. But even if they knew their purpose, they had to obey them. After all, if you want to enjoy the privileges brought by the King Shichibukai, you cannot fight against the world government. Chris continued, it doesn't matter which country I attack. All I care about is getting them to recognize me as king. With this identity, it will be much easier to do things in the future. If you want to develop safely in the New World, you cannot allow the world government to come and harass. The best way is to be recognized by them. Let them have no reason to point fingers at themselves. Mahawk nodded lightly. It fits your personality. But the world government, it shouldn't be so easy, just give you the kingdom of Kudora. Behind this, there are really no other tricks. Mahawk's falcon-like eyes revealed a deep breath. He would never believe that the world government would do business at a loss. They have always been very shrewd, and nothing is too simple. Chris chuckled. It seems that you know the world government better. He sighed softly and said calmly, they naturally made up their minds, these old foxes. The kingdom of Kudola is not only a sturdy people, there are also many hidden masters there. According to the information I got, the world government's trump card this time is Akoku of the Rocks Pirates. Mahawk Vivi frowned and said suspiciously, Akoku. It is rumored that this Akoku is already dead, isn't it? This kind of person is already a person of the last era, and I rarely hear about them. From what Mahawk has heard, Akoku appears to have died in that great battle. That is the battle between the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates. After that, the Rocks Pirates fell apart. Chris shook his head lightly and said, there are many versions circulating in the outside world, and there are different opinions. However, after investigation by the world government's intelligence services, Akoku is hiding in the kingdom of Kudora. This is also a big gift prepared by the world government for me. Strange smile appeared on Mahawk's face, and he said something. It seems that you have your own eyeliner in the Marine headquarters. Mahawk isn't stupid, and it's easy to guess the situation from Chris's few words. Chris was not surprised by this. He didn't admit it, he didn't deny it, he just dismissed Isho. Eagle-eyed Mahawk thoughtfully, then said, Akoku, as a member of the Rocks, Admiral, is not to be underestimated. The former Kaido, Newgate and Charlotte Linlin are now the 4 emperors of the New World. Akoku, who is at the same time as them, is not too weak. Chris was noncommittal about this. Since the world government has made Akoku the trump card in their schemes, it has already demonstrated the strength of Akoku. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I might as well go with you. It's nice to meet the legendary pirate. Hawk-eyed Mahawk smiled faintly, he has always wanted nothing. Actions are all on your own whim. Leisurely and contentedly all day long. Now that he learned about Akoku, he was naturally very curious. Seeing that Mahawk agreed to his invitation, Chris was indifferent to Isho. Without saying anything more, the two walked towards the coast in a tacit understanding. With the end of Mahawk and Chris' battle, the Chris pirates also set sail again. The boat slowly left the Mosca Island. Mahawk's boat followed slowly behind the Chris. Chris also invited him to temporarily ride the Chris. But Mahawk is used to being alone. Willing to get along with a lot of people. Chris no longer insisted. On the Chris, it was still not calm at this time. The lingering warmth of the battle just now, Sheng. With a smile on his face, Bartolomeo said, the captain is powerful, and the world's largest swordsman can't even take him. From now on, Captain and Hawkeye Mahawk should be called the world's greatest swordsman. He looked at Tromeo with contempt, and snorted coldly, what is the world's greatest swordsman? Do you really think that Captain and Mahawk, both of them, would care about this name? At their level, it's just a fake name, who cares? Bartolomeo was dissatisfied and retorted, the captain cannot care, but as his supporter, he should maintain his reputation. As soon as this title is played, outsiders will immediately be afraid of 3 points. Seeing that the poison is not to be outdone, he will respond. Bellamy snorted softly and said coldly, what's the use of fighting these things now? This matter has already been turned over, and our top priority is to go to the kingdom of Kudola. Man-Demon Jinhei Isho. Speaking of which, the Shichibukai alliance led by the captain is almost finished. With the addition of the Hawkeye Mahawk, there should be no reason for the tyrant bear to refuse. Luo Y hugged the ghost and cried with a calm expression, it's a little unexpected that Mahawk agreed so quickly. That's why our captain has this ability. If we just change another person, I'm afraid it won't work at all. Kuro smiled lightly, pushed his glasses, and said, so, our captain is someone with great luck. Anyone who stays with him will soon be conquered by him. Cavendish couldn't help but sigh. How long has it been? The Shichibukai alliance already has 6 Shichibukai under the king. Everything is going well, just wait for the last one, the tyrant bear. Hawkins said with an expressionless face, and his eyes were blank. Although Mahawk's strength is the strongest among the king Shichibukai. But as far as temperament is mysterious and unpredictable, this tyrant bear is the first. When he has a good temper, he treats people gently, like a gentleman. But if he is in a bad mood, he can easily kill the people around him, which is why he is called a tyrant. Caribou nodded in agreement. Indeed, this tyrant bear should be the most difficult one to deal with. It's up to the captain to let him join. Enel sat cross-legged, yawned, and said casually, what's there to worry about? As long as there is a captain, the tyrant bear will definitely join. No one can resist the captain. He has a unique charm. Enel has long since been completely conquered by Chris. In his eyes, as long as it is what Chris wants to do, there is nothing that cannot be done. Burgess glanced casually at Mahawk, who was following behind, and said excitedly, hey, the captain's charm is really too great. Even Hawkeye Mahawk didn't resist. He followed us to Kudora Kingdom without thinking, way ha 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 ha. Foxy Gia Gia Isho. With the help of Hawkeye Mahawk, we will be more sure of attacking the kingdom of Pudola. The world government never imagined that we would win the Hawkeye Mahawk. This time, their calculations, I'm afraid they will all fail. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Hearing this, all the squad captains immediately laugh out loud. Thinking about it makes me very happy. Yoroch carried the giant pencil and grinned. So, don't arbitrarily calculate others. Maybe, after calculating and calculating, I will calculate myself. Was also a smile on Van Auger's face. If things can develop to this day, everything is fate. The captain is lucky, and it is a fool's dream to want to weaken us with the help of the kingdom of Kudora. In the end, they will find that our strength will not be weakened, but will be stronger. Van Auger's eyes were full of confidence. He has reason to believe that with Chris means, this tough battle will become an opportunity for the Chris pirates. On the deck, the team captains were discussing fiercely, and the training room was also yin-yang-yan. Chris had already entered the training room at this time and started his own practice. But Nami and the others couldn't be as calm as Chris. Nami was in a good mood at this time, and she couldn't restrain her smile on her face. Chris really doesn't say anything. It's a blockbuster. On weekdays, his swordsmanship is unremarkable, and no one knows what his swordsmanship is. When I saw you today, I have already reached such a terrifying situation. Corona is also full of surprise and excitement. Yeah, Chris's swordsmanship has been able to keep pace with the world's largest swordsman. He's so good, nothing seems to beat him. Baccarat folded his crimson hair and said generously, however, in today's battle, Chris's swordsmanship is completely exposed. Presumably near us, there will be people from the world government and intelligence agencies about Chris' swordsmanship. Level news, Marine headquarters should be the first to know. Betty let out a breath of smoke and looked indifferent. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it will be exposed sooner or later. Even if they know it now, it won't get in the way. Alvida nodded heavily and smiled disdainfully. The investigation of Chris by the Marine headquarters should be considered very detailed. But what can we do in the end? It's still not obedient to let Chris become the King Shichibukai. In order to weaken the power of the Chris pirates, they did not hesitate to do this, which shows that they have nothing to do with Chris. Now know Chris's swordsmanship. As much as the hawk-eyed Mahawk, they will only be more frightened. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, looked at the sea, and said lightly, we are getting closer and closer to the kingdom of Kudora. I don't know where Hancock and the others are now. Makino lay gently on the sofa and smiled softly. She must speed up now and rush towards Pudora Kingdom. Hancock wouldn't miss the opportunity to play alongside Chris. Sweetheart Queen took a sip of tea and said, now there are Mahawk and Boa Hancock. The lineup of our crusade against the Kingdom of Puduola can be said to be very strong. It will be even better if we can meet some strong people in the next few days. Kaya blinked a pair of big eyes and smiled sweetly. I think we are already very good now. Chris and Mahawk are both 4 emperors in strength. 2 4 emperors are enough to win the Kingdom of Pudora. In this regard, everyone nodded. Although the true strength of the Pudora Kingdom cannot be determined, but they have 2 4 emperor-level characters. No matter how powerful the Puduola Kingdom's military might be, it shouldn't be able to stop it. The Chris pirates had been so noisy for a while before they quieted down. The squad leaders returned to their respective places and continued to practice. From time to time, Nami looked at the memory pointer to identify the going direction of the Chris. 3 days later, the Chris was halfway through its journey. They will be able to reach the Kingdom of Pudora. At this time, outside the cultivation room, there was a huge figure. This is the beauty from the giant family, Gerd. I met the Chris pirates at sea the day before yesterday. At the invitation of the little giant Lily, Gerd successfully joined the Chris pirates. Stay with her, Nami and the others immediately. Appears to be extremely petite. However, although Gerd is huge, it does not affect her beauty in the slightest. Even compared with Reiju, Nami and others, it is not inferior. Nami was holding a map and studying it carefully. She looked up at the surrounding sea area and said, at our current speed, it will take about 5 days. We can reach the Kingdom of Pudora. Hearing this, the crowd burst into joy. Perona happily flew into the air and turned in a circle. Finally, it's almost there. This princess has been waiting for this day for a long time, and now I finally have something to look forward to. Haley ha 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 ha. Makino is indifferent to Isho. A battle that will shock the new world is about to begin. After this battle, the reputation of our Chris pirates will be completely famous in the new world. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Alert, alert. Guys, above is a picture of Gerd. For this, it is estimated that everyone has no impression. 315. The strongest bounty hunter appears, eyeing the Chris pirates. Squad leaders fight to improve their strength. Alert, alert, alert. Report, an island was found ahead, and there are suspected unknown persons. The voice of the alarm officer suddenly came, interrupting the conversation of Nami and the others. They got up one after another and looked at the island in front of them. The island looks small, but it does not seem to be an uninhabited island. Although it is far away, it can still be seen that there are wisps of black smoke floating above the island. Bakura stared at the island with beautiful eyes, and smiled. Isho, I seem to feel good luck again. Betty spit out a few smoke rings and said lightly, as long as there is good luck around the island, there must be good things. Could it be that we found another treasure trove? Makino folded her hair and said softly, it looks like the island in front of you is inhabited. Even if there is treasure on this island, I'm afraid they have already found it. Reiju shook his head slightly and smiled eccentrically. For us Chris pirates, this is not a problem. In front of us, there is never a lord's thing, there is only a treasure without a lord. Hearing this, everyone knew Isho. Indeed, even if the treasure has been captured first, grab it directly from the hands of others. Don't forget, their identities are pirates galloping around the world. Perona happily flew around in the air and said with a smile, it's the princess's favorite treasure hunt time again. I hope there will be many fun babies on this island. Ha 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 ha. Alvita stood up, carrying a giant mace. It doesn't have to be treasure. Look, there seem to be traces of factories on the island. Generally, if there is a factory, there must be some big power behind it. And Bakura said that we have good luck here, and maybe, this will be the base of the Tyrant Bear. Alvida's guess is very bold. After all, they just met Mahawk the other day. If you really encounter a Tyrant Bear now, it can only be said that luck is a bit too much. However, for the Chris pirates, being able to meet Tyrant Bear may be the best opportunity during this time. Because of that, the Shichibukai alliance can be established completely before taking the Kudora kingdom. Lucky, you can also invite Tyrant Bear to join the crusade. The three most powerful kings, Shichibukai, went to the kingdom of Kudora together. Such a lineup is terrifying. Kaya blinked her big eyes and smiled sweetly. Anyway, no matter what, we will definitely gain something today. Miss Bakura's feeling has never gone wrong. Name turned her head curiously and said with a sweet smile, I don't know what we will gain this time. Since there is good luck, then we should speed up the going. Saying that, Nami personally informed the helmsman, and the Chris accelerated forward. A short while, they had come to the coast. At this point, Chris had already walked out of the training room. He learned that Bakura felt good luck, and naturally took some interest. This is the new world after all, on the one hand crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Other hand, what is generally found here is not too simple. In any case, he should have come forward to sit down. Chris took Nami and the others to the deck. At the same time, on the opposite island. In a luxurious room, the bounty hunter Sild is lying on the sofa. A little boy suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Report. Found a pirate ship, docked near the coast. They seem to be planning to land on the island. Hildvivi turned her head and smiled contemptuously. Oh, someone actually delivered it to the door. We haven't opened for a few days, just in time for events. Do you see what pirate group it is? Saying that, Sild sat up and took a sip from the wine glass. The little bastard shook his head and said, I didn't see it clearly, I'm not sure what pirate group it is. But you can see that their pirate ship is very large, it should be a piece of fat. Sild hade Isho, and snorted immediately, there is no reason not to let the prey delivered to the door. Everyone, come with me and take down this pirate group. At this moment, all of Sild's capable generals just happened to be gathered in this room. Ferrer swallowed the red wine in the glass in one breath, and said viciously, dare to enter our territory without authorization. I am really tired of living. Watch me go out, don't teach these guys a good lesson. Other side, Labissiere sneered with contempt in his eyes. I'd like to see what kind of guys who don't have eyes. Don't you know that this is the Sild Guild? Venian picked up the long spear beside him, got up directly, and walked towards the door. I haven't moved my muscles for a long time, and I don't know if the marksmanship is rusty. As Wenyan got up, everyone stood up one after another and was about to go outside. Right at this moment, a little scoundrel rushed in. Ferrer was furious and said, Bastard! Why are you in such a hurry? Look at you, where is the fire? In the face of Ferrer's scolding, the minion hurriedly lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Labissiere waved his hand, signaling Ferrer not to get angry. He immediately asked, What's the matter with coming in such a hurry? Little boy quickly replied, Report. Report. We just confirmed the identity of this pirate group. They are very nervous at this time and stuttered. Sild looked bad and said impatiently, What is it? What exactly are they? It's worth your fear. Ferrer also curled his lips and said angrily, Isn't it just a group of pirates, what's so scary? We are bounty hunters, afraid of what they will do. Little Minion took a few deep breaths and finally said, As they get closer, we finally decide. This sudden arrival of the pirates is precisely the one that has recently gained fame, the Chris Pirates. Words came out, the expressions of everyone in the room suddenly changed. Sild Vivi frowned, leaning forward involuntarily. Solemn expression on his face, he confirmed, You are sure, they are Chris Pirates? Little guy nodded quickly. It's absolutely true, this is the result after we have carefully confirmed it. Crack. Suddenly, there was a sound of hitting the table in the room. I saw Sild slam the table and looked overjoyed. It's actually them. It took less than a year to go to sea, and he has already become the Shichibukai under the king. I've always wanted to meet them. Labissiere looked solemn and said solemnly, it is said that the Chris pirates are not easy to mess with. Their captain, Chris, is extremely powerful. Furthermore, many of the squad leaders on the ship are not very good. Venian snorted coldly and smiled disdainfully. Labissiere, when did your courage become so small? Isn't it just a group of powerful pirates? What's the matter? The great pirate forces that our Sild Guild has eliminated over the years are not a few. Costa stroked his long sword and chuckled. The stronger the strength, the more interested I can be. Killing the big pirates makes me feel more fulfilled. Ferrer, who had been clamoring before, now looked erratic. He returned to his seat and said indifferently, the strength of our Sild Guild is indeed very strong. However, I also know about the Chris pirates. They're a tough one. When he heard that it was the Chris pirates, his heart sank. Because he is very clear that the strength of the Chris pirates is not comparable to that of ordinary pirates. However, without waiting for Ferrer's voice to fall, Sild suddenly said sharply, Humph. It's just a Chris pirates group. What are you afraid of? As a bounty hunter, it's a shame to let such a big piece of fat fly away like that. I have already decided, go out with me and kill the Chris pirates together. Saying that, Hild stepped outside. Seeing this, the rest of the others quickly followed. Ferrer also smiled embarrassingly, didn't say anything, just followed quietly. Sild summoned the main cadres in the guild and walked out of the island aggressively. Whether it's fame or bounty, Chris is the best choice for Sild. If they can win Chris, then the reputation of their Sild Guild will also be improved to a higher level. Is the most important gain for Sild. Outside the island, Chris led the squad leaders, Nami and others to land smoothly. Take a leisurely step and walk towards the island. About 20 minutes later, Chris and the others came to a quarry. Perona pouted and murmured in a low voice, this broken island, on top of it is nothing but stones or stones. Where is the said treasure? Karina also drooped her head and looked around. After looking around, this island looks like there is a factory. But why has it been so long? I haven't met anyone. Makino shook his head slightly and smiled softly, since Baccarat said, here is our good luck. Then we will definitely find something good, don't worry. Reiju also stroked the hair in front of his forehead, and smiled Isho, yes, maybe the real good thing is right in front. Just as she was talking, Nami suddenly screamed and hurriedly pointed to the front. Look, what is that? Everyone looked along the line of sight, and happened to see a pool. The pool is square and looks huge. At this moment, a huge water column is being sprayed out. Dozens of water columns are shooting straight into the sky, which is spectacular. Such a sight caused a burst of amazement. Perona turned around excitedly, wow! I finally saw something fun. What is that? It can actually spray water jets. Baccarat frowned slightly, and said lightly, it's really amazing. It's impossible for a normal fountain to spray so high. Even if it's an artificial fountain, it usually doesn't do that. Chris looked at the pool and said with a flat face, that's not water, it's carbonic acid. This island should be a carbonic acid processing plant. Hey, I can't see it, you are quite knowledgeable. Soon as Chris finished speaking, a strong voice came out. Sild led some of his subordinates and appeared in front of the Chris pirates with a smile. Sild looked Chris up and down and smiled proudly. As expected of the rumored Chris, he can see through it at a glance. Welcome to the Sild Guild, pirates. This, Pansfree looked shocked. Sild Guild, you are the bounty hunter Sild. After so many years in the New World, Pansfree has more or less heard of the name. Sild. Unexpectedly, I saw him here today. When Labissiere saw Pansfree, He smiled mockingly. Isn't this Pansfried? Why, did you also join the Chris Pirates? I actually gave up my original job and completely became a pirate. I'm really ashamed of you. Costa's eyes were sharp and he looked at Pansfried. Because you can't be considered a real pirate, I didn't touch you. I didn't expect you to be depraved, so we can't blame you. Saying that, Costa licked his lips, excited. Burgess looked unhappy, and asked, who is that? Sild. The little giant Lily said, he is a famous bounty hunter in the New World. The Sild Guild was established to select some famous big pirates to attack. They have captured many powerful people, and they are one of the strongest bounty hunters in the New World. The painter also nodded, with a solemn expression on his face, and echoed. I've heard of them. They treat pirates ruthlessly, and there are not a few pirates who die in their hands. Poison Gia Isho looked at Sild and the others in disbelief. What kind of big man should I be? It turns out to be just a group of bounty hunters. Looks like they've been taken as prey. Burgess bumped his fists. Hee Isho, don't these guys look at people? To dare to take our Chris pirates as prey, I really don't know how high the sky is, ha 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 ha. Van Augur suddenly looked at Venian, and said Yo-Yo, I advise you to put down the gun in your hand. Otherwise, I'll let you know how wrong your choice is today. Venian, who was aiming at Chris, heard the words, slowly put down his spear, and glanced at Van Augur. It turned out to be a gunman, no wonder he was able to detect it. Just now, he raised his gun cautiously, and his movements were concealed. Sild looked at Chris contemptuously. What kind of big man I thought you were? Looking at it now, he's just a little boy. Wait, Chris speaks, and Enel sneers. Another scumbag. 316. Enel's Sidler. Squad leaders fight to raise armament hockey. Enel picked his ears at will, and gave Sild a contemptuous look. If you don't want to die, you'd better hand over all the treasures you have collected over the years. It can be regarded as atonement. It's better not to let us get it ourselves. Enel sneered, a bit threatening. Sild heard the words and immediately, laughing out loud, he looked left and right at his subordinates. Labissiere, Ferrer and the others also laughed together at this time. He had a mocking expression on his face. Sild snorted softly and said disdainfully, pirates are indeed pirates, and it's true that dogs can't change their shit. Even as King Shichibukai, I still do this kind of robbery. Costa touched his long sword, and his face was indifferent. We Sild Guild have never been afraid of any pirates. Even if we want to fight the 4 emperors, we dare to give it a try, let alone you. Then Costa pointed to a palace in the distance. Did you see that palace? All the treasures of our Sild Guild are there. If you're brave enough, come and get it. Labissiere Gia Isho. Shichibukai is just a mere king, so why not kill you all? As far as I know, the attitude of the world government towards your Chris pirates is very special. I think the world government might be happy if you get rid of you. This Labissiere is also considered to be a member of the Sild Guild with a high IQ. On weekdays, as a counselor of the Sild Guild, giving Sild advice. Very concerned about the various trends of the world government. It is also always possible to dig out many clues from some details. Ever since he heard that the world government was unwilling to let Chris become the King Shichibukai. Labissiere knew that the world government was more afraid of Chris. They knew they couldn't control Chris, but they were helpless for the time being. This is also the reason why Sild insisted on killing the Chris pirates. Able to help the world government eradicate dissidents, while earning a reputation for himself. Of course, in the end, you can also get a lot of money. This kind of win-win. Good thing, how could he let Wenyan fumble for the trigger, always ready to lift the long gun? That guy with a gun, dare to take a bet with me. Life and death, how? He could feel that Van Augur's marksmanship was very powerful. As a sharpshooter, encountering such an opponent is naturally itchy. Van Augur glanced at Venian lightly and smiled disdainfully. it's up to you. In front of me, you only have the chance to die. Burgess lol isho, hands on hips. Someone dares to challenge Van Auger's marksmanship. It's just courting death. Boy, are you really ready to be shot to death? Way ha 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 ha. Kuro was equally indifferent to Isho, pushing up his glasses. In my opinion, this is a rather unwise choice. When you don't know your opponent, you will pay a very painful price if you shoot without authorization. Glanced at Venian. I just saw a battle of top swordsmanship. It's amazing. It would be great if we could enjoy another marksmanship duel. Said that, Bartolomeo changed his words. I just don't know if this kid's marksmanship will disappoint people. Weipa shook his head lightly and sneered. It's not just anyone who can become a sharpshooter. Looking at him, I'm afraid he didn't even know when Van Auger shot, and he fell to the ground and died. Lafitte pressed his hat and smiled politely. Since the other party has such a request, we have no reason not to satisfy him. Just right, let them see the strength of our Chris pirates. Van Auger glanced at Chris, only to see Chris nodded lightly, expressing acquiescence. After receiving Chris's order, Van Auger knew it immediately. He took a step forward and looked at Venian with sharp eyes. Since it is a life and death situation, I hope you have made up your mind. My gun never comes back in vain. Said, Van Auger jumped directly to an open space next to him and picked up his long gun. Venian's face was gloomy at the moment, and he snorted coldly. Ignorant guys, this is a new world. You will regret it if you underestimate your opponents so much. Let me fire the first shot of the day. Saying that, he stepped out and came to the opposite side of Van Auger. Two stood opposite each other, with a distance of 50 meters between them. Such a long distance places high demands on the gunner's sight and prediction. At this moment, a deep voice spread out. So it's so lively here. Fortunately, I followed, otherwise I would have missed the excitement. The people from the Sild Guild followed the sound and saw a man dressed in Western clothes with a large sword on his back. Labissiere was immediately surprised. Mahak. How could he be here? Ferrer frowned tightly, trusting his eyes. The world's greatest swordsman. How did he stay with the Chris pirates? Impossible, they ended up. At this moment, Ferrer's lips vivi trembled. When Chris was the only king, Shichibukai, he had some concerns in his heart. At this moment, there is another one, who is still famous for a long time, the eagle-eyed Mahak. Ferrer was even more terrified. In the face of such a strong lineup, his earlier arrogance and domineering had long since disappeared. Seeing Mahak's appearance, Sild frowned. With a solemn expression, Sild asked, Mahak, are you and Chris from the same group? Mahak is indifferent to Isho. I think you already have the answer to this kind of question in your mind. But don't worry, I won't interfere in today's affairs. Sild slowly let out a breath. If Mahak shoots, he really can't guarantee that he will be able to win today. Just one Chris is enough to keep him busy for most of the day. However, Mahak immediately said, I don't need to take action at all in today's matter. And, I don't think Chris needs a shot today. Attention to the Chris pirates, all I can say is that you made a mistake. Mahak looked at Sild and others with a bit of pity in his eyes. He seemed to have seen the results. With the Chris pirates for the past few days, Mahak has seen the strength of the Chris pirates. He also has a general understanding of Enel et al. Therefore, he has great confidence in the squad leaders of the Chris pirates. When Sild heard that Mahak was not optimistic about himself and others, his expression darkened immediately, and he said something. We don't know how many arrogant pirates we have encountered. However, their final result, without exception. We killed them all and exchanged them for bounties. Sild looked at Mahak gloomily, and said, I hope you will keep your promise. As long as Mahak doesn't shoot, Sild is relieved. Mahak's expression was odd, Isho lightly, and shook his head without a trace. As Mahawk walked to Chris, everyone's eyes returned to Van Augur. They are somewhat interested in this duel. But Mahawk and Chris didn't care much. Chris told Lafitte and the others, as soon as the gunshot rang, I want everyone from the Sild Guild to get down. When Lafitte, Enel and others heard the words, they nodded their heads immediately. Squad leaders glanced at the opposite side, and each locked their target. Venian and Van Augur, by this time, have both switched to pistols. Like this kind of marksmanship duel, all use pistols, which is simple and convenient. Cruel smile appeared on Venian's face, I'll blow your head off. My favorite thing to see is the scene where the brains of the enemy flow out. Fanka chuckled lightly, death by my gun, is your destiny. Venian immediately snorted coldly, and then lifted the pistol at a lightning-fast speed. Just a bang. A bullet was fired instantly and hit Van Augur. This was to catch Van Augur off guard. However, the moment the shot was fired, Venian suddenly discovered that the opposite Van Augur had mysteriously disappeared. Almost at the same time, Venian felt a chill behind him. I said, you will die. Bang! Fanka suddenly appeared behind him and shot a shot with a facial expression. Venian fell to the ground, a big hole was punched through his head. All this happened in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds before and after. Of the Sild Guild were all stunned at the moment, staring blankly at the fallen Venian. Venian's marksmanship, they know very well. Like his, almost never missed. They never found out how Van Augur did it. Even Hild couldn't see how Van Augur changed positions instantaneously. Kuro shook his head and clicked his tongue. I said it a long time ago, attacking an enemy that I don't understand at all. It's just an act of courting death. Van Augur snorted coldly and looked at Venian, who was lying in a pool of blood. A qualified gunslinger never just depends on speed. Either see through your enemies, or don't be seen through by your enemies. And you, who have neither, are destined to die here. With 2 shots fired, Van Augur managed to kill Venian. And the other squad leaders were also dispatched at this time. Under the order of Chris, they each chose their opponents and killed them. Squad leaders knew very well that the overall strength of the Sild Guild was not bad. It's a good fighting chance. Chris also wanted to do the same, to give them some combat experience. Although Chris knew the current strength of the squad leaders, it was no longer something that the Sild Guild could resist. However, the Sild Guild has been able to exist for so long, and it is also not a vegetarian. Their unique fighting style is enough to cause some trouble for the squad leaders. Enel did his part and went directly to Sild. Costa was chosen by Cavendish, and there was always a habit of fighting between swordsmen. And Labissiere was caught by Kuro at a glance. It is also the responsibility of wisdom. Kuro is down. After seeing, what is Labissiere's fighting ability? As for Ferrer, with a strong body, everyone has a tacit understanding and left him to Burgess. This kind of has always been a Burgess dish. The rest of the squad leaders either locked their opponents, or set their sights on the little scoundrels. These little guys carry a large green bucket on their backs, with a sprinkler on their right arm. Of them wore goggles on their faces. This is the unique attire of the Sild Guild, and the green barrel behind it is full of carbonic acid. With more than a dozen small minions added together, their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. The way carbonic acid fights is also extremely difficult. It can provide them with extremely fast speed and attack power, and the corrosiveness of carbonic acid itself is not easy to deal with. Similarly, Labissiere and others also have the same carbonation device. The battle between the two sides broke out suddenly, and there was a sound all over the island. Carbonic acid device shot out instantly, punching one big hole after another in the ground. Seeing this, Perona rubbed her chin curiously. These guys, they all attack in the same way. The strong air pressure and carbonic acid coming out of their arms looked tricky. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and he said generously, "No wonder this island is so strange. It turns out that this is their carbonic acid factory." To transform carbonic acid into its own weapon, the Sild Guild has 2 strokes. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Nami suddenly said, "Look, these guys from the Sild Guild don't seem to be capable people." Hearing this, everyone looked carefully, and indeed did not find anyone with the ability to make a move. The little giant Lily explained, "The Sild Guild is made up of bounty hunters, and these people are very dependent on the sea. If you don't eat devil fruits, you can avoid the disadvantage of being afraid of the sea. This is an advantage when you are fighting against the able." Gerd on the side also nodded and said, "Indeed, so they pay more attention to the practice of two-color hockey and strength. It is also quite dependent on the power of science and technology." Carrying a giant mace, Alvida said indifferently, "In this way, today's battle is a challenge to the hard power of the squad leaders. It's a great test of their two-color hockey and their ability to adapt." Baccarat folded his crimson hair, and smiled. "Isho, if it wasn't like this, Chris could easily deal with the Sild Guild. What he did is just to give the squad leaders a chance to exercise." 317. The Sild Guild is destroyed. Grab their treasure, there are many good things. Somewhere in Carbonate Island, a shocking battle broke out. The captains of the Chris pirates, and the members of the Sild Guild, you come and go. All the squad leaders tried their best to win this battle. Chris brought Nami and others to a high place early, overlooking the entire battlefield. With his own eyes, hawk-eyed Mahawk couldn't help but sigh in admiration and said something. "Chris, each of these people under your command is quite powerful. Anyone has the ability to stand on his own in the new world." Chris chuckled, and said lightly, "It's not enough, they can only reach the Marine Vice Admiral level. There are even some people who don't even have the strength of Marine Vice Admiral. If you want to achieve something in the new world, you still need experience." Chris saw clearly and wasn't fooled by the apparent prosperity. He knows best what the squad leaders he has trained are like. Basically all squad leaders have mastered the two-color hockey. However, apart from Enel, Lafitte and a few others, they are just getting started. Really not enough to see the real old rivers and lakes. In Chris's eyes, only these guys can pass the Marine Vice Admiral level. Nami and the others followed Chris to watch the battle. Corona floats faintly in the air, looking left and right. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "I didn't expect Kuro to be so strong now. He can completely keep up with the opponent's speed, and he handles every attack and defense with ease." Her line of sight, Kuro could be seen fighting Labissiere. Labissiere's attack relies entirely on the power of carbonic acid. With the help of carbonic acid, his speed reached a very high point. Of his fist is enough to shatter the ground. However, at this moment he was out of breath and out of breath. Other hand, Kuro's face remains unchanged, the clouds are light and the wind is light. Kuro pushed up his glasses and chuckled, "Don't you have that much strength? If it wasn't for my brains, I'm afraid I'd be kicked out by the Sild Guild." Contempt in Kuro's eyes. He originally thought how strong Labissiere would be. However, it was only after the real fight that I found out that this Labissiere doesn't have any specialties other than fighting technique is good. Even if the opponent uses the power of technology to greatly improve his speed. But it's still far from enough. Kuro can always catch him easily, and every attack from Labissiere is under control. Compared to the monsters on our ship, you are really far behind." Saying that, Kuro squeezed his right hand lightly, and then slashed down sharply. An invisible air pressure blade instantly cut through Labissiere's carbonated equipment. If you scrap your equipment, you will be even more useless. Labissiere looked at the dropped equipment in shock and was at a loss for a while. Suddenly, he felt a chill on the top of his head, and he stepped back subconsciously. However, at this time, Kuro will not give him any chance at all. He had already made up his mind to kill. Kuro looked at the panic-stricken Labissiere coldly, and said lightly, "The weak are not worthy of continuing to live in this world." His hands and fingers twitched lightly, and air pressure sharp blades slowly emerged, wrapping Labissiere inside. This is a fighting style that Kuro realized after watching Doflamingo. Using your own control of air pressure, you can create an invisible blade out of thin air to form a cage. The advantage of this air pressure blade is that it can appear freely anytime, anywhere, making the enemy hard to guard against. If the trapped enemy wants to escape, they must first peel off a layer of skin. Labissiere's 2 arms are completely black. Arms were in front of him, blocking the air pressure blade. However, his armament hockey level falls short. Couldn't resist Kuro's attack at all, and it was broken in no time. Countless air pressure sharp blades continuously cut every inch of Labissiere's skin. When this guy was dying, he finally realized what it means to be cut by 1,000 swords. Alvida looked at this scene and nodded lightly. Kuro is very smart, and his air pressure fruit has been successfully developed. And, now his observation hockey seems to be pretty good too. Labissiere's speed is actually not slow, but he can be insightful every time. Betty let out a breath of smoke and chuckled. That big man, he's about to be hammered by Burgess. The arrogant and domineering Ferrer finally met his nemesis at this time. Whether it is size, strength, or speed, he is completely crushed by Burgess. Even with his carbonated gear, he was able to take his power up a notch and perform flawlessly. But his opponent is not an ordinary person, but Burgess, who likes to fight with his body the most. The stronger Ferrer's power, the more excited Burgess acted. Burgess, fist attached to armament hockey, collided with Ferrer. Every time it hits, it can make a loud noise. Dozens of them converge, and Ferrer has already. However, Burgess still smiled. You are still very good. This is the first time I've played so smoothly since entering the new world. The captain is right, the opponents are not weak. Come again, way ha ha ha. Without any hesitation, Burgess punched again. Ferrer frowned helplessly, and could only insist on gritting his teeth. Baccarat gathered his crimson hair and said generously, Burgess has taken the initiative. When the battle will end, it's all in his mind. Burgess, excited look, Nami couldn't help shrugging her shoulders. It's hard to come across such an opponent, he won't let it go easily. Reiju and the others looked at Ferrer with a little more pity. To meet such a fighting maniac as Burgess, it can only be said that he is unlucky. Smile appeared on Makino's face. The battle is over here too. Compared to others, Cavendish's battle is not easy. Between the two swordsmen was unexpectedly exciting. Costa's swordsmanship. Fascinated, and very strange. Even if Cavendish mastered observation hockey, he could not accurately predict the opponent's attack point. Moreover, Costa also mastered armament. The blade of his blade has already shown a layer of black. This is something that Cavendish cannot do today. Therefore, in the course of the battle, Cavendish was always at a disadvantage. He was pressed and beaten by Costa, which Cavendish could not bear. He was arrogant by nature and could never accept such a fact. Under Costa's pressure, Cavendish's eyes gradually became sharper. His arm gradually became pitch black, brightly colored. I absolutely won't allow myself to be defeated in your hands. With a light drink, his speed suddenly increased. With the ability of the speed fruit, Cavendish gradually regained his place. From the moment I have been pressed and beaten, it has now put pressure on Costa. This sudden change took Costa by surprise. What's going on? This guy's speed is suddenly getting faster and faster. It's almost impossible to see his sword. Costa gradually became flustered. Mahawk, who was watching the battle, shook his head gently. The most taboo thing about swordsman duel is unstable mentality. The swordsmanship of that swordsman. Strength, though above Cavendish. But the mentality went all the way, and I lost completely. Once a swordsman's mentality is unstable, his chi will naturally start to become disordered. Swordsmanship will also gradually become disorganized, and the strength is greatly reduced. Chris looked calm, and said lightly, now, he has no advantage in swordsmanship. Mahawk's eyes narrowed and he took a closer look. He suddenly discovered that the body of Cavendish's sword actually gradually showed a faint black color. This shows that Cavendish's understanding of armament has gone to the next level during the battle. Mahawk chuckled and said in admiration, as expected of the swordsman that Chris liked, he entered the room in an instant. As Cavendish's momentum rose, Costa began to lose ground. He changed from active attack to passive defense. But as Cavendish's strength increased, his attacks became more and more severe. Costa's loopholes can always be found, leaving scars on his body. Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead lightly, and said indifferently, "Isho, no wonder Chris values such an opportunity to exercise so much. Only in this life and death battle can their potential be forced out. After this battle, Cavendish's strength will be even higher." Charlie's cold eyes swept across the battlefield, smiled and shook her head. Compared to others, Sild is the worst. His opponent is Enel, it's just crushing all the way. Smile appeared on the delicate face of Queen Sweetheart. Enel is someone who can fight against Doflamingo. No matter how powerful this Sild is, it is impossible to reach the level of Doflamingo. During the entire battle, Enel seemed to be nonchalant. He was so fast that even with the aid of carbonic acid equipment, Sild couldn't keep up. If you can't even touch your own enemies, there will be no suspense in this battle. Enel released a thunderbolt that slammed into Sild's body. After a few times, the most powerful carbonated equipment in the entire Silder Guild was on Silder's body. The whole was smashed to pieces by Enel. Sild, who lost his carbonated equipment, was greatly reduced in strength. Enel suddenly felt bored and spread his hands helplessly. "Just like you, it's ridiculous to think about taking the captain's head. I thought you were so powerful, but you're just a paper tiger. Since that's the case, I won't accompany you anymore." Said, Enel held the going stick and tapped the drum on his shoulder lightly. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. A giant thunderbolt was released from the drum and turned into a Thunder Wolf. The Thunder Wolf roared, the situation changed color, and swooped towards Sild. Sild felt a strong aura of danger. Subconsciously wanted to escape, but found that his feet were bound by 2 lightning bolts. He couldn't move at all. Enel picked his ears at will, and said contemptuously, "Don't struggle, accept the baptism of God. Useless struggle will only make your death more painful." Enel finished speaking. Thunderwolf engulfed Sild in one bite. Only a scream was heard. Under the baptism of thunder and lightning, Sild was turned into a pile of ashes. This time, Enel did not give him any chance at all, and killed him directly. With Enel completely killing Sild, the Sild Guild was suddenly in disarray. Ferrer was shocked and stunned. What is the boss of Sild killed? How can it be? Ordinary pirates will not be his opponents at all. Burgess snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "It's best not to be distracted when fighting with others. Otherwise, you don't even know how you died." Saying that, Burgess opened his mouth sharply, and the waves went straight to Ferrer's forehead. The next moment, Ferrer was already bleeding from his 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Costa, who was losing ground, could no longer support it. Seeing Sild, Labissiere and the others fall one by one, he was in a panic. One was not careful, and was stabbed in the heart by Cavendish's sword, and fell to the ground and died. Seeing the cadres falling one by one, the little scoundrels of the Sild Guild changed their expressions. "It's over, Boss Sild and the others have all been killed. This time I really kicked an iron plate. The Chris pirates are really not something we can afford. Boss, they've all been killed, what are we still doing here? Yes, run, we are not their opponents." One person had the idea of retreating, and the entire Sild Guild began to retreat. They scattered like birds and beasts, and they were about to flee to the outside world. Poisoned by this scene, Gia Isho, if you want to leave now, do you want to leave? Today, you all have to die here for me. Said that, a burst of poisonous miasma suddenly covered these people. of the Sild Guild were instantly paralyzed. Mandamongan's expression was indifferent, and he threw some bombs at random, blowing up all the little gangsters of the Sild Guild to pieces. Under the actions of the other squad leaders, the entire Sild Guild was wiped out, and no one survived. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, Lafitte sighed softly. Who told you to provoke someone you shouldn't? It's completely self-inflicted to end up like this. Luo Wai hugged the demon knife and cried, looking at the palace in the distance. Ha ha, I was so clamoring before, but now the things in this palace are not all in our pockets. Bartolomeo said with a smile, I don't know what good things these guys are hiding. Hopefully not afraid of our disappointment. Nami rubbed her hands excitedly at this time, and said with a sweet smile, what are you waiting for? Let's go and see what's inside. 318. Shocked. One is a glass fruit. One is the mythical cat fruit, the form of a mongoose. Karina's eyes shone with starlight, and said with a smile, the things in that palace belong to us. Since these guys are bounty hunters, there must be countless Baileys in there. Makino indifferently said Isho, and said gently, I'm also curious, what exactly will be there? Since Baccarat can feel the existence of good luck, there should be some kind of rare item. Could it be? It's another devil fruit. Perona flew happily in the air, smiling sweetly, are we going to get the devil fruit again? I don't know what kind of devil fruit it will be, I hope it will be more interesting. Ha 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 ha. Several people are guessing what good things will be left by the Sild Guild. Baccarat folded his crimson hair, and smiled Isho, what is there? You can see it at a glance. But I can feel that our good luck lies in it. Baccarat stared at the palace in the distance, with a small smile on the corner of his mouth. Chris didn't say much, took the crowd and headed straight for the palace. But within 10 minutes, the Chris pirates arrived at the Sild Guild base. This is a large palace and looks very ornate. In this palace, there are still some remnants of the Sild Guild, staying here. At this time, they didn't know what was going on ahead. These people could never imagine that the elite fighting power of the Sild Guild was wiped out. After arriving here, Bellamy and the others rushed in first, and dealt with the remnants of the Sild Guild. Chris pirates have completely occupied this palace. After entering the palace, everyone from the Chris pirates began to search carefully, not missing a single detail. Soon, Hawkins and others found a treasure trove. Captain, we have found the treasure left by the Sild Guild. Hearing this, everyone came here one after another. This treasure trove is very secret, hidden very deep. If you don't look carefully, it will be difficult to find. The Chris pirates did not disappoint here either. She entered, everyone's eyes were illuminated by the golden light, and there was still a little pain in the eyes. Nami happily opened her arms and jumped in and ran in. Wow! A lot of going. This Sild Guild is really rich enough, so many goings, it is simply too happy. Perona looked at going all over the ground and turned away Tezzolo. Tezzolo, these going, are you enough to build us a palace? Tezzolo spread his hands helplessly, shook his head lightly and said, do you think a palace can be created so easily? Besides, just this little going is far from enough. But with the going on our ship and what I can make myself, a small palace should be fine. Building a going palace has always been something Perona has been looking forward to. Thinking about it, it's very fun. That is, there is the existence of Tezzolo, otherwise even the skilled craftsman in the world. If you want to build a going palace at will, it will take a year and a half. For Tezzolo, if he wants to build the going palace, a day or two is enough. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and her red lips slightly opened. The pile of boxes over there are full of Baileys. It must be the Sild Guild, all the income over the years. Everyone followed the prestige and saw that there were dozens of large boxes over there. Kaya blinked a pair of clear eyes and smiled, let's say there are billions. These things are still necessary if we are to establish our own country in the New World. Betty took a breath of cigarette and nodded, with enough money, we can exchange for the resources we want. As a result, the Shichibukai alliance will also run more smoothly. The squad leaders also found a lot of weapons and equipment in this treasure house. Although these things are of no use to them, still useful to the little scoundrels on the boat. After all, the war is imminent, and it is not a bad thing to store more equipment. Soon, under the leadership of the squad leaders, the weapons and gold and silver treasures of this treasure house were all carried on the ship by the Chris pirates. Holding 2 small wooden boxes in his hands, Bartolomeo walked quickly to Chris. With a smile on his face, "Captain, as we guessed, look what we found," said. Bartolomeo opened the small wooden box to reveal the contents. I saw that there was a 1 devil fruit in each. The left one was in the shape of a pineapple, and the whole body showed a light blue color. And the one on the right is a relatively rare tail shape. The whole body is orange-yellow, and it looks a bit strange. Seeing this, Perona exclaimed, "There are actually 2 devil fruits here. If you don't eat 2 devil fruits, the Sild Guild is a waste." 2 small dimples on Nami's face, she said with a soft laugh, "I am really lucky, and I got 2 devil fruits with these." This tail-shaped fruit looks strange. Alvida frowned slightly and looked at the wolf tooth. Such a strange shape and color is really rare. I don't know what kind of fruit this is. Could it be a rare ancient species? Everyone shook their heads, not sure. After all, in the Chris Pirates, no ancient devil fruit has appeared. Baccarat took out the devil fruit illustration and flipped it quickly. After a few minutes, Baccarat smiled and said, "Finally found it." She pointed to everyone with the devil fruit illustration. This blue devil fruit is the Paramesha glass fruit. Those who are capable can transform their bodies into glass, which is an ability that is excellent in both offense and defense. Caribou asked curiously, "What is this strange devil fruit?" A strange smile suddenly appeared on Baccarat's face, and he quickly flipped the devil fruit illustration in his hand. "Look, the introduction to this devil fruit is here." Saying that, Baccarat pointed to the crowd with his fingers. I saw a few big characters written on it. Mythical devil fruit. Luo Y hugged the ghost and cried, and a trace of waves gradually appeared in his calm eyes. It's actually mythical, which may be even rarer than ancient species. And in general mythicals have extremely strong attack power and vitality, and can be called the best among devil fruits. Kuro pushed his glasses slightly and said in surprise, "It is said that Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates, is mythical phoenix fruit. I never thought we could get such a one mythical devil fruit." Baccarat said with joy on his face, "This is the form of the mythical cat fruit mongoose. The attack power is extremely strong, and the speed is abnormally fast." Betty spit out a few smoke rings and asked, "Chris, who are you going to assign these 2 devil fruits to?" Chris said lightly, "It's still the same as before, adopting the principle of voluntary. Who among you who doesn't eat devil fruits wants these 2 devil fruits?" Chris finished speaking. Pansfree smiled and said, "Captain, give me that glass fruit. I feel that this devil fruit is very interesting. If it is developed, it should have some great effects on me." Chris didn't say much, nodded lightly, and threw the glass fruit to Pansfree. Pansfree, who got the devil fruit, swallowed it without any pretentiousness. For a giant family like him, the devil fruit is not enough for him to bite. Everyone looked at Pansfly in anticipation, wanting to see the ability of the glass fruit. Pansfly hade Isho, and then with a flick of his right hand, a giant glass appeared in front of him. This piece of glass is very thick. Unlike ordinary glass, it looks very hard. Bartolomeo looked at the glass and said thoughtfully, "It looks a bit like my barrier fruit. Although it can't reach my defense ability, it's not bad to be able to provide myself with a certain defense ability when fighting." Pansfry nodded lightly, then punched down, smashing the glass directly. Eyes of the public, a small glass fragment of 1 and 1 floated in the air. As Pansfree's fingers twitched, these Glass shards also changed form. They can be transformed into various forms, and with their sharp features, they can attack the enemy. Chris looked indifferent and said calmly, "This fruit has yet to be developed, this is just a basic ability. If developed properly, this glass fruit can explode with amazing power." Hearing Chris say that, the squad leaders were secretly surprised. They never questioned Chris's vision, since he said so. It shows that this seemingly ordinary glass fruit has huge development potential. Enno yawned and asked casually, "What about this mythical?" As no one interested. Squad leaders all shrugged, with a somewhat helpless expression on their faces. Each of them has a one devil fruit, and they have no relationship with this mythical. Otherwise, this mythical devil fruit would have already robbed the squad leaders of their heads. Everyone's eyes turned to Nami and the others. Among them, there are some people who did not eat devil fruits. Makino was indifferent to Isho, and then took a step forward. "In this case, I will do my part for this devil fruit. I also want to experience what the legendary mythical devil fruit feels like." Everyone has no opinion on this. Chris also nodded lightly, and handed the mythical civet cat fruit to Makino. Makino didn't hesitate and ate the devil fruit in a few bites. His face was not very good looking. Obviously, this mythical devil fruit looks more special than other devil fruits. After eating the cat fruit, Makino suddenly felt a burning sensation all over his body. Moreover, the inside of the body was also itchy, and the expression became a little ugly. Chris patted her shoulder lightly and said calmly, "Don't be nervous, now you're going to change shape. Don't resist, just relax and let it go." With the help of Chris, Makino gradually relaxed his body, letting a scorching breath roam around him. Suddenly, she opened a pair of jade arms, and a flame was released from her body. Everyone saw that Makino's appearance had changed a little at this time. Makino in the form of meerkat has a pair of small furry ears and looks very cute. The most prominent feature is the long tail behind Makino. This tail is like a cat's tail, but it is wider and also furry. However, everyone found that there was a terrifying aura on this tail. Lafitte's eyes were solemn, and he couldn't help shaking his head and praised, "Is this zone's mythical?" Sure enough, the flame on this tail, I can feel the danger in it just by looking at it like this. Burgess also nodded, "I feel the same way, even with the armament hockey defense. I can still feel that now. I am afraid it is difficult to resist the attack of this flame." Yoroge folded his hands together and said with a big smile, "A terrifying flame that even armament hockey can't defend against. This kind of attack ability is really unimaginable." Kuro pushed his glasses slightly, and said indifferently, "Isho, it is rumored that mythical's attack methods are all kinds of strange. And this kind of attack is very difficult to defend. I finally saw it today. If Makino develops it, her power will be terrifying." Perona looked envious. "This devil fruit is too fun. It's so cute, and you can set fire to it. Sihu is not pleasing to the eye, just burn it with a fire, just think about it and it will be exciting." Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Caribou, who was deeply oppressed by Perona, couldn't help Vivi tremble, recalling the day he was arranged for. Makino felt the power in his body, with a look of joy on his face. "I can feel it now, there is a power in my body. This power makes me feel like I am a very powerful being." Chris nodded calmly and said, "Zone Mythical, itself is an enhancement to the Constitution. Now you have a very strong fighting power." The eagle-eyed Mahawk on the side couldn't help but tut twice. "Chris, the luck of your pirate group is a little too good. I noticed that you have Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, Clone Fruit, Speed Fruit, etc. All first-class devil fruits. It's unbelievable to have mythical now." Mahawk couldn't have imagined it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. One devil fruit in the outside world, but the Chris pirates can easily get it. And I got two at a time. Even more surprising is that there is one mythical among them. Everyone. 319. Morgans promotes the news vigorously. Shock. The whole sea is gone. Even in the New World where the strong are like forests, devil fruits are still very scarce. Ordinary pirate groups always need to go through untold hardships before they can find a one. Like the Chris pirates, you can easily get 2 devil fruits. This kind of situation is really rare. Not to mention, the glass fruit and the mythical cat fruit are both rare and powerful fruits. Especially the mythical cat fruit mongoose form, stronger than the Whitebeard pirates, but only one crew member has only obtained it. Hawkeye Mahawk shrugged and quipped, "Chris, if it weren't for me, I would have become Shichibukai. I really want to join your Chris pirates. With such luck, the world is invincible." Chris whispered Isho, "Being my ally is also a good choice. At least, you can also follow along, you're not at a loss." As soon as he said this, everyone around him burst into laughter. With the chattering laughter and laughter, the Chris pirates returned to the Chris with a full load of harvest. With the Sild Guild made the entire Chris pirates gain something. Except, the gold and silver treasures that were finally found, and 2 devil fruits. The biggest gain of the Chris pirates is undoubtedly the combat experience. First large-scale battle since they came to the New World. Through this battle, the squad leaders clearly recognized their own strengths and weaknesses. In this battle, none has benefited the most than Cavendish. Faced with the pressure from Costa, Armament in Cavendish managed to take it to the next level. Armament Hockey wants to get to where he is today if he keeps his original progress. It might take another half a year or so. After returning to the Chris, the squad leaders began their training without exception. They each found a place and began to digest what they saw and felt today. Chris also entered the training room and started his daily practice. Looking at this scene, Hawkeye Mahawk couldn't help but sigh, what an interesting pirate group. New World, the small town of Viliado. The headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, which is famous in the world of pirates, is located in this small town. This news agency covers a very wide range. Moreover, they have many channels, and they can always get some secrets that are difficult for the outside world to know. This also makes the World Economic News Agency firmly in the top spot of the Pirate World News Agency. Now, in the news agency, heated discussions are taking place. The conference room of the World Economic News, Morgan sat leisurely on the sofa. In front of him, there was a cup of steaming coffee. The employees of the news agency sat neatly at the conference table. Pulido was the first to speak. "President, I just got the news today. Our people saw that earlier, the 4 emperors Kaido committed suicide by jumping off a cliff on an uninhabited island called Bogalitan. After Kaido jumped off, he didn't show up again, and he didn't know if he was alive or dead." The news agency employees were a little surprised by this. 4 Emperor Kaido committed suicide by jumping off a cliff, and his life and death are unknown. This is indeed a very hot topic. However, the President Morgans curled his lips nonchalantly and said, "This Kaido, I don't know how many times he commits suicide every year. I've never seen him succeed once. It's just a cliff, it won't kill him at all." Morgans pondered and said lightly, "Continue reporting. If there is no other valuable news, this news can be used as the headline." In Morgan's view, Kaido's suicide has been reported too many times. The news has lost its original influence. Readers have not been so interested in this news for a long time. So it seems to have become the headline, the next choice. Another female reporter named Belina said excitedly, "I'm here. There is a piece of news. It was recently discovered that Empress Boa Hancock was on her way at full speed to an unknown destination. She's probably going to make some big new moves." Belina paused, her expression fluttering, and continued, "Just yesterday, she was encircled and suppressed by 2 pirate groups on her way. These 2 pirate groups have been famous for a long time, and the total reward amount of the 2 pirate groups has exceeded 3 billion Baileys. And in the end, the 9 snake pirates easily broke the game and completely destroyed the opponent. Hearing this, Pulido couldn't help smacking his lips. The strength of the Empress Boa Hancock seems to be getting more and more terrifying. She has made a lot of noise recently. Gutwood nodded. Since she entered the new world, she will be in the newspaper every 3 days, and she has almost become our darling. The point is that she has been so high profile and has no intention of stopping. Morgans, hey, Isho, took a sip of coffee. You also have Hancock's looks, and I'll report on you every day. Whatever she does, as long as she's in the newspapers, there's a rush to buy it. In tomorrow's paper, there must be news of the Empress Boa Hancock. Belina nodded excitedly and quickly recorded it in the notebook. Gutwood also reported, President, just 2 days ago, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks of the 4 Emperors. They had a secret meeting and Shanks was on the Whitebeard for 3 hours. This, Morgans sat up abruptly, his eyes glowing with light. He hurriedly asked, is there any photos of the two meeting, or the specific content of the conversation? Gutwood touched his nose embarrassingly, embarrassing Isho, this. Because the other party is the 4 Emperors. We didn't dare to dig deeper, so there's not much information about the circumstances of their meeting. Morgan's face immediately become disappointed. He waved his hand casually. This kind of news without substance can only be used as a gimmick. Occupy a small one. The layout is enough. Hackless said cautiously. The news from my side is that the pirate newcomer, EPUB, has successfully entered the New World. The group of them just arrived, but they directly defeated a pirate who offered a reward of 200 million Bailey. Morgans nodded expressionlessly, and said in a flat tone, this EPUB, have also reported it twice. With his strength, defeating such a pirate, although a little surprised, is not enough to cause any waves. It's barely good news. Immediately afterwards, the other members of the news agency began to introduce the news they had received one by one. Either it's about pirates, or it's about reforms within Marine. These news are quite satisfactory, and there is nothing too brilliant. Morgans frowned and Vivi frowned, looking around. After all, it's all small news. There are so many of you, isn't there an explosive news? In the news agency looked at each other in dismay. Past few days, nothing really happened. They have also done their best. Suddenly, a reporter sitting at the end of the conference table suddenly stood up. The reporter was obviously of low status, and Gutwood smiled disdainfully when he saw him get up. Rivers, what's the matter? Do you have any news to share with you? Pulido also said sarcastically, let's not say anything else, is your news true? If you can't be sure of the authenticity of the news yourself, don't say it. Facing the ridicule of Pulido and Gutwood, Rivers just sneered. He didn't pay attention to the two of them at all, and said directly to Morgans, President, I have a piece of news here, which is absolutely amazing. Belina hurriedly urged, Rivers, don't sell your shit. If you have any news, please share it with everyone. Rivers nodded lightly and said slowly, my news, about King Shichibukai Chris. Hearing this name, Morgan's eyes quivered a little more obviously. Chris is a big man this year, and he is also a hottest figure in the sea. I am somewhat interested in his news. Rivers smiled complacently and continued, my friend at Marine Headquarters has a big news. He told me that the Chris pirates are going to attack the kingdom of Kudora. And according to the news he got, once the Chris pirates successfully captured the kingdom of Kudora, the world government will recognize his kingship. Gutwood sneered, hee, what friends do you have in the Marine Headquarters? It's probably fake news this time. Rivers was not angry, and slowly took out a stack of photos and showed them to everyone. This is the photo we took. In order to cooperate with the Chris pirates, the Marine Headquarters also sent a team. As you can see, there are Momonga Vice Admiral and Onagumo Vice Admiral at the head, but also Doberman Vice Admiral. The 3 Vice Admirals set off together. The importance of the situation does not require me to say more. Gutwood was speechless at this time, and his face was blushing. Looking at these photos, everyone whispered. They naturally understood that when the three Marine Vice Admirals set off together, there must be some important task. Ordinary tasks often only require a Vice Admiral. What's more, these three Vice Admiral are the best among Marine Vice Admiral. Rivers went on to add, there's more to the Marine headquarters this time. The leader of this operation is the Marine headquarters Admiral, Borsellino. Before he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the entire conference room. Marine headquarters Admiral, as Marine's highest combat power, will not be dispatched easily. If they do, it means something big is going to happen. This news is enough to prove the accuracy of Rivers' news. Morgans groaned and said in surprise, Chris, pirates, are they really going to attack the kingdom of Pudora? That country, but it's not easy to mess with at all. Bellina nodded lightly and said, the combat power of this Pudora kingdom is terrifying. The fact that the world government has not been able to conquer it for so many years has already explained the problem. Rivers shrugged and said with a smile, now that there is Shichibukai, the new king, Chris, the world government will naturally make good use of it. With the strength of the Chris pirates, it is not impossible to conquer the kingdom of Pudora. Morgan's face was full of smiles. He took a sip of coffee leisurely and said with a smile, the Chris pirates attack the kingdom of Pudora, and the Marine headquarters strongly supports it. As one of the most concerned pirates in the world today, this news of Chris will definitely cause a sensation. Morgans looked at Rivers and gave him an admiring look. Rivers, well done. Tomorrow's headline is this news. We must do our best to exaggerate, promote vigorously, and strive to create a sensation in the whole world. Rivers nodded heavily, and looked at Pulido and Gutlid without a trace, with a bit of sarcasm. The next day, on the Chris. The news bird just flew by, leaving behind some of the latest papers. Big event. The Chris pirates unite with the Marine headquarters to attack the kingdom of Pudora. Huge news headlines, immediately attracted the attention of Nami and others. Nami Lu frowned slightly and said, the news from these news agencies is really well informed. We are going to attack the kingdom of Pudora. Not many people know about it, they can actually inquire so clearly. Baccarat tucked his crimson hair together and smiled. Isho, those guys are. That's what they eat. Sometimes, journalists are more powerful than the intelligence agencies of the world governments. Makino browsed the newspaper. He said softly, so the Marine headquarters actually dispatched Borsellino this time. Chris said there was a mysterious figure, and it turned out to be him. Betty spit out a few smoke rings, and said calmly, they sent Marine Admiral just to guard against Chris. Look, when the fight really starts, no matter whether Marine Admiral or Vice Admiral is involved, they won't shoot. Alvida nodded with a calm expression. Hee hee, the Chris pirates unite with the world government, it sounds nice. It's just a gimmick after all. Kaya blinked a pair of clear eyes and murmured, look, there is an introduction to the kingdom of Pudora here. Their history, geographic location, and current military strength are really detailed. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and her red lips slightly opened. Although this newspaper has a lot of rendering elements, but these are still useful to us. The newspapers produced by Morgans, these data are generally more real and can be used for reference. Although there is no exact number, we can roughly understand the military strength of the kingdom of Pudora. Perona finally looked at the newspaper quietly. Speaking of which, this country is worthy of being carefully selected by the world government. Look at what it says above. 320. Whitebeard, S shock. Redhead shock. Moria, S shock. All shocked. Perona opened the newspaper and read word by word. The rate of martial arts practice in the kingdom of Pudora is about 90%. The military enlistment rate is about 65%. Shivivi shook her head and raised her eyebrows. Looking at this, the kingdom of Pudora is indeed a fighting nation. The world government has really picked us a good opponent. Reiju's beautiful face showed a faint smile. No way, this also shows how the world government is afraid of us. But it doesn't matter. The stronger the Pudora kingdom is, the higher our ultimate benefit will be. On the Chris was discussing the news, with different opinions. And on the deck of the Chris, Mahawk, the eagle-eyed, was lying on a wicker chair. Just yesterday, Hawkeye Mahawk agreed to Chris' invitation to board the USS Chris. And his own boat was also pulled aboard the Chris. Mahawk held a newspaper in his hand and watched the headlines carefully. To see it in the newspapers so quickly, it's really making a lot of noise. In this way, our actions will definitely be watched by the world. The Chris pirates will finally be fully exposed to the eyes of the entire world, which should cause quite a stir. Mahawk glanced at the photo of Chris in the newspaper. Murmured in his mouth, "The eyes of this world will soon fall on you. Whether you can become famous in the first battle and become the focus and leader of the times, depends on this time." He unconsciously glanced at Chris in the training room, and already had his own answer in his heart. New World, Moby Dick. Of the Whitebeard pirates is moored somewhere in the sea. At this time, they have also seen the newspaper. The captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco the Phoenix, after reading the newspaper, whispered, "Isho, Chris is in the headlines again." During this period of time, he has made more headlines than Daddy and Shanks. Diamond Jozu Hihi Isho, tisk tisk. I didn't expect that this Chris would make such a big noise when he came to the New World. To actually go to attack the kingdom of Puduola, it's really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Foil Vista lightly touched his saber and smiled. This also shows that Chris is really a bit powerful. Otherwise, the world government will not rashly let him attack the kingdom of Pudora. Several hanging bottles were hanging from Whitebeard's body. He took the newspaper and glanced at it. Afterwards, Whitebeard burst into laughter. "Goo la la la, it's finally time for him. Chris's speed is not too slow, he has entered a new world. I really want to rush over and see him with my own eyes." Ace put his finger on the hat and whispered, "Isho, Dad, I see that you are very fond of this Chris. They never seen you care so much about a new person." Whitebeard glanced at Ace and said lightly, "This little guy always reminds me of some past events. Now, he can no longer be regarded as a newcomer. It won't be long before the battle in the Pudola kingdom is over, and he will truly become the overlord of the new world." Hearing this, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were all surprised by Vivi. Lakju Vivi frowned. He was very clear about Whitebeard, the definition of the new world overlord, One Piece. In Whitebeard's eyes, there are only 4 overlords in the whole new world. Red-haired Shanks, Aunt Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, and Whitebeard himself. This is also recognized by the world as the 4 emperors of the sea. As soon as the name of the 4 emperors came out, no one dared not to be afraid of it. Now, according to Whitebeard, Chris is going to be the next sea emperor, which makes Lakju a little confused. With doubts in his eyes, Lakju asked, "Dad, if you say that, it's too flattering for Chris. He is indeed very powerful, but if it is said that he can become a figure comparable to the 4 of you, it is too early." Bramank also nodded and said softly, "With his strength and prestige, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Others, I'm afraid they won't recognize Chris." Strange smile suddenly appeared on the face of Phoenix Marco. "This is not necessarily. Have you forgotten who is in the Puduola kingdom?" After thinking about it, Ace Vivi suddenly realized, since Chris is going to capture the kingdom of Pudora, the reclusive masters will naturally not stand idly by. That guy Akoku will definitely have a fight with Chris. Saying that, Ace's eyes flashed a little. Whitebeard looked indifferent and said solemnly, "This guy Akoku has been hiding in Pudora kingdom for so long. Everyone in the world thought he had passed away long ago, but who would have thought that he was still alive and well? If Chris can take down Akoku, this record alone will be enough to shock others." Diamond Jozu heard the words. He nodded lightly, his eyes solemn. "The guy who used to work with Dad is not easy. This Akoku, indeed, has the power to shock the world. If he comes back, the shock it will cause is no small matter. Of the Whitebeard pirates knew very well that this Akoku's power was unfathomable. Was in the Rocks pirates, he was on a par with Baihakai and others. Although the later encounters were not very good, the personal strength was still there. None of them dared to say that they could defeat Akoku. So, if Chris can beat Akoku, is not unreasonable to say that he has the strength to be the fifth emperor at sea. Jin Guduo murmured, "Don't forget, in addition to Akoku, there are many people who are not easy to mess with in Kudora Kingdom. For example, Isaac is a ruthless character, and there are not a few pirates who have suffered losses in his hands." When Ace heard this, he glanced at Marco casually. Marco must know this best. Marco suddenly lay down and spread his hands helplessly. "Okay, I admit, that guy Isaac is really difficult to deal with. When I fought against him, although it wasn't a life and death battle, it took a lot of effort. It hasn't taken any advantage in the end." Even Marco said that he was a tough guy, so the squad leaders naturally knew each other's strengths. This Kudora Kingdom is indeed a piece of iron. At the same time, in another sea area in the New World, the Redford is driving slowly. The red-haired Shanks held a bowl of wine in his right hand and a newspaper in his left, and laughed. The Chris pirates join forces with Marine headquarters to attack the Kingdom of Kudora. Said, the red-haired Shanks drank the wine in the bowl. Was a burst of hearty laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. This guy has finally entered the New World. On this sea, it's going to be interesting." Ben Beckman was playing with a revolver and said with a blank face, "Chris is very ambitious, and he picked a big challenge as soon as he came up. This is obviously to take the Kingdom of Kudola and establish a prestige in the New World." Yasop drank rum and said drunkenly, "I knew this guy, just at first glance. The master who can't be idle. To dare to challenge the Kingdom of Kudora directly, he is indeed a sea warrior." Yasop was full of smiles, admiring Chris. He drank some more wine and continued, "Auntie has also coveted the Kudola Kingdom for a long time, but she finally gave up. This shows that the Kingdom of Kudola is not as simple as it looks on the surface." Took a big bite of a chicken leg and muttered, "There are many hidden masters in the Kudola Kingdom, and they are all tricky guys. This Kudola Kingdom is not necessary for the Big Mom pirate group. It's not worth the effort to win it for Auntie." Ben Beckman sneered, "What a shrewd person Big Mom is, she never does business at a loss. But Chris is different. He needs to fire his first shot in the New World in front of the whole world. It's very important to him." Shanks drank the wine and said slightly drunk, "Chris is a real man. It's a pity that we are too far away from Kudora Kingdom. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up with this battle. I really want to take a look. If I can play against Chris, it will be even better." Yasop pouted when he heard the words, "Captain, you are thinking about bullying the newcomer again. This time is different, since Chris dares to move the Kingdom of Kudora. He has a chance to knock you down in turn." Ben Beckman et al. Immediately. Laughing loudly, they all shook their heads and looked at Shanks. Shanks shrugged helplessly and said, "When did I bully the newcomer? If he can knock me down, all the better. Anyway, the sea is still too calm now." The red-haired Shanks suddenly looked into the distance and said solemnly, "Chris, let's make trouble. On this sea, set off a carnival. ... The Great Route, the Devil's Triangle." Absalom held a newspaper and sighed, "Chris pirates have made headlines again. They are in the New World, and they are making a lot of noise." Gecko Moria looked at the photo of Chris, her eyes deepened, and said, "Chris's footsteps have arrived there before you know it. It seems that this Kudora Kingdom is the base," he said. Hogbok Vivi frowned. "Captain, you read what's written in this newspaper. It is said to be the Kingdom of Kudora, and it is one of the most powerful countries among the non-world government countries. Their military strength and combat level are first class. The Chris pirates can really succeed." Gecko Moria dismissed it and whispered Isho, Are you worried about them? You don't have to. Who has personally played against the squad leaders, knows how powerful they are. The people on the Chris Pirates are all monsters, and they can't be handled with common sense. During this time, I believe their strength has improved again. Look, they'll shock the world. Gecko Moria glanced at the sky very confidently, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since joining the Shichibukai Alliance, he has devoted himself to spiritual practice. After losing to the squad leader and the others last time, Gecko Moria clearly realized that he might have fallen behind. Therefore, during this period of time, he has been working hard to cultivate and improve his strength. Since I promised Chris to go to the new world, I can't break my promise. One by one, they have done great things in the new world, and we can't be too far behind. Hearing this, Absalom Hihi Isho, his face full of excitement, Captain, have you really decided? Are we really going to the new world? Ever since Gecko Moria lost to Kaido, he has been shrinking in the Devil's Triangle. Never re-entered the new world at all. Even when his subordinates mentioned this idea, he would scold him. Now, under the stimulation of Chris, he finally chose to take this step again. Gecko Moria put down the newspaper gently, and said calmly, I can't let him steal all the limelight alone. As a member of the Shichibukai Alliance, it's time for me to go out and make an appearance. New World, Dressrosa. Inside the palace, the Don Quixote family gathered together. Doflamingo looked at the latest newspaper without saying a word. He already knew these things. So he didn't make a fuss about it. Torapal snorted and clicked his tongue twice. This matter has now become a commotion. The Chris Pirates are really pushy. Gladius glanced at the newspaper and sneered. Now they are in the limelight, but if they fail in the end, the Chris Pirates will completely become a joke on the sea. Sugar sat on the sofa and put a one grape in his mouth. Even if they finally succeed in capturing the kingdom of Pudora, they will not feel well. At that time, it is inevitable that the soldiers will be destroyed, and the overall strength will also drop a lot. Diamante looked up at the sky casually, and said casually, anyway. This is the plan of the world government. With the help of the Pudola kingdom, suppress the Chris Pirates. Who told them to be too flamboyant? It's only their own fault to get to this point. Pika sat aside and made her shrill voice, but then again, the strength of the Chris Pirates is not weak. If they can successfully capture the kingdom of Pudora, the first shot of this new world will be fired. Derringer sat cross-legged on the sofa and said with a smile, anyway. Now we are also a member of the Shichibukai Alliance. The Chris Pirates will benefit, and we will also benefit. He finds his base one day earlier, and our cooperation with him can start one day earlier. Anyway, what we care about is always the resources in his hands. What do you think, young master? Guys, the above is a picture of Sugar. This one seems to have let go of the picture, but it seems that I didn't, and I forgot. In addition, preparing to start the war, let's paint the atmosphere first, and attract the attention of the whole world. Pirates I Can Reject Everything Chapter 321 to 340. 321. Dover admits that he is not Chris' opponent. King Pudora, call an emergency meeting. In Dressrosa's palace, Doflamingo lay leisurely on the sofa. He stared at Chris in the newspaper, and jeered Isho, hey. Chris is planning to follow our old path, occupy a country, and then use it as a base to develop and strengthen himself. Although the kingdom of Pudora is very strong, I don't think it can stop Chris going, footsteps. Doflamingo pushed his glasses casually, his eyes suddenly changed. Solemn, what that guy wants to do. It will definitely succeed. Speaking, Doflamingo pondered, and then chuckled. Foo, everyone, a new era is coming. With the emergence of the Chris Pirates, it's time to make changes in this quiet era. The cadres of the Don Quixote family were all awe-inspiring. During this time, they also had their own hunch. Indeed some unusual movements on this sea. Senor Peak held a pacifier and said casually, as an opportunity to open a new era, the Chris Pirates. They should be victims of changing times. Gladius put his hands in front of him, expressionless, and said coldly, the Chris Pirates are nothing but strong on the outside. Apart from their captain, Chris, there doesn't seem to be any standout. Look at their bounty, it's pitiful. Doflamingo suddenly waved his hand and said lightly, if you think so, you are really wrong. Gladius and the others Vivi frowned, their eyes filled with doubts. Doflamingo smiled strangely, and then continued, I have met the Chris Pirates a few times. The team captains under Chris are not to be underestimated. Especially the guy. Enel is a rare talent. Hearing this, Dellinger pouted and snorted coldly, young master, you are a little too flattering for him. This Enel looks, just, a lazy guy with nothing to do. Looking at his dead fish eyes, it's annoying to look at. How can such a guy be so powerful? Doflamingo had long expected that someone would be dissatisfied. He just gently issued and said indifferently, he is a guro no mi, rumble fruit capable person. His tone was extremely flat, but it deeply shocked the group of cadres. Torapal frowned tightly and asked incredulously, this Enel is really a guro no mi, rumble fruit capable person. That's one of the fruits of extinction. Doflamingo Vivi Isho nodded noncommittally. Gladius looked solemn and said solemnly, it's amazing to be a guro no mi, rumble fruit person. As long as he cultivates a little, he can reach a height that others may never be able to reach in his entire life. Diamandi curled his lips and said, with such a powerful devil fruit, he is still willing to be under Chris's hands. This Enel doesn't have much ambition either. Mahabe Hey Isho can't say that either. Kuzan and Kazaru, they are still doing coolies in the Marine headquarters. Being able to bring a character like Enel under his command also shows that Chris has some means. Doflamingo grinned Isho, Foo. I've had hands with this guy once. He caused me a lot of trouble, and although he was defeated in the end, I wasn't quite sure that I could kill him. This guy, the combat experience is still not enough, and the mastery of the two-color hockey is not enough. Profound, but also needs to be cultivated. He does have some ability, and in time he will become a great man. Hearing Doflamingo's praise for Enel, all the cadres secretly remembered Enel's name. Buffalo suddenly asked, young master, the Chris Pirates have never been here, when did you fight him? Doflamingo slowly sat up and muttered, do you remember Tezzolo? Sugar is eating grapes in his mouth, blinking a pair of big eyes, Tesoro. That, the one with the golden fruit ability, didn't the young master say that he escaped? With a pair of long legs crossed, he chuckled lightly, I remember that the young master went to chase and kill him personally, and finally returned without success. This Tezzolo, his ability to escape, is first rate. Obviously, these cadres did not know about Tezzolo. The last Doflamingo retreat, it came back in vain. He didn't say much, and the cadres didn't dare to ask. It's just that Tezzolo and his party escaped so quickly that even Doflamingo couldn't catch up. Doflamingo sighed softly and said, actually, I did catch Tezzolo back then. It's just that Chris stepped in and brought Tezzolo under his command. That's when I got into a fight with Enel. Hearing such a secret, Sugar quickly stuffed 2 grapes into his mouth. It's abominable. How can the Chris Pirates do this? Even if they belong to the Shichibukai Alliance, they still come out to meddle in this kind of thing. Torapal had a runny nose and said calmly, in the face of real interests, the so-called alliance is vulnerable. Tezzoro's golden fruit is a red devil fruit. Facing such a temptation, it is difficult for Chris not to take action. Pika said in her high-pitched voice, it's okay, this time Taishi escaped. After we can still find a chance to kill him. Provoked Don Quixo, it is impossible for him to live so easily. However, Doflamingo waved his hand unexpectedly, and said heavily, this Tezzolo, don't chase him in the future. Now that he has become a member of the Chris Pirates, we will not touch him. Dellinger turned his head with a reluctant look on his face. Young master, why is this? Chris didn't give you face when he was robbing someone from your subordinates. Why did you give him a chance to kill Tezzolo in order to save Chris' face? What can he do? A common doubt in the minds of other cadres. This way of doing things is indeed not like Doflamingo's usual style of doing things. He has never been so generous and forgiving. Even his own younger brother, Corazon, ended up tragically. Torapol and others are staring at Doflamingo, hoping to get a reasonable explanation. Doflamingo picked up a glass of wine and drank it. Solemn expression on his face, he said solemnly, do you think I don't want to kill Tezzolo? To be honest, it's not just Tezzolo, I want to kill Chris. Saying that, Doflamingo's eyes flashed a trace of ferocity. He slowly leaned against the sofa and said helplessly, but, I can't. It's not because, we are all Shichibukai. Just, I'm no match for Chris. This answer, Doflamingo seemed a little helpless. But he knew very well in his heart that even if he was unwilling to accept it, it was a fact. A fact that no one can change. As soon as these words came out, the whole room fell silent. Don Quixote's cadres all looked stunned and their bodies froze in place. They couldn't believe that the words came out of Doflamingo's mouth. Doflamingo, who has always been proud, actually admits it himself, he can't beat Chris. The cadres know him too well. Over the years, what Doflamingo really feared was only the four emperors Kaido. As for the others, even Marine 3 Admiral, Doflamingo would not take it seriously at all. If you say this, doesn't it mean that Chris' strength is infinitely close to that of the four emperors? The officials of the Don Quixote family are completely unable to accept such a fact. Dellinger's face was stubborn. This is impossible. Young master, in our hearts, you are the strongest person. This Chris is just a newborn calf. What strength can he have? At most, it's just to scare people. If it really starts, it's probably going to be strong from the outside and doing it in the middle. Diamante also nodded heavily, and said with a look of disdain, just because of that. Chris, I also want to compete with the young master. He deserves it too. I'm not laughing at him, now he's just a newcomer, it's just a question of whether he can survive in the new world. Senor Peak bit his pacifier. Haha Isho, young master, are you kidding us again? Look at you, everyone is taking it seriously. Gladius still looked indifferent, and said softly, yes, we all know the strength of the young master very well. As the biggest leader of the underground world, you need not go into details about your power. That, Chris is indeed very strong, but if the young master can't beat him, I won't believe it anyway. Sugar quickly chewed the grapes and said, humph. That, Chris, is a guy who just came of age. What did he do to fight the young master? The young master's line fruit has already awakened. This Chris will not survive for 5 minutes under the young master. Torapol sniffed. Young master, we have been watching you grow up. Your talent is absolutely unique in this world. We always believe that you are the strongest. One by one, the cadres expressed disbelief. In their hearts, Doflamingo is the strongest person. As for Chris, they didn't take it seriously. Doflamingo sighed heavily, his face gloomy and watery. He sullenly said, I think you are. You haven't been out for a long time. It's too easy to live in Dressrosa, is it so arrogant? Don't look down on others too much, there are not many experts from the outside world. Doflamingo's mouth twitched, and he suddenly realized that his cadres were a little arrogant. They haven't been out on errands for too long, and they don't know what's changing on this sea. Doflamingo said in a gloomy tone, you must know that above me, there are still 4 emperors. Now we see and shake the position of these 4 guys. As for this Chris, he's also a difficult character, his strength is much more than mine. Why do you think I let Tezzolo off so easily? Doflamingo was furious, his voice getting louder. Several times in a row, his actions were destroyed by Chris. What made him most angry and helpless was that he couldn't do anything about it. Chris's strength has reached an unimaginable level. Doflamingo clearly recognizes his own inadequacies. The sea now is not what it used to be. Without a bit of hard power, it will be difficult to survive here. So Doflamingo secretly made up his mind that he must seize the time to practice and further improve his strength. Otherwise, I will never be able to take Chris in the future. After being scolded by Doflamingo, all the cadres dared not speak. They could tell that Doflamingo was serious this time. At the same time, this matter has been discussed all over the world. This is a big event that hasn't happened in a long time. And as one of the protagonists in the newspaper, Pudora Kingdom also made some reactions to this. Now, since they have received the news that the Chris pirates are going to attack themselves, there is no reason not to take some action. At this moment, a meeting is being held in the palace of Pudora Kingdom. King Uridan called together all the ministers of the Pudora Kingdom. Participating in this meeting were Chief Combat Captain Isaac, Vice Captain Tiger Kai, and Chancellor of the Exchequer Kyle Pope. And some other ministers who play an important role in the country. Interestingly, these ministers are all wearing weapons. Even civil servants, such as Chancellor of the Exchequer Kyle Pope, are no exception. The ministers who can serve in the Pudora Kingdom are all first-class combat masters. There is a special rule in the Kingdom of Pudora: people who do not know martial arts and fighting are not allowed to participate in politics. Therefore, many ministers can be called both civil and military. There is no ambiguity in the fight. As for King Uridan, he is also a strong man. He and the king of the Kingdom of Prudence, Elisabello II, are also known as the two great emperors. Then Elisabello II, known as the King's Fist, can punch through the city wall with one punch. And this King Uridan, and compared to him, it is not inferior. Of Pudora Kingdom is precisely because of his outstanding strength. Among all the princes, he is the most powerful and unmatched. This is how he succeeded to the throne. The ministers gathered around a table, all of them talking and laughing. In front of them, there are today's newspapers. But these people didn't seem to care and didn't even look at it. King Uridan sat in the first place, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone, gather everyone today. Mainly for discussion, Chris pirates." 322. Rox Kruakoku appears. Miss Bajin and Wabel are here. The tiger Boris is here. In the palace of Pudora Kingdom, the ministers were chatting and laughing. King Uridan pointed to a newspaper and said indifferently, "This newspaper must have been read by everyone. The world government assigned the Chris pirates to come here in an attempt to destroy our Pudora. What do you think about this?" Chancellor of the Exchequer Kyle Pope couldn't help sneering. "Your Majesty, I don't think you need to worry about this matter. Just a mere Chris pirates, nothing to be afraid of." Saying that, Kyle Pope took a sip of the tea in front of him, and then leaned back in the chair carelessly. The commander-in-chief of the battle, Isaac, also smiled disdainfully. "Over the years, there have been many people who have coveted our Pudora Kingdom. As a result, it's not all dead. The Chris pirates are just newcomers to the new world. How capable they are." Huji laughed, and said nonchalantly, "It's been a long time since no one dared to provoke our Pudora Kingdom. If the Chris pirates really dare to come, I don't mind letting them know. The reason why our Pudora Kingdom has stood for many years." Huji Vivi clenched his fists, and a confident but slightly cruel smile appeared on his face. The vice captain of the battle knows the military power of the Pudora Kingdom like the back of the hand. No exaggeration to say that the Kingdom of Pudora is likely to be the world's leading armament power. Besides, over the years, few pirates or countries that have invaded the Kingdom of Pudora. Even the world government has attacked the Kingdom of Pudora, but in the end, they all suffered heavy losses and nothing happened. This is why, Aunt Charlotte Linlin, finally gave up the idea of attacking the kingdom of Pudora. This country is really a piece of hard bone, the gains outweigh the losses. Minister Giannis held a newspaper in his hand, and said leisurely, "The soldiers will block, the water will cover." This newspaper has repeatedly boasted about the power of Chris and the Chris Pirates. However, whether it's Chris or the members of the Chris Pirates, there are only a few 100,000 people. It's just a fool's dream to want to conquer the kingdom of Puduola with this small number of people. Culture Secretary Ricky Davis pouted and chuckled. This time the world government has done a good job. Really hard work. It's kind of interesting to send Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals, at any cost. Education Minister Arenas dismissed this and said confidently, "What about the world government? At most, they sent 5 or 6 warships, and they were led by only 1 Marine Admiral and 3 Marine Vice Admiral. This amount of strength is really not enough for Isaac and the others." Nodded and echoed, "What about Marine Admiral? Can he use his own power to kill all the thousands of people in our Puduola kingdom? Take 10,000 steps back, even if Chris and Borsellino's individual combat capabilities are beyond imagination. It's a big deal, we can invite those people out of the mountain." Saying that, a mysterious smile appeared on Giannis' face. All ministers are well aware of this. Since the kingdom of Pudora is not a member of the world government, it is not under the jurisdiction of the world government. So over the years, anyone who committed crimes outside would choose to flee here. There are not so many regulations in the kingdom of Pudora. As long as the fighting strength is strong enough, they are allowed to enter and live. It is precisely because of this loose policy that the kingdom of Pudola has become a place of seclusion for many great people. Of course, there are also many vicious people who take refuge here. The kingdom of Puduola has never worried about what trouble these people will bring. If someone dares to make trouble in the kingdom, there is only one fate, death. The kingdom of Puduola has this confidence and strength. Therefore, these migrants gradually became part of the Puduola kingdom. They come here either as seclusion or as refuge. Once the interests of the Puduola kingdom are damaged, they are also the damaged party. Therefore, if the Pudora kingdom is in crisis, they will definitely not stand idly by. King Uridan tapped his fingers on the table and murmured, "I agree with Giannis. This guy named Chris has been in the limelight recently, and I have also heard some of his achievements. This person cannot be underestimated." Commander-in-Chief Isaac glanced at Uridan and saw a trace of worry in his eyes. Isaac looked calm and said lightly, "Your Majesty can rest assured, Chris and Borsellino will be handed over to us." "Exactly, I also want to try it myself. What is the strength of the Marine Headquarters Admiral?" Uridan's face became a little more relieved. Puji on the side Hihi Isho said, "Captain Isaac, leave this Borsellino to me. I still don't know your strength. What Marine Admiral is, it's not your opponent at all. Why don't you give me this opportunity to practice your skills, and I'm going to set down Marine's spirit." Isaac looked indifferent and spread his hands. "Whatever you want, if you want to try it out, I'll give it to you." Education Minister Arenas looked at the newspaper and sighed softly. "How can you be confused at such a young age? It's not good to attack somewhere, and come here to beat our Puduola, isn't that asking for trouble?" Culture Secretary Ricky Davis couldn't help laughing and joked, "I said Arenas, you got pirates in your education. If they were serious people, they wouldn't go out to sea to be pirates." Giannis also echoed and said with a smile, "Catch Chris and the others and give Arenas some training. If it can influence them, it would be a good talk." Seeing that the ministers started chatting and joking, Uridan shrugged helplessly. He naturally understood that the ministers were not worried about this matter at all. And Uridan wasn't really worried. The domestic masters are like clouds, and there is only one pirate group, and he still doesn't take it seriously. It's just that the matter has been reported, and he has to hold a meeting. Now it seems that this meeting has no substantive content, and everyone is completely dismissive of Chris's arrival. Meanwhile, somewhere in the kingdom of Pudora. This is a deep mountain and old forest, located on the edge of the Puduola kingdom, inaccessible to people. But here, an old man lives all year round. At this time, Bajin walked towards the top of the mountain, holding a newspaper in his hand. Behind her, Wabel followed quietly. The top of the mountain, Bajin walked directly into a log cabin. This is where Akoku, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, lives. Bajin used to be a member of the Kuro Pirates, but this time he learned that Akoku lives in seclusion of Pudora to find old friends and reminisce. Coincidentally, the news that Chris is about to attack the kingdom of Pudora spreads at this time. Bajin pushed in the door, handed the newspaper to Akoku, and chuckled, "I'll show you something interesting. You stay on this mountain all day, and you can't read the news from the outside world." Akoku took the newspaper by himself and glanced through it roughly. He didn't read much about the specific content, just saw the huge news headline. Akoku casually put down the newspaper and said indifferently, "I care about what these things do." Over the years, there have been many people who came up with the idea of the Pudora kingdom, which one has succeeded. As long as no one affects my 3/3 of an acre of land, I don't bother to meddle in these business affairs. As Akoku spoke, he studied the tea leaves in his hands. Bajin shrugged, shook his head lightly, and said, "Your news is really occluded. I'm afraid you haven't heard much about this Chris." His head, Akoku said casually, "Why do I have to know him? Is he a big man?" Wabel, "Hey Isho," said, "Mom said, this guy. A lot like the Rocks." Before he finished speaking, Akoku's hand was obviously stunned in midair, and then returned to its original state. He said coldly, "Can anyone become Rocks now?" Bajin whispered Isho and sat down casually. "This Chris is only 19 years old and has been out at sea for about a year. Now, he has become King Shichibukai, a force to be reckoned with on the sea. It's fair to say that Chris is just a genius." Buckington paused, then continued, "The reason I say he's like Rocks is because of his way of doing things. You may not know that he has gathered a large number of strong men, and each of them can become a big pirate on his own. Now, I think you should understand." Akoku finally raised his head and said indifferently, "Isho, it's not too simple for someone who can be valued by you, Bajin. Listening to you, I'm a little interested in this Chris. At the age of 19, he can make waves on the sea, and he is considered a great boy." Akoku stared at Bajin with deep eyes, as if he had seen through her. As a longtime friend, Akoku knew the woman in front of him very well. "You care so much about Chris, you must have other plans." Bajin didn't hide it, but admitted it directly and generously. "As far as I know, the Chris pirates have a brilliant record. In the past year, they have plundered a lot of gold and silver treasures, which is a considerable amount of wealth." When Bajin spoke, there were bright lights in his eyes. Hearing Bajin's confession, Akoku seems to have known it for a long time. He also curled his lips helplessly, shook his head and said, "After so many years, you are still like this. You are more interested in gold and silver treasures than anything else." In Akoku's memory, Bajin has always liked gold and silver treasures. When she was in the Rocks Pirates, what she was most interested in was finding treasure. This guy accumulated a lot of wealth back then. Akoku has never seen such a guy who is greedy for money. Bajin smiled generously. Money can give people enough sense of security. "Akoku, I need your help. When the Chris pirates come to the kingdom of Pudora, I will snatch their treasure." Akoku took a sip of his tea, his expression calm. "I'm not interested in gold and silver treasures. However, I am very interested in this Chris. I also want to see for myself what this famous newcomer looks like." Akoku gently put down the teacup and looked up at the window, expecting Chris to arrive. In another place in Puduola Kingdom, there was a burst of beast roar. This is a mountain range where ferocious beasts gather. There are many ferocious beasts in this place, and their fighting power is not bad. Even the natives of the Putuola kingdom would not dare to approach it easily. At this time, a figure appeared on the mountain. Violent Tiger, who lives in seclusion in the kingdom of Putuola. Boris. This, Tiger. Boris, once also a great pirate. He used to be the captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division of the Flying Sky Pirates, and he was also an all-powerful figure in those days. In the whole sea, there is almost no one who doesn't know that he is a violent tiger. Boris' name. After the golden lion Shiki was captured, Boris had nowhere to go and finally chose to come to the kingdom of Putuola. He remained anonymous here for many years and has been living an ordinary life. Boris just killed a beast at random for today's dinner. He walked to a large rock and picked up a newspaper. Boris saw Chris's news at a glance, and read it carefully. This Chris is actually in the newspaper again. Young man, I really can't be idle. Boris sighed softly and muttered to himself, I didn't expect that he would come to attack the kingdom of Putuola. I really don't know, how deep is the water in the kingdom of Putuola? Boris knows very well that there are not a few people living here like him. Most of them are strong men of his era. But he immediately laughed at himself, dare to take this place as a goal, and have great ambitions. Boy, you have to come quickly. I've been following you for so long, and I always want to see your real person. It's been a long time since a new person like you appeared, I really want to meet you soon. In the newspaper with an odd smile on his face. In addition to these people, the entire Putuola kingdom also knew the news. Of Putuola kingdom were filled with righteous indignation after seeing the news in the newspaper. Dare to invade our Putuola kingdom, I am really tired of living. Don't ask, is our Putuola kingdom so easy to mess with? What Chris pirates, if they dare to come, we will kill them all. A strong man snorted coldly and shouted, this guy named Chris is too arrogant, I want to kill him. 323. Arrive at Daily Town. Roger and Whitebeard have all been here. A newcomer has joined. New day. That the Chris pirates are about to attack the kingdom of Putuola is still hot. However, as the protagonist of this shocking news, the Chris pirates did not overreact. They were still marching steadily on the sea, approaching the kingdom of Putuola step by step. At this time, Chris was practicing in the training room, and everyone else was also performing their duties. Reiju and the others sat outside the training room, quietly watching Chris practice. Nami held a nautical map in her hand and looked up from time to time to look around. Suddenly, Nami took a long breath and said, we are getting closer and closer to the kingdom of Putuola now. At the current speed, in a few days, we will be able to reach the kingdom of Putuola. Everyone was Vivi Isho, and after a long wait, they finally saw the light of day. Perona excitedly circled in the air and said with a smile, it's finally here. In a few days, we, the Chris pirates, will have a country of our own. Ha 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 ha. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and there was a slight smile on his face. When the kingdom of Putuola is reached, we will have a home in the new world. We, the Chris pirates, have officially taken root in the new world. Betty looked calm, exhaled a breath of smoke, and said lightly, before this, I'm afraid we still have to have a fierce battle. The kingdom of Putuola will definitely not be captured. In the face of our attack, they will definitely counterattack violently. I'm afraid we also need to prepare for battle. Speaking, Betty's eyes gradually became solemn. During this time, she learned a lot about Putuola kingdom. In the face of such a sturdy and martial country, it is definitely not easy to win this battle. But at that time, it's probably not enough to just rely on the squad leader and the others. Betty and others who do not participate in battles on weekdays know that they cannot retreat from this battle. However, when Reiju and the others heard the words, they smiled lightly and did not show too much concern. Alvida glanced at the mace next to him and chuckled, it's been a long time since I got on the ship. Just move your muscles and bones, and see what the Battle of the Putuola Kingdom is like. Makino was also smiling Isho at this time, and said generously, after getting the civet cat fruit, I feel that my combat effectiveness has become very strong. I also need such an opportunity to try my skills. Bakura gathered up his dark red hair and said softly, don't think too much for now, do you need us to take action? I think Chris has his own decision in mind, and we'll know when the time comes. Charlie's cold eyes brought a trace of waves, and she said lightly, the final result of this battle is still very important. This is related to whether we, the Chris pirates, can truly stand firm in the new world. It's also about Chris' reputation. We can only win, not lose. The little giant Lily also nodded and echoed, yes, since the World Economic News published this matter. We, the Chris pirates, have become the object of the whole world's attention. Everything we do next will be noticed by the whole world. Queen Sweetheart lay casually on the sofa and whispered, let them go. Anyway, with Chris here, we definitely won't lose. The final victory in this battle must belong to our Chris pirates. Karina and others also had the same smile on their faces. Having been with Chris for so long, their confidence in Chris is unparalleled. Even in the eyes of outsiders, the Kingdom of Pudora is a very powerful country. They were not afraid or worried at all. Yesterday's new Olibu sat alone, quietly looking at Chris who was practicing. Was a mysterious smile on her beautiful face. She did not participate in the discussion about the attack on the Pudola Kingdom. Olibu looks very young, but in fact she is not too young. As early as more than 20 years ago, she was already a famous pirate in the sea. Because she was born very beautiful, she was also regarded as a lot of attention at that time. It is worth noting that, as early as more than 20 years ago, her bounty had reached 50 million Bailey. You know, that was not the era of the great pirates. It is really not easy for a female class to have a bounty to reach this level. This is also enough to show that Olibu's personal strength should not be underestimated. Just as everyone was communicating, the sound of an alarm officer suddenly sounded on the ship. Report. Report. Ahead to Daily Town. Hearing this, Perona and the others turned their heads curiously and looked forward one after another. Name looked at it curiously and asked, where is Daily Town? How come I never heard of it? Alvida curled his lips, spread his hands and said with a smile, how can we know where even Haishi has never heard of it? But listening to this name, it should be a town that fights Taiwan. Olibu suddenly raised his eyebrows with a weird smile and said, yes, this is a place to fight in the ring. Because people gather here all the year round to fight in the ring, over time, it was named after this. Speaking of which, this place is very interesting. It is a little famous in the New World. Perona happily flew into the air and said with a smile, there is such a place in the New World, it must be very fun. Who are the people who are in the ring here? If it were some ordinary people, it wouldn't be interesting. Olibu shook his head and chuckled, the people who come here to fight in the ring are not too weak. Occasionally, some New World powerhouses will come over. Many years ago, One Piece King of Pirates Roger also played in the ring here. Hearing Roger's name, Nami and the others were all surprised. The legendary One Piece King of Pirates actually came to this place to fight. In this way, this town has a long history. Olibu immediately smiled and continued to add, it's not just Roger. Whitebeard and Kaido of the Beasts, who are now the four emperors, have both been here. Don't look at the fact that this town of Daily is not very famous, there are many big people who have come here. Nami and the others listened to Olibu quietly and told about these. The secrets of the past. If it wasn't for Olivier, they wouldn't have thought of it. Such an inconspicuous town, so many big people have come here. Olibu waved his hand immediately, Hihi Isho, of course, they were all small people back then. That's why Roger has already made some names, and the others are still a stunner. Even so, Nami and the others had some different yearnings for this fight town. After Olib's introduction, they learned that there are three dozen rings in this fight town. And on each ring, there is usually a ring leader. Who defeats the champion can become the new champion. Baccarat looked at Dalai Gen with beautiful eyes, and smiled generously. I seem to feel good luck again. It seems that we should have some gains in this fighting town. Just as he was speaking, Chris had already walked out of the training room. Obviously also has some interest in this fighting town. Chris put his hands in his pockets and his face was indifferent. Let's go, let's have a look together. After that, Chris took Nami and the others and walked towards the deck. At this time, the deck of the Chris was already lively. Hawkeye Mahawk was on the deck, introducing the town of Dalai to everyone. Mahawk said with a smile, although this place is not very famous, the quality of the people who come to the ring is quite good. Some of them are stronger than many of you here. The squad leaders became excited when they heard that this was a place to fight in the ring. Especially Burgess, he is most interested in this type of ring fight. Burgess was already standing on the edge of the railing, and said impatiently, such a good place, I suddenly know. Wait a while, I'm going to fight everyone here, it would be great if I could meet a strong one. Enel poked his ears casually and said casually, I really hope, as Mahawk said, I can meet some experts here. Real battles often make people improve themselves faster. Since the defeat to Doflamingo, Enel has worked hard to become stronger, constantly practiced and improved his own strength. He never misses any opportunity to improve his strength. He won't miss out on a practical opportunity like this. However, he also has certain requirements for his opponents. If the opponent is too weak, it will have no effect on him to improve his strength. Lafitte pressed his hat and whispered Isho, I heard someone mention it. So there really is such a place. It will be very interesting to come here. Pansfree nodded and said, this town is quite famous in the New World, although I haven't been here before. But I've heard a lot of things here, and many big pirates have played in the ring here. If we are lucky, maybe we can meet such a strong man. Tezzolo's eyes were bright, and there was some anticipation in his eyes. I seem to have some enlightenment recently, and I just happen to be here to experiment. He has been researching the awakening of devil fruits, and he has finally figured out some ways recently. But Tezzolo couldn't be sure if he was heading in the right direction. And the best way to do it is to actually practice it. There is also Cavendish who holds the same idea with him. Cavendish held the long sword at his waist, and said lightly, my armament hockey has just improved, and it needs to be stabilized. The captain said that the best way to train armament is to find an opponent who is evenly matched or superior. Let's learn from everyone. I don't have the tension of life and death, it's always a little bit worse. Poison Gia Yi on the side. If the captain allows a life and death battle, I don't mind being your opponent. I think I'll make you experience that near-death feeling. Cavendish rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, it's not that I look down on you. I am afraid you are no longer my opponent now. Poison frowned, and said sharply, really? Do you think armament hockey, who has mastered a better first order, can be so defiant? Don't forget, I control armament's time, but before you. Do you think it's just your armament diligence? Cavendish sneered and sneered, what if your armament hockey is also diligent? As far as you are sick, you can only rely on poisoning, and you don't dare to fight people at close range. Armament hockey is in your hands, and only for defense. Simply a blatant waste. Seeing that both of them were on fire, the other squad leaders shook their heads helplessly. Since the first battle for the squad leader, these two guys have forged a relationship. They could pinch each other at any time, and Lafitte, the co-captain, was used to it. Lafitte shook his head and said softly, if the two of you want to fight, you can compete in the ring when you arrive at Dalai Town. Kuro smiled and pushed his glasses and said, we are all too familiar with each other, and we all know what tricks we have. It's so boring to fight. It's more interesting to fight with outsiders, and you can always get some unexpected joy. Lua was still as calm as water, and glanced at Dalijan casually. There should be a lot of interesting guys here. Those who can survive in the new world should not be too weak. Hawkins was expressionless, his eyes were like dead people, and he said in a low voice, "Today's Dalai town will be extraordinarily lively. Because we, the Chris pirates, are here." Just as he was talking, Chris appeared on the deck with Nami and the others. Seeing Chris' appearance, the squad leaders immediately. "No issue." Bartolomeo fiddled with his coxcomb head. He said with a smile, "As soon as the captain appears, something good will happen. Could it be that we will meet new partners here?" Bellamy Gia issue, said with certainty, "That's natural. Since it is a place to fight in the ring, it must be a gathering of talents. With Baccarat giving us good luck, we will find new partners." Wayapa was indifferent to issue, with a little anticipation. "I don't know what a new partner will be like." The Chris quickly approached the town of Dale, and soon approached the coast. At this moment, the town of Daly is in a hustle and bustle. Here's a picture of Olibu. As for this, it is estimated that everyone does not know, she is from the anime, and appeared in the Impel Down plot. 324. Raven, Morley, Lindbergh, all appear. Squad captains go up and fight. In Dalai Town, there was a lot of people talking. At this moment, the arena is in progress, and each of the 3 three-ring arenas has a champion. The Hairy Giant, Morley. Bald Crow, Callus. Master Inventor, Lindbergh. Morley was born of a family of giants, huge and hairy. However, this guy seems to have some unusual quirks. He is obviously a big man with thick hair, but he is wearing a short skirt. This kind of dress is really hard to guess. Of him is Lindbergh. This guy is a small man, in front of Morley, just like a small human. Lindbergh looks like a civet cat, and looks like he comes from a fur tribe. Many strange things on his back, all of which are his own inventions. Mainly relies on these high-tech things to fight against people. Of course, if someone despised his personal ability because of this, then this person will definitely pay a very painful price. As for the bald crow, Karas, the appearance looks normal, but he is bald. He had a beak-shaped thing on his face and a black feather coat on his body. The reason why he is called the bald crow is because the black feathers on Karas' body can transform into a large flock of crows. The attack power of the crow should not be underestimated. These 3 people have been in the ring for more than a week. During this week, no one has successfully challenged and killed any of the 3. The first time such a tripartite confrontation has occurred since the establishment of Daly Town. There has never been a record of 3 people holding the ring together for such a long time. The audience below is looking forward to how long this record can be maintained every day. Of course, there are also people waiting to see which of the 3 will be the first to lose. Now, a new round of challenges has begun. In the 3 three-ring arena has broken out. The challenger of the giant Morley is a long-legged clan who is good at kicking. Although this challenger's body does not match Morley at all, but he was able to rely on his speed and his kicking skills to play Morley perfectly. Humph! Morley was not flustered. He snorted coldly and chopped the ground with 1 foot. The next moment, Morley suddenly disappeared. The sudden change made the challenger of the long-legged clan stunned in place. Was obviously a giant clan, but suddenly disappeared without a trace. Long-legged challenger frowned and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, he lowered his head and glanced, secretly saying that it was not good. Just as the long-legged challenger was about to jump into the air, a large hand stretched out from below. He grabbed his long legs directly, and then swayed freely in the air. Ah! The long-legged challenger's mournful cry, which everyone only listened to, could be described as euphemistic and desolate, and it lasted for a long time. Morley suddenly emerged from the ground and slammed the long-legged challenger to the ground. Being treated like this by a giant, the small stature of the long-legged challenger is absolutely unbearable. He immediately vomited blood and completely fainted. "I'm sorry, little brother, let it go." Morley crooked his mouth and made a slapped expression, which made people look very annoyed. Other hand, Lindbergh's ring is relatively mild. He's not as violent as Morley. Lindbergh is carrying a strange piece of equipment behind his back, which can help him fly at will, very fast. There are some similarities with the carbonation equipment of the Sild Guild. Lindbergh's opponent was a sharpshooter. This person is good at observation hockey, can accurately perceive the position of the enemy, and then give a fatal blow. However, now the face of this challenger is very ugly. His brows were furrowed, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Maid, this guy's speed is too fast, grass." He was shocked to find that he couldn't lock Lindbergh's position at all. Lindbergh was too fast for the challenger to catch. He has fired more than a dozen shots in a row. Every time, he has gone out of the way. Looking at Lindbergh's ghostly figure, the challenger couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He tried to calm himself down, and focused on Lindbergh's movements. After a long time, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everyone saw him. They suddenly raised their pistols and shot at a place in the air. Just when everyone thought this guy was crazy, Lindbergh happened to appear in that place. Bullets came towards Lindbergh quickly, and the smile on the challenger's face became presumptuous. He thought he was already winning. However, the next moment, the watch on his face solidified. What? He found that he had just fired a bullet, but it came towards him. Before he could figure out what was going on, the bullet had already arrived in front of him. The man couldn't dodge, and the bullet hit his abdomen. At the same time, Lindbergh appeared in front of the challenger like a ghost. I saw him smile smugly, and then kicked it lightly. The challenger fell heavily into the ring and declared defeat. "Too weak, go back and practice for a few more years." Lindbergh flew in the air and said something with a smile on his face. Compared to Morley and Lindbergh, the opponents of the Bald Crow are slightly more difficult to deal with. The challenger this time is a swordsman. Whether it is speed or strength, it is completely unbeatable. Crow and this challenger, you come and go, see tricks and tricks. Who can single-handedly roam in the New World is definitely not a simple character. The Crow can see very clearly that this swordsman has mastered armament hockey. His sword chi damage is very terrifying. Crows can only constantly consume each other's physical strength and look for opportunities. It's been like this for 10 minutes. The audience below is very excited. This is the most powerful challenger they have seen in the past few days. To be able to stand still with this crow for so long, this swordsman really has something. Yeah, the Crow was always on the offensive a few days ago, and no one can resist it. Hey, is it possible that the ringleader of this arena is going to be replaced this time? Ha ha ha, I made a bet on the next field. If the Crows lose first, I will make a lot of money. Some spectators at the bottom started to boo, and many people were expecting the Raven to lose because of their bets. However, in the arena, victory and defeat are often only in an instant. Just when the swordsman was complacent, the Crow instantly seized this opportunity. The blink of an eye, a large group of crows suddenly gathered around the swordsman. The crows were frantically besieging the swordsman, leaving one scar after another on his body. The swordsman was obviously in a mess, and the Crow took this opportunity to appear strangely in the crows. A slight hook of the finger, the crows immediately turned into a huge fist. Under the control of the Bald Crow, the Crow's huge fist hit the swordsman heavily. Afterwards, the audience only saw a black arc appearing in the air. The swordsman was directly knocked into the air, and he didn't know where he was hit. The audience below were dumbfounded and had no idea what was going on. What's the matter, that swordsman? Why was he shot up all of a sudden? That's right, he was still beating the Crow just now. The Raven's supporters sneered and said, now you know how powerful the Raven is. Not all cats and dogs can beat crows. With the end of this ring, Lindbergh's trio of three once again successfully defended the ring. The audience below fell into a frenzy and roared wildly. The three of them are simply too powerful, they can't even meet an evenly matched opponent. I don't know what the origins of these three guys are, but their strength is actually a lot higher than the others. Hey, Lord Morley is too powerful, one move to defeat the enemy. HMPH, Lindbergh is not weak either, that sharpshooter is a little famous, but he missed a shot. The supporter of the crow next to him couldn't sit still, and chuckled, if you want me to say, the crow is still the strongest. He can beat his opponents almost every time without having to shoot himself. If the crow really does it himself, I am afraid it will be even more powerful. Ha ha ha. Anyway, in my opinion, these three guys are all powerful. There hasn't been such a powerful character in this town for a long time, and this time there are three 3s at once. Whether it's the local residents of Dalei Town, or the players who come to fight in the ring. All overwhelmed by the strength of the three of Lindbergh. During this week, each of the three fought almost 100 times. Such physical consumption did not affect their fighting level in the slightest. Just when there was a carnival under the ring, a group of strangers suddenly appeared. These people are high and low, giants, and winged guys. And among them, there are a large group of beautiful women, all of them are beautiful and moving. No matter where you go, beauty is always the most attractive. Point is, this is not one beauty, but a large group of beauties, each with its own merits. The audience looked over curiously, and their eyes stayed on the beauty. They were all very curious, what was the origin of this group of people, and why there were so many beauties around them. Finally, someone noticed the two people walking in the front. A young man was shocked and stammered, That's Chris. The one next to him is Mahawk. Hearing the man's cry, everyone looked at the two. The onlookers finally recognized the two of them, and they were all stunned. Actually, it's really the two of them. Two kings, Shichibukai, appeared in Daily Town at the same time. Strange, Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk, how come the world government together sent them on a mission? A tall and strong man said, Hey, didn't you read the newspaper? The Chris pirates are going to attack the kingdom of Kudora. It's just, Hawk-eyed Mahawk is actually with them, don't they join forces? Another, a tall and lanky woman, Vivi frowned, what a surprise. These two big men will actually appear in Daily Town. It's so lively here today. The onlookers had not completely come out of their shock at this time. Above the ring, the three of Lindbergh also frowned, looking at the Chris pirates and the others. The crow had deep eyes and murmured in a very low voice, the legendary Chris, I finally saw the real person today. I didn't expect to be so young. With an odd smile on his face, Lindbergh sat cross-legged on the ring. Hey, it's so lively. Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk appeared together. If these two really form an alliance, it would be enough to take down the four emperors. Morley held a trident and said to himself, finally the master. If you can fight Shichibukai once, it must be very interesting. Although these three people didn't know each other, they looked at each other at the same time. They are not fools. Since Chris and his party came here, they must not come here for a walk. Arrive at Dalei Town, you will naturally want to fight in the ring. Three of them didn't know who could meet Chris or Mahawk. Although these two were Shichibukai, the three of them were not afraid at all. Nami and the others looked around, and finally set their sights on the ring. Perona flew in the air excitedly, and said with a smile, so this is the ring. This ring looks quite tall. Nami said with a sweet smile, this is the first time I've seen a fight. It looks like it's very interesting. Kaya blinked a pair of big eyes and asked curiously, why is there a single person standing in these three ring arenas? And, they look so weird. Makino touched Kaya's head with a smile, and said gently, that should be the champion in the ring. That is, the victors above the arena. If someone can defeat them, they can become the new champion. Baccarat folded his crimson hair and said generously, "It's really not easy to be unbeaten in such an arena." Betty casually took a sip of a cigarette and looked indifferent. "It really is Dalai Town, there are so many audiences under the ring. I just don't know, what is the quality of the arena here?" Reju's beautiful eyes swept around, then looked at the three of Lindbergh, and said with a smile, "These people's strength should not be weak. Look at the following. The audience, all of them are quite excited. If it were a boring battle, it wouldn't attract so many people." The little giant Lily nodded and said yes, pointed at some of the audience below, and said, "I've seen these and those. It can be regarded as a pirate with good strength in the New World. With their strength, they are willing to stay below and watch the battle, which shows that the people on the ring are much better than them." Said, everyone's eyes were focused on the three of Lindbergh. Alvida carried the giant mace and chuckled. Could it be that when Baccarat said good luck before, he meant the three of them? Who do you think will become our new partner among the three? 325. Anel's Ravens. Burgess vs. Lindbergh. The battle is extremely fierce. Everyone stared at the three people in the ring, each laughing without saying a word. In their hearts, each has a candidate for a future partner. Enel scratched his ears, and said casually, "Among the three, I think that the bald crow is the strongest. If I can, I want to fight him." Enel's eyes stared at the crow, with a burning look in his eyes. Although he had never witnessed the crow take action, he was able to sense some clues with his own heart. Of the three people in the ring, only this crow gave him a sense of incomprehension. Pensfrey held his huge spoon in his hand, and his eyes fell on the hairy giant Morley. "Hey, I didn't expect to meet my fellow giants here. Since we finally met, it would be a bit too much wasted fate if we didn't try to compete. Both are giants, and their blood flows with the blood of battle." Pensfrey looked a little excited at this time. Since he left his hometown to go to sea, he has not fought against the giants. At this time, Morley is undoubtedly the best opportunity and a rare opponent. Burgess raised his fists high. "Hee isho, way ha ha ha. I like that one. Small. That guy looks a bit interesting." Lafitte on the side reminded softly, "That guy named Lindbergh should be a fur tribe. The fighting ability of the fur tribe is quite powerful. They are rough-skinned and thick-skinned, good at melee combat, and their attacks are also very sharp." Burgess' face smiled even brighter. Ha 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 ha, fur tribe. It's exactly what I want. I like this kind of guy who is good at melee combat. This is the real fight." Saying that, Burgess' eyes locked on Lindbergh, with a bit of excitement in his eyes. Lindbergh's trio of three are not sluggish. They all felt it keenly, and a gaze locked on them secretly. Three of them all looked at the Chris pirates and they quickly found the guy who locked them. Enel with deep eyes, and said to himself, "This dead fish-eyed guy looks very arrogant. A guy who can survive in the Chris pirates should be pretty good." Morley saw Pensfrey. A rush of war immediately struck him. Burn up. Of the giant family have always liked to use martial arts to make friends. That guy is Pensfrey. It's said to be pretty awesome. Pensfrey's reputation in the New World is still very great. After all, the people who dare to offend both pirates and marine in the New World. He is also alone. The hairy giant Morley has also paid attention to Pensfrey for a long time, but he never thought that he would meet here. What surprised Morley even more was that Pensfrey actually joined the Chris pirates. Who was targeted by Burgess, was still sitting cross-legged on the ring. He looked Burgess up and down, and couldn't help shaking his head. "What's wrong with this? Looking at his appearance, I'm going to eat it raw." Lindbergh thought, "If this guy dares to challenge me, I have to show him what real power is." Chris and his party walked slowly to the bottom of the ring. They were the focus of the entire fighting town. The people around them are always watching their every move. When they saw the Chris pirates, they all looked at the three of Lindbergh strangely. The audience immediately Talking about it. What exactly do the Chris pirates want to do? They have been staring at the champions in the ring. Do they also want to fight in the ring? If this is the case, then today will be too lively, and some of them look good. A red-haired woman, with a pair of eyes secretly looking at Chris's back, shyly said, "Is Chris going to fight in the ring?" They only seen him in newspapers, but today I'm fortunate enough to see him do it in person. This is clearly an admirer of Chris. Addition. A swordsman said expectantly, "If only Hawkeye Mahawk could shoot. How strong is the swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman?" Suddenly, a man sneered and said disdainfully, "How could these two take action so easily? The two of them are Shichibukai, the famous king, and the existence of the top strength of pirates. Who is here worthy of their own hands? I'm afraid those three people in the ring are not qualified enough." The man's remarks sparked a debate. Supporters of the Lindbergh Trio 3 have argued that even if Chris and Mahawk were to take the shot, it may not necessarily be possible to defeat the three of Lindbergh. The others were full of disdain and said, "These three people are indeed powerful, but if you compare them to Chris, it's really far away." When the audience were arguing, the two of them, who were talking about, glanced at the stage lightly. Mahawk put his arms around him, and said lightly, "These three guys are still a little interesting. Especially the bald crow, which gives a mysterious feeling." Chris put his hands in his pockets. Isho calmly, "Heroes see the same thing. The strength of this bald crow is even better among the three. But overall, the strength of these three people is not much different." Chris looked at the eagerness of Enel and the others, and then said softly, "If you want to do it, feel free." Mahawk also chuckled. "This is the town of fighting, as long as you want to do it, you can just jump on the ring, there are no rules." Hearing the words, the three people who couldn't hold back for a long time invariably understood Isho. Just listen to rub rub. A few sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and the three figures jumped in place and landed on the ring. The audience only heard the exclamations from the audience, and the audience looked at the three people in amazement. "Are you going to start?" The people of the Chris Pirates are really decisive, and they are about to challenge. Although Chris didn't do it himself, it shouldn't be easy for someone who can stay under Chris's hands. "Yeah, we've come to the right place today, we have a good show to watch." Luo Wai stood under the stage with Guikuo in his arms, looking at the top with a calm expression. Enel seems to be eager to fight after coming to the New World. "Hope this bald crow won't disappoint." Hawkins, who was beside him, said with an expressionless face and an unwavering voice, "Mahawk has said that it is not easy for the guy who can win the championship in the fighting town. What's more, listening to these, the audience said that these three people have been fighting for more than a week, and their strength should still be quite impressive." Kuro pushed his glasses slightly, with some anticipation in his eyes. After Pansfree got the glass fruit, this is the first time he has fought against someone. "I don't know how powerful this glass fruit is during the battle." Lafitte played with the salute in his hand and said casually, "The captain said that the glass fruit is also very powerful, and it is excellent in offense and defense. With Pansfree's ability, it should be developed quite well. After a while, it will definitely open our eyes." Ching coughed. Gia smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to that guy. Lindbergh. He's not just a fur clan, and Burgess may have hit a tough spot." Mandemon Jin had a cold expression, nodded and said, "The equipment on him should be high-tech products. These things are sometimes more difficult than devil fruits." Tezzolo's expression was solemn, and Vivi frowned. "I once fought with the fur tribe, and it's really hard to deal with. These guys have incredibly hard skin, no less than armament hockey. More importantly, these guys have electric currents on their bodies, and if they are not careful, they will stumble." Bartolomeo fiddled with his coxcomb head and said nonchalantly, "Burgess, strength, what are you worried about? Although he looks reckless, he is very careful and cautious. This kind of mistake that shouldn't be made will never happen to him." Bartolomeo was not worried at all, He knew Burgess very well. It would be a big mistake to be fooled by Burgess' appearance into thinking he is a foolhardy fellow. Burgess was the first to follow Chris to sea, and one of the first to master the two-color hockey on board. Although he usually does not show the mountains and waters, Bartolomeo knows it. Burgess' strength has always been constantly improving, and his armament hockey has reached a very strong point. Bellamy Gia Gia Isho. Burgess can be considered rough and fleshy. These two guys touch, I am afraid it will be a fierce hand-to-hand fight. That's exactly what Burgess was looking for. Caribou stuck out his tongue and said with a smile, I noticed it just now, that the crow is a devil fruit person. It seems to be able to call crows to fight. The method is a bit weird. Enel must keep his spirits up. It would be interesting to lose in front of so many people. Yoroj still had a bit of a smile on his face, and said with a smile, any bizarre means will vanish in front of Enel. How easy is it to beat Enel? Cavendish touched the long sword on his waist and smiled faintly, I'm looking forward to their battle. Among these three people, it is very likely that our future partners will appear. I don't know how strong they are. The crew of the Chris Pirates were also very happy at the moment. They are naturally overjoyed when it comes to fighting in the arena like this. Hey, it's time for our Chris Pirates to become famous again. As soon as the three squad leaders make a move, they will definitely be able to scare all four of them and completely scare everyone. A little scoundrel shouted loudly, kill those three guys and let them see the strength of the Chris Pirates. Brother Enel, I killed that guy in one move. Captain Burgess, let that little one know how big a real fist is. Captain Pensfrey, shoot down that guy in the skirt. One by one, the little gangsters cheered and cheered for Enel's trio of three. Stage, there was no nonsense among the three groups of people. Don't even have any dialogue, just get started. As a defender, the crow took the lead, ready to take the lead. Because the other party is a member of the Chris Pirates, he has to be more cautious and dare not have any support. 3 kill crows kill. The only listening crow gave a light drink, and hundreds of crows suddenly appeared from behind him. The crows kept roaring and biting towards Enel. Enel stood still, frowning as he watched the attacking crow. Hey, that's disgusting. Cry. Enel then squeezed his right hand lightly, and a blue-white lightning bolt appeared in front of him. Discharge. A dark crowd of crows came towards Enel, and the moment it touched the lightning, a shrill cry broke out instantly. The crows fell to the ground one after another, and the black feathers were constantly flying in the air. However, the crows were quite large, and some crows broke through the lightning barrier and continued to attack going. Enel flicked his fingers at will, and lightning bolts like thin lines hit every crow with precision. These crows fell one after another, and none of them could get close to Enel's body. Seeing this scene, the crow frowned and froze in place. He murmured, it's the power of Thunderbolt. Looking at the crow's unbelievable gaze, Enel whispered Isho, may I tell you, I am a Guro Guro no Mi, rumble rumble fruit capable person. A crow attack like this is useless to me. If you don't want to lose too badly, you'd better come up with some other skills. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing. Enel's eyes were full of provocation. He was deliberately angering the crow, making him burst out with his true strength. The crow was still immersed in shock at this moment, and his eyes were full of fear. It turned out to be one of the natural disaster fruits. Guro Guro no Mi, rumble rumble fruit. Today's luck is indeed not very good. It's 2 tricky guys who meet one after another. The strength of the previous swordsman was good, and it was a little tricky to deal with. Just defeated the swordsman, and here comes Enel again. The crow can't help shaking his head and let out a long sigh. As expected, he is a member of the Chris Pirates. It's really not easy to be able to get such a rare variety of devil fruits. The crow looked at the black feathers still fluttering in the air, and stretched out his right hand. The black feathers seemed to have spirituality, and they frantically gather towards the right hand of the crow. Since it is Logia's natural disaster fruit, it must be dealt with properly. 326. The Battle of the Strongest Ring. Anelves Ravens. The battle is too scary. The crow's eyes suddenly changed. He became very serious, and the crows surrounding him also became strangely quiet. The noisy crow's cry suddenly disappeared. Every crow seemed to have its mouth pinched, just quietly surrounding the bald crow. Seeing this scene, Mahawk, who was watching the battle below, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The sound of the crows is exhausted, and there is a big murder. This bald crow is a little interesting. Chris also nodded lightly, and said lightly, he is also decisive. Knowing that my ability was restrained by Enel, I directly chose the ultimate move. At this moment, everyone watching the battle is very clear. The bald crow at the moment is only the silence before the storm. Everyone understands that he is obviously holding back his big move. Of the bald crow, Enel looks extraordinarily calm. He just stood there quietly, looking at the bald crow with interest. Enel reached out and licked his ears, and said casually, I am really looking forward to your next move. It's not so easy to crack my lightning barrier. Bald Crow heard the words. He chuckled lightly. If the Logia natural disaster fruit is so easy to deal with, it is not worthy of being called a natural disaster fruit. After saying that, the bald crow's eyes narrowed, and a strange sound came out of his throat. Just listen to the fluttering, flingling. The sound of crows flying sounded. The next moment, the audience was surprised to find that the sky above the ring was actually covered with crows. Was dark, like a dark cloud. Not just in the sky. The entire arena was almost occupied by crows. The scene in front of me was like being in a crow's nest. A resident of Daily Town exclaimed, there are simply too many crows. Could it be that the bald crow is a crow itself? Another person was also full of doubts. I never noticed before, when did these crows appear? It seems like what appeared in front of us out of thin air seems to be a little different from his previous moves. The swordsman who had just lost to the crow had already been rescued at this time. He looked dignifiedly at the black crowd of crows. Have you noticed that these crows are still very quiet? This kind of quietness makes people feel a little weird for some reason. I can feel that these crows are slightly different from the crows that attacked me just now. But I can't tell for a while. What's the difference? After he said this, the audience suddenly woke up, and it was exactly what he said. This scene is indeed so strange. Luovivi squinted his eyes and said indifferently, these ravens are like an army. It's different from the previous miscellaneous army. This is a regular army, and every crow's eyes are full of perseverance. Although Luo said this, it can't help but make people a little bit incomprehensible. How can the crow be compared with the human army? However, everyone has found that this analogy seems to be the most appropriate. Lafitte Vivi frowned, and said with a little doubt, it seems. It does have such a meaning. These crows are really like a well-trained army, with some kind of iron-blooded temperament. Poison shrugged and said, although it is a bit nonsense to say that, it is indeed a fact. I don't know if you have noticed, the crow's beak is pitch black. Hearing this, the squad leaders took a closer look and found that as expected. On the crow's beak is different from ordinary black, more like a restrained black. Mandemon Jin groaned and said, could it be? These crows have armament hockey attached to their beaks. As soon as these words came out, the squad leaders immediately. His eyes widened, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Cavendish shook his head and said, these are tens of thousands of crows. It's too difficult to cover all of armament. Besides, there is only armament at the tip of the mouth. With such a fine control, you need to master armament to the extreme. Cavendish, who has just advanced to armament, knows that armament practice is not easy. Squad leaders are also very clear that it is no longer possible for ordinary people to cover armament with the beak of every crow. In their eyes, I am afraid that only characters like Chris and Mahawk can do it. Bellamy Gia Gia Isho. Obviously, the bald crow in front of me is far from being so powerful. Perhaps, the so-called blackbeak is just a different species. Kuro pushed his glasses slightly, his eyes showing a wise look. He was indifferent to Isho and said, actually, it's not impossible to achieve that effect. Said, Kuro looked at Cavendish and Mahawk next to Chris. Cavendish immediately reacted and exclaimed, you mean to say? Cavendish could finish speaking. Kuro nodded. He knew that Cavendish had figured out what he meant. Ring. Enno looked at the crows in the sky and smacked his lips. Hey, are you the leader of the crows? But as long as they don't chatter, it doesn't matter. Enno casually spread out his hands, showing a nonchalant look. The crow smiled confidently, and said in a low voice, don't underestimate me. Crow. I don't believe that you didn't feel the difference. Enno looked up casually, and pouted, these crows, both offensive and defensive, should be very strong. This is a crow you specially trained. The crow smiled proudly and said, my crows are the real regular army. I've always trained them like soldiers, so that's what happened. Faced with my crow army, you must weigh yourself against a powerful enemy. Bald crows are very confident in their crow army. The Raven army has also played a great role in helping the Ravens in the past battles. It can be called the trump card of the bald crow. In the face of Enel's powerful natural disaster fruit, the crow can't hide anything. Can only directly use his most powerful means, otherwise he is afraid that he will have no chance. Enel yawned in front of the crows, and said lightly, in order to train these crows, you are kung fu. These tens of thousands of crows have armament hockey attached to their beaks. It took you years and years. Seeing Enel's interested expression, the crow was also noncommittal. He nodded, stretched out his right hand, and made a 10 gesture. It took me 10 years to complete this work. I know the swordsman's sword. There is something called the black sword, which is condensed by wrapping armament all the year round. So, I followed this method and used armament to train the crow's beak every day. And take them to fight everywhere. For 10 years, I have not had a single day of interruption, and this has been successful. Enel nodded slightly, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. It is not easy to be willing to spend 10 years of time and energy to do such a thing. The crow can succeed and be free of his reasoning. Enel can feel that the aura emanating from the crow is completely different. With their sharp beaks attached to armament hockey, it is not difficult to break through their own lightning barrier. Since you've already shown your trump card, why don't you try it? Before Enel finished speaking, he saw the crow's arms suddenly folded in the middle. Following this action, thousands of crows also gathered towards the middle, forming a flanking attack on Enel. Crow, carrying its own sharp black beak, is like a sharp sword. Hee, not to mention the power, the aura is bluffing enough. Enel chuckled lightly, then clasped his hands. Electric light. A blue-white electric light instantly enveloped the surroundings of Enel, like a barrier. Seeing this, the crow snorted coldly. Do you still want to block my crow in the same way? It's too small for me. I advise you to be more serious. The crows are centered on Enel, slaughtering the past frantically. This time, with the sharp beak attached to armament, the crows easily tore a hole in the lightning barrier. The crow army broke through the barrier and came to Enel. Enel looked at these. The crow, full of murderous intent, smiled contemptuously. Not bad. Now your crow's attack power is enough. It's a pity that the speed is still a little worse. He casually looked at the bald crow, smiled strangely, and then disappeared from the spot. What's the situation? Why is that challenger gone? The crows are about to attack him. He is. Audience was confused and didn't see what was going on at all. The crow's eyes narrowed, and Vivi frowned. As expected of the incarnation of thunder, this speed is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, facing the siege of my crow army, it is not so easy to escape. A smile appeared at the corner of the crow's mouth, and he waved his left hand lightly. Crow army immediately split formations, like water columns one after another, kept moving towards a certain place. Just when the audience was puzzled, a blue light and shadow appeared at the place where the crow attacked. Discharge, 20 million volts. Enel gave a soft drink, and the endless thunder and lightning appeared in the center of the crows. The crows attacked incessantly. Discharge, 100 million volts. The bottom of the ring, Man-Demon Jin squinted his eyes and said with a hint of surprise, "This crow is really powerful." It actually forced Enel to use 100 million volts of lightning. Bartolomeo was also a little surprised. Tisk tisk, the observation hockey of this bald crow is indeed strong enough. It's unbelievable to be able to predict Enel's movement in advance. The squad leaders looked at the crow's eyes, obviously a bit dignified. Enel's speed, they are there for all to see. It is not as simple as imagined to predict where Enel will land. Ring, Enel fought with the crow army. The crow constantly controlled his crow army, and smiled proudly. "In my crow army, I have a sharper insight than others." With observation hockey, you can easily find your location. Even if you are already at the speed of light, unless your speed can exceed the speed of light, I can predict your position. The thousands of crows were like the eyes of bald crows. It's basically impossible to disappear in such an environment. You can only rely on your own speed to confuse your sight. Facing the crazy attack of crows, Enel did not panic. He continued to increase his discharge capacity, and the highest level had reached 200 million volts. On the entire arena where he was standing, the electric lights flickered, as if the god of thunder had come into the world. Even with armament's protection, in the face of the absolute power of thunder, these Raven army is still unstoppable. A large group of crows had already been struck by lightning, and then turned into black feathers and slowly landed on the ground. However, the bald crow summoned a lot of crows this time, and they were still constantly attacking Enel at this moment. At this moment, Enel has grown impatient. The crows kept harassing him, which made him suddenly a little irritable. Isn't it just a group of crows to let you see something even more powerful? 30 million volts, Thunderbird. In Enel's hand, he tapped the taiko drum on his left shoulder heavily. Then, a huge Thunderbird slowly condensed and formed in the air, with terrifying electric arcs flashing around it. Although this Thunderbird has only 30 million volts of energy, it has a hint of spirituality in itself. Thunderbird's attack power is by no means comparable to a simple discharge. Seeing the Thunderbirds appearing above the ring, some audience members exclaimed loudly, "Look, a giant bird appeared in the sky. It's incredible. It's actually a giant bird transformed by thunder." Audience has never seen the power of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, and they were completely shocked by the power of this devil fruit. Who was previously defeated by the crow looked at the Thunderbird and muttered to himself, This is the power of God. Giving thunder and lightning spirituality is beyond the scope of human beings." The person next to him turned his head in shock and looked at Chris. There is actually a Thor in the Chris Pirates. No wonder the world government takes so much care of the Chris Pirates. A middle-aged man squinted his eyes and pondered, how powerful is this Chris who can subdue Thor as his subordinate? 327. Enel and the crow both used their big moves. Burgess vs. Lindbergh, hockey vs. boom. With the appearance of Enel's summoned Thunderbirds, the entire town of Dashing fell into a frenzy. Everyone was amazed at the power of Enel, and at the same time, they couldn't help but sigh about the heritage of the Chris Pirates. The Chris Pirates can have such a master in less than a year of going to sea. As expected of an existence recognized by the world government. Above the ring, the giant Thunderbirds fought with the crow army. Under the control of Enel, Thunderbird is like a god, overlooking all living beings. It seems that the power is still not enough. In that case, let's advance again. Strange smile suddenly appeared on Enel's face, and a smug look flashed across his eyes. The bald crow suddenly squinted and frowned slightly. Years of experience in battle have made him particularly sensitive to danger. This is the performance of observation hockey after reaching a certain level, prediction. Although the bald crow can't see the future yet, he can already have a feeling in his heart. He looked at Enel solemnly and swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. That guy, what are you going to do? Why do I have a bad feeling? I saw Enel snorted softly, with a faint smile on her face. 200 million volts, God Thunderbird. Enel's hands were raised high, and a thick thunderbolt was released from each wrist. These two thunders went straight towards the Thunderbirds fighting in the air. Naturally, it blends in with the Thunderbird. The next moment, the crow was shocked to discover that the huge Thunderbird had doubled in size at the moment. The Thunderbird at this time really had the effect of covering the sky and the sun. Enel's eyes were full of pride, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction. This is the first time it has appeared, and you are lucky to be its first opponent. Combining Discharge and Thunderbird takes Thunderbird's entire constitution to another level. Enel has always been trying to develop new abilities and improve his thunder spirit, which is what he has always thought. It's just that this is not something that can be achieved simply, and it places great demands on his spiritual power. Because he needs to give Lei Ling's a certain spirituality, if Lei Ling is too powerful, he can't control it. Without spirituality, Lei Ling is just an ordinary electrical discharge. Enel glanced at the crow lightly, and chuckled, although this divine Thunderbird is the first time I use it. But the ones used to deal with you. The crow, it should be enough. The crow's eyes were dull, he looked at this god Thunderbird, a little stunned. It's not just him, everyone watching the battle below has long since dropped their jaws. It's terrifying. This Thunderbird is the real godlike existence. Even though we are so far away, we can still feel that. The aura of destruction. This time, the crow is afraid that it will be less fortunate. It's really hard to survive such a terrifying Thunderbird attack. On the other hand, the squad leaders of the Chris Pirates couldn't help but be amazed. Bartolomeo said with a smile, I didn't expect Enel to become stronger again. This guy's cultivation speed is probably second only to the captain. Kuro pushed his glasses lightly and sighed. Compared to the last time he played against Doflamingo, he's not even better. If he fights Doflamingo again now, although he may not win, he can still hit him hard. Caribou was inexplicably fortunate at this time. At the time in Sabayati Archipelago, if he used this trick against me, I would never see you all. Enel's Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, is really too perverted. Cavendish Vivi frowned. Enel's move seems a little too powerful. To deal with this crow, you shouldn't need to resort to such a big move. Luo Wai stood aside with Guikuu in his arms, and said lightly, it's really abnormal, he made a big fuss. You're afraid, Enel accidentally kills the crow, right? Cavendish nodded slightly. When they came to Daily Town this time, in addition to just having fun, they were looking for their new partner. Obviously, the good luck that Baccarat is talking about this time is among these three people. Other words, these three people may also be their future partners. Enel uses such a big move, if one is not careful, it is really possible to kill the crow. Lafitte chuckled and patted Cavendish on the shoulder. Don't worry so much, Enel has her own measure. And, haven't you found any clues? When everyone heard this, they immediately became suspicious and looked at Enel. Demon Jin groaned and said, Enel's breath seems unstable. It's not like his style. Isho, the poisonous Jia, said thoughtfully, it turns out that it is. No wonder you are not worried at all, Lafitte. Enel hasn't fully mastered this divine Thunderbird, so naturally he won't be able to exert its power. It should be Hawkins was expressionless, like a dead man, and said woodenly, Enel's heart is big enough. The crow is not weak, but he dares to face it. In the face of the crow, experiment with arrogance. Tezzolo smacked his lips and said with a smile, I has already taken a fancy to the crow, and doesn't want to take it too seriously. Since you plan to make him your partner, why kill him? This way of learning from each other, it is also in the actual combat that I discovered the inadequacy of my ultimate move. Foxy hey Isho. Anyway, the crow shouldn't be able to find the problem. He will definitely try his best to solve this crisis. Isn't that exactly what Enel wanted? The so-called authorities are obsessed, bystanders are clear. The squad leaders on the sidelines have enough energy and time to calmly analyze the current situation. But the crow on the ring does not have so much thought to see through so many things. At the moment when the Thunderbird appeared, the crow was completely stunned. He was completely shocked by the strong sense of oppression and destruction. So much so that he fell into a panic, only thinking about how to resist. He did not notice that there are many loopholes in this attack by Enel. The crow came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Is this the real power of the fruit of natural disasters? It's worthy of this title. It's really amazing. But the crow's eyes narrowed immediately, and he said solemnly, although I am indeed not your opponent, but I am not a soft persimmon. It's hard to come across a master like you. If you can't do your best, you will regret it after all. Saying that, the crow seems to have a kind of spirit that sees death as if at home. He knew that he was not Enel's opponent, but he still wanted to touch it. Enel watched the crow's change with interest, and put his arms around his chest with a smile on his face. He saw the crow take a step forward gently, and the whole body fell forward, keeping a forward-leaning state. Enel pouted slightly and said lightly, it looks like a bird. You're not really a crow, are you? At this moment, the crow opened its arms. Were shot down by Enel before. The crow army, turned into black feathers, flew to the crow piece by piece. These feathers were recovered by the crow, and then came back to life behind the crow. The crow army was given new life again, lined up around the crow. At this moment, the army of crows who were fighting against the god Thunderbird in the air also left the battlefield and came behind the crow. The crow army regrouped, held its breath, and suspended beside the crow. Since you are a god, then let my evil spirit meet your god for a while. Evil spirit, fallen angel. The bald crow snorted softly and waved his hands violently. The crow army beside him, immediately, towards the sky above him, converged away. Soon, these raven army gathered together. Mahak Vivi in the distance raised his head and chuckled. Oh, the ability of this crow, it's a bit interesting. Looks like witchcraft. Said indifferently, it's a bit weird to actually be able to make crows merge with each other. It's still a bit of a skill, and it didn't disappoint me. I came to Dalai Town to find new partners and strengthen the power of the Chris pirates. If the crow is too weak, Chris has to consider whether to let him on board. But at present, it seems that the strength shown by the crow has not disappointed Chris. Ring, thousands of crows gathered together. They are very strange, fused together, flesh and blood with each other. The whole scene looked a little weird. Enel slowly frowned. Although it looks a bit disgusting, but I can feel that a powerful force is condensing and forming. In front of Enel, a huge crow is slowly taking shape. This made Enel unable to relax his vigilance. The crow's face was expressionless, but there was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Wow! Only a loud noise was heard, and a huge crow condensed into shape. This crow and Enel's ptarmigan looked at each other with their wings flapping, and there was almost no difference in body size. Watching the war zone, Nami Vivi frowned and said softly, this crow. Why has the sound even changed? It's dark and autumn, and it looks weird. Corona floated in midair and pouted. No wonder it is called a fallen angel, it does seem to have an evil feeling. She opened her eyes again and muttered in a low voice, but This guy named Crow is really interesting. Did he eat a crow devil fruit? To be able to produce a steady stream of crows is like conjuring a trick. Carrying the giant mace, Alvita said lightly, his devil fruit is probably also the mythical in zone. It's more difficult than the average person. Makino, who had just obtained the mythical civet cat fruit, nodded lightly. If you say that, it's really similar. Ordinary zone, I'm afraid he can't do it to this level. Betty spit out a few smoke rings lightly, and looked indifferent. Anyway, the strength of this crow is indeed very strong. If other squad leaders took the stage to challenge, it wouldn't be as easy as Enel. The crow's fighting moves are difficult to deal with. Reiju stroked his hair, and said generously, in this way, this crow is the person we are looking for this time. With his strength, he is fully qualified to be our partner. Saying that, Reiju looked at Bakura. Bakura Vivi Isho, the beautiful eyes swept over the other two arenas. I think the other two are not weak either. This time the good luck is very strong. Maybe these three people will become our new partners. At this time, Enel's god Thunderbird and Raven's evil spirit, the fallen angel, were already entangled together. Were unexpectedly evenly divided. It is not yet clear which side is more dominant. At the same time, on the other two arenas, wonderful battles have also broken out. Compared to the fight between Enel and the Crow, Burgess and Lindbergh are just pure fight. Burgess quickly deceives himself as soon as he comes up, and doesn't give Lindbergh any room to retreat. In desperation, Lindbergh could only choose close combat. Way ha ha ha, sure enough, as they said, your melee combat strength is indeed very strong. Burgess was very excited at this time. Although Lindbergh was small, his burst of energy was amazing. This is exactly what Burgess expects, and the way he likes to fight. Lindbergh's face was flat, calmly responding to Burgess' attack. I didn't expect a big man like you to be so fast. Are all of you Chris pirates so perverted? Lindbergh loves to invent, and many of his inventions are used in his own battles. The instrument behind him is an invention that Lindbergh is most satisfied with. This can give him motivation and make him go faster. Lindbergh thought that, with his speed, he would be able to consume Burgess to death. However, it turned out that he was completely miscalculated. Burgess looks clumsy, but in fact the speed is far beyond human beings. Am I fast enough? Turn your head to look at that. In the ring, Enel's speed, that's fast, way ha 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 ha. Vivi twitched at the corner of Lindbergh's mouth, and muttered, Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, ability, has the speed of light. How can ordinary people compare? Burgess smiled excitedly, his fists slammed into the middle. Lindbergh also sensed this danger through observation hockey, and immediately leaned back and retreated to the rear. Dodging this time also created a relatively safe distance for him. Lindbergh snorted coldly, and then took out a long gun from behind. 328. Lindbergh's invention is terrible. It's definitely a fight. When Lindbergh took out the spear, the audience under the ring was in an uproar. Lindbergh has been in the ring for a week. During this period, he showed almost all his tricks. And the audience of Dalai Town also understands this. In particular, this long spear is almost one of Lindbergh's most commonly used weapons. Appeared. It's the cryo launcher. A spectator Vivi sighed and said, alas, the battle is over. No one has successfully resisted Lindbergh's cryo launcher. The person next to him nodded. It is said that this is a weapon invented to simulate the ability of Marine Admiral Kuzan. The temperature of the fired ice bomb is extremely low, even armament hockey is hard to resist. Everyone was a little disappointed. I thought that there would be a very exciting fight, but Lindbergh did not expect that he would take out his trump card so quickly. Frozen launcher, frigid storm. Lindbergh, hey, Isho, a white chill blasted out from the cryo launcher. Moved towards Burgess at a very fast speed. Seeing this, Burgess Vivi frowned and muttered, you won't fight me close so soon. It's so boring. Saying that, Burgess snorted coldly. Then he opened his mouth sharply and roared. A sturdy white light wave shot out of his mouth, illuminating the entire ring. This sound wave attacked extremely fast and covered a wide area. Lindbergh's extremely cold storm was directly destroyed by this sonic attack. The two collided, a small explosion erupted in the air. The cold air of the extreme cold storm spread out in an instant and flowed around the ring. Everyone under the ring shivered, and unconsciously tightened their clothes. Hey, the chill of this freezing bomb is so cold. Or it's one of Lindbergh's biggest hits. However, it's incredible that this can be stopped so easily. Sure enough, it came from the Chris pirates. It's not something that ordinary little people can compare. Burgess curled his lips and said, "This thing is really going to hit the body, it's really hard to handle. This extreme low temperature is not the ability of the devil fruit. Even armament hockey is not easy to resist." He looked up at Lindbergh, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Betty flicked the soot lightly, and said lightly, "In terms of fighting technique, Burgess should be better. It's clear, though, that this Lindbergh is not relying on the fighting technique, but his weird weapons." Alvida put the mace beside him, nodded and said, "That. The freezer launcher just now, it's kind of interesting. If you get hit, you will instantly turn into an ice sculpture." Perona flew in the air and said with a smile, "This guy named Lindbergh, his invention is so interesting. I like it. Haley ha 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 ha. I want him to be our buddy, so we have a lot of wacky toys." Nami suddenly screamed and pointed to the top of the ring, "Look. What is Lindbergh doing? His speed, how suddenly, became so fast." Everyone heard this. They only saw Lindbergh on the ring, with the aid of the aircraft behind him, constantly flying around Burgess. And unlike just now, Lindbergh's speed seems to have made a qualitative leap. "Hey, let me try my new invention. Lightspeed thruster," said with a smile while flying fast. Marine Admiral Borsellino's speed is the fastest in the world. This speed of light is really not easy to achieve. I have been researching this light speed thruster for several years, although it is not really comparable to the speed of light. But, it's close enough. Lindbergh glanced at Burgess sympathetically. "Gia Isho, poor bastard. You are my first test subject, accept the power of the speed of light." Said that, Lindbergh's speed is getting faster and faster, and the audience under the ring can no longer see his figure at all. Burgess looked solemn. Lindbergh's movement trajectory, he could not touch. Light speed, meteor fist. A light drink, a figure suddenly appeared behind Burgess. "This figure is Lindbergh," he punched out. With the help of the speed of light thruster, the power of this punch brought the speed of light. Burgess didn't have time to react, and was punched several meters away by Lindbergh. Fortunately, he was sharp enough to quickly control his body. In the ring, Burgess left a few heavy footprints. Seeing that Burgess suffered a dark loss, the squad leaders all frowned. Cavendish snorted coldly. How could Lindbergh attack Burgess? This kind of behavior is deplorable. Cavendish has always disliked this kind of sneak attack, thinking that it was done by Shang. But Tezzolo shook his head and said, "This way, it shouldn't be considered a sneak attack. It's just that he's going too fast for Burgess to react." Luo hugged the ghost crying and nodded lightly. "Fast speed and sneak attack are two different things. Isn't your speed fruit also relying on extreme speed to give the enemy a fatal blow?" Hearing what they said, Cavendish reacted. Isho, the poison Gia, said, "These things that Lindbergh invented, but very interesting. It's incredible to be able to provide him with the ability to approach the speed of light." Bartolomeo shook his head disdainfully. "With the help of these external forces, even if you win, you can only win without force. These things are different from devil fruits. Once they are destroyed, they are completely scrapped. After all, they are unreliable." Kuro pushed his glasses slightly, his face indifferent. "No matter what method you use, as long as you can increase your strength, it is An ability. On the ring, we only look at the final result. It doesn't matter what method they use to win. Demon Jin also agreed. The rules in this arena are the same as the rules of our Chris Pirates. Winning is winning, losing is losing, and losing can only mean that one's strength is not good. Now, it's up to Burgess to respond. Hawkins glanced at the tarot cards in front of him and said dispassionately, Burgess is in danger. If a solution can be found, Lindbergh can no longer restrain him. On your Oj's face, he said with a smile, with Burgess' ability, we can definitely find it. I'm just curious how he'll break out. Ring, Lindbergh is still looking for opportunities. Light speed, whip leg. Suddenly, he swoops down again, hitting Burgess with a whip leg. Burgess didn't react until his whip leg reached him. He can only passively defend, and the defensive effect is also very unsatisfactory. Burgess took a few steps back again. After one blow, Lindbergh disappeared from his sight again. Every time he finds an opportunity, he strikes Burgess hard. Lindbergh's fighting technique itself is not weak, and with the bonus of the speed of light, the power is even greater. Burgess was getting a little annoyed by the attacks one after another. This guy is like a ghost, so annoying. It's a pity that I couldn't catch his trajectory and couldn't give a response. Burgess suddenly felt a little helpless. Facing such a fast opponent, he really had a headache. Below, Mahak glanced at Chris and asked, why are you so calm? Burgess is on the back foot right now and it's not going well. Once he loses, it will also be a blow to the reputation of the Chris Pirates. Chris glanced at Mahak lightly and smiled faintly. I don't care about reputation that much. Besides, Burgess won't lose. He's just inexperienced in combat and hasn't reacted yet. How should he deal with this situation himself? Mahak shrugged his shoulders and returned to the ring. At this time, he was surprised to find that Burgess actually closed his eyes. The audience below was also very surprised. Why did that close his eyes? Did he give up his resistance? That's right, Lindbergh's speed is so fast, wouldn't it be more defenseless to close his eyes? Ha ha ha, this doesn't want to waste Lindbergh's physical strength with his rough skin and thick flesh. A man in a fighting suit sneered. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Anyone who can stay under Chris's hands must be a human being. The man's companion added. Burgess is not giving up resistance, but actively giving up vision and enhancing his other senses. Anyway, the speed of light is difficult for the naked eye to capture. So it is. The crowd also suddenly realized. Lindbergh is still constantly looking for opportunities to attack. Before and after, he had launched dozens of attacks, and each time he succeeded. After being attacked so many times by me, I still can't stand still. This guy's constitution is really perverted. Lindbergh is very aware of his attack power, and with the speed of light, it is difficult for ordinary people to bear it. This guy has closed his eyes and didn't move since just now. What the hell? Lindbergh groaned as he watched Burgess' unusual performance. HMPH, no matter what you're doing, what can you do at the speed of my light? Saying that, Lindbergh rushed into the sky. Immediately, it swooped down quickly, constantly changing directions in the air, dazzling everyone watching the battle. Was impossible to tell where he was coming from. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Burgess' right side. Speed of light, thunder palm. Lindbergh's right palm, with a terrifying electric current, slapped it towards the back of Burgess' heart. He sneered, haha, it's over. This was Lindbergh's full blow, and no matter how strong the Burgess constitution was, it would have to suffer heavy losses. However, the next moment, the smile on Lindbergh's face disappeared. Instead, it was full of surprise. Lindbergh was shocked to find that he was about to hit Burgess. Burgess suddenly took a step sideways, just to avoid Lindbergh's full blow. How is it possible? How can he dodge the speed of light? A huge question appeared in his mind. However, Before he could react, Burgess rounded his fist and hit him directly in the face. Lindbergh fell heavily to the ground, smashing a deep hole on the ground. This sudden change made the audience in the ring silent. After a long time, everyone calmed down. "Hey, I read that right." Burgess turned around. "Beat Lindbergh down. How did he do it? He has been beaten all the time." "Yeah, he obviously can't decipher Lindbergh's speed of light. How is that possible?" Everyone was puzzled and couldn't understand what was going on. Lindbergh lay on the ground slowly, then slowly got up again. Burgess suspiciously and asked, "How do you know? Where would I be?" Burgess is looking at his fist. "Hey Isho, finally done." He looked at Lindbergh and said proudly, "Thank you for helping me get used to fighting at the speed of light. With your help, my observation hockey has reached a new level and can finally successfully determine your location." Distance. A rare smile appeared on Hawkins' face. After all, he has found a way to break the game. Lafitte played with the cane, turned it slightly, and said, "In that case, you can handle it so calmly and calmly. It really doesn't look like Burgess." Cavendish clicked his tongue twice and praised. No one would have thought that Burgess would have such a side. But now, his strength has improved again. Observation hockey is in battle, but it's so important. Caribou stuck out his tongue and said with a smile, "Observation hockey, who can predict the speed of light, is really scary. Why didn't I go to the stage just now? Otherwise, this opportunity should be mine." Caribou couldn't help but feel a little remorse. Lindbergh suddenly realized. Vivi sighed and said, "Hee hee, so you've been using me as a sparring partner. Just now I didn't move, just to constantly perceive my movement trajectory." He couldn't help laughing at himself that he actually served as a sparring partner for such a long time. Burgess shrugged, then laughed loudly. "Now your speed of light is useless to me. Do something else. Otherwise, the battle between you and me will end here." 329. Pans, Fry vs. Morley. The power of the glass fruit shocked everyone. Lindbergh slowly got up from the ground and looked at Burgess with fear. He looked at Chris and the others who were watching the fight below, and Enel and Pensfried on the ring next to him. Lindbergh secretly complained in his heart, "Chris pirates, what kind of monsters are these? How come one is fiercer than the other?" He looked helplessly at Burgess in front of him and sighed softly. "Don't you like melee combat? Then do a good job." Lindbergh's eyes narrowed, and then he took out a small blue ball from his body. Squeeze lightly and burst the blue ball. Later, everyone was surprised to find that a layer of black armor appeared on Lindbergh's body. "Hey, this is my new invention, let you taste his power." Under the ring, Verona's eyes were shining, and she was jumping on the spot with excitement. "Wow, this is too awesome. It's really interesting to have such a handsome armor, this Lindbergh invention." Ha 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 ha. Reju's beautiful eyes flowed, and Isho smiled. "If he can become our partner in the end, let him customize it for you. So you're a Sailor Moon." Hearing this, Verona happily flew around in the air with a smile on her face. Alvida looked at Lindbergh carefully, and said lightly, "This armor doesn't seem to be the same as ordinary armor. Ordinary armor is often made of gold and iron in order to pursue the ultimate defense capability, which also makes the armor bulky. But look, Lindbergh's armor looks like a piece of clothing." Kaya blinked a pair of big eyes and nodded lightly. "His armor not only fits well, but also light. Does this kind of armor really work?" Not only Kaya, but the others also felt a little confused. Betty let out a breath of smoke, her face indifferent. "It should be made of some special material, thin and tough. Based on Lindbergh's previous performance, his invention must have had a big effect. Faced with an opponent like Burgess, he won't randomly come up with an invention that is useless to himself." Ring. Burgess gradually frowned. "What's the use of wearing ragged clothes? Is it possible that you can still have an immortal body?" Lindbergh was indifferent to Isho, proudly admiring his armor. "Don't underestimate my special armor. This is what I have carefully developed for many years, using nanotechnology and other means to extract elements from many precious materials, and finally take shape. By the way, I also used armament hockey and soaked it for a long time. Lindbergh's eyes were full of confidence. For his own invention, he is always the most proud of it. In addition to the amazing defense, this soft armor also has one of the most important features. Put it on, my attack power can be increased exponentially. So Burgess, the next person to watch out is you. Lindbergh was suddenly full of aggression, and his eyes became aggressive. Burgess was overjoyed after listening to it. He moved his muscles and said loudly, "Way ha ha ha. Do you increase your attack power?" "Just to my liking." Looking at Lindbergh's stunned eyes, Burgess continued, "As long as you can fight me in close combat, I don't care what means you use. I'm curious, what kind of soft armor of yours is it? As powerful as you said." Burgess has a belligerent personality, and the stronger the opponent, the more excited he gets. Lindbergh's attack power increased, which just gave him another chance to practice. "Then let's see, whether your soft armor is stronger, or my armament is stronger." After saying that, Burgess charged away fiercely, rounding his fists and hitting Lindbergh on the head. Lindbergh's response was not slow at all, and he immediately stepped aside to distance himself. Immediately, he tapped the ground with his toes, and attacked Burgess at a speed close to light. Seeing this, Burgess snorted coldly, "Ha ha, just be hard on the front." In advance, and turned slightly to the side. Immediately afterwards, Burgess threw out a fist and collided with Lindbergh's fist. Only a loud noise was heard from the ring, a sound that was suspected to be a rock collapsing. Two fists collided, sending out a violent shock wave. Burgess's pupils vivi shrank. The strength really improved a lot. My arm was actually numb. On the other hand, Lindbergh was also quite surprised. Hart said, "I have obviously used all my strength, combined with the attack bonus of soft armor. This punch is enough to shake a mountain." But this guy. Lindbergh could not help frowning, looking at Burgess across from him. How terrifying is this guy's armament and body? Punch failed to produce the effect he wanted, which surprised Lind. Not long after the two were in a stalemate, they were separated by a huge amount. And at the place where they just collided, a big pit had already been shaken out of the arena. An audience member exclaimed, "Their shock wave actually damaged the arena." It's terrible, it's just a shock wave. These three arenas, I don't know how many strong people have fought on them, and there are very few who can cause damage to the arenas. The people who can destroy the ring must be the strongest group of people in this world. After the two separated, Burgess said, "Isho, this punch, fun. That's exactly the kind of effect I want, come again." He hooked Lindbergh's hand. With excitement in his eyes. Face of Burgess, provocation, Lindbergh showed no weakness. Two moved almost at the same time, and collided again in an instant. Lindbergh and Burgess were completely entangled with each other. Hawk-eyed Mahawk tilted his head casually and said, "Burgess is really a fighting maniac. That Lindbergh's methods are rich enough, and every attack of his can burst out a powerful force. The key is that in this way, Lindbergh's physical strength can be maintained to the greatest extent. It's a bit of a struggle for Burgess to play against an opponent like that." Chris shook his head slightly, and said indifferently, "Burgess. He is very shrewd. Didn't you see that he's still practicing with Lindbergh? After having previously tasted the sweetness of observation hockey, this guy also wants to make a breakthrough on armament. Lindbergh, who is similar in strength to him, is the best sparring partner." Mahawk shrugged and sighed inwardly. One by one, they are all cultivators. He turned his head and pointed to another arena, but what surprised me the most was the two people here. I thought they would be the most intense. Unexpectedly, it became the most gentle one. The third ring, Pensfrey and the giant Morley were fighting each other. However, compared to the battle of the previous two pairs of men and horses, they are here to make people stunned. Two giants met, it should have erupted into the most intense physical struggle. However, the facts are always unexpected. Are these two really from the giant clan? I also suspect that the identities of the two of them are completely unlike the fighting style of giant warriors. I thought their close combat was the most intense, but who would have thought that they would lose to the ring next door? However, the strength of these two people is indeed very strong. You and I cannot survive under them. Yeah, the devil fruit abilities of these two guys are indeed a little too weird. Ring, Pansfly and Morley are both fighting with the help of their devil fruits. Pansfree, who had just obtained the glass fruit, was determined to show all the abilities he had developed in today's battle. Of the battle, Pansfree's right hand flicked, and a huge glass ball appeared in his hand. Then, he threw the glass ball directly. Giant Morley looked at this scene suspiciously. He didn't feel any danger from the glass ball. What the hell is this guy doing? Morley Vivi frowned, staring at the glass ball. After a few seconds, Morley's expression changed suddenly. Not good. He immediately waved the trident in his hand, lifted up a piece of land, and blocked it in front of him. Just when he reacted, the glass ball in the air had already exploded. Pieces of glass shards were flying all over the sky. Under the sunlight, these glass fragments burst out with strong lights. The glass fragments hit the ground piece by piece, leaving deep trails on it. Deep imprint. Morley's reaction speed was very fast, but there were still some glass fragments that were not blocked and directly cut through Morley's skin. Looking at the blood on his arm, Morley frowned. Is this a glass bomb? These pieces are really tough. Pansfree said indifferently to Isho. I wrapped the glass shards in a glass ball and controlled its trajectory and the timing of the explosion. Just now, if your reaction is one step slower, even if you have armament hockey's protection, you will be severely injured. Below the ring, Kuro couldn't help laughing. He shook his head, looked at the other squad leaders and said, I finally know what Pansfree was looking for me for that time. Bellamy asked curiously, what's the situation? Kuro said with a smile, the other day, Pansfly approached me and asked me some questions about air pressure. I didn't care at the time, but now it seems that he made this glass bomb. Luo stood aside with Guishu in his arms and thoughtfully said, by compressing the air pressure, a sufficient amount of glass fragments can be compressed into a small glass ball. The more pieces of glass, the greater the power of this glass bomb. Poison Tisk twice restrained his head and said, this glass bomb from Pansfree is really ruthless. So many pieces of glass, in addition to the captain's repelling ability and Bartolomeo Morley's large area defense ability. The average person, even with armament hockey, is really difficult to defend completely. Van Auger, carrying the spear, nodded lightly. That's true, so bombs, often more difficult to defend against than bullets. The uniqueness of this glass bomb of Pansfree is that every piece of glass in it has the speed and power of a bullet. Cavendish said with a smile. As the captain said, once this glass fruit is developed in place, it will be terrifying. If I want to completely block this glass bomb, I have to spend a lot of energy. Bartolomeo, who was behind him, patted his shoulder lightly and smiled proudly. At this time, my barrier is very important. No matter how many thousands of pieces of glass he has, it is impossible to break through my barrier. Lafitte smiled lightly and said, Pansyfly may not be able to do it now, but not necessarily in the future. Look at what he's doing now. Lafitte pointed to Pansfree on the ring. I saw him once again throwing out a one-glass bomb, suspended in midair. Morley snorted, replaying the old trick. I won't let you do it again this time. Saying that, he quickly used the trident in his hand to pick up a piece of land and completely block his body. The glass bomb exploded out of thin air, and the glass fragments flew all over the sky. Morley shook his head disdainfully. A trick that is seen through will lose its value. Even if you bomb it 100 times or 1,000 times, it still won't work. Pansfree's eyes froze, and he smiled strangely. Who told you? I am doing the same trick again. Morley was stunned for a moment, completely unaware of what Pansfree was going to do. The next moment, Morley suddenly widened his eyes full of shock. He saw that he was still there just now. Pansfree, who was in the same place, suddenly came to him. And it's directly above himself. Morley is shocked. How is this possible? What speed is this? Morley couldn't believe that a giant family had such a fast speed. The audience was also very surprised at this scene. Hey, did you see what happened just now? How did Pansfree get here? Everyone shook their heads. I didn't see it clearly. I didn't see how Pansfree moved. Could it be that this guy also has the speed of light? It's impossible. What is the concept of the speed of light? Even Lindbergh is nothing more than a simulation except a speed close to the speed of light. Yeah, if the speed of light can be reached so easily, Borsellino, why do you take the position of Admiral in Marine Headquarters? Elsewhere, Bartolomeo was flabbergasted and asked, What's the matter? 330. The ring battle is over. Morley, Raven, Lindbergh, joined the team. Bartolomeo felt very unbelievable. In his impression, Pansfree couldn't have such a fast speed. Van Augur squinted his eyes with a bit of doubt in his eyes. Just now. Even I couldn't see what happened. It's not supposed to be a fighting technique, but a kind of ability of the glass fruit. Cavendish clicked his tongue twice, shook his head and said, Does glass fruit still have the ability to teleport? It's also a little too surprising. Lafitte was indifferent to Isho, and said softly, That's why I said that it is entirely possible for Pansfly to rush into Bartolomeo's barrier. If his speed were faster, a few people would be able to react in advance. Mahak carried a big black knife on his back. Yi laughed softly. Congratulations Chris, your ship has another master. In just a few days, Pansfly was able to develop the glass fruit to such an extent that he would never imagine it in the future. Saying that, Mahak looked at Pansfly's eyes with a bit of admiration. Chris put his hands in his pockets and said indifferently, Pansfly is a pirate who has been famous for a long time. It is not surprising that he can perform like this. However, in such a fast time, being able to use the glass fragments to transform the shape of the shadow is indeed a very good talent. Ring, Pansfree's sudden appearance made Morley a little confused. At this moment, he could no longer react. Could only lift up the trident in his hand, quickly slashed in front of him, and blocked the attack from Pansfly. However, the moment Pansfly appeared, Morley had already lost his chance. Hastily blocking, it doesn't work at all. In Pansfry's hand slammed down. With a roar, Morley's whole body sank a little. The audience can clearly see that Morley's feet have fallen deeply into the ring. One can imagine the power of this attack by Pansfree. Look how long you can last. Pansfree sneered, and then continued to exert force in his hands, trying to completely defeat Morley. But when he exerted his strength again, he was suddenly surprised to find that the strength in his hand could not be used. It was as if a punch had hit the cotton, and it was completely unloaded. Hey, if you want to beat me with brute force, then you are too naive. Morley smiled disdainfully, then fell sharply and disappeared directly on the ground. Pansfree frowned, looking at the ring that became an empty ring in an instant. He chuckled lightly. Ha ha. Is it similar to Van Augur's ability? You can traverse the ground at will and be able to use these things. Several contacts. Pansfree can also roughly determine what Morley's devil fruit ability looks like. The attack power of this ability may be insufficient, but it is elusive. It seems that we can't rely on brute force, we can only outsmart. Pansfree stood in the original, then rounded the big spoon in his hand and hit him behind him. It was at this moment that Morley suddenly appeared behind Pansfly. The trident in his hand was just about to hit Pansfly's back. The weapons of both sides collided. Another violent crash. Before the sound wave dissipated, Morley disappeared again. Pansfree stood in yuan, watching his surroundings vigilantly. Here. Suddenly, Morley suddenly appeared from the foot of Pansfree. He tore the ground of Pansfree's foot directly. A big hand suddenly stretched out from the ground, and directly dragged Pansfree down. Suddenly, there was no one figure in the entire ring. The audience under the ring, you look at me one by one, I look at you, they are all confused. Hey, these two guys just disappeared like this. This is Morley's devil fruit ability, which can move freely underground. At this time, they are probably already fighting underground. It's the first time I've seen it in the ring. Audience groaned and expressed their great helplessness. Perona tilted her head and stared at the empty ring. I really want to go underground and have a look. This big devil fruit ability is also very interesting. Nami couldn't help sighing and said with a smile, I don't know what they are doing down there. I really didn't expect that such a situation would happen. Kaya blinked a pair of big eyes and said with a little worry, since the following is that Morley's territory, Pansfly will not suffer. After all, with such a big body, he may not be able to spread it out below. The little giant Lily didn't worry about this. Instead, she smiled and said, after my father got the glass fruit, his overall agility has been greatly improved. Even if it's underground, Morley won't be able to take advantage of it. Alvida stood quietly on the spot, and then said softly, you can feel it carefully, the ground is shaking. The two of them are below, there must be a fierce battle. Everyone also noticed that there was a slight vibration below the ground. This vibration continued for quite a long time. Suddenly, folds appeared on the ground on the ring. Bang! There was only a loud bang, and the ground of the ring exploded. The figures of the two giants suddenly rose from below, and the weapons of the two were facing each other. Come out. Alas, their fight below must be very exciting, but unfortunately I can't see it anymore. It's actually the first time this has happened in history. Ha 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 ha, this ring is probably going to be scrapped for a while. To be able to hit hard directly from Morley's men, this Pansfree really has 2 hits. Audiences familiar with Morley are well aware that Pansfree can dive deep underground. If it wasn't for him taking the initiative to bring people out, it would be very difficult for him to be alone. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to penetrate the surrounding rocky soil with absolute force. Your ability is really strange enough, you can actually open up a small world underground. It would be really uncomfortable if you were trapped below. Pansfree let out a long sigh of relief. This short trip to the underground world was a bit laborious. Just below, the two fought fiercely. The surrounding rocks were all shattered. At this moment, Morley had many wounds on his body. He looked at Pansfree with fear. I lost. When I was below, if it wasn't for your mercy, I'd be in a different place. He couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. I really underestimated your glass fruit ability. During the battle between the two, Pansfree kept using the debris to transfer. This made Morley unable to lock his position and could only passively be beaten. Combined with the power of glass bombs, Morley really suffered a lot. Even with armament by his side, he was inevitably injured. And on a crucial occasion, Pansfree had a chance to hit Morley in the head with a blow, but he stopped in time. Morley knew very well that, with the strength of Pansfree, he was fully capable of killing himself just now. Morley's sudden surrender, immediately. It caused an uproar from the audience. This is a throw-in. The two of them are down there, what happened? Judging from the wounds on Morley's body, he is indeed the one who suffers. I didn't expect that Morley's winning streak was interrupted today. The Chris Pirates really live up to their name. Their members are stronger than each other. Pansfree whispered Isho, then looked into Morley's eyes, and said solemnly, Morley, join us. Join our Chris Pirates and create a world together in the new world. As soon as you say this, immediately. Shocked everyone below. Inviting Morley to join the Chris Pirates. Morley is such a powerful person. If you join them, wouldn't the Chris Pirates be even more powerful? The Chris Pirates are full of talented people, and they can invite Morley to join them, which shows that they value Morley's potential. Will Morley say yes? It's hard to say. Although the Chris Pirates are in the limelight at this time, they are also on the cusp of the storm. Morley was also taken aback when he heard the words. He frowned and looked at Pansfree, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said solemnly, "Okay. I join you." Morley agreed very readily and successfully joined the Chris Pirates. For this result, it is also completely expected by Pansfree. Morley agreed to join the Chris Pirates. Perona happily danced in the air. Great, great. Such an interesting guy, finally joined our Chris Pirates. Now I can go to the underground world to play. Ha 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 ha. Was also a sweet smile on Nami's face. The strength of our pirate group has grown again. Baccarat folded his crimson hair, and said generously, the battle with the kingdom of Putuola is imminent. Any force joining in is good news for us. Betty spit out a few smoke rings lightly, and said lightly, compared to the giant Morley, I look forward to Lindbergh's joining. This guy might be able to be our ship, Vegapunk. The ring next to him, Burgess and Lindbergh were still fighting. However, anyone with a discerning eye can clearly see that from just now, Lindbergh's momentum is gradually declining. Burgess is getting more and more energetic. His arms are completely black. Cavendish clicked his tongue twice and exclaimed, this color is already comparable to Lafitte and Enel. Burgess, armament hockey really improved a lot. Bellamy Gia Isho, he really has talent. After a battle, the harvest is quite rich. It's also thanks to his opponent. Mandemon Jin nodded and said without emotion, I have to say, Lindbergh's strength is very strong. Excellent fighting technique, combined with his bizarre inventions, is really overwhelming. Lafitte smiled lightly, I hope Lindbergh can join our Chris Pirates. In this way, the overall strength of our Chris Pirates can be greatly improved. Poison Isho said with interest, if these inventions of Lindbergh can be promoted in our pirate group. The younger brothers below, the strength can rise to a level. At that time, it may not be comparable to the army of Putuola Kingdom. Hawkins was still expressionless, and said coldly, Burgess is going to end the fight. He's already starting to build up. Everyone noticed that Burgess had been moving fast. And his right fist has been clenched quietly. Lindbergh used the speed of light thruster to continuously consume Burgess's energy. The battle had been going on long enough that he didn't want to entangle anymore. End the battle once and for all. Lindbergh shouted, and then suddenly shot. His fists were charged with electricity, attacking Burgess. Burgess, hey Isho, said loudly, it's exactly what I want. He also threw a punch, bringing a burst of fist wind. The two fists slammed together violently. Afterwards, the audience clearly heard a crisp cracking sound. It seems that the final blow of these two people directly shattered the space. A violent shock wave swept the entire audience, and everyone stretched out their hands to block it. With the smoke and dust on the ring dissipating, the two figures were separated. Is it over the two of them? Who wins? Look, someone fell in the ring, who is it? As the dust settled, the audience finally saw what was going on stage. It's Lindbergh. Lindbergh was knocked down. Alas, I didn't expect even Lindbergh to lose. Ring. Burgess looked at Lindbergh who fell to the ground. Hey Isho, I won in the end. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my two-color hockey wouldn't have improved so much. Lindbergh, who fell to the ground, was bloodless and climbed up with difficulty. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, this battle is the most comfortable one I have ever fought in Dalai Town. I haven't had such a hearty battle in a long time. Lindbergh sat cross-legged on the ground and continued, Burgess, your talent is really amazing, you are born to fight. I have played against so many people, and many of them are comparable in strength to you. But there has never been a person who has gained insight in battle and has directly improved his strength. You are the first. Burgess Hey Isho proudly said. Then you haven't met our Chris pirates before. These guys on our boat are getting more and more perverted. Can I join you, Burgess? 331. Morley, Ravens, Lindbergh, joined the team. The crow also gave away a devil fruit. Let me join you, Burgess. Lindbergh sat cross-legged on the ground, his face suddenly changed, he became determined. Lindbergh's sudden action made the audience in Dal Town once again stunned. They did not expect that Lindbergh would take the initiative to request to join the Chris Pirates. Lindbergh actually wants to join the Chris Pirates. What kind of magic does the Chris Pirates have? Yeah, Morley the Giant joined them just now. The members of the Chris Pirates are all too powerful. Look at the 3 threes in the arena. They just arrived and directly defeated the 3 champions. With such strength and heritage, it's no wonder Lindbergh and the others want to join this pirate group. The addition of Lindbergh is a great addition to them, too. Facing Lindbergh's sudden request, Burgess was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Chris. Chris looked indifferent and nodded lightly. After getting Chris's approval, Burgess raised his arms and laughed, "Wee ha ha ha. A person as strong as you is naturally qualified to be our partner. Since you sincerely want to join us, then come with us and revolutionize the new world." Lindbergh immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Have fun. I also finally ended my life of sea adventure alone. My Lindbergh's invention can finally come in handy." Being able to join the Chris Pirates is something Lindbergh never dared to imagine before. Such a big pirate can provide him with a better platform. Sure enough, join them. Hey, isn't this a reasonable thing to do? That's it. This is called Lang Yuking, concubine intention, hit it off. 4. Lindbergh successfully joined the Chris Pirates. Many of the audience present were full of envy. Who doesn't know now that the Chris Pirates are the most dazzling star in this era? Chris is powerful, and the people on board are full of talents. The most important thing is that they have the strong support of the world government, so they don't have to worry about being besieged and suppressed. Everyone knows that the Chris Pirates are destined to make a name for themselves in history and leave a deep impression in the new world. Not a few people who want to join the Chris Pirates. Mahawk raised his eyebrows and glanced at Chris lightly. It's easy to get 2 admirals. Is it your charm, or your luck? It's really good. Chris spread his hands and said softly, It's a very simple reason to go to high places. With them fighting alone, what kind of limelight can they make? When Mahawk heard this, Vivi shrugged and didn't speak. On the other hand, Perona was so happy that she couldn't help herself. The addition of Morley had already made her very happy. Now Lindbergh has also successfully joined in, which means that she has 2 very interesting playmates at once. Lindbergh's various strange inventions have long been coveted by Perona. Haley. Now some people are playing. This guy's inventions are more interesting than the last. Reju's beautiful eyes flowed, and a faint smile appeared on his delicate face. His achievements in the field of technology are no worse than Germa 66. If we can promote these technologies within us, it would be a good choice. Nami's eyes were as clear as water, and she said sweetly, I prefer the aircraft invented by Lindbergh. If I had that thing, I could be in the air anytime, anywhere, just like Perona. Baccarat smiled Isho, and said, this is not easy, and then let him do one for you is. This kind of stuff is a piece of cake for Lindbergh. Makino glanced at Baccarat and said softly, now Lindbergh has joined us, only the crow is missing. It's time to end the battle on their side. Alvita carried the giant mace and said indifferently, their battle can end at any time. Enel has long been in full control and is now just playing with the crow. Kaya blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, will this crow join us? Enel abused him so badly, will he have resentment in his heart? Betty let out a breath of smoke and snorted coldly, only incompetent people resent the strong. If this crow was really a big deal, he wouldn't care about these things. He will definitely choose to move closer to the strong. After all, staying with the strong will give him more possibilities. The little giant Lily nodded and said, "In my opinion, it is a sure thing for the crow to join our pirate group. With the strength that Enel and the others have shown, and the good luck of Miss Baccarat, he has no reason not to join us." On the last arena, before the battle, Enel and Crow each made a killing move. Between the god Thunderbird and the evil spirit Fallen Angel, victory was soon decided. Under the strong current of Enel, even the so-called fallen angels cannot bear it. It was quickly defeated. After that, the crow came directly to Enel's side, and took advantage of the large number of crows to fight with Enel. In fact, Enel could seriously injure the raven at any time. But he didn't do that. Instead he chose to deal with the crow and try to test the guy's full strength as much as possible. Above the other two arenas, the battle is over. Do you still want to continue? Enel yawned casually, with a pair of dead fish eyes full of indifference. The crow also glanced at the other two arenas, and said lightly, "I didn't expect the two of them to fail too. The three of us showed up in Daily Town at the same time and lasted the same amount of time. In the end, but they all lost to your Chris pirates. It's really fate." The crow laughed a little self-deprecatingly. He didn't know that he was being led by Enel's nose all the time. The opponent's strength is far higher than his own. He sighed softly and said, "Since you are doomed to lose, you and I don't have to waste time. I admit defeat." Saying that, the crow quickly backed away and evacuated from Enel's thunder. Flocks of crows lingered at his feet, and then he slowly landed. With the crow conceding defeat, Lindbergh's 3 brilliant record was completely ended at this moment. Indale Town couldn't help but feel a little regretful about this. Alas, the crow finally gave in. It's a pity that these three were actually defeated by the same group of people. Gia, if the crow refuses to admit defeat, his little life may not be guaranteed. Indeed, that Enel is just too powerful. He can shoot us down at Dale Town at any time if he wants to. The natural disaster fruit in Logia is not. Just talk about it. This Enel doesn't just rely on Guro no Mi, Rumble fruit, his two-color hockey is pretty scary too. Didn't you realize that during the battle with the crow never threatened him? This is the rank suppression in terms of strength. This Enel is already strong to a certain level. Above the ring, Enel also folded the thunder around him and floated in midair. He looked at the crow below and said lightly, "Both of them chose to join our Chris pirates. What are your plans?" The crow shrugged, then smiled and said, "Do you think I have any other choice? Today, I can really see it. Your Chris pirates are indeed as powerful as the legends. Joining you is naturally a good choice." Under the ring, an audience member chuckled. As expected, the crows have to go with them in the end. This is also the general trend. The Chris pirates are indeed a good home. In one day, the three major figures in Daily Town have all joined the Chris pirates, which is really rare. The strength of the Chris pirates has grown by leaps and bounds in one day. The audience praised the Chris pirates again and again. Burgess had taken Lindbergh off the ring at this time and returned to Chris's side. He glanced at the crow. "Hee Isho. I noticed this guy just now. His ability is very interesting. If there is a chance, I also want to fight him once." Lindbergh chuckled and said solemnly, "To be honest, the strength of this crow is unfathomable. Among the three of us, he is indeed the strongest." Morley, who had just joined, also nodded and admitted, "It's fortunate that we didn't meet him before, otherwise we wouldn't have persisted in the ring for so long. That guy's crow flock is weird." Poison pouted, and said coldly, "No matter how powerful it is. When you join the Chris pirates, you have to abide by the rules of our Chris pirates." The crow happened to be here, and after hearing the words, he immediately asked, "Haha. Then I would like to know, what are the rules?" He looked at the poisonous eyes coldly, with a bit of disdain in his eyes. Chris watched from the side and said lightly, "Okay, the matter here is over. It's time to get out of here." Saying that, Chris turned around and left without looking back. Mahawk stood side by side with him and returned to the Chris. Seeing this, the squad leaders quickly followed behind. "That has grown again." Nami couldn't help laughing. "This trip to Ley Town has been very rewarding. Bring back the 3 Admiral members, all of whom are capable of acting on their own." Perona happily flew around in the air and said with a smile, "The most important thing is that these 3 guys are very interesting. Being able to escape, to invent, and to command crows, ha 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 ha. Makino rolled his eyes and smiled softly. "It's also thanks to Bakura's good luck that we were able to go so smoothly. The addition of these 3 people has made our strength a lot stronger." Reiju smiled Isho and agreed, "Indeed, these 3 guys are our biggest gains in the recent period. Their individual combat capability is not to be mentioned, but the team gain effect is also worth mentioning." Reiju paused and continued, "We are about to fight the Pudola Kingdom, and the abilities of these 3 people may be of great use." Alvida looked indifferent and said softly, "Anyway, everything is developing in our favor. I have already begun to look forward to the war with the Kingdom of Pudola." Of the Chris pirates left, attracting the attention of everyone in Daily Town. The Chris pirates really came and went in a hurry. They recruited new recruits, and then they left immediately without saying anything to celebrate. A woman whispered Isho and said indifferently, "Their captain, Chris, is a person of great character. Perhaps, people don't like fun at all. In other words, the addition of the Lindbergians 3 is not worth mentioning to them, it's just icing on the cake." This statement has aroused widespread agreement among the people around. This is true. From the battle just now, the overall strength of the Chris pirates can be seen. They sent 3 people at random, and they were able to easily defeat the 3 of Lindbergh. You know, they still have a lot of people who haven't shot. It's been reported in the newspapers for a long time, these Chris pirates. The captains, all of them are powerful characters. Think about it now, the strength of the Chris pirates is really scary enough. No wonder they are rumored to replace the 4 emperors. With their current strength, compared with the 4 emperors' pirates, they are not without the strength to fight. I heard that they are going to attack the Kingdom of Pudola. They are in such a hurry, they must be on their way. The Kingdom of Pudola is a tough one. First heard that Marine's vanguard has arrived near the Kingdom of Pudola. Hey, we'll hear from the Chris pirates again soon. On the Chris. Under the leadership of Chris, they returned to the ship. Chris glanced at Lindbergh and the others lightly, and then said, "Lafitte, tell them about our basic situation." After hearing Chris' order, Lafitte nodded immediately. Then he pointed to the mast and said, "Didn't you ask about the rules of the Chris pirates? That's our rule. We respect the strength on our ship. As long as you are strong enough, it is not a problem to replace the captain." 3 of Lindbergh looked at each other and laughed softly. "I like this kind of rules." The Crow looked indifferent and said, "It's very interesting rules. I also like this kind of atmosphere. Since I'm here, I have a small present." 332. Shocked. The Crow took out a devil fruit, and it turned out to be the Paramesha bone fruit. "Come on, meet Hancock." Saying that, the Crow took out a small wooden box from its bosom. When he took out the small wooden box, everyone probably guessed what it was. They have gotten too much. The Crow handed the small wooden box to Lafitte, and said lightly, "I got this by accident, and I don't know what its properties are. Even if it is, I joined the Chris pirates as a welcome gift." Lafitte took the small wooden box, opened it, and saw what was inside. As everyone expected, in this small wooden box, there really was a devil fruit. Milk white devil fruit. Nami looked at the devil fruit suspiciously, and Vivi frowned. This color, it's not common. Alvida also came over and looked at it carefully. It's milky white, and the whole body is semi-hollow. It's the first time I've seen such a strange devil fruit. it's even stranger than the ones we've gotten before. Perona floated in the air and said with a smile, usually this kind of strange devil fruit is very powerful. Maybe, this is also a first-class devil fruit. Baccarat frowned slightly in thought. While, Baccarat suddenly smiled generously. I remembered, I saw it in the devil fruit illustration. Because this devil fruit looks strange, I paid more attention to it at the time. Said, Baccarat quickly flipped through the devil fruit's illustration. With his own memory, he found the page where the devil fruit was located in 3 or 2 times. Look, it's the bone and bone fruit of Paramesha. Baccarat handed the devil fruit book to others for everyone to circulate. While everyone was scrambling to see the devil fruit Pokédex, Baccarat continued, bone and bone fruit, the body can be transformed into bones at will. It also has a strengthening effect on the bones of the ability person. After getting on the boat, Mahak, who was lying directly on the rattan chair, suddenly said, I have seen the previous owner of the bone fruit. As soon as you say this, immediately. It attracted the attention and curiosity of everyone in the Chris Pirates. Facing everyone's curious eyes, Mahak smiled lightly. He immediately said, the previous owner of bone fruit was a pirate in the Roger era. He is not a big pirate, and he is just a little famous in the New World. You probably have never heard of him. Olibu smiled strangely and said, I have some impressions when you say that. That guy seems to be called Blackbone. Mahak nodded and said, yes, that's he, Blackbone. Because this person is good at armament hockey, outsiders call him Blackbone. This bone and bone fruit is in his hands, and it can be regarded as exerting a strong power. Olibu, who was beside him, finally remembered a lot of things. She added, the bone produced by the bone fruit is exceptionally hard, second only to sea stone. So, whether you use bones for attack or defense, the effect is very obvious. Hearing Olibu say this, everyone was very surprised. They are all very clear about sea stone. This substance is known as the hardest stone in the world. Known for their strength, can't break free from sea stone's handcuffs. It can be seen from this. And this bone fruit is comparable to sea stone, the degree of hardness is shocking. Such a powerful devil fruit, I don't know who will be its next owner. Bartolomeo looked around and looked at the people who didn't have devil fruits on the ship. Lackey stood up directly and generously and smiled at Chris. Chris, I want this bone fruit, can I? Upon seeing this, Chris nodded directly and rejoicingly, without saying anything more. With Chris's permission, Lackey's face also showed a bright smile. She immediately took the bone fruit and swallowed it directly. There was an unspeakable expression on Lackey's face. This smell is a bit over the top. I saw you eating devil fruits earlier, and I thought it was too exaggerated, but I didn't expect it to be so unpalatable. Resisting that strange taste, Lackey ate the bone fruit completely. Perona has been flying up and down the air, asking, how are you feeling in your body right now? Did anything change? Nami urged, can you show everyone what your bone fruit looks like now? Lackey looked at his body and smiled softly. Indeed, there are some subtle changes in the body. I can feel what seems to be a current of heat running through my bones just now. Now, I just feel a sense of relief all over my body. She looked at the expectant eyes of everyone, and immediately stretched out a hand. Since you are so looking forward to it, let you take a look at the abilities of the bone fruit. Saying that, everyone saw Lackey's right hand, and all of a sudden bone. The whole picture looks slightly. At the same time, in the hands of this white bone, a bone sword appeared. This bone sword is very long, and there are no other lines on the whole body, just showing a faint bone white. Looking at this bone sword, Kaya couldn't help but exclaimed, wow! A bone sword that is very negotiable. With the hardness of this bone sword, it should be comparable to the so-called 21 workers. Reiju looked at Lackey in amazement, and asked curiously, I think You should be able to make more bone swords. Lackey nodded noncommittally and stretched out his left hand. A bone sword appeared out of thin air in Lackey's left hand. Afterwards, Lackey smiled oddly. If you want more, it's not impossible. Said, several bone swords suddenly appeared in Lackey's hands. In addition to bone swords, Lackey also has other weapons in his hands, such as bone shields, bone spurs, etc. After seeing these things, everyone couldn't help but admire them again and again. Lindbergh clicked his tongue twice. In this way, this bone and bone fruit can also make a lot of things. It's like a small arsenal. The crow looked indifferent and said coldly, inexhaustible, these weapons can play a great role in battle. No wonder his former master, Hey Bone, was able to make a name for himself in the New World. Kuro pushed his glasses lightly and chuckled. This bone fruit is good on offense and defense, and it's versatile. If you develop it well, there should be unexpected abilities. Lackey casually spread his hands and said with a smile, I can show you the other abilities of the bone fruit now. Saying that, Lackey's arms and a huge skeleton suddenly appeared behind her. This is a pair of white bone wings, and its gorgeousness is no less than Lafitte's wings. The moment the bone wings appeared, starlight appeared in the eyes of Beppo and Padang. Wow, awesome bone wings. This is so cool, I would love to have wings like this. These two guys expressed deep love and envy for Lackey's wings. To mention Perona and Nami, who had already run to Lackey's side, stroking the bones and wings at close range. Karina couldn't help shaking her head and praised, it's incredible, to be able to conjure up such wings. The ability of this bone and bone fruit is really too powerful. Perona happily circled around Lackey and said with a smile, Lackey, we can play in the air together from now on. Ha 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 ha. Sweetheart Queen shrugged her shoulders and complained, Lackey now has 2 pairs of wings, and they're both snow white. Isn't he flying faster? Seeing this scene, Mahak on the rattan chair couldn't help but sigh. It's this ability, it's exactly the same as Blackbone. The power of this devil fruit is indeed very powerful. He looked at Chris, who was on the side, and tutted, Chris, the luck of your pirate group is a little too unbelievable. The time I have followed you, your gains are simply outrageous. Rao is a well-informed Mahak, and he has to admit that the luck of the Chris pirates is something he has never seen before. This trip to Dalai Town, you not only gained the 3 powerful newcomers, but also got the best fruit like the bone fruit. Your luck is really eye-opening. Alvida carried the giant mace, looked up and down. Lackey, said with a smile, this bone fruit is really too powerful. If Lackey can develop armament hockey, the power of this bone fruit will be enhanced even more. Betty let out a breath of smoke and said indifferently, even now, Lackey's strength should not be underestimated. With the hardness of this bone, even armament hockey may not be able to break through Lackey's defense. Baccarat folded his crimson hair, and said generously, this bone and bone fruit can also be called the best devil fruit. Even if it hasn't been developed yet, it's already so powerful. If Lackey can develop more abilities, her strength will be unimaginable. Chris glanced at Lackey lightly, and then said coldly, take the time to familiarize yourself with your abilities, and in a few days, there won't be so many opportunities. After that, Chris turned around and walked towards the training room. Lackey also nodded obediently. She understood what Chris meant. Now that they are getting closer and closer to the kingdom of Pudora, after the war begins, she really has no time to develop her skills. As Chris left the deck and entered the training room, the squad leaders also left. Everyone found their own place and started their own practice. Padang watched everyone leave, and said to Bebo, hee, everyone is leaving. We can fish in peace. The Chris slowly left Daily Town and continued towards the kingdom of Puduola. In the Chris pirates is holding a sigh of relief at this moment. Everyone has started silent cultivation, striving to improve their strength within a limited time. Although they are very clear that with Chris's strength, they will not be afraid of anyone. But people didn't want Chris to take on the burden alone. Squad leaders all hope that they can share more for Chris in future battles. A day later, The Chris training room. Chris is still practicing with peace of mind. Nami and the others were sitting on the sofa, looking a little relaxed. The sweetheart queen looked at Lackey, who had just sat down, and asked with concern, "Lackey, how familiar are your bones and fruits?" Since yesterday, Lackey has been quietly looking for a place to get familiar with his fruit ability. Lackey smiled a little tiredly, and replied, "Basically, it's almost familiar. But at the moment, there are no more battle moves other than the ones shown yesterday." Betty gently spit out a few smoke rings, and said lightly, "It is quite amazing to be fully familiar with the fruit's ability in one day. Even Chris, I'm afraid he didn't develop any special skills in one day. So don't be in a hurry. When things in Kudora Kingdom are over, you still have a lot of time to develop your abilities." Lackey nodded obediently. Nami flipped through the map in her hand and said, "We are infinitely close to the Kingdom of Kudora. If there is no accident, the day after tomorrow should be able to reach the Kingdom of Kudola. Everyone can prepare in advance." Corona happily flew around in the air and said with a smile, "It's finally here, the Kingdom of Kudola. The people there should be ready to fight." Baccarat folded his crimson hair and smiled. "Isho, the Kingdom of Kudora is a militaristic country that is always in a state of combat readiness. In order to deal with our Chris pirates and Marine's joint force, they estimate that they have mobilized all domestic resources. This battle is destined to be the most difficult battle that our Chris pirates have encountered since they went to sea." Regarding this, Nami and the others all nodded slightly, expressing their agreement. Alvida put down the coffee cup in his hand and said generously, "Since entering the new world, our strength has been continuously improved. Strong newcomers, keep joining." After the addition of Lindbergh 3, the strength of our Chris pirates has once again reached a new level. I believe that even if the Puduola Kingdom is very strong, we can still achieve the final victory. Faint smile appeared on Reiju's beautiful face. The whole world is watching this battle. Whether our Chris pirates can become famous all over the world in one fell swoop depends on the next few days. At this moment, everyone began to look forward to the start of this battle. Report, there is a situation ahead. You should have seen Hokage and know the character of Junmuro. 333. Here, Empress Hancock, finally meet Chris. All the squad leaders were shocked. Report, found a situation ahead. Report, found a situation ahead. The alarm officer's voice suddenly came, which caught the attention of Nami and the others. With a slight smile on his face, Baccarat asked lightly, "What's the situation?" Alarm officer quickly replied, "Report. A pirate ship was found ahead. It's the Empress Boa Hancock, the 9 snake pirates." Hearing this, everyone in the training room turned their heads. Everyone's faces were full of surprise and excitement. 2 sweet dimples appeared on Nami's face, and she asked with a smile, "Really? Are they Hancock already here?" Corona was also in midair at this time, happily spinning in circles. "Haley, Haley, Haley. Hancock and the others have finally reunited with us. There must be many interesting people on the 9 snake pirates." Reiju's eyes Vivi trembled, his eyes were like water. "I didn't expect Hancock and the others to be so fast." Remember the last time she spoke to Chris, it seemed like it was still a very far sea. Baccarat folded his crimson hair and smiled faintly. "I guess when Hancock heard about Chris' plan, he couldn't sit still. Perhaps she has accelerated going since then. For her, she absolutely does not want to miss such a good opportunity to fight side by side with Chris." Betty gently exhaled a few smoke rings, and said indifferently, "The arrival of Hancock is bound to become a big news. Hawkeye Mahawk and Queen Boa Hancock are all in Chris' camp. Such a lineup is enough to shock the world." Alvida picked up his mace and stood up slowly. "The 3 kings, Shichibukai, this lineup is not what most people imagine. Speaking of which, Hancock seems to have been in the newspaper some time ago. In the process of rushing at full speed, she can still fight against powerful enemies, which shows that her strength is not what it used to be. Queen Sweetheart's red lips were dazzling, and she smiled charmingly, the most beautiful pirate in the world, the Queen Boa Hancock. If we stand with her, we may all be overshadowed. Olibu smiled lightly, and said coldly, Hancock, this little girl's film, has really been popular during this time. In terms of beauty, she is indeed an alluring country. Unfortunately, Hancock doesn't seem to know how to make better use of his beauty. Otherwise, she is far more powerful than she is now. As the first beauty in the pirate world, Olibu has an absolute right to speak. With his charismatic appearance, Olibu has also been powerful on the sea. I don't know how many great pirates who are famous all over the world have finally fallen under Olibu's pomegranate skirt. Makino rolled his eyes and smiled softly. Now, Hancock's thoughts are all on Chris. The most beautiful pirate in the world will one day be so desperate for a man. Gerd looked at the crowd curiously and asked, so, is there such a relationship between Hancock and Chris? I've only heard of the legend of Hancock, but I haven't had the chance to take a look at this. The number one beauty in the pirate world. Kaya blinked a pair of big eyes and said with a smile, Hancock's beauty, even a woman, will have a new heart of love when she sees it. She and Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island are the most beautiful faces I've ever seen. Charlie's cold eyes flashed a little, and she said softly, I always hear you mention Hancock, and I'm also very curious about her. Today I finally have the opportunity to see the beauty of this Empress. I believe it will not disappoint. Just as he was talking, Chris had also stopped cultivating. He looked at Nami and the others, and said lightly, since Hancock is here, let's meet with me. After that, Chris took Nami and the others towards the deck. At this moment, the deck was already crowded with people, and the voices were full of people. After hearing the voice of the alarm officer, the squad leaders stopped their cultivation and came to the deck consciously. With a smile on his face, Bartolomeo said excitedly, the Empress Boa Hancock is here, I can't believe it. I always heard that Boa Hancock is the most beautiful pirate in the world, and today I can finally see it. I don't know if there is. The legend says, so the country and the city. Kuro pushed his glasses slightly and chuckled, for the past 6 months. Her photos have always been published in newspapers. Aren't you tired of watching? Wait, Bartolomeo talks, Fokker talks, he shakes his head directly at Kuro. Foxy waved his hand and said, photos and real people are always too. For the Queen Boa Hancock, the photo will never capture her beauty. Only by seeing a real person with your own eyes can you discover what true beauty is. I can also understand why so many people can't resist Hancock's charm. Cavendish curled his lips and said lightly, I think this Queen Boa Hancock may not be so beautiful. The captain and her have met several times, and they talk on the phone a lot. But when did you meet? Did the captain do anything special to her? Bellamy Gia Isho laughed and said, in the eyes of the captain, beauty and so on are just things outside the body. For the captain, he has a bigger business, and he doesn't get distracted by those things. No matter how beautiful the Empress Boa Hancock is, she can't shake the captain's heart. Lafayette squeezed his hat and turned his cane. The captain's personality is like this, it's called motionless as a mountain. Such a profound state is by no means something that people like us can easily understand. Poison Gia Isho said, I heard that this Empress, Boa Hancock, seems to have a secret love for the captain. This time we have the opportunity to see Hancock with our own eyes, and we will also check for the captain. Luo Y hugged the ghost and cried, rolled his eyes at Po, and said angrily, Po, if you want to die, don't take us with you. The captain's private life is not something you and I can interfere with. Hearing this, Du shrugged embarrassedly, and touched his nose angrily, just kidding. But I'm still looking forward to this Queen Boa Hancock. A combination of beauty and strength, she must be a strange woman. Hawkins still looked like a dead man, and said expressionlessly, I am also a little curious about this Empress. As our ally, I look forward to her strength even more. Enel poked his ears at will, and said casually, I remember the captain said that Hancock's strength ranks at the bottom of Shichibukai. If that's the case, then I really don't have any interest in her. Hearing this, the squad leaders frowned and pouted at Enel and shook their heads. Wayapa clicked his tongue twice and sighed. This guy, I'm afraid he is the guy who most resembles the captain on our ship. He only has fights in his eyes, and he doesn't care about anything else. Burgess bumped his fists. Hee Isho. I finally know what's the difference between me and Enel. Although I like to fight, but I still have expectations for the female Emperor Boa Hancock. Pansfree sat aside and said with a smile, I'm lucky enough to see this Queen Boa Hancock once. Her beauty is indeed the same as in the legend, and it can be called the beauty of the world. It's a world of difference between the pictures in the newspapers and hers. Hearing what Pansfree said, the squad leaders immediately became interested. Tezzolo smacked his lips and sighed. If you say that, this Empress, Boa Hancock, is really a rare beauty. It's unexpected for such a peerless beauty to be so committed to the captain. Mandamongan's expression was cold. With his hands on his chest, he said coldly, what's unexpected about this? With the captain's personal charm, even if women all over the world fall in love with her, I don't think it's strange. Caribou stuck out his tongue and couldn't help but exclaimed, the captain is. The captain, who is able to conquer the Empress Boa Hancock. I heard that this female emperor, Boa Hancock, used to be dismissive of men. The captain can make Hancock so fascinated. In this world, I am afraid that only the captain can do it. Cavendish suddenly looked at Mahawk next to him, and asked curiously, Mr. Mahawk, Boa Hancock, you should have seen it. What kind of impression do you have of her? Suddenly asked. Mahawk raised his eyebrows helplessly. He couldn't help but smiled, and then said, we are the same as the King Shichibukai, and we have indeed met several times. As soon as Hancock appears, everyone's eyes will be on her. This is Hancock's unique personality. Although Mahawk and Hancock have no personal friendship. However, after meeting several times, the Queen Boa Hancock was still in Mahawk's heart and left a deep impression. One thing worth noting is that Hancock's strength is by no means as weak as you think. Hearing this, Enel couldn't help raising his eyebrows and asked curiously, how do you say? Could it be that this Hancock was hiding his strength before? The squad leaders were also very curious about this. Compared to the well-known beauty of Hancock, the squad leaders want to know more about Hancock's strength. Mahawk looked indifferent and said calmly, she doesn't hide her strength. Hancock's personal strength is indeed ranked low among Shichibukai, which is an indisputable fact. However, you must know that the strength of the King Shichibukai represents the 7 strongest pirates besides the 4 emperors. Otherwise, people would not compare King Shichibukai with the 4 emperors and the world government. For this point of view of Mahawk, the squad leaders still agree. Lafitte nodded and said, indeed, it has always been recognized by the world that the Marine headquarters, the 4 emperors, and the King Shichibukai are 3-legged forces. Together maintain a relatively stable situation at sea. Crocodile, who we thought was the weakest at the beginning, proved to us personally that he is not easy to mess with. Cavendish glanced at everyone and said, and Gecko Moria, we also relied on the wheel battle that day to defeat it. If he fights alone, I'm afraid he is not his opponent at all. Kuro pushed his glasses slightly and said seriously, with Mahawk and Doflamingo, the overall strength is really unimaginable. Mahawk continued, the reason why Hancock's strength ranks low is just because she is greedy for comfort and slackens her practice. Her personal talent should be at the top of the entire Shichibukai king. So you see, since she went to sea again, the news about her has not stopped. It's not just because of her beauty, but more importantly, her growing strength. Speaking, Mahak glanced at Enel lightly, and said, Hancock today is not necessarily weaker than Doflamingo. Words came out, all the squad leaders showed surprise. Previously, they only noticed Hancock's beautiful appearance, but ignored her strength. Now that they have been analyzed by Mahak, they have only just realized how powerful this Empress, Boa Hancock, is. The three of them were not very able to get in on the conversation of the squad leaders. Giant Morley heard Mahak's talk at this time. He couldn't help smacking his lips. I never thought about this. The strength of the female Emperor Boa Hancock is so powerful. It's really amazing that the captain can conquer such a woman. Lindbergh clicked his tongue twice, and said with a smile, the captain is naturally powerful, otherwise, the three of you and I would not be able to join in so easily. To put it bluntly, aren't they all coming for the captain? The crow looked indifferent, wearing a pointed mask, and said softly, only at a level like ours did we realize how difficult it is to advance. Empress Boa Hancock has been able to improve so quickly after she put down her practice for so long and started again. Such talent is indeed surprising. Morley nodded and sighed. As far as I know, this Empress, Boa Hancock, also has the qualifications of a king. So it makes sense that her talent is so high. Being able to conquer a woman with the qualifications of a king, the magic power of the captain is really amazing. 334. Bonnie, Whitey Bay and more, praise Chris. The Empress and Chris meet and express their love. Of the arrival of the Empress Boa Hancock, almost all members of the Chris Pirates were talking about it. Crib said excitedly, my dear. That's the Empress Boa Hancock. I didn't expect that one day, I would be able to see her once with my own eyes. The world's most beautiful pirate, I really don't know what her real appearance looks like. Another, a little guy, hey Isho, the Empress Boa Hancock and our Chris Pirates have already formed an alliance. Now that we have entered the new world, there will be no shortage of opportunities to meet in the future. That's right, and everyone knows that the Empress Boa Hancock loves our captain, so maybe she will stay by the captain's side in the future. One of the helmsmen on the boat said with a smile, I have more and more admiration for our captain. Even a cold-hearted woman like Empress Boa Hancock, the captain can easily conquer. I really don't know, there is nothing in this world that the captain can't conquer. The partner next to him shook his head and said, I'm afraid there are no more. With the great strength of the captain and his handsome appearance, no matter what. Men and women must be conquered by him. Ha 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 ha, stay by the captain's side, and we will surely conquer the whole world. All the crew members of the Chris Pirates fell into extreme excitement. Or the expectation of the Queen Boa Hancock, or the endless admiration for Chris. At the moment, on the Chris, it was extraordinarily lively. At the same time, on the pirate ship of the 9 Snake Pirates. Empress Boa Hancock is sitting on her throne, with several of her sisters standing aside. Hancock asked casually, Marigold, where are we now? How long will it take to reach the kingdom of Putuola? Marigold took a nautical chart from the side, pointed to a place and said, our current position is here. And this place is the kingdom of Putuola. Sandersonia glanced casually and smiled, we are very close to the kingdom of Pudora. Looking at this distance, it's almost a day's flight. After such a long journey, we will finally reach our final destination. Empress Boa Hancock gently held her delicate face, a pair of beautiful eyes, and Vivi had a ripple. She looked out the window, her red lips slightly opened, and she said softly, I don't know, where are Chris and the others? It's been a long time without news from Chris and the others. They won't have reached the kingdom of Putuola, have they? During this period of time, the 9 Snake Pirates have been on their way frantically. And Hancock didn't take the time to call Chris. And he know anything about the movements of the Chris Pirates right now? Empress Boa Hancock frowned slightly, with a hint of sadness on her face. Seeing this, Sandersonia quickly comforted. Chris and the others, they probably haven't reached the kingdom of Kudora yet. Otherwise, the newspapers must have started to cover the sky and the sky. Since there is no news about them from the outside world, it means that they are still on the way. Marigold nodded and said lightly, "Sister, if you want to know about them, you might as well give Chris a call. Anyway, we are about to arrive at the kingdom of Kudora right now. It's good to contact them in advance." This, Empress Boa Hancock seemed to react suddenly, and suddenly realized, yes. Go get me the phone bug, I want to talk to Chris. Just then, Margaret suddenly came in from outside. She hurried to Hancock and said a little excitedly, "Hancock, the ship of the Chris pirates was discovered ahead." Before he finished speaking, Hancock stood up from the throne with a squeak. Her beautiful eyes Vivi trembled, and she asked in surprise, "Really? Is it really the ship of the Chris pirates?" Margaret nodded heavily, with a smile on her face. Hancock couldn't help shaking his head and sighed softly, "My concubine is finally going to see Chris again." Said that, the female Emperor Boa Hancock stepped out of the cabin with a pair of slender legs like suet jade. Sandersonia and the others also hurriedly followed behind and hurried to the deck. From the 9 snake pirates appeared on the deck one after another. Everyone obviously got the news, and everyone was overjoyed. Bonnie saw Whitey Bay and others coming out, and said excitedly, "Whitey Bay, look. It's the ship of the Chris pirates, we're going to meet them." Finally able to meet Captain Chris in person. Whitey Bay chuckled lightly, "I heard that there are a lot of interesting guys in the Chris pirates, enough to know." Karana was wearing a suit of armor, holding a treasure in her hands, and said lightly, "Is this the ship of the Chris pirates? It really deserves to be world famous, it's just a boat, it's so special." If Karana found out that the boat was actually a whale that ate a devil fruit, she would definitely be dumbfounded on the spot. Kikyo next to her smiled faintly, smacked her lips and said, "This boat looks so big, it can accommodate tens of thousands of people. It is said that the number of Chris pirates has reached tens of thousands. I don't know if it is true." When Karana heard the words, she shook her head with a smile and waved her hand. "This is just a rumor from the outside world, and it shouldn't be taken seriously. But I heard from Mr. Hancock, the number of Chris pirates is already in the thousands. This is a large enough pirate group in the New World." With a bit of surprise in Bonnie's eyes, he said, "It seems that Captain Chris has gone to sea in less than a year. In such a short period of time, there is a pirate group with thousands of people. This ability to recruit and call is really terrifying." Karana stroked her sword lightly and praised, "The number of people is not the key. The most important thing is that the Chris pirates have assembled many strong men." Karana paused for a while and continued, "I believe everyone has read the newspapers some time ago. Any one of the captains of the Chris pirates is someone who can stand alone in the New World. Chris can convince so many people that his deterrence is evident." Some female warriors on 9 Snake Island also whispered, "Is it the ship of Shichibukai, the youngest king in the legend? I heard that this Captain Chris is only 19 years old now. When you and I were 19 years old, they were just a recruit on 9 Snake Island, and they have not achieved much until now. People have already become the famous Shichibukai, the king of the sea, and the limelight is always there." A female archer said lightly, "Some people are destined to be extraordinary from birth. For example, Lord Hancock, she has the qualifications of a king, which is innate, so she eventually became our king. If I don't expect it, this Captain Chris also has the qualifications of a king." A female swordsman said with a smile, "A man as dazzling as Captain Chris must have the qualifications of a king. Otherwise, Lord Hancock wouldn't fall for him." While everyone was chatting, Hancock also appeared on the deck. Hancock's beautiful long black hair poured down like a waterfall. A pair of gold snake earrings adorned Hancock's sophisticated makeup. Today, she is wearing a purple dress with a small snake pattern on it. The tight clothing outlines Hancock's graceful and charming curves. Hancock's slender and white legs, as soon as he appeared, attracted the attention of everyone on board. Even if they were all women, they were completely bewildered by Hancock's beautiful moment. The moment Hancock appeared, everyone in the 9 Snake Pirates instantly became quiet and watched her walk towards the bow. Margaret accompanied Hancock, pointed to the ship ahead, and said softly, "Lord Hancock, that is the ship of the Criss Pirates. The other party should have discovered us at this time. The 2 ships are already approaching." Hancock's beautiful eyes looked at the huge ship in front of him, and a small smile appeared on his delicate face. She said softly, "It is indeed Criss's boat." The concubine hurriedly rushed and finally followed in his footsteps. This time in the great battle of Putuola Kingdom, the concubine must accompany him all the way. This, Marigold couldn't help sighing. The only person in the world who can make my sister so caring is Captain Criss. What kind of charm does Captain Criss have to make my sister completely changed? Sandersonia shrugged and clicked her tongue twice. In the past, how dare you imagine that one day my sister will become what she is now? If someone said in the early years that my sister would fall in love with a man, it would be the biggest joke in the world. But now, my elder sister has indeed found that, the man she fell in love with. As the most outstanding female warrior in 9 Snake Island, Margaret also raised her eyebrows. She sighed. 9 Snake Island has always banned men from entering, because Lord Hancock believes that men are the dirty things in the world. I would never have thought that the first person on our 9 Snake Island to fall in love with a man would be Lord Hancock. This, Captain Criss, is simply amazing. The other female warriors on 9 Snake Island were also quite emotional. When Lord Hancock said he was going to sea again, I didn't quite believe it. After all, we have stayed on 9 Snake Island for a long time. I didn't understand why this was at the time, but now I understand that everything Hancock did is for Captain Criss. During this period of time, Lord Hancock ordered us to work day and night just to help Criss in this war. This transformation of Hancock was just, suddenly, unexpected for all of them. Sandersonia pondered and murmured, "Looking back now, the time when my sister had this kind of change was when Criss just went to sea. Just seeing each other once, Criss has completely changed my sister." Marigold smiled lightly and said generously, "So, Captain Criss is not a simple character. It's only natural that he can achieve what he is now. The man who can be seen by my sister is naturally the most dazzling person in the world." Margaret looked at the sea and smiled. Now, the name Criss has spread all over the sea. The world is talking and waiting, the moment when Criss becomes the 5th Sea Emperor in the New World. Kikyo gradually walked to the railing, and her beautiful eyes looked forward. "For nearly a year, I have heard too many legends about Captain Criss. I'm going to see his real person this time, and I am a little excited for no reason." Bonnie, "Hey Isho," said with a smile, "Captain Criss is my idol, the target I want to chase on the road of pirates. After seeing him, I must ask him for advice on how to develop my devil fruit to the greatest extent possible." Bonnie followed Hancock and heard a lot of details about Criss. She admires most is Criss' ability to develop devil fruits. A1 was originally considered to be a repulsive fruit of a waste devil fruit, but in his hands, it became the best of the best. This made Bonnie yearn for it, hoping to get Criss's guidance. The devil fruit she owns is not weak, and speaking of it, her abilities are quite abnormal. It's a pity that Bonnie has never been able to develop more abilities except change his age. Hancock glanced at Bonnie, smiled Isho and said, "Don't worry, I'll mention this to him when I see Criss. If you can get Criss's guidance and help, your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds." For this, Hancock never had any hesitation in his heart. She had seen with her own eyes how Criss got the duplication fruit from another person. That Criss used at that time had completely surpassed Hancock's cognition. Therefore, in Hancock's mind, Criss's ability to develop devil fruits is probably unmatched in the world today. The two ships are approaching each other, and the distance between them is getting closer and closer. Marigold looked at the increasingly clear Chris and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately we caught up. Hancock murmured, Chris, here comes the concubine. Gentlemen, today is still an update. Next, the Empress will meet the woman next to Chris, and she will definitely be angry. Are you looking forward to it? 335. Hancock was furious when he saw the woman beside Chris. Under Hancock's earnest gaze, the Chris and the Hydra slowly met. At this moment, Chris has already come to the deck. Hawk-eyed Mahawk stood side by side with him, and the squad leaders were now behind them to their right. As for Nami and other female relatives, they are habitually standing behind Chris on the left. Mahawk turned his head and glanced at Chris, and said lightly, the 9 snake pirates have recently increased their strength, and their arrival is a great reinforcement. The world government and the kingdom of Kudora never thought that this time it would be the Shichibukai pirates under the 2 kings, going hand in hand. Hearing this, Chris chuckled and said plainly, I didn't need them to come, but since they are here, it is naturally better. Furthermore, this time, it's not just the Shichibukai pirates that the 2 kings are under. Although you are alone, you can reach tens of millions of people. Chris looked at Mahawk with interest, who was also indifferent to Isho. Nami watched the 2 boats get closer and closer, and when the 2 boats were getting close to a certain distance, she waved at the helmsman. Stop. The helmsman immediately. Understanding it, the Chris immediately stopped in place. Since the Chris is also a living whale, the helmsman needs little to do, just give orders. The Chris immediately stopped and did not move forward for half a minute. This is a braking effect that other pirate ships cannot achieve. At the same time, Margaret also gave an order, stop the boat. The female warriors of 9 Snake Island immediately began to operate, and the 9 snakes also quietly stopped after sliding slowly. The Chris pirates and the 9 snake pirates looked at each other like this. The eyes of both sides were completely focused on the captain of the other side. The moment Mrs. Shiarley first saw Hancock, Vivi trembled in her cold eyes. Was a hint of surprise on her delicate face. This is the legendary Empress Boa Hancock, the world's #1 beauty pirate. The appearance of such a beautiful country, compared to Princess Shirahoshi, is really not inferior. Baccarat folded her crimson hair, smiled Isho and said, the Empress, Boa Hancock and Princess Shirahoshi, are the 2 beauties in the world today according to the legends of the world. It's true that each has its own merits. Princess Shirahoshi is pure and kind, with a pure heart, and Hancock is a frown Isho. They are all touching and charming all beings. Perona flew happily in the air and said with a smile, Hancock himself is really 1,000 times more beautiful than the photos. Does such a beautiful woman really exist? Alvida put the mace under his feet, stared at Hancock, and said lightly, the skin is as smooth as fat, and the body is exquisite. With such a graceful figure, even a woman can't help but be tempted. Her white and red skin is 1,000 times more delicate than me who ate the slippery fruit. 2 charming little dimples gradually appeared on Nami's face, and she said sweetly, no wonder they all say that Boa Hancock is the most beautiful pirate in the world. When I saw it today, I just realized what true beauty is. Compared to her, we are all inferior. Nami turned her head to look at the people around her, and shook her head unconsciously. The Queen Sweetheart opened her mouth in surprise and couldn't help but exclaimed, with such a beautiful face, even without makeup, it is enough to stir people's hearts. Standing in front of her, I feel a little ashamed of myself. I dress up on weekdays, but it's not still less than 1,000%. Reiju's eyes are as clear as water, and Isho is indifferent. Although what you said is a bit exaggerated, it is not without reason. Hancock's stunning appearance really makes people unable to take their eyes off. It's really hard to imagine that there is such a beautiful woman in the world without seeing her with my own eyes. I think she's more obsessive than Princess Shirahoshi. Makino's eyes rolled and smiled softly. I really like her eyes, the faint blue color makes people fall in love at first sight. I feel like I'm already in love with her. Kaya blinked her big eyes and said excitedly, I finally saw Hancock. It really looks like a fairy sister. Of the Chris pirates praised Hancock's beauty without hesitation. They have been completely conquered by Hancock. The female family members have already been like this, not to mention the squad leader and the rest of the crowd. When they saw Hancock's face clearly, they were completely boiling. Crib's eyes flashed. Starlight, that's the legendary Queen Boa Hancock, really as beautiful as the legend. All the little fellows also nodded. This is absolutely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. It's over, I can't take my eyes off her, the Queen Boa Hancock is so attractive. When I met Princess Shirahoshi on Fishman Island, there was no such situation. Hancock's beauty has a unique flavor, mature and intellectual, and even more attractive. Hancock is so beautiful, it would be an understatement to say she is. Such a beautiful face should not appear in this world. Crew couldn't help but admire again and again, all of them were attracted by Hancock's appearance. Lafitte took off his hat and bowed politely to Hancock. He exclaimed with moving admiration, Hancock's appearance is absolutely unmatched in the past and present. Any beautiful flower will lose its color in front of her. Bartolomeo was shocked and said in surprise, I never thought that there would be such a beautiful woman in the world. Her beauty is beyond words to describe. Mandemon Jin looked indifferent and said calmly, I have to admit that Hancock is indeed the most beautiful woman in the world. Although I don't care much about looks, but seeing her, I can't help but want to take a second look. Cavendish clicked his tongue twice and sighed, my appearance is among the men, and I should be the top existence. And this Hancock's appearance, among women, is also one of the best. Only Princess Shirahoshi can compete with her in this world. Poison Jia Isho said, even a woman can be conquered by a face, that man will not be tempted. Just looking at it makes me feel better. Sure enough, a beautiful face is sometimes more effective than a good medicine. Lindbergh laughed softly. Finally, I am fortunate enough to meet the Empress Boa Hancock. I am very lucky to see a woman as beautiful as her in my life. The crow was wearing a mask and couldn't see the change on his face, but his eyes were already moved by Vivi. He sighed lightly. It is always said that some kings of countries give up their whole country because of women. I didn't quite understand it at first, but after meeting Hancock, I suddenly understood. Under such a beautiful appearance, no one can resist. Karabuhe Isho said with a smile, you're wrong about this. The captain is. In this world, there are very few existences who can resist such a face. To be able to make such a beautiful woman fall in love, the captain is indeed quite powerful. Eno looked at Hancock lightly, and said in a lazy tone, okay, I take back what I said before. Faced with looks like Hancock, strength or anything seems to be irrelevant. Burgess patted Enel's shoulder with a smile, and said with a chuckle, to make you Enel say something like this. It seems that Hancock's appearance really gave you a big shock. Enel shrugged, noncommittal. Luo Wei stood aside with Guishu in his arms, his usual indifference had long since turned into surprise. He couldn't help exclaiming, Hancock's appearance is rare in this world. As her opponent, if you don't have some determination, you'll be all soft when you see her. What's more, let's fight it with all our strength. Kuro smiled and pushed his glasses, and said, so since Hancock went to sea, it has basically been smooth sailing and invincible. That's why the captain values her so much. Tezzolo smacked his lips and glanced at Chris. Faced with such a fairy face, he still keeps his face unchanged. The captain really is very determined. The squad leaders noticed that there was no expression on Chris's face from beginning to end. It seemed that the person standing opposite him was just an ordinary person. In this regard, Hawkins said indifferently, are there still few beautiful women around the captain? It's just that he doesn't want to be here. Squad leaders all spread their hands and cast Chris's admiring glances. Enel shook his head and sighed softly. Without distractions, we can achieve great things. That's why Chris is so successful. While the Chris pirates were shocked by Hancock's beauty, the 9 snake pirates were also caught up in the noise. The moment Bonnie saw Chris, the whole person went crazy. She jumped up with great excitement, pointed at Chris and said, "Oh my God. I really saw Chris. He looks younger than the legend. And the appearance is also very handsome and strong. It is completely the perfect hero image in the story." Kikyo leaned on the railing, looked at Chris from a distance, and said with a smile, "Although Chris is younger than us, he gives people a feeling of detachment. It's so strange that a feeling of reverence arises spontaneously." Karana stood on the spot with the sword, and said lightly, "This is Chris's aura. In front of him, we are all like courtiers. Seeing him, people can't help but get close and support. This may be the aptitude of the legendary king." Whitey Bay glanced at Hancock and said with a smile, "Sure enough, the man Hancock took a fancy to is indeed quite unusual. The aura alone is enough to shock everyone." Sandersonia suddenly narrowed her eyes and said in surprise, "Is Entmahawk the Hawkeye standing beside Chris? How could that person be in this place?" Hearing this, everyone from the 9 snake pirates looked at them one after another. Kikyo nodded with a slightly surprised expression. The previous attention was all on Chris. "I didn't realize that there was such a big man standing beside Chris." Margaret couldn't help laughing and said, "Chris is so dazzling that he completely covers Mahawk. That's the world's greatest swordsman." Bonnie nodded again and said with a smile, "That's natural, Chris is the most dazzling man in the world. Anyone standing by his side will be eclipsed, even the eagle-eyed Mahawk." Karana raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Looking at this, I'm afraid Chris and Mahawk have already formed an alliance. That is the best existence among the Shichibukai of the king. In the legend, the combat power is comparable to the characters of the 4 emperors." Marigold shook his head slightly and said, "My sister hasn't spoken to Chris recently, so I don't know the news yet. But looking at this posture, Hawkeye Mahawk joining the Shichibukai alliance is probably a sure thing. Otherwise he wouldn't come to this place with the Chris pirates." Everyone knew very well that the people who came to this place were all for the kingdom of Puduola. Hawkeye Mahawk appeared here. He must have the same goal as everyone else. Sandersonia couldn't help but sigh. Chris is really a magical existence. In such a short period of time, he was able to win over the Hawkeye Mahawk quietly. It is said that this guy has a very eccentric personality. Margaret was indifferent to Isho, and said generously, "Chris has changed even Lord Hancock, not to mention Hawkeye Mahawk. In my opinion, conquering Lord Hancock is far more difficult than winning Mahawk." The female warriors of 9 Snake Island were also whispering to each other at this moment. The female swordsman said a little excitedly, "The legendary Chris pirates, finally met today. It looks like this, it is really impressive, worthy of being the eye of the storm in this period of time." The companion beside her smiled madly, "Captain Chris is much more handsome than I thought. The cold face looks so manly." Archer couldn't help but exclaim, "Looks like there are thousands of Chris pirates. But the momentum of so many people seems to be completely suppressed by Chris alone. No wonder he was able to conquer Lord Hancock." Of everyone in the 9 Snake Pirates slowly turned to Hancock. The moment Hancock saw Chris, his entire body suddenly softened. She held onto the railing with one hand and propped herself up. Hancock's eyes rolled, and his eyes were full of excitement. However, Margaret and others suddenly found that Hancock's eyes suddenly had a bit of displeasure. 336. This is shocking. Hancock and Chris have confessed. Seeing Chris again, Empress Boa Hancock's face was full of excitement and joy. A ripple on her beautiful face. But soon, Hancock's smile stopped abruptly. Instead, there was a faint wry smile and displeasure that could not be explained clearly. Marigold et al. observed very carefully and immediately discovered this problem. Between them, you look at me, I look at you, and they spread their hands to each other, not knowing why. Margaret whispered into Sandersonia's ear, "What's the matter, my sis? Shouldn't she be the person who would most like to see Chris? Why suddenly, the mood seems to change, it's not very good." Sandersonia is also Vivi frowned, shook her head and said softly, "I really don't know this. This is really a strange thing. It stands to reason that sister, she should be smiling." Whitey Bay gently pulled the two of them, then pointed at Chris. "Look, who is standing behind Chris?" Hearing this, Sandersonia and Margaret looked over at the same time, and then both showed a knowing expression. Whitey Bay whispered Isho and asked, "Now you know why Hancock suddenly became a little unhappy." Karana, who was on the side, also nodded and sighed, "I didn't expect that there are women in this world who can make Hancock jealous. It just goes to show that Hancock really loves Chris." Marigold curled his lips and said, "If it were one or two women, my sister would definitely not be like this. The key is the opposite, beside Chris, but there are dozens of women standing. And these women, all of them are very beautiful, and any one of them can cause men to fight." Kikyo clicked his tongue twice and added, "This is just exposed, those women who are standing behind, I don't know how many there are. My favorite man is surrounded by such a group of beauties all day, and I am afraid that anyone will feel depressed." Margaret and the others couldn't help but sigh, and they all shook their heads gently. Women to be jealous, and they can't say much about it. The Chris and the Hydra slowly met at sea and looked at each other. A long plank spanned the two ships, acting as a bridge. Seeing this, Marigold reminded in a low voice, "Sister, let's go over there." Hancock Vivi came back to his senses and quickly adjusted his expression, revealing a faint smile. She glanced at the wooden board, said nothing, then walked up with graceful steps. Marigold, Sandersonia and others also followed closely behind Hancock and boarded the Chris. The moment Hancock stepped onto the wooden bridge, there was another exclamation from the Chris. From such a close look, Hancock's appearance is even more stunning. Moreover, her slender and fair legs looked particularly attractive under the reflection of the water waves. Everyone on the Chris couldn't help sighing, "This is really a fairy coming down to earth. Where there is Hancock, any beautiful view must be overshadowed." Soon, Hancock stepped onto the deck of the Chris. Came to the deck, Nami and the others swarmed over. They happily chatted with Hancock and introduced themselves to each other. With a faint smile on his face, Baccarat walked generously at the front and extended his hand towards Hancock. "Hancock, we finally meet. I'm the Baccarat you always talk to." They heard that Hancock, you are the #1 beautiful pirate in the world, and seeing it today, it really lives up to your name." Nami stood aside and said with a smile, "Yeah, the moment we saw you, all of us were shocked. How can there be such a beautiful woman in the world, ah?" With a slight smile on Alvida's delicate face, he said, "Now we are standing in front of you, and we are all ashamed. This is the first time I've seen someone with smoother skin than me. I'm the one with the ability to eat slippery fruit." Facing the warm praise from Nami and others, Hancock was a little uncomfortable for a while. Her beautiful eyes had now turned into two crescent moons, and she said with a smile, "Everyone is really overrated. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. To be honest, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Reiju stroked his hair and said generously, "Welcome to the Chris Pirates, Hancock. I think the person you most want to see right now is probably not us." Everyone looked at Hancock with a strange look. There were also strange smiles on the faces of Nami and the others. Makino rolled his eyes and said softly, "Okay, we want to talk, there will be time in the future. Don't waste Hancock's time now." I can already see her eager eyes. As soon as these words came out, even a woman like Hancock could not help but blushed. After all, facing the man and woman they love, they all look the same. Nami and the others glanced at each other. They understood a way very well, and turned to talk to Margaret and the others. The squad leaders seemed a little restrained at this time, standing in place one after another, laughing at these women. The 9 snake pirates were all women, so the squad leaders were embarrassed to step forward. Cavendish chuckled softly. I just focus on Hancock, but ignore the people around her. Look now, people like Whitey Bay and Bonnie are also first-class beauties. Kuro pushed his glasses lightly, and said lightly, indeed, compared to Nami and the others, they are not bad at all. Each has its own unique flavor. Poison Gia Isho said, otherwise, she is beautiful by herself, isn't it too lonely? Bartolomeo wore a coxcomb head and said with a smile, we are a bunch of idiots standing here, what's the matter? Twisted. If you want to get to know them, you might as well go up and say hello. The gentleman Lafayette nodded politely at Margaret and then turned his head. He said softly to the squad leaders, why, do you want me to go and introduce you to everyone? Inexplicable coldness in Lafitte's tone. Squad leaders heard the words, they all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They knew very well that people like Whitey Bay and Bonnie should belong to Chris. If you just stand aside and admire it, it's naturally nothing. But if he really moved his mind, it would be a big disaster. Although Chris doesn't pay much attention to these things now, the squad leaders can see clearly. Things that go beyond the rules cannot be messed up. Lafitte is also reminding them not to play with fire and set yourself on fire. Eno yawned casually and said casually, people have seen it, and what happens after that has nothing to do with us. Let's go away. Luo Wai hugged the ghost crying, nodded with a flat face, and said, we're about to arrive at Kudora Kingdom, hurry up and get ready. When the time comes, don't lose anyone to the Chris pirates. The rest of the people also nodded, then turned and left the deck, each returned to their own place, and continued to practice. They all understood that Hancock was here to find Chris. And with so many of them standing there, they became a bunch of light bulbs instead. If you have this spare time, you might as well seize the time to practice more. There are some masters in Kudora Kingdom. With the departure of the squad leaders, the rest of the Chris pirates also dispersed. Eagle-eyed Mahawk suddenly found that the people around him were disappearing one by one, and he couldn't help shrugging. At this moment, Hancock is walking towards Chris. Her blue eyes were full of friendship. Seeing this, Mahawk curled his lips and murmured, this is the first time I've seen the female Emperor Boa Hancock, who also has such a small side of a woman. Sure enough, in this world, nothing is completely impossible. Even a woman who is as cold as Hancock will one day make changes because of a man. Under the King Shichibukai, and they have had a lot of dealings with each other. But in Mahawk's impression, Hancock has always been arrogant and indifferent. As almost never a good face for the man beside him. So Mahawk never thought that the Queen Boa Hancock would fall in love with a man one day. But now this thing happened to me. Who let the Queen Boa Hancock make such a change as standing beside him? Mahawk turned his head, looked Chris up and down, and said, what kind of magic does this guy have? To be able to make the cold Empress, Boa Hancock, be so committed to you. It's really unimaginable. After all, Mahawk turned and left very wisely. Go back to your little corner and close your eyes. At this time, Hancock stood in front of Chris with an excited look on his face. She said softly, Chris, we finally meet again. This time, the concubine is finally able to stand by your side and fight side by side with you. Chris looked indifferent and said softly, come here all the way, thank you for your hard work. I didn't expect you to come here. Chris never thought about letting Hancock and the others get involved in this matter. Although attacking the kingdom of Kudola, it will definitely be a relatively difficult thing. Has great confidence in himself and the people under him. He believed that with the strength of the Chris pirates, he would be able to successfully conquer the kingdom of Kudora. So he was a little surprised by Hancock's arrival. However, for today's situation, after the last call, he also had some expectations. Chris put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "Come with me." With that, Chris turned around and walked towards the training room. Seeing this, Empress Boa Hancock also hurriedly followed behind Chris, with a bright smile on her face. At this time, only Nami and the others were left on the deck of the Chris. They found a place at random and sat down and communicated with each other. Training room. Chris and Hancock are alone in this room. After returning to the training room, Chris restarted his training on his own. Hancock, on the other hand, sat on the side casually, admiring Chris's practice. After a few minutes of silence in the training room, Hancock finally couldn't bear it any longer. Hancock gritted his teeth at this moment, as if he had been weighing his heart for a long time. At this time he finally gathered up his courage. She raised her chest and raised her head. Her face looked very serious and solemn. Hancock looked at Chris, who was cultivating, and said with a sincere expression, "Chris, I have something to say to my concubine. I want to tell you." Hearing this, Chris glanced at her lightly, and then said, "If you have something to say, say it. It's just you and me here, and you don't have to worry about anything." After all, Chris continued to wave the blood red in his hand without looking back. Slightly hesitant look flashed across Hancock's face. However, her eyes suddenly firmed again. Hancock said solemnly, "Chris, my concubine likes you. My concubine hopes that I can truly become the only woman around you, and the person in your heart." Hancock seemed to muster up all his courage to say these words. Chris heard this, the blood red in his hand also stopped in the air. That he has said it. Hancock seems to have become fearless at this time. She regained her composure and continued, "Chris, I've fallen in love with you since the first time I saw you. That feeling is the first time in my life. You are the first person to turn a blind eye to my beauty. Your specialness makes my heart flutter. And the terrifying power you showed has completely conquered me. From that moment on, I've made up my mind that I'm going to be your Chris woman. These, in my heart," Hancock said it in a sigh. She paused, then continued, "It's you who gave me the courage to go to sea again. The reason why I entered the new world, the reason why I continue to expand my power map. It's all for you. I understand that you are a man who wants to achieve great things on this sea. So I'm willing to go through fire and water for you, and do anything for you. As long as it is beneficial to you, I will do my best to do it." Hancock's eyes, full of sincerity, "Chris, the concubine is already trapped in you." "Everyone," Hancock has finally confessed. "Are you looking forward to this piece? Let's celebrate with flowers. The first beauty of the pirates. I really fell in love with the protagonist with all my heart, he he he." 337. Conversation between Chris and Hancock, discussing the kingdom of Kudora in detail. Hancock follows Chris forever. Chris, in the training room. Hancock looked at Chris affectionately, his eyes full of infatuation. She said sincerely, "Chris, let your concubine be your wife." Chris Vivi frowned and said nothing. And Hancock continued, "You know what, Chris, when I see so many women around you, I suddenly had a sense of crisis. Even though my beauty is unmatched, I am still afraid that you will fall in love with them. I don't want you to like anyone else, I just want you to like me alone. So today, I must confess to you that I want to possess you completely, Chris." After plucking up the courage, Hancock finally told Chris what was in his heart completely and clearly. After saying this, after that, Hancock seemed to be relieved, and looked much more relaxed. She looked at Chris cautiously, expectantly, waiting for Chris' reply. Chris glanced at the blood red in his hand and sighed softly. He shook his head gently and said lightly, "Hancock, I understand what you mean." "Wait." Chris continued talking, and Hancock immediately said excitedly, "Then did you agree? Are you willing to make your concubine your wife?" Looking at Hancock's expectant eyes, Chris shrugged helplessly. As he continued to wave the blood red in his hands, he said indifferently, "No, Hancock. What I'm trying to say is that I don't have time for anything about love right now. You know what I am doing now." Chris glanced at Hancock lightly, and then continued, "I told you a long time ago that the purpose of my going to sea is to overthrow the rule of Tenryubito. The difficulty and danger of this matter are unimaginable. So, in order to achieve this, I can't be distracted to do other things, you understand." After hearing Chris' words, Hancock's eyes flashed with disappointment. On her face gradually stiffened. For Chris's answer, Hancock has long expected. But the moment she actually heard it, she couldn't help but feel a little lost. Hancock spoke with difficulty, barely able to squeeze out a few words. "I understand." For Hancock's disappointment and loneliness, Chris naturally sees it in his eyes. But Chris is not soft-hearted about this, because he is not a soft-hearted person himself. What's more, Chris is straight to the point when it comes to everything. He was never indecisive. Chris knew very well what he wanted and what he should do at the moment. He continued casually, "Hancock, I won't think about women until I overthrow Tenryubito's rule. As for your worry that I like other women, that's naturally impossible. You should know me well, and I will do my best for the things I look for. Cultivation is like this, and so is the overthrow of Tenryubito's rule." Hancock looked at Chris' decisive look, and Vivi sighed in his heart. She murmured to herself, "I knew it would be such a result. Chris, it's still the same. Chris, it hasn't changed at all." She recalled her first meeting with Chris. At that time, Chris was so dismissive of himself. In front of Chris, the appearance that he has always been proud of seems not worth mentioning. At that time, Chris acted very decisively. That's what made him fall in love with him. Hancock suddenly laughed out of relief, and said seriously, "Chris, your answer, I understand. However, I won't give up easily." With her blue eyes, she stared at Chris tightly. "Since the concubine has fallen in love with you, it will not change from now on. Since you want to overthrow Tenryubito's rule, the concubine will follow you closely. My concubine will do my best to help you realize this ideal. I will wait until the moment when you are willing to let me be your wife. At this time, if there are outsiders present, you will definitely drop your chin." The dignified King Shichibukai, the world's #1 beautiful pirate, the Empress Boa Hancock. How could he lower his posture for a man, so humbly? Is absolutely unimaginable in the eyes of outsiders. A man who rejects Hancock is also hard to find in the world. However, Chris is very indifferent to this. He just nodded lightly, and then continued his practice. After swinging the knife, Chris turned to lifting the barbell for strength training. Holding the barbell, he said indifferently, "Hancock, this attack on the Pudola Kingdom is very important to me. This is a crucial step in whether my plan can be successfully realized. I'm glad you can come and help me." Hearing Chris' thanks, Hancock couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. At this moment, she felt that everything she did was worth it. Hancock smiled Isho and smiled softly, "It is because I know that this event is very important to you, so I work day and night just to be by your side." Hancock went back to the sofa and picked up a cocktail at will. She cherishes the opportunity to be alone with herself and Chris. Chris' face was flat, and he said calmly, "According to the information I got, there are some very difficult characters in the Pudora Kingdom. The trickiest of them all is Akoku, a former member of the Rocks Pirates. The strength of this person should not be underestimated. I am afraid that compared with Kaido and Whitebeard, they are not too different." Hancock Vivi was a little surprised. Is the strength of this Akoku really that strong? I just heard some legends about him, and I don't know this guy very well. Hancock knows very well that the person who can make Chris focus on must not be easy. Chris whispered Isho and said calmly, "I am very interested in this Akoku." I think his hatred of the world government must be very strong. After all, the collapse of the Rocks pirates was inextricably linked with the world government's strong suppression. And he is now living in seclusion in the kingdom of Putuola, just to seek a stable old age. Hearing this, Hancock seemed to understand something. She asked curiously, Chris, do you have any thoughts on this Akoku? Could it be that you want to win him over to be your own? Chris nodded noncommittally to Hancock's question. He is indeed very interested in this Akoku. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Since he is also dissatisfied with the world government, it is not impossible for Akoku to try to win over. It's very important for us to think of such a powerful fighting force as him. If we can win him over, our chances of winning will naturally be a little better. In Chris's eyes, a flash of ruthlessness suddenly flashed. However, if he is determined to stand on the opposite side of me, I don't mind. Send him early to meet his Captain Rocks. The sudden coldness made Hancock shudder. She gathered up her loose hair and said softly, I think there should be many similar people in Kudora Kingdom besides Akoku. Let me handle these people. If you are willing to join us, let them live. If you don't want to join us and are our enemies, I will deal with them one by one. Known each other for so long, Hancock and Chris still have a tacit understanding. This is exactly what Chris planned for Hancock and her 9 snakes. The people who live in seclusion in the kingdom of Putuola, most of them are not bad. It would be a shame to kill them all. Chris cultivated, he said lightly, when the time comes, I will send some squad leaders to act with you. In this way, even if you encounter some difficult guys, you don't have to worry about anything. In the kingdom of Putuola is indeed very deep. Even Chris couldn't fully grasp the specific situation in the Pudora kingdom. There are other masters hidden besides Akoku. So to be on the safe side, he couldn't let the 9 snake pirates act alone. At this moment, Hancock couldn't help but feel a little joy in his heart. Chris's arrangement undoubtedly warmed her heart. At least, it means that in Chris's heart, he is still very important. Hancock took a casual sip of his cocktail and asked, Chris, when are we going? When you reach the vicinity of Pudora Kingdom, do you want to do it directly? After thinking for a while, Chris shook his head and replied, don't worry, wait until Marine arrives. The world government wants to use my hand to destroy the Pudola Kingdom, and at the same time, it also wants to use the Pudola Kingdom's hand to weaken my power. That can be so cheap for them. Saying that, Chris smiled coldly. He snorted softly and said, It's not that simple to want us to compete with Snipe and Muscles and let them profit. This time, I'm going to let Marine go first and find the way for us. Hancock Vivi frowned, pouted and said, Marine. These guys, that's pretty cunning. I have dealt with them for so many years, and I have never seen them suffer a loss. She looked up at Chris and said, Chris, are you sure Marine will listen to you and take the initiative to explore the way first? Hancock never had a good impression of Marine. And this time, the world government has spent so much effort just to calculate the Chris pirates. How could they be at the mercy of Chris? But Chris smiled disdainfully, it's not up to them. The person leading the team this time is Marine Admiral Borsellino. According to the information I got, this old boy is very resistant to this arrangement. So there is a high probability that he will strike passively. Contemptuous smile suddenly appeared on Chris' face. Marine without Borsellino is just a mob. If they are disobedient, I will let them disappear silently above this sea area. This, Hancock couldn't help but exclaimed, as expected of you, Chris. Apart from you, I'm afraid no one dares to do this. Destroying so many Marines at once was a big deal. Of doing so is undoubtedly to declare war on the world government. Even the 4 Emperor's pirates have to weigh themselves carefully. But these 4, Chris, it's not a problem. For all of this, he had already planned it. The few warships that Marine sent, the Chris pirates are fully capable of destroying them all. After dealing with it, put all the blame on the Pudola Kingdom, without knowing it. Chris said lightly, the only thing that needs attention is Borsalino. I hope he can join us, if not, I don't mind killing him. All of this, coming out of Chris's mouth, seemed so bland. If it was someone else, he said he would kill Borsalino, one of the admirals in the Marine headquarters. Hancock would definitely think, this guy is a lunatic. But from what Chris said, she didn't have the slightest doubt. Because she believes that Chris has such strength. Hancock smiled softly and said, in my impression, Borsalino doesn't seem to care much about the world government. This guy has a weird personality and is usually lazy, so no one considers him when discussing the next Marine Marshal. Perhaps, we can successfully win over him. Chris nodded indifferently. It doesn't matter. Matter what the situation is, he can't stop what I'm going to do. Marine's best choice is follow my arrangement. Immediately, Chris remembered something and continued, we still have a team of people on the way. If you count the time, they should be there soon. Some time ago, Apu and the others contacted Baccarat again and reported their location. After Apu and his party entered the New World, they also traveled day and night. With the Vivre card, I keep shortening the distance with the Chris pirates. And now, they have also reached this sea area. If nothing else, the official rendezvous with the Chris pirates should be in these 2 days. Wait until Apu and the others arrive, it's not too late. Chris had already planned what happened next. The next thing they have to do is go to the kingdom of Pudola. Guys, you should have noticed, I have been writing about Hancock recently. That's because Hancock and Chris will stay together after conquering the kingdom of Pudora. 338. Chris summons Bonnie to discuss something. Chris, in the living room. Nami, Margaret and others had a great conversation. Baccarat glanced at the training room and smiled generously. It seems that there is a lot to be said between Chris and Hancock. On weekdays, Chris doesn't have so many words. Betty gently exhaled a few smoke rings, and said lightly, Hancock and Chris, it is rare to see each other once. Naturally there are many things that need to be communicated well. A pair of beautiful eyes. Reiju swept across the training room and said with a small smile, they should have something important to discuss. If it wasn't something important, Chris would never have said so much. When everyone heard the words, they all understood Isho and nodded. Nami and others know Chris too well, he never wastes too much time on useless things. Seeing this, Sandersonia couldn't help but ask, is Chris a taciturn person? They only know some basic information about Chris. As for his character, they naturally know nothing. Margaret, Bonnie and the others also looked at Nami and the others with anticipation. Nami raised her eyebrows and nodded noncommittally. Chris' character is of the cold type. He only speaks about things that interest him. The rest of the time, I stay in the training room alone. There is nothing important, and basically I won't come out. Faint smile appeared on Alvida's delicate face. Don't look at us staying by Chris's side for so long. Actually, we probably didn't have as much conversation with him as Hancock did with him. Sandersonia and the others glanced at their mouths unconsciously, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Marigold laughed. No wonder Chris was able to achieve so much at such a young age. Without distractions, I can only concentrate on doing big things. Flying around in midair, Perona added with a grin, Chris isn't where he is now, not just because he has nothing else to do. You probably don't know that 24 hours a day, Chris is basically practicing except for eating. With such high-intensity training, even a person with poor talent will definitely be able to reach a terrifying level. What's more, Chris's talent in the practice of one is probably unprecedented, and there is no future. Hearing this, Margaret and the others all gasped. Their eyes widened, unable to believe what Perona said. Bonnie frowned slightly and asked curiously, I'm practicing 24 hours a day, doesn't Chris need a rest? I think I've worked hard enough, but practicing 8 or 9 hours a day is already my limit. Kikyo also nodded and said in agreement. Daily practice, seemingly simple, is actually a huge test for physical strength and energy. Chris practices 24 hours a day, which is beyond the physical fitness of a normal person. Alvida smiled strangely, and then explained, I think, Hancock must have mentioned to you, Chris's ability to develop devil fruits. Margaret and the others nodded noncommittally. Not long ago, Hancock was still praising Chris's magical ability to develop devil fruits. So they have already heard about it. Whitey Bay had some doubts in his heart, and said inexplicably, So, Alvida, what are you trying to say? Is there any inevitable connection between Chris's ability to develop devil fruit and Bonnie and the others' problems? Alvida couldn't help laughing and said mysteriously, It's nature. She raised her eyebrows and continued, As we all know, Chris is a fruit rejecter. With his unique devil fruit development ability, he has developed an unimaginable magical ability. Karana couldn't help but ask, What ability? In the 9 snake pirates looked like Vivi stretched his neck and looked curious. Makino rolled his eyes and smiled softly, Chris has developed the ability to reject fatigue. So, now Chris doesn't feel any fatigue at all. He can maintain high-intensity training all the time without any discomfort at all. Because of negative states like fatigue, Chris has been able to completely reject it. Hearing this, everyone in the 9 snake pirates was dumbfounded. They never imagined it would be such an answer. Whitey Bay's face was full of surprise, and he murmured, Reject fatigue. In this world, there is still such a magical ability. It's unbelievable. Karana couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva and sighed, Chris is simply too powerful. To be able to develop such a heaven-defying ability is truly a monster-like ability. Marigold kept shaking his head and exclaimed, I heard that the previous owner who rejected the fruit was just a mediocre guy. So for a long time, the world has always thought that a waste fruit will be discharged. I didn't expect that Chris would actually develop it into a devil fruit that defies the sky. Hearing Marigold and others admiring Chris, Nami and others showed bright smiles on their faces. Kaya said with a smug look on her face and said with a smile, Chris once said that there has never been a waste devil fruit in this world. Only trash devil fruit users. Any one devil fruit has its extremely powerful place, it depends on its owner, whether it can be found. Hearing this, Bonnie's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with joy, If this is the case, then my devil fruit must have a lot of room for development. I really hope I can get Chris's guidance and let me break through the current bottleneck. Charlie's cold face, Vivi Isho, said lightly, If I can be fortunate enough to get Chris's guidance. Your strength will definitely usher in a qualitative leap. Margaret tutted twice. Sure enough, only by really staying by Chris's side can you understand how powerful he is. It's no wonder that Lord Hancock is so obsessed with Chris. A man like him exudes endless charm anytime, anywhere. Bonnie also looked like a nympho on his face, and said with a smile, Chris's strength is a level that we can't reach in our life. Fortunately, we are not his opponents, but his allies. It would be really sad to be an opponent with someone as powerful as Chris. Whitey Bay chuckled and said, I have some sympathy for those people in Pudora Kingdom now. I'm afraid they still don't know what kind of terrifying existence they are facing. Karana snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Hee, the Kingdom of Pudora said some time ago that if Chris dares to come, he will be let him go back and forth. I really want to see how these people look when they are defeated. Alvida waved his hand and said casually, What they said. They are right. We went to the Kingdom of Pudola and never thought of leaving. Because this place is about to become the territory of our Chris pirates. Training room, Chris glanced at Hancock. He said lightly, Hancock, I remember you told me that Bonnie was on your boat, wasn't he? Hancock Vivi was stunned for a moment. He nodded immediately and said, Yes, I just joined us not long ago. What, are you interested in Bonnie? Hancock Vivi frowned. She didn't understand why Chris suddenly mentioned Bonnie. She didn't think there was anything special about Bonnie that deserved Chris's attention. Mysterious expression appeared on Chris' face. He said softly, "This matter, you will know in a while. You call Bonnie in first." Hancock shrugged, not knowing why. After that, she didn't ask any more questions. She turned around and walked out of the training room. Hancock knew that Chris was the most annoying person. At this time, in the living room of the Chris, Bonnie and others were discussing Chris and Hancock. Corona floated in the air and said curiously, "I don't know what Chris and Hancock are talking about. It's been so long, and we haven't finished talking yet." Baccarat folded his crimson hair and smiled. "Isho, the two of them naturally have a lot of common topics. Maybe we are discussing a plan to attack the kingdom of Pudora." Marigold pouted, with a strange look on his face. "I think my sister and Captain Chris, maybe talk about something else. I don't believe that Captain Chris can't feel my sister's heart." Margaret indifferently said. "Isho, if Hancock and Captain Chris can really be together, it will be big news that will shock the world. I'm afraid it's not just the pirate world, the whole world will be surprised." Betty let out a breath of smoke, and said lightly, "A man's talent and beauty are a match made in heaven. Perhaps, the two of them are a couple destined for God." Alvida tilted his head and said softly, "With what I know about Chris, he shouldn't think about these things now. His goals, from the outset, were clear and firm. Faced with a peerless beauty like Hancock, I'm afraid he won't be shaken." At this moment, Nami saw Hancock come out of the training room. Her face immediately showing two dimples, he said sweetly, "While I'm talking, Hancock has come out. Even though I've seen Hancock once, it's still so amazing to see it now." Reiju stroked his hair, nodded and said, "Hancock's looks like this, even if you look at it for a whole year, you won't feel the slightest bit of boredom. She is simply too beautiful." Makino smiled gently. "Such a beautiful woman, shouldn't it only exist in fairy tales? If I can have such a face, it will be worth what I do." Under everyone's gaze, Hancock walked over step by step. Every step is heartwarming. "Wait." When everyone spoke, Hancock spoke first. "Bonnie, come with me. Chris has something to say to you." Hearing this, Bonnie was dumbfounded on the spot. She opened her eyes involuntarily and asked incredulously, "Chris, want to talk to me?" "Lord Hancock, you didn't lie to me, did you?" Hancock sighed softly and said angrily, "Didn't you always want to talk to Chris? Now the opportunity has come. If you don't believe it, I can't help it." Bonnie hurriedly came to Hancock's side with a smile, and said coquettishly, I believe. How could I let go of such a good opportunity so easily?" Saying that, Hancock took Bonnie out of the living room and went straight to the training room. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, everyone talked a lot. Kaya blinked a pair of big eyes and asked curiously, "Chris looking for Bonnie, what will happen?" "Sister Marigold, do you know?" Marigold shook his head, also puzzled. "I don't know very well either. Captain Chris is Bonnie's idol, and beyond that, the two seem to have no other relationship." Whitey Bay also nodded and said, "Bonnie has nothing special, whether it is his background or his own strength. I can't think of anything that caught Chris's attention." Sandersonia whispered, "Isho, have you forgotten, Bonnie has always wanted Chris's advice. And Hancock also promised her that he would introduce her to Chris. I guess Chris has agreed to this matter and is ready to give Bonnie his own advice." Kikyo looked at Bonnie's back enviously and murmured, "I really want to get Chris's advice. If I can get Chris's guidance, I can also go to the next level." Baccarat smiled lightly, shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be about this. Although Chris has a cold personality, he has never been generous with his teachings. Almost all of these people on our ship have been instructed by him." And he points to others, usually in front of everyone, to give some inspiration to people who have the same problem. It won't be so mysterious like this. Was also a slight smile on Reju's delicate face. Indeed, if you want to get Chris's advice, when he comes out, even if you say. Chris suddenly asked Bonnie to go in. I'm afraid it has something to do with the attack on the kingdom of Puduola. 339. Bonnie's identity was revealed by Chris, which shocked Hancock. Sandersonia Vivi pondered, and then said, Bonnie's ability is best for disguise. She can change at will to be a child or an old man, and she can change the age and appearance of others. Could it be that Chris is trying to sneak into Pudora Kingdom and do something? Hearing this, Verona's eyes suddenly lit up and exclaimed, change your age at will. Is there such a devil fruit? Just thinking about it makes me feel so funny. Bright smile appeared on Kikyo's face and said, yes, Bonnie's abilities are indeed incredible. When we first met, we were all stunned. Marigold pondered and guessed, if Chris really intends to use Bonnie's ability, he may have some big plans. Otherwise, there is no need to make such trouble at all. Makino smiled lightly, nodded and said, with Chris' character, he definitely won't do anything behind his back. With his strength, there is probably no one in the Puduola Kingdom who is his opponent. If he really wants to sneak into the back of Pudora Kingdom, it can only mean that he has some important discoveries or other plans. Baccarat folded his crimson hair, and said generously, as for this matter, this is just our guess. It seems to me that we never guessed what Chris was thinking. Maybe, this time Chris has other things that need to use Bonnie. Kaya blinked her big eyes, clear as water, and said, Miss Baccarat, what did you think of? Baccarat shook his head slightly and said lightly, although I don't know what exactly Chris called Bonnie. But I can feel that this time, we will have good luck. Hearing this, Nami and the others widened their eyes curiously. Every time Baccarat feels good luck, the Chris pirates will have a major harvest. But this time, it seems to be different. They encountered neither other ships nor approached any small island. This so-called good luck come from? Nami rubbed her delicate chin and murmured, I actually felt good luck again. I just don't know what the good luck this time is. What's going on with Bonnie? What will it be? Mrs. Chiarli looked at the crystal ball in front of her with cold eyes, and muttered something in her mouth. Margaret said curiously, what is Mrs. Chiarli doing? Alvita chuckled and explained lightly, Mrs. Chiarli is a fortune teller from Fishman Island. Her fortune telling is very effective. She should be divination. This time our good luck will be something. In the Nine Snake Pirates looked at Mrs. Chiarli curiously and couldn't help but wonder. After a while, Mrs. Chiarli opened her eyes suddenly. Shivivi frowned, her lips turning white. Seeing such a scene, Makino asked with concern, what's wrong with you, Chiarli? It looks like your face is not very good. Smile appeared on Mrs. Chiarli's cold face. She waved her hand and murmured, it's okay, it's just. This divination was unexpected and took a lot of energy. It's okay, just take a little rest and you'll be fine. Karana held the long sword in her hand and continued to ask, Mrs. Chiarli, have you come to any results from your divination? Are there some unexpected discoveries? Everyone also cast anticipation and curiosity towards Mrs. Chiarli. Since Mrs. Chiarli has spent so much energy, it means that the fortune-telling must be very important. However, Mrs. Chiarli shook her head unexpectedly. Shivivi sighed and said helplessly, although I spent a lot of energy to divination, I didn't get a clear result. This is very rare in my divination career. Generally, when this happens, it means that the people or events involved are earth-shattering. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. They could never have imagined that such a result would be the result. Sandersonia spit out the snake letter and frowned. Is it possible that Bonnie has been hiding something all this time? Could it be, she is actually a centenarian herself, a big man left over from the previous era? With his devil fruit ability, he disguised himself as a girl. Marigold couldn't help shaking his head and exclaimed, If that's the case, then it's terrifying. We lived with Bonnie all day and didn't find any clues. Kikyo thought for a while and squinted. This matter. Mr. Hancock, maybe he already knew it. So all along, she's been extra close to Bonnie. Reiju's beautiful eyes Vivi trembled, looking at the person. Surely, will this be the case? Everyone fell into a moment of thought. They are all trying hard to recall, on behalf of the female pirate who was stunned by the situation. Olibu shook his head and said decisively, I basically know the female pirate named by the previous era. Among these people, there are not many who can live to this day. Except me. Also, in my impression, there has never been a devil fruit person like Bonnie. Betty gently spit out a few smoke rings, and said lightly, how many people left from the previous era have the ability to influence the whole world? There are very few existences like Rayleigh. Olibu's words are quite authoritative. Everyone gradually dispelled their previous doubts. Charlie said lightly, I don't know if this person involved is Bonnie. This divination is not without any results. Perona floated in midair and hurriedly asked, what's the result? Nami and the others were also very curious about this. Charlie's cold eyes swept across the faces of everyone, and said lightly, the result of the divination is only 5 words. The New World Pattern. Hearing these 5 words, Bakura and others are all you look at me, I look at you, I don't know why. This result is a bit too broad and too vague. Regarding the changes in the New World Pattern, there are too many possibilities. They can't even guess what it will be. At this time, under the leadership of Hancock, Bonnie has entered the training room of the Chris. Training room, Chris is constantly lifting the barbell. Bonnie and Hancock just stood there quietly. Chris glanced at Bonnie casually, and said lightly, do whatever you want, in front of me, you don't have to be so restrained. He noticed early in the morning that Bonnie had been very nervous since he came in. The whole person looked very stiff, and both hands were clenched tightly. Hancock looked at Bonnie with a smile, shook his head and said, since Chris told you to relax, you don't have to be so nervous. Come on, sit here. Having said that, Hancock pulled Bonnie and sat casually on the sofa. Bonnie sat down, he was visibly more relaxed. Her eyes were no longer dodging as before, and she gradually dared to look directly at Chris. Hancock looked at Chris and asked directly, I brought you here, now you can talk about what's going on. Bonnie also looked at Chris curiously, waiting for him to reveal the answer. Chris glanced at Bonnie with a mysterious and eccentric look on his face. He looked at Hancock and said indifferently, this matter is about Bonnie's life experience. I think you don't know Bonnie's background, right? Hancock Vivi was stunned for a moment, then shrugged and said with a smile, Chris, you must be underestimating me too. My own crew, how could I not know what happened to Bonnie? She was born in South Blue, and her parents were local businessmen. Is there something wrong with this? Hancock frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubts. She didn't notice that Bonnie was more nervous than before. Bonnie's eyes, Vivi's a little erratic. Chris naturally observed this little detail, and he shook his head without a trace. Under Hancock's gaze, Chris gently lowered the barbell in his hand. He stared at Bonnie and said softly, what you know is just Bonnie's external identity. Actually, she has another layer, an amazing identity. Hearing this, Bonnie's eyes Vivi trembled, his hands clenched unconsciously. She pretended to be calm and said, Captain Chris, why can't I understand, what do you mean? What Lord Hancock said is my true identity. Captain Chris, did you admit the wrong person? Hancock also laughed lightly and said, yes, Chris. In this sea, there are not a few people named Bonnie. Chris sneered and said lightly, there are indeed many people named Bonnie in this sea. But Bartholomew Kuma daughter, only one. As soon as the words fell, Hancock froze for a moment, then his pupils dilated, showing a look of shock. She frowned and looked at Bonnie beside her. At this moment, Bonnie froze in place and opened his mouth in surprise. Hancock reacted quickly and murmured, "Chris, this is not likely. Bonnie, how could she be Bartholomew Kuma's daughter? I've known Bartholomew for a long time, and we've dealt with each other many times. Never heard that he has a daughter." Bonnie also let out a long sigh and chuckled, "Ha ha ha ha. Captain Chris, you really know how to joke. To say I'm Bartholomew Kuma's daughter. That's Shichibukai, the famous king of the world." Chris wiped the sweat from his body casually, picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. He glanced at Bonnie and asked, "Why, don't you admit it?" Bonnie nodded immediately and said with a smile, "I'm not Bartholomew Kuma's daughter, how can I admit it? Captain Chris, your joke is a little too big. If I were the daughter of King Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma, how could I only have this achievement? Sitting on such a legendary father, my strength cannot be the same as it is now." Hancock Vivi narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Bonnie is right. Bartholomew Kuma should teach his daughter carefully. Although Bonnie has a very high talent, it is obvious that he has come step by step and has not received systematic guidance. Chris sighed softly and sneered, "That's because Bartholomew Kuma and his daughter Bonnie, the time together is very short." Bartholomew Kuma had to leave Bonnie's side because of something very important to do. "I was right, Bonnie." Bonnie was about to refute, but saw Chris wave his hand directly to stop her. Chris continued, "No matter how much a person disguises himself, his native accent cannot be completely disguised. Hancock, you are quite familiar with Bartholomew Kuma. You can't hear it. Bonnie and Bartholomew Kuma's accents are almost exactly the same, right?" Having said that, Hancock looked suspiciously at Bonnie. She didn't pay attention to these before. Now after Chris reminded her, it was true. Hancock said suspiciously, "Just the accents can't prove the relationship between them. After all, the country where Bonnie came from is also considered to be the most populous country in West Blue." Chris shrugged and said indifferently, "Accent alone can't explain anything." "But Hancock, didn't you realize that Bonnie's character is very similar to Bartholomew Kuma? Including the appearance of the two of them, they are somewhat similar. All of this should be able to explain some problems." Chris glanced casually at Bonnie, who was completely stunned. No need to say more now. Bonnie's reaction says it all. After a while, she sighed heavily and said, "Yes, I am Bartholomew Kuma's daughter. I didn't expect that my identity, which I had hidden for so long, was discovered so easily." She looked at Chris suspiciously and asked, "Captain Chris, how on earth did you discover this secret? You and I didn't know each other before, how could you know so much?" "Bonnie just thinks everything is too magical and unbelievable." Chris smiled strangely. "I know the secrets of too many people in this world. Everyone, Bonnie is the daughter of the bear, you should know this, so the author will not introduce too much. In addition, seeing here, about the Shichibukai alliance, you should know the answer." 340. Shocked. Bonnie turned out to be the bear's daughter. Dora Long comes out to discuss Chris. Chris, in the training room. Hancock looked at Chris and Bonnie with strange eyes. She was shocked by Bonnie's identity, and even more shocked by Chris' omnipotence. She could never have imagined that Chris would know so clearly about a person who had never been veiled. This is totally unreasonable. Of course, there is also the party Bonnie who holds the same idea. The relationship between her and Bartholomew Kuma, in this world, apart from members of the Revolutionary Army, no one should know. And her mother has long since passed away, and the only person who knows this relationship is probably the person Bartholomew Kuma trusts the most. Bonnie's eyes were full of shock. "It's incredible, Chris, that you know so many things. Could it be that you are really a deity who came into the world as the outside world said?" Bonnie couldn't think of any other explanation besides God. This series of behaviors by Chris is completely unexplainable. And Chris didn't want to explain, he just kept Isho indifferent. After drinking the glass of wine in one breath, Chris continued, besides the father-daughter relationship between you, I also know some other secrets. Like, Bartholomew Kuma's true identity. Hearing this, the cup in Bonnie's hand fell to the ground with a squeak. Shards of glass splattered all over the place. She was dumbfounded, froze on the spot, motionless for a long time. Seeing this scene, Hancock immediately understood something. She knew that the true identity of Bartholomew Kuma was perhaps even more surprising. Hancock frowned and asked Chris softly, isn't Bartholomew Kuma the King Shichibukai? Is there anything else he doesn't know about, other identities? We've worked together for so long and have never found anything wrong with him. Hancock carefully recalled the previous events, and everything seemed to be quite normal. Chris chuckled lightly and said lightly, Hancock, if everything is too normal, it is the least normal. Also is King Shichibukai, besides Bartholomew Kuma, who else is dedicated to the task of the world government? Facing Chris' rhetorical question, Hancock reacted suddenly. She suddenly realized, if you say that, it's really like this. Whether it's Mahawk, Doflamingo, or Gecko Moria and Crocodile, who are fairly powerful. The rest of the six of us are mostly perfunctory about the tasks assigned by the world government. The reason why we accept the title of His Majesty Shichibukai is for our own benefit. Also, we don't really care about this so-called Shichibukai title. She pursed her lips and said softly, It.s. Bartholomew Kuma seems to be very concerned about this illusory title. I have always been very positive in dealing with the tasks assigned by the world government. Chris sat casually beside Hancock with a rare smile on his face. Hancock murmured, you mean that Bartholomew Kuma became King Shichibukai for some other purpose? That's why I cherish the opportunity so much. Chris nodded slightly and glanced casually at Bonnie. He said lightly, there are actually not a few people who know the identity of Bartholomew Kuma. But these people, ordinary people, have no contact with them, especially the pirates in this sea. Hancock suddenly became interested, and quickly asked, what kind of identity is it? I am getting more and more interested in him. Bonnie has come to her senses now, and her expression is still shocked. She stared at Chris without saying a word, as if waiting for Chris to reveal the answer. Chris also said flatly, Bartholomew Kuma, he is actually a backbone of the Revolutionary Army. He became King Shichibukai, but it was just an undercover operation to gain more information about the world government. Hearing this, Bonnie's face suddenly lost a trace of blood. Vivi's eyes trembled. Hancock observed Bonnie's changes very keenly at this moment, and his heart suddenly came to a conclusion. It seems that what Chris said is indeed true. She couldn't help shaking her head and exclaimed, this thing is actually true. Unexpectedly, Bartholomew Kuma, who has always done his due diligence, is actually an undercover agent sent by the Revolutionary Army. I remember, he once received the task of attacking the Revolutionary Army. She paused and continued, that time, he led a team to clear a stronghold of the Revolutionary Army. In order for him to be able to lurk smoothly, the Revolutionary Army was willing to pay for it. Chris had a glass of wine. He stood up again and practiced. While waving blood red, he said with an expression, Bonnie, you are in a good mood. I will not reveal the identity of Bartholomew Kuma to the outside world. Although Hancock and I are both under the King Shichibukai, we are only playing together with the world government. Essentially, it's not much different from your father. Although they have not lived together for a long time, Bonnie still cares very much about his father. If his identity as a Revolutionary Army is exposed, he may lead to disaster. Chris's comfort also gave Bonnie a sense of comfort, at least. She doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. Hancock also smiled at Bonnie and said softly, since that's the case, we don't have to hide some things from you. Chris and I's goals are actually basically the same as your father's and the goals of the Revolutionary Army. Bonnie's pupils and Vivi shrank, and frowned slightly. Hancock, what do you mean? Are you also trying to overthrow the world government? She seemed to have heard some great secret, her head buzzing. All sorts of things came to mind. Hancock and Chris looked at each other and Vivi nodded. Hancock then continued, yes, our ultimate goal is to overthrow the rule of Tenryubito. This is basically the same as the goal of the Revolutionary Army, isn't it? The Revolutionary Army aims to change the whole world, and to change the world, it needs to overthrow the rule of Tenryubito. Bonnie, who learned this shocking secret, could not help but drop his jaw. She knows today is amazing enough. Hancock has been tight-lipped about Chris's plans to overthrow Tenryubito. The 9 snake pirates, only Marigold and Sandersonia knew about this. Bonnie is the 4th person on the boat to know about it. Chris said lightly, why, are you surprised? Bonnie nodded unconsciously, then quickly shook his head. She looked at Chris and chuckled, this thing really surprised me. But when I think that the person who did this is you, Chris, then I don't feel so surprised. My idols are always capable of doing some earth-shattering things. The world for nearly a year, Chris has shocked the world all the time. Bonnie has long been used to these things, too. Although it is said that overthrowing the rule of Tenryubito is indeed more difficult than reaching the sky. But on Chris, Bonnie felt that this was not impossible. Bonnie then asked, Captain Chris, you called me in, it shouldn't be as simple as proving my identity. I don't know, how can I help you? Is also quite satisfied with Bonnie's refreshment. He waved his blood red and said lightly, yes, there is indeed one thing that needs your help now. I think you've heard about the Shichibukai Alliance. Bonnie nodded quickly and said softly, it's clear, Hancock told me about it. This is an alliance led by you, which is more substantial than the so-called Shichibukai under the king. Chris smiled with satisfaction, and then continued, you have seen Mahawk, Hawkeye, and he is now on our ship. Not long ago, he agreed to join the Shichibukai Alliance. So far, there are 6 Shichibukai under the Shichibukai Alliance. In other words, only the last one, the Shichibukai Alliance, is officially established. Christopher paused and slashed the blood red in his hand, and this last one, is your father, Bartholomew Kuma. Bonnie rolled his eyes and said with a smile, so Chris, you mean, you need me to help you connect. Convince my father to join your Shichibukai Alliance. Chris nodded noncommittally and continued to wave the blood red in his hands. Hancock on the side said lightly, I think you are the most aware of Bartholomew Kuma's temper. It was not easy to convince him to join the Shichibukai Alliance. So, we need your help. After all, you are his biological daughter. If you say it, he will definitely consider it seriously. Hearing this, Bonnie couldn't help shaking his head and laughed. My father, he does have a very weird temper. Don't look at how beautiful Chris is now, his fame is flourishing. If it's not to my father's appetite, I'm afraid there is a high probability that the door will be closed. He won't care whether his strength is comparable to Chris, he only sees his own preferences. Lived with Bartholomew since childhood, Bonnie knew his father's temperament very well. Oh, it's just one word, weird, Chris said calmly, as long as you can get in touch with your father, I'll be sure to convince him. Joining the Shichibukai Alliance will benefit him and the Revolutionary Army behind him. I don't think he and the Monkey Dragon would miss such an opportunity. Bonnie immediately replied with a smile, since Chris has spoken in person, of course I will not refuse. And after joining the 9 Snake Pirates, I also have a very clear understanding of the Shichibukai Alliance. Whether it is overall strength or overall power, it can be regarded as the top alliance in the world. What's more, with Chris in charge, I believe there will never be any problems. Bright smile appeared on Bonnie's face. For her, Chris is the greatest guarantee. As long as Chris is there, she believes that the Shichibukai Alliance will become the most powerful group in the world. This is also of great benefit to strengthening the revolutionary army behind Bartholomew Kuma. I'll call my father right now and tell him about it. Said, Bonnie took out a small phone bug from his body and dialed a number. Seeing this little phone bug, Hancock clicked his tongue twice. I haven't found this phone bug on Bonnie for so long. Fortunately, Bonnie is not a spy sent by the enemy, otherwise, the information of the 9 snake pirates would have been completely leaked. Chris shrugged casually, then waved blood red. At this moment, the island of White Earth on the Great Route, Baldidge. This is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. In a small room, many cadres of the Revolutionary Army are gathered here. Today is an internal meeting of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey Dragon sits on the head, and Bartholomew Kuma sits right next to the dragon. Yimazuna held a glass of red wine and said lightly, our actions have been relatively smooth recently. Especially the Revolutionary Army in the South Blue part, has captured 444 countries one after another, and the record is quite brilliant. Axelu also smiled and said with a smile, yes, the recent limelight of the Southern Army has completely suppressed our Eastern Army. Banako, you've done a great job lately. The acting commander of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army, Banako, smiled faintly and said, it's just a coincidence. The countries in South Blue are already rotten, and even if we don't go, it will fall apart in a few years. Bonichio is not at all arrogant, but he is very humble. Wearing a green cloak, the dragon said with an expressionless face, the situation at sea has changed a bit recently. The Shichibukai, the kings who have been out of the sea for a long time, are now dispatched one after another. The sea now is in a relatively chaotic time period. This is a great opportunity for our revolutionary army. Looked at Bartholomew Kuma and asked softly, Sir Shang, Shichibukai has been acting a lot recently, do you know something? Bartholomew Kuma said indifferently, the other guys can't stand loneliness anymore. The reason why they went to sea again is because of a new person.